In his previous life, the pig butcher never imagined he would traverse time to become the least respected teacher at a school for the gifted. Even when choosing apprentices, he was left with only the weakest awakeners. Just as despair set in, he surprisingly awakened a mysterious master-teacher system. At the Pengcheng First Advanced Ability High School in the Great Summer Alliance, during the awakening ceremony for the second-year students, Suche looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but sigh. In his past life, he was merely a high school dropout who inherited his father's butcher shop, living a fairly comfortable life. Due to an unexpected event, he found himself in this world where everyone had abilities and ferocious beasts roamed. As the most insignificant teacher at this prestigious school, if he failed to complete his task of accepting disciples today, he would likely be relegated to the talent pool indefinitely. To make matters worse, his father had spent a fortune to secure him this teaching position. Now, let's welcome teacher Su Che to the stage to select a student. A cool voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw the stunning face of the headmistress, Jiang Lanui, a classic beauty with an oval face, a straight nose, red lips, and particularly captivating star-like eyes. As their eyes met, Su Che felt a buzz in his mind, leaving him slightly dizzy. This was the power of an A-level mental ability user, far beyond what his clever enhancement ability could compete with. In terms of strength, ability level, and social status, he was worlds apart from Jiang Lianyue. Walking onto the awakening stage, Su Che gasped. Not a single level ability user was present. All were A-level and F-level awakeners wearing green and white wristbands. If he didn't choose an apprentice, he would be dismissed immediately, but selecting these weak ones would likely mean failing to meet the graduation rate requirement, leading to the same outcome. It felt like choosing between two undesirable fates. The mocking laughter of the teachers below was incessant. Why hasn't Su Che chosen yet? Is he still looking for a level awakener? A bottom-tier teacher with bottom-tier students. What a perfect match. Just when Su Che was nearly in despair, a crisp electronic voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding detected the aura of an extraterrestrial demon. Master Teacher System activated. Host information monitored. Master Teacher System loading. Congratulations to the host on successfully binding with the Master Teacher System. As the electronic voice faded, Su Che abruptly looked up, a strange gleam igniting in his eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly curved upwards, as if he were silently reciting something. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, keyword detected. Master System functions as follows: perception. The host can detect abilities, techniques, and even flaws in all things. Evolution. By enhancing others' abilities and evolving their skills, the host can receive corresponding rewards. Other functions are yet to be unlocked. Please explore them yourself. Su Che's eyes gradually brightened, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. This perception skill seemed tailor-made for a teacher. Being able to detect abilities, techniques, and even the flaws in everything was extraordinary. Since the ferocious beasts began roaming launching, those with abilities have been in a constant trial-and-error phase regarding their capabilities and techniques. Especially the basic ability breathing technique, which is now in its 8th generation and available for everyone to practice. The evolution skill was perfectly aligned with his role as a teacher. Not only could he guide students to improve, but he could also receive additional rewards, which was a delightful surprise. Just as Su Che was immersed in the excitement brought by the system, Jiang Lianyue's voice pulled him back to reality. Mr. Su, please choose a disciple soon. If you don't make a selection within 10 minutes, you'll be considered to have forfeited. Su Che snapped back to attention and smiled at Jiang Lianyue. Thank you for the reminder, Director Jiang. This smile left Jiang Lianyue with a peculiar feeling. As someone with awakened psychic abilities, she sensed that Su Che had undergone some sort of change in just a few minutes. On the awakening platform, students were eagerly recommending themselves to Su Che. Teacher, pick me. I've awakened the A-level strengthening ability, Golden Horn Bull, which greatly enhances strength. In terms of power, I'm on par with level. Mr. Su, choose me. Although I awakened an A-level ability, it belongs to the noble nature category. Move aside. Move aside. Mr. Su, I awakened the A-level strengthening ability, Little Green Snake, but am quite sly. Even though Su Che was considered a bottom-tier teacher, being chosen still meant the opportunity to participate in the second-year martial exams. For these students with A-level or F-level abilities, being selected was a rare opportunity. They showcased their strengths in various ways, some flaunting their muscles, others their physique, using every possible means. However, amidst the noisy crowd, 3 figures stood out. 2 of them were short-haired anime-style beauties who looked strikingly similar, as if they were carved from the same mold. They stood quietly to the side, in stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. The most noticeable difference in appearance between the 2 was that one had vibrant purple hair, while the other had pure white hair. They were Jiang Lianyue's nieces, the elder sister with purple hair, Jiang Yueli, and the younger sister with white hair, Jiang Yueshi. Standing among the crowd, their eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment, yet they maintained the dignity of a noble family, refraining from stepping forward to recommend themselves. In a corner of the crowd, another young girl stood quietly. Her shoulder-length hair hung low as she kept her head down, but her tall figure and strikingly fair skin still drew the attention of those around her. This girl was Yi Xuanyue, whose parents were reportedly only middle-level employees at the Pingqing branch of Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. The teachers below the stage whispered among themselves about the progress of the apprenticeship event. Look, it seems like only the Jiang sisters and Yi Xuanyue aren't willing to lower themselves to seek Su Che's favor, one teacher said softly. After all, the Jiang family is one of the 6 major families in Weiqing, so it's understandable. But Yi Xuanyue's family background is quite ordinary. Why doesn't she try? Another teacher shook their head. Opportunities are earned. If those 3 don't grab them, they can't blame others. Meanwhile, on stage, Su Che found himself in a dilemma. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he furrowed his brows. What should I do? What should I do? He anxiously pondered. Each one has more flaws than the last, and none have potential. Su Che was genuinely worried this time. He had used his probing ability to examine the students, but the feedback was disappointing. It's no surprise these students have only awakened a level and flevel abilities, he mused with a wry smile. Even with cheats, there's no good talent here. Just as Su Che was about to give up hope, he noticed 3 individuals he hadn't yet assessed. I refuse to believe there's not a single promising talent, he thought, steeling himself to use his probing ability once more. First was Jiang Yueli. Information flooded into Su Che's mind. Name, Jiang Yueli. Level, 1st tier, 2nd stage. Ability, natural flevel weak electricity. Technique, rainbow through the sun breathing method. Flaws. 1. Contains a powerful SS level ability, purple sky divine thunder, which conflicts severely with her technique and physique, causing meridian damage from prolonged practice. 2. Solution. 1. Develop and evolve the ability further, specific optimization plan. 2. Next was Jiang Yueshi's information. Name, Jiang Yueshi. Level, 1st tier, 2nd stage. Ability, natural flevel weak ice. Technique, rainbow through the sun breathing method. Flaws. 1. Contains a powerful SS level ability, ice barrier, which conflicts severely with her technique and physique, causing meridian damage from prolonged practice. 2. Solution. 1. Develop and evolve the ability further, specific optimization plan. 2. Su Che's heart raced. Wow. 2 SS level ability talents, he exclaimed internally. It's like finding a treasure without even looking for it. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi are natural gems. Suppressing his excitement, Su Che turned his attention to the last person Yi Xuanyue. He activated his probing ability once more. Name, Yi Xuanyue. Level, 1st tier, 1st stage. Ability, enhancement flevel gluttonous mole. Technique, basic ability breathing method, set 8. Flaws. 1. Contains a powerful SS level ability, devouring glutton, but lacks energy intake, making it difficult to unleash full potential. 2. Solution. 1. Develop and evolve the ability further, specific optimization plan, substantial dietary supplements. 2. Su Che took a deep breath, his excitement nearly overflowing. 3 SS level ability talents. It was an unexpected fortune. Without hesitation, he confidently announced, I have decided to take Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Xuanyue as my disciples. I have decided to take Jiang Yuli, Jiang Yuxi, and Yi Xuanyue as my apprentices. Su Che's voice echoed like thunder, instantly sweeping across the awakening ceremony. As soon as he spoke, the previously noisy venue fell into a dead silence. The pin-drop silence lasted only a few seconds before erupting into a boiling uproar. What? Su Che actually chose 3 flevel ability users as apprentices. Is he crazy? Or does he know he's doomed to fail and has just given up? Incredible. Anyone with a sound mind would pick from a level ability students, right? The awakening site was thrown into chaos. Students and teachers alike were buzzing with discussion, and even the usually detached leadership was left speechless by this unexpected choice. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, No way. You were right. Someone actually chose the Jiang sisters to please Director Jiang. This statement seemed to hit pause on the commotion, and the scene fell silent once more. But soon, an even more intense wave of chatter surged through the crowd. So that's it. Su Che is trying to curry favor with Director Jiang. Who would have thought that seemingly honest Su Che would so boldly pursue Director Jiang? Outrageous. This is clearly pandering, and it must have been planned all along. Given that it involved the esteemed Jiang Lianyu, many teachers began to speak harshly, their words filled with disdain. Seeing how the situation was escalating, the school leadership finally intervened. Vice Principal Lei Ming stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table, and shouted angrily, Su Che, have you lost your mind? Choosing apprentices is not a game. You need to think carefully before making your decision. Lei Ming's eyes were filled with disappointment. Since the establishment of the martial exam in the era of Universal Ability Awakening, no flevel ability student had ever successfully entered university. While all students in the sprint class could enjoy additional school resources, these resources were limited. After the first month, the school would allocate resources based on the sprint class rankings. This practice was not unique to the First Ability High School, but was common across all high schools in Dacia. Choosing these 3 level talent students meant that Su Che's class would inevitably rank at the bottom in the sprint class test a month later, receiving the fewest resources in the entire school. In Lei Ming's view, the class's university admission rate in the martial exam 6 months later would undoubtedly fall short, akin to giving up entirely. Facing Vice Principal Lei's questioning, Su Che turned to meet the gaze of the fiery-tempered Vice Principal with unwavering determination. Vice Principal Lei, I'm serious. I am certain about taking Jiang Yu Li, Jiang Yu Shi, and Yi Shuangyu as my apprentices. Just kidding. With 3 promising SS-level talents right in front of me, how could I possibly give up? Today, nothing can stop me from taking them as disciples, not even Jesus. Su Che's eyes shone with determination, completely ignoring Lei Ming's well-meaning advice. This scene thoroughly infuriated Lei Ming, who glared at Su Che with his mustache bristling and faint arcs of electricity flickering around his fists. He shot Su Che a few angry glances before finally letting out a resigned huff and turning to Jiang Lianyue. Director Jiang, since teacher Su Che has made up his mind, please go ahead and record it. Lei Ming's voice had a trace of reluctance. He knew that once it was recorded, this mentor-disciple relationship would continue until the martial arts exam was over, barring any special circumstances. However, Jiang Lianyue seemed lost in thought and didn't respond immediately. Lei Ming had to raise his voice. Director Jiang, Director Jiang. His shout was so loud that the surrounding teachers and students covered their ears in pain. Jiang Lianyue snapped out of her reverie, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. All right, Principal Lei, I understand. Still, she hesitated to write, her gaze uncontrollably drawn to Su Che on stage. Initially, she only had a vague impression of Su Che, but now a peculiar expression flickered in her eyes. She hadn't expected Su Che to be willing to take Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi as his disciples just to please her. Su Che, oblivious to Jiang Lianyue's thoughts, was focused on waiting anxiously. Seeing that Jiang Lianyue still hadn't written anything, he grew more agitated and finally spoke up. Director Jiang, I'm serious. Please record it now. In Jiang Lianyue's eyes, Su Che's urgency seemed like a sign of determination. Many male teachers in the audience watched this scene with gritted teeth, wishing they could tear Su Che apart. Among them, a man with a delicate appearance and a sinister aura cast a deep look at Su Che, a hint of malice in his eyes. Jiang Lianyue seemed to make up her mind and asked once more. Teacher Su Che, I must ask again, are you sure you want to take Jiang Yu Li, Jiang Yu Shi, and Yi Shuangyu as your disciples? I am willing. Su Che nodded emphatically before Jiang Lianyue could finish her sentence. Please record it now, Director Jiang. I'm begging you. Jiang Lianyue finally picked up her pen and recorded. All right, I've noted it. From now on, Jiang Yu Li, Jiang Yu Shi, and Yi Shuangyu will be your disciples until the end of the sophomore martial arts exam. She added, Su Che, do you need to choose any other disciples? No, I don't. I'll just take these 3. Su Che immediately shook his head in refusal. Jiang Lianyue gave Su Che a long look before returning to her usual demeanor and announcing, I declare this sophomore year ability awakening ceremony officially concluded. Su Che immediately turned to Jiang Yu Li, Jiang Yu Shi, and Yi Shuangyu, a slight smile on his lips. Come on, call me master. At the scene of the awakening, the crowd quickly dispersed. Jiang Lianyue took one last deep look at the awakening platform before turning away, as her duties as the director of education awaited her attention. On the large platform, only Su Che, Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Shuangyu remained, each with a different expression. Su Che was barely able to contain his excitement, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Yi Shuangyu stood shyly in the corner, but her frequent glances towards Su Che betrayed her inner turmoil. The sisters Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi observed Su Che with complex expressions, a mix of curiosity, doubt, and a hint of gratitude. Although the sisters had seemed indifferent when Su Che took them as disciples, they were, after all, just 18-year-old girls. Witnessing others awaken Clevel or even Blevel abilities while they themselves only had Flevel abilities was a disappointment they could hardly conceal. As members of a prominent family, they buried this feeling deep inside. Su Che's decision today had injected a small, but significant warmth into their otherwise cold hearts. Jiang Yueli, with her purple hair, stepped forward to scrutinize Su Che and said, Old dang. Let me tell you, trying to win over my aunt this way is impossible. You might look okay, but your power is too weak. My aunt is about to break through to the 4th stage and become an extraordinary teacher. Once she does, she might be transferred to the First Ability University of Dacia. It's the most prestigious institution in all of Dacia, and nearly all the teachers there hold important positions. The gap between you two is too vast. Jiang Yueshi, with her white hair, was not to be outdone, though her tone was noticeably softer and more playful. Actually, you're quite handsome and look like you match well with my aunt. She was cut off by a sharp glare from Jiang Yueli. Sticking out her tongue, Jiang Yueshi quickly changed the subject, but your abilities are too weak. You wouldn't even rank among those pursuing my aunt. Even Lu Bo, the top-ranked teacher in your year, who also comes from one of the 6 major families of Weiqing, hasn't succeeded. Get to the point. Jiang Yueli glared at Jiang Yueshi again. The point is, Jiang Yueshi paused, blinking rapidly. What was the point again? Go play in the mud. Jiang Yueli pushed Jiang Yueshi aside and turned her gaze firmly on Su Che. The point is, we're grateful you chose us as your disciples, but if you're trying to use us to get to my aunt, that's absolutely not going to happen. Yeah, absolutely not. Jiang Yueshi echoed, waving her fist in agreement. Su Che's expression gradually became a spectacle of emotions. His mouth slowly opened, and his eyes widened as he thought to himself, what on earth is going on here? This is all a big misunderstanding. Sure, Jiang Lianyue is indeed beautiful, and I might be a bit tempted. No, no, no. What am I thinking? Even if Jiang Lianyue is stunning, I wouldn't jeopardize my career for that. Su Che shook his head in denial, claiming that he saw Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi as having extraordinary potential and immense talent, making them prodigies in martial arts. Although it was the truth, it felt unconvincing at that moment. The two sisters were amused, teasingly asking if he meant they were actually SS-level talents instead of Flevel. This statement hit Su Che like a punch, leaving him speechless. Su Che smiled bitterly inside, thinking those were his lines. His eyebrows twitched, and it felt like there was a lump of old blood stuck in his throat. His expression only confirmed the sisters' suspicions. Jiang Yuli pondered for a moment, then sighed and thanked him. She admitted that without Su Che, they might not even have qualified to take the martial arts exam. She promised to have the most skilled elders in her family teach them, and though attending the top supernatural university in Xia seemed unlikely, she would strive to get into a second-tier college so Su Che wouldn't lose his job. After speaking, Jiang Yuli pulled her sister away, but they went in the wrong direction. Jiang Yu, she helplessly reminded her that they were heading towards the cafeteria, causing Jiang Yu Li to blush and turn around, only to be corrected again. Eventually, Jiang Yu Li, embarrassed and angry, scolded her sister. Watching the pair leave, Su Che sighed helplessly. Being misunderstood was one thing, but the real issue was that they wouldn't let him teach them. This was troublesome because his awakened mentor system would be wasted without students to guide. He knew he couldn't rush this matter and needed to plan carefully. Su Che turned his hopes to Yi Xuanyue, forcing a smile as he spoke to her. Yi Xuanyue responded politely, but couldn't hide her curiosity. Su Che directly asked if she was curious about his reason for accepting students, and Yi Xuanyue nodded in agreement. She thought to herself that she didn't have the family background of the Jiang sisters, nor a beautiful aunt, and her only advantage might be her figure and appearance. Suddenly, a frightening thought crossed her mind, and she took a cautious half-step back, clutching her skirt tightly in an attempt to cover her legs. Just as her anxiety peaked, Su Che suddenly spoke, drawing out his words and lowering his voice. Actually, you haven't awakened in Flevel talent, but in SS-level talent. On the awakening platform, Su Che stared intently at Yi Xuanyue, his expression unusually serious. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and resolute. Actually, your talent isn't Flevel, but SS level. Yi Xuanyue was momentarily taken aback by his words. The tension and wariness in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a thick sense of strangeness. Her gaze unconsciously showed a hint of pity, as these words reminded her of similar claims made by Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi. Su Che seemed to notice the odd look in Yi Xuanyue's eyes and immediately added, to be precise, your awakened ability isn't the Flevel gluttonous mole, but the SS level devouring Taodai. His tone was filled with certainty, as if stating an indisputable fact. Yi Xuanyue nodded slightly, responding with an expressionless, oh, is that so? Her reaction was unnaturally calm. Seeing this, Su Che's mouth twitched slightly, and he hurriedly said, people of Daxia don't deceive people of Daxia. You have to believe me. This time, Yi Xuanyue didn't respond immediately. She looked deeply at Su Che for a few moments, as if weighing something, and finally nodded solemnly. Okay, I believe you. Really believe? Su Che pressed. Really, Yi Xuanyue replied, her tone flat. Liars swallow 1,000 needles, Su Che added, seemingly wanting further confirmation. Yi Xuanyue opened her mouth, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to say the words. Su Che's expression immediately turned somewhat grim. An awkward silence enveloped the two. Su Che sighed, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Yet, his expression remained surprisingly calm. When Su Che looked up again, an unusual glint flashed in his eyes. His voice suddenly brimmed with confidence. Let me ask you, since you entered your second year of high school, have you been feeling hungry every night at midnight, with the hunger growing stronger over time? This sentence struck Yi Xuanyue like a bolt of lightning. Her whole body tensed, the hairs on her neck stood on end, and cold sweat quickly broke out on her back. She stared at Su Che in disbelief. How? How do you know? Su Che didn't answer directly, but continued. At first, you could endure it, but later you had to use snacks to stave off the hunger. Eventually, snacks couldn't satisfy you at all. If I'm not mistaken, in the days leading up to the awakening ceremony, you would wake up hungry several times a night, and your craving for all kinds of meat has grown deeper. At this point, Su Che raised his voice. Am I right or not? Yi Xuanyue took 3 steps back, her pupils shrinking sharply, eyes filled with terror. She trembled as she repeated, How? How do you know? Everything Su Che said was precisely what Yi Xuanyue had been experiencing since her second year of high school. The unusual midnight hunger, the transition from snacks to an insatiable appetite, even the craving for exotic beast meat, these were secrets she had buried deep. As a girl raised with a lady's education, these changes frightened her too much to tell anyone, not even her parents. At this moment, standing on the awakening platform, Yi Xuanyue trembled, her heart churning with fear and confusion. She couldn't comprehend how Su Che knew these secrets that even her parents were unaware of. This realization made her feel an unprecedented sense of unease and vulnerability. This situation had troubled Yi Xuanyue for a long time, and it could even be said to be her deepest secret. However, at this moment, that secret was completely exposed to the light by Su Che. Yi Xuanyue's lips trembled slightly as she struggled to admit, You're right. Su Che grinned at her words, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. What did you call me? Yi Xuanyue lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Teacher Su Che. Although she was nominally Su Che's apprentice, like Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, she held a slight disdain for this bottom-ranked teacher. But at this moment, Su Che's image in her mind was undergoing a significant transformation. Teacher. Yi Xuanyue suddenly looked up, biting her lip, her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. I want to know how I can cure this condition. Since Su Che could identify the root of her problem, she believed there must be a solution. Foolish. Su Che's words boomed like thunder. This isn't a condition at all. Not a condition? But Yi Xuanyue clearly hadn't grasped it yet, her eyes full of confusion. Of course not. Su Che's tone was stern, his gaze piercing. As I said, you have an awakened and level ability, gluttonous mole, but an SS level ability, devouring Taotai. The energy required to awaken the devouring Taotai is immense. Ordinary people absorb energy through various breathing techniques, but as someone with the SS level ability of devouring Taotai, you can enhance your energy through devouring. Of course, you feel hungry. Su Che shook his head in disappointment and continued. If you had followed your instincts and kept eating, you might not have awakened the devouring Taotai, but you would at least have awakened an level ability. It's because you've repressed your desires too much that you only awakened an level ability. Hearing this, Yi Xuanyue's expression froze completely, as if she had turned into a weathered statue. Su Che's words had such a profound impact on her that she couldn't process them immediately. Enough. Since you call me teacher, I'll help you out. Wait here. With that, Su Che hurried off and returned a few minutes later carrying a sack. Teacher Su Che, what is this? Yi Xuanyue began, but her words trailed off when Su Che dropped the sack heavily on the ground. The best I could find in the cafeteria was this third-grade low-quality iron spike boar leg. I had it cooked medium rare. Eat it. Trust me. Su Che opened the sack, revealing the steaming boar leg. Gulp. Seeing the boar leg, larger than her face and still dripping with blood, Yi Xuanyue instinctively licked her lips. Reason told her she would never eat such a thing, but her body's desire made her want to devour it immediately. Go on, you must be starving. It's really delicious, trust me. Su Che coaxed, his eyes full of expectation, looking more excited than Yi Xuanyue. Gulp. Finally, after swallowing countless times, Yi Xuanyue seemed to make up her mind. She took the boar leg with her slender hands, turned around, and with a determined bite and closed eyes. MMM. It's delicious. Seeing this, Su Che's eyes shone brightly. 3 minutes later. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Xuanyue's aura suddenly surged, and her physical strength rapidly escalated. At the same time, Su Che heard the system notification in his ear. Ding. Yi Xuanyue's level ability, gluttonous mole, has successfully evolved into a level ability, bloodthirsty bear. Ding. Yi Xuanyue's cultivation has advanced from stage 1 level 1 to stage 1 level 3. System evaluation in progress. Reward conditions met. First time reward doubled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the apprentice's ability. The original level ability, Thorn Snake, has evolved into a level ability, Majestic Python. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing the apprentice's cultivation. Stage 3 level 1 cultivation has advanced to stage 3 level 3. Boom, boom, boom. 3 surges of power, 10 times stronger than Yi Xuanyue's, erupted from Su Che's body, like thunderclaps shattering the silence of the night sky. Su Che couldn't help but let out a low groan as the wild energy surged through his meridians like a runaway horse. This force persisted for several seconds before it gradually subsided, not disappearing, but rather seamlessly integrating into his entire being. Su Che clenched his fists, feeling the abundant energy coursing through him, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. His strength had leaped from the first level of the third rank to the third level of the third rank, equivalent to half a year of dedicated cultivation, even with the support of school resources. In the world of Blue Star, abilities are ranked from 1 to 9, each rank further divided into 9 levels. Even the principal of Pingqing's top ability high school was only at the 4th rank. Extraordinary ability users are highly sought after on Blue Star, with major powers vying for their allegiance, especially young ones with potential, who are coveted by top families. Su Che's heart raced. Beyond the enhancement of his power, what thrilled him more was the evolution of his ability. From a crank thorn serpent to a brank majestic python, his cultivation speed had increased several-fold. The extraordinary realm, once an unattainable dream, now seemed within reach. He even felt confident he could surpass Jiang Lianyue at the 9th level of the 3rd rank. Su Che turned his gaze to Yi Xuanyue. Even without a system prompt, he could tell that Yi Xuanyue had reached the 3rd level of the 1st rank. This seemingly modest improvement was actually astounding. After all, Yi Xuanyue had merely consumed a leg of feral pig, taking only 5 minutes. Such efficiency would make countless people envious. Of course, the rapid improvement was primarily due to Yi Xuanyue's long-term suppression of her body's desires. Even so, the talent to enhance one's strength merely through eating was terrifying enough. Typically, students who awaken their abilities in the 2nd semester of their sophomore year barely achieve the 1st level of the 1st rank. Even scions of great families like Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, who had access to secret family cultivation techniques, only reached the 2nd level of the 1st rank. Yet, reaching the 3rd level of the 1st rank was something only a handful of geniuses with awakened brank abilities could achieve among nearly 1,000 sophomores in Pingqing's top ability high school. Yi Xuanyue's potential had already far exceeded ordinary imagination. Yi Xuanyue gasped, her eyes filled with shock. She could distinctly feel the surging energy within her, like a torrent rushing through her meridians. She quickly realized that her abilities had soared to level 1, tier 3, leaving her momentarily at a loss. How is this possible? Yi Xuanyue murmured to herself, recalling the descriptions of power enhancements she had read about. Those dry words from the books flashed in her mind. Advancing from level 1, tier 1 to level 1, tier 3 typically required months of arduous practice. Yet, she had somehow jumped levels in the time it took to have a meal. Taking a deep breath, she focused on sensing her abilities. With a thought, her heartbeat quickened, and her blood surged through her body like a roaring river. In mere seconds, she felt her meridians had nearly doubled in width. Even more astonishing was the faint silhouette of a blood-red image that appeared in her pupils, unmistakably the figure of a bloodthirsty bear. Clenching her fists, Yi Xuanyue felt an unprecedented strength. She had a strong intuition that both her offensive and defensive capabilities had significantly improved. If she were to fight her previous self now, she was confident she could easily win. Suddenly, a thought struck her like lightning. Various inspirations bubbled up, quickly forming a clear line of reasoning. She abruptly looked up at Su Che, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Su Che smiled and nodded in confirmation. That's right, your ability has evolved into a clever ability, the bloodthirsty bear. He paused, then continued. Once your physical condition meets the requirements, and with my assistance, you can fully unlock the SS-level talent, Devourer of the Heavens. Yi Xuanyue's heart raced, and her breath quickened. As a child from an ordinary middle-class family, with parents who were senior employees at a pharmaceutical company, she had never imagined she possessed such astonishing potential. After awakening the Flevel ability, Gluttonous Mole, she had resigned herself to the reality of only participating in the college entrance exams. But Su Che's arrival had changed everything. Her strength had not only surged to level 1, tier 3, but her ability had also evolved to Clevel. Even more unbelievably, there was a possibility of evolving into the legendary SS-level Devourer of the Heavens in the future. Yi Xuanyue realized profoundly that her destiny had been utterly transformed by Su Che. Filled with immense gratitude, Yi Xuanyue suddenly bowed her head, clasped her hands, and deeply bowed to Su Che. Thank you, Teacher Su Che. In that moment, any last doubts she had about Su Che completely vanished. She wholeheartedly accepted and acknowledged Su Che as her teacher. Su Che smiled with satisfaction. Good, good, good. He did not refuse her gratitude, knowing it was the disciple's way of expressing the highest form of appreciation. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Su Che's mind. Ding detected Yi Xuanyue's trust in the host exceeds 60. The personal disciple binding function has been unlocked. You can currently bind up to 3 individuals, with the number increasing as the host's strength grows. Binding a personal disciple will grant additional rewards from their improvements. Daily cultivation progress of the personal disciple will be returned to the host, with a chance of triggering a critical boost. Ding detected potential binding candidate Yishuanyue. Would you like to initiate binding? Once started, it cannot be changed. Su Che was momentarily stunned, then a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. Extra rewards? He thought to himself. Without hesitation, he responded loudly in his mind. Bind, bind, bind. Pingcheng, Building 13, Unit 1, Tiantanjuan Community. After the high school second-year awakening ceremony for special abilities, all students and teachers were given a half-day off. After bidding farewell to Yishuanyue, Su Che found his way back home from memory. Standing below the towering building, Su Che looked up. The 33-story buildings were tightly packed, with only about 50 meters between them. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In this era, his home at 3302, with an area of 82.3 square meters, was considered a genuine luxury apartment worth millions of Disya currency. The uniqueness of this building lay in its construction materials. The concrete was mixed with a special alloy that could withstand attacks from flying beasts below the 4th tier. Su Che couldn't help but recall the history of rampant beasts on Blue Planet. That catastrophe destroyed most small countries, leaving only superpowers like Huaxiao, Americar, and Maoxiong with relatively intact social systems. After years of development and migration, humanity eventually formed 5 major national alliances: the Disya Alliance, the American Alliance, the European Union, the Maoxiong Alliance, and the Island Nation Alliance. Besides their main base cities, these alliances collectively owned 23 satellite cities. All surviving humans were concentrated in these satellite cities and the 5 base cities. Among them, the strongest Disya Alliance had 6 satellite cities, while the weakest Island Nation Alliance had only 3. Su Che's location, Pingcheng, was one of the 6 satellite cities of the Disya Alliance, with a population of nearly 200 million. Such a massive population crammed into a small city made land resources extremely valuable. In this context, the 33-story building where Su Che's family lived was already considered a villa. Taking a deep breath, Su Che began his climb. The satellite city's electricity resources were scarce, and even this villa area had no elevators. To enjoy an elevator, one would have to move to Yunlong Mountain in the southern suburbs, home to Pingcheng's elite families and high-ranking officials, not accessible just by wealth alone. However, in an era where everyone could awaken special abilities, climbing stairs was no big deal. The physical fitness of the entire population had significantly improved, and even those with the lowest level talent could easily climb 33 floors without a break. As Su Che climbed silently, elderly men with graying hair occasionally sped past him. Each elder who overtook him cast peculiar glances, their eyes filled with disdain. Being underestimated by these old men, Su Che chuckled inwardly. Suddenly, Su Che decided to showcase his strength. He tensed his muscles and channeled his abilities into his legs. In an instant, he turned into a blur, shooting upward like an arrow. 10 floors, 20 floors, 30 floors. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 33rd floor. Su Che instinctively glanced at his watch, surprised to find the entire ascent took only a minute. Previously, it would take him at least 2 to 3 minutes to climb 33 floors at full speed. Now, not only had the time shortened, but he hadn't even exerted his full strength. This meant his physical fitness had improved at least 2 to 3 times. Su Che's lips curled into a smile, secretly pleased. Indeed, my success is all thanks to relentless hard work. Knock, knock, knock. Su Che took a deep breath, composed himself, and knocked on the door of room 3302. His heart was beating a little faster. After all, this was only the 2nd or 3rd time he had been home this year. The high school for those with special abilities didn't have winter or summer breaks, and with dorms for students, he rarely went home. Suddenly, a rough voice accompanied by the sound of footsteps came from inside. The specially made alloy door swung open, and a broad, square face with thick eyebrows and large eyes peeked out. Who is it? Ah, my boy. The man's face immediately broke into a joyful grin upon seeing Su Che. He strode forward and embraced Su Che tightly. Oh, my boy. I've missed you so much. Su Che's face darkened instantly, and he quickly glanced around. Put me down. No. Put me down. No. Su Dachuan. By the power of Shudao Mountain. Su Dachuan reflexively shivered and quickly let go. All right. I'll put you down. No need to use your mom's words to scare me. He paused for a moment, then slapped his forehead. You must be hungry. Let me make you something tasty, your favorite Zhajiangmian. Just wait. With that, Su Dachuan hurried off to the kitchen. Su Che silently pursed his lips and walked inside, suddenly stopping in his tracks. His gaze was drawn to a meticulously cleaned family photo at the entrance. His eyes moved from Su Dachuan on the left, past himself in the middle, and finally rested on the short-haired, intellectual woman on the right. The woman had a beautiful smile, her eyes turning into crescents, and her features bore a strong resemblance to Su Che. But unlike him, her eyes were blue. This was his mother, Su Yinxiu, who had passed away from illness when he was just 7. Su Che quietly adjusted the family photo before turning his gaze to the kitchen. Seeing Su Dachuan skillfully chopping vegetables, his eyes welled up. After his mother's passing, his father had quit his prestigious teaching job to take on the responsibility of raising him alone. It wasn't until Su Che grew up that Su Dachuan started his business in spiritual plants. Honest and fair, he earned a good living over the years. But aside from buying this apartment, all the money went towards Su Chi's upbringing. Countless potions from Hio Pharmaceutical were consumed to barely advance him to a third-level ability user by the age of 26. Later, large sums were spent to secure a teaching position for Su Che at the top ability high school in Pengcheng. Su Dakin's life was almost entirely devoted to his son. Here it is, hot and delicious zhajiangmian. Eat it while it's warm. Su Dakin's voice snapped Su Che out of his thoughts. Soon, a bowl of zhajiangmian, perfect in color, aroma, and taste, was placed on the table. Su Che took the bowl and chopsticks, tasted a bit, and silently pursed his lips. Then, he devoured the noodles ravenously, finishing the large bowl in minutes. Thank you, Dad. Su Che stood up, uttered these words, and almost fled to his room, closing the door with a bang. That simple bowl of noodles made him fully appreciate Su Dachuan's sacrifices. Outside the door, Su Dachuan stood bewildered. It took him a good 10 seconds to snap out of it, and he quietly gathered the dishes and retreated to the kitchen. As the kitchen door closed, tears silently rolled down his cheeks. Ah, the wind is really strong today. The night passed without further incident. Early the next morning, Su Che got up. It was the first official day of school, and he needed to go to the logistics office to collect cultivation resources. As he opened his door, he found breakfast already laid out on the table. He smiled knowingly, but his attention was caught by a plant on the table that looked strikingly like a pot hose. Surprisingly, the leaves of this plant were covered in black spots. With a thought, Su Che activated his discerning ability. Name, Luoying grass. Level, 3rd tier, medium grade. Effect, the roots can be brewed into tea to slightly enhance ability cultivation efficiency and are a key ingredient in 3rd tier energy potions. Defect, severe lack of sunlight has led to aphid infestation and leaf disease. Solution, exposed to sunlight for a cumulative 8 hours. In Su Che's home in the Tiantanjuan community, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow in the room. Su Che was intently focused on the ethereal screen in front of him. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted into a delighted smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Incredible! I can even see the flaws of spiritual plants. Su Che murmured in amazement. Although the ability to discern flaws in all things was mentioned in the manual, it wasn't until he experienced it firsthand that Su Che truly grasped its power. As the son of a major spiritual plant cultivator, Su Che had grown up immersed in the world of spiritual plants. He was well-versed in their classification, understanding that it paralleled the grading of superhumans from the lowest, grade 1 inferior, to the highest, grade 9 superior. Grade 9 spiritual plants were considered sacred medicines, rumored to have gained sentience, and were beyond the reach of small cultivators like his family. The highest grade the Su family dealt with was grade 3 superior, not even close to grade 4. Spiritual plants above grade 3 underwent qualitative changes, with prices at least 10 times higher. Without a superhuman's presence, the Su family couldn't enter such a high-end market. However, even managing a business with plants below grade 3 was no easy task. Su Che recalled his father's frequent reminders. From seed to maturity, every growth stage of a spiritual plant required meticulous care. Each plant had unique growth habits, and any negligence could lead to the seedling's demise. Even upon reaching maturity, one couldn't let their guard down. Pests like aphids, diseases like wilting, and other threats could strike at any moment, making recovery nearly impossible. Su Che's gaze fell on the grade 3 medium-quality Luo Ing grass on the table. This plant was worth at least 10,000 daxia currency, equivalent to his monthly salary. If only he could see its flaws. Son, you're up early. I've made breakfast for you. See if it's still warm. Su Dachuan's voice suddenly interrupted Su Che's thoughts. Su Che grabbed a piece of egg pancake and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "It's perfect, not cold at all." His eyes, however, remained fixed on the Luo Ing grass on the table. What's going on with this? Su Dachuan glanced at the plant, his face immediately scrunching up. Ah, don't even mention it. He sighed. Such a good grade 3 medium-quality Luo Ing grass. The buyer even paid a deposit, and we were set to deliver it tomorrow. But now it's fallen ill, and we're going to lose money, a lot of it. Talking about losses, Su Dachuan began to lament, on the verge of tears. Oh, Su Che mused, chewing on the pancake and finishing it quickly. Checking the time, he stood up. I've got things at school, so I'm heading out. Grabbing his jacket and opening the door, just before leaving, Su Che turned back to Su Dachuan. You know, since the Luo Ing grass is almost a goner, maybe a bit of sunlight could do some good. With a click of the door closing, Su Dachuan was left dumbfounded inside. Sunlight? This is Luo Ing grass. not a sunflower. Su Dachuan muttered, clearly dismissive of Su Che's suggestion. Having cultivated spiritual plants for years, he prided himself on his knowledge of their care. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, Su Dachuan silently moved the luo ing grass to his sunny windowsill. Since it's beyond saving, might as well give it a try, he muttered to himself. When that kid comes back, I'll have a good laugh at his expense. I'm so clever. Huh. Su Che walked briskly towards school, his mind replaying the recent scene. He was secretly relieved he had noticed the issue with the luo ing grass in time, hoping his father would heed his advice. Soon, Su Che arrived at the logistics office of Pingcheng First Advanced Abilities High School. When he got there, a line of 7 or 8 people had already formed. This year's martial arts exam prep class had 18 teachers, meaning there would be 18 instructors. Su Che took a deep breath, quietly taking his place at the end of the queue, waiting for his turn. Today marks the official first day of school, and teachers from the intensive class are arriving at the logistics office to collect a month's worth of class resources. The air is filled with a mix of tension and anticipation, as everyone is acutely aware of the importance of this month. Su Che arrived early and managed to get to the front of the line in less than 5 minutes. When he stated his name, the resource manager paused for a moment, eyeing him with a peculiar look. Su Che sighed inwardly. He knew that his feet, from the previous day, had already spread throughout the school. Is there a problem? Su Che asked, feigning ignorance, though he felt a sense of helplessness inside. The manager gave an awkward smile and replied, No, no problem. He glanced down at the list. Your class number is 18, which means class 18. There are 3 of you. Yishuan Yue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi. Is that correct? Class 18, huh? Su Che's mouth twitched slightly. No problem. The manager quickly packed the resources into a backpack. 9 first-level energy potions, 3 first-level library access tokens, and 3 first-level gravity chamber 10-hour training cards. Su Che took the backpack, mentally criticizing the school's stinginess. With the backpack on his shoulder, Su Che turned to leave. He had already mapped out a plan in his mind to boost Yi Xuanyue's abilities. However, just then, a mocking voice came from nearby. Hey, isn't this Su Che, the most devoted teacher from Pingcheng's #1 supernatural high school? Haha, don't rush off, share some of your devoted follower experiences with us, will you? This unexpected taunt made Su Che stop in his tracks. He knew that a battle of wits was likely awaiting him. In front of the logistics office at the First Ability High School, an unpleasant encounter was unfolding. Su Che was about to leave when a sharp, mocking voice rang in his ears. Oh, isn't this the First Ability High School's most devoted teacher, Mr. Su Che? Haha, don't rush off. Share some of your loyal dog experiences with us, will you? Su Che furrowed his brows, stopped, and turned around. He saw 3 young men approaching him. Leading them was a man with a level 2 teacher badge on his chest, while the other 2 wore level 1 badges. The leader had distinct features: sparse eyebrows, small eyes, a pointy chin, and high, sharp cheekbones. Upon recognizing this distinctive face, a memory flashed through Su Che's mind. Long Outyin. He murmured with a peculiar expression. This unremarkable-looking young man was indeed named Long Outyin. Despite his grand-sounding name, he was actually a sycophant, known for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He often relied on his association with the star teacher Lu Bo to pick on new teachers without connections. Clearly, Su Che, whose teaching performance was perennially at the bottom, was one of his targets. Long Outyin strutted up to Su Che, and although he was shorter, he stood with his hands in his pockets, tilting his head as he looked at Su Che with a superior air. Su Che, why aren't you saying anything? Are you embarrassed? Or just unwilling to share? Could it be that you're shy? Meanwhile, Long Outyin's 2 companions skillfully moved behind Su Che, effectively blocking his way out. At the scene, there were teachers from the second-year sprint class, the first-year training class, and the third-year cultural exam class collecting resources. However, upon witnessing the situation, everyone lowered their heads, clearly not wanting to get involved. Although many present had more power than Long Outyin, it was well known that he had the backing of Lu Bo from the 6 great families of Weiqing. Su Che glanced around, his eyes narrowing slightly, and spoke with a hint of coldness in his voice. What do you want? As he recalled past memories, his disdain for Long Outyin welled up instinctively. Long Outyin was momentarily taken aback, then burst into exaggerated laughter as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. He scrutinized Su Che for a few moments and then laughed uproariously. Ha! Did you seriously ask what I want? Oh my god, did you hear that? He actually asked what I want. Long Outyin clutched his stomach, laughing so hard that he nearly burst into tears, while his 2 sidekicks joined in, looking at Su Che with pity. The laughter lasted about 10 seconds before Long Outyin suddenly stopped and his voice turned icy. Su Che, don't play dumb with me. You know exactly what I want. So hand it over before things get ugly. Su Che's voice was calm and emotionless. You want to take half of my teaching resources for this month? In the memories, the reason why the original Su Che's teaching performance remained at the bottom was largely due to Long Outyin. Not only were his teaching resources siphoned off, but even the cultivation resources allocated to teachers had to be turned over to Long Outyin. In this vicious cycle, the original Su Che's teaching results were poor, and his personal abilities stagnated. He had reported the situation to the school multiple times, but each time he was brushed off with a claim that it was under investigation. The accumulated frustration, coupled with news that he might be dismissed, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Half. No, no, no. Long Outyin sneered, shaking his head with contempt gleaming in his eyes. His voice grew louder until he was practically shouting. It was supposed to be half, but you had to go after Director Jiang. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? Do you think Director Jiang is someone you can pursue? Do you not know that young Master Lu Bo is also after her, competing with him for a woman? Lu Bo is generous, but I can't swallow this. After speaking, Long Outyin puffed out his chest, as if mentioning Lu Bo filled him with pride. His demeanor was full of arrogance and self-satisfaction, as if victory was already his. Su Che heard him, and a cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He coolly uttered 3 words, "What a dog." This statement was like a bolt of lightning, freezing everyone in place. The air seemed to solidify, and even the logistics manager's actions halted. Shock, disbelief, and astonishment slowly crept onto everyone's faces. No one expected Su Che, who was always seen as a pushover, to publicly say such a thing. What the hell did you say? Long Outyin's face turned as dark as a pot, his shoulders trembling with rage. As someone who considered himself superior, being called out as a lackey was the ultimate insult. Su Che's dark pupils narrowed into slits, with the reflection of a serpent faintly visible. His aura, charged with emotion, inadvertently seeped out, his voice low and threatening. I said, good dogs don't block the way. Move. Under Su Che's intense gaze, Long Outyin shuddered, his scalp tingling. For a moment, he felt like he was being targeted by a deadly snake, his skin crawling with goosebumps. It took several seconds for the feeling to fade. It must be an illusion, just an illusion. Long Outyin reassured himself internally, trying to calm his fears. He forced himself to recall their power difference. Though both were clever enhancers, Su Che was only at Tier 3, Level 1, while he was at Tier 3, Level 3, a full 2 levels ahead. Regaining his confidence, Long Outyin sneered. Su Che, do you dare speak to me like that? Are you looking for death? You still have time to beg for my forgiveness. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll regret it. Oh, Su Che's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement. And what would I need to do to earn your forgiveness? Seeing Su Che seemingly back down, Long Outyin's doubts vanished, and he arrogantly declared, simple. Hand over the resources in your backpack, and make sure to do so every month. You're going to be fired soon anyway, so it's pointless to keep them. Also, for insulting me earlier, I won't make it too hard on you, just kneel and slap yourself 20 times. If you can do that, I might consider forgiving you. Su Che listened carefully and nodded expressionlessly. Understood. Lesson learned. What the hell have you understood? Hurry up and apologize on your knees. Long Outyin raised his chin high, exuding superiority. Those around lowered their heads, seemingly unable to bear watching, as if already accepting Su Che's miserable fate. However, Su Che spoke softly, his tone icy. I've understood that everything in this world is determined by strength. Long Outyin's brows knitted in displeasure. Stop your babbling, and before he could finish, his vision blurred. By the time he realized, a powerful slap was rapidly coming towards him. A sharp smack echoed, and Long Outyin was sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground. The entire scene fell silent. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief at the sudden turn of events. A sudden storm swept through the logistics office as Su Che's slap landed like a bolt of lightning, freezing everyone in place. All eyes turned sharply to Su Che, the air thick with tension and unease. The sound of swallowing filled the room, setting a rhythm for the impending storm. Teachers from the second-year sprint class, first-year training class, and third-year literature class all stared wide-eyed at one another in disbelief. Some exaggeratedly widened their eyes as if they might pop out, while others rubbed them, questioning their own sight. After the initial shock, chaos erupted in the room. Whispers spread rapidly. Did I see that right? Did Su Che really hit him? Long Outyin was definitely knocked to the ground. Has Su Che lost his mind? Is he acting out because he's about to be fired? He's foolish. Offending Long Outyin is worse than offending Lu Bo. This guy is just a scoundrel. Su Che is in trouble. Someone get the director quickly before things get worse. Amidst the chaos, few noticed a crucial detail. Long Outyin hadn't reacted at all when Su Che struck. Behind Su Che, 2 of Long Outyin's followers spoke up, their voices trembling with fear and disbelief. Su Che, how dare you? How dare you strike Teacher Long? You're finished. Even if you kneel and apologize now, it won't help. Although they were closest to Su Che, they hadn't seen his movements clearly. It was as if Long Outyin had suddenly been thrown to the ground. Su Che cast a cold glance at the 2 lackeys, his eyes glinting with a faint, eerie light. That single look was enough to make the 2 teachers from the first-year training class, with their mere second-stage cultivation, feel as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss, their blood nearly freezing. Meanwhile, a few meters away on the marble floor, Long Outyin clutched his mouth, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Ugh. In just a few seconds, he spat out a tooth wrapped in thick blood onto the ground. Long Outyin slowly got to his feet, his face twisted in pain. His right cheek was swollen, a vivid red handprint visible, more striking than a slap on pork. Moreover, his already narrow right eye had been squeezed into a slit by the swollen cheek. Overall, his right face looked like an enlarged version of the left. Suche, you should. Long Outyin, furious, was about to explode, but the intense pain interrupted him, causing him to gasp repeatedly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. His cheeks trembled. More unbearable than the fiery pain was the blow to his dignity. He never imagined that Suche, whom he usually manipulated with ease, would dare to attack him. He had always bullied those powerless teachers without fail. Having lost face to Suche, Long Outyin was seething with rage. He forced himself to endure the severe pain on his face, slowly extending his neck, with a venomous glint in his only good eye. Just as he was about to threaten Suche, Suche's hand struck again like lightning, landing heavily on Long Outyin's left cheek. Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the air. Once again caught off guard, Long Outyin's body traced a perfect arc, crashing heavily to the ground at the exact spot he had landed before. Suche felt a secret satisfaction, his Virgo perfectionism from 2 lifetimes greatly appeased. The scene plunged into silence, faces filled with shock and confusion. They were not only stunned by Suche's actions, but puzzled as to why Long Outyin didn't dodge. Some even suspected he was deliberately extending his neck to be hit. However, some senior teachers seemed to have figured it out. Long Outyin didn't want to dodge. He simply hadn't reacted in time. Struggling to his feet, Long Outyin spat out a white tooth. His left cheek was swollen high, and his left eye was squeezed into a slit. Suche frowned, noticing the asymmetry in the swelling of Long Outyin's cheeks, feeling an itch as if ants were crawling over him. Arg, you're dead meat. Long Outyin was utterly enraged, losing all rationality. He couldn't comprehend why Suche had managed to injure him twice, with only one thought left in his mind: to fiercely teach Suche a lesson. Boom! With supernatural power augmenting him, Long Outyin's third-level abilities exploded. Suche retracted his breaking vision, saying oddly, Clevel enhanced ability Iron Thorn Boar? Killing boars is my specialty. The fight ended quickly. Charging with full force, Long Outyin was slapped away by Suche again. This time, Suche didn't give him any chance to breathe. You said 20 slaps earlier, so we have 18 left, Suche said, placing a foot on Long Outyin's chest and grinning as he continued to slap. Smack, smack, smack. The crackling sounds echoed like firecrackers. As he struck, Suche muttered to himself, the left's a bit higher. Oh, now the right's higher again. By the 18th slap, Long Outyin's cheeks were finally swollen to the same height because they couldn't swell anymore. Suche exhaled deeply, satisfied as he looked at the unconscious Long Outyin with his eyes rolled back. He realized then that this was the suppression of a Blevel ability over a Clevel one. Even though they both were at the third level, the difference in ability levels made it easy for him to subdue Long Outyin. Suche even felt that he could handle 3 opponents like Long Outyin at once. Suddenly, Suche remembered something and walked slowly towards the logistics office. The teachers in line stepped aside, and the administrator's attitude was much warmer than before. Suche chuckled to himself, knowing full well that everything depended on strength. Pointing at Long Outyin, he said, Teacher Long's teaching resources haven't been picked up yet, right? He's injured, so I'll collect them for him. The scene was silent, the atmosphere awkward. Although the administrator looked troubled, under Suche's sharp gaze, they quickly organized Long Outyin's teaching materials. Suche strapped on a backpack noticeably heavier than his own, smiling broadly. I'll thank you on behalf of Teacher Long, he said, stepping over Long Outyin's body nonchalantly and walking away, leaving behind a group of stunned onlookers. First Ability High School, Teaching Building. The westernmost corner of the 33rd floor. Suche stood in front of a classroom door that had clearly been converted from a storage room, his mouth twitching involuntarily. The paint on the door that read Class 28, Grade 2, was still wet, emitting a pungent odor. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Just endure for a month, and Class 18 will no longer be underestimated. The incident with Long Outyin made Suche realize that this school is even more brutally realistic than society itself, where everything is based on strength. Instead of being angry or complaining, it's better to earn respect with ability. He pushed open the creaky door and walked into the small yet sparse classroom, which seemed empty with only 3 desks and chairs. The names Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yishuan Yue were carved into the desks, representing the only 3 students in Class 18. Remembering what the Jiang sisters said when they left yesterday, Suche shook his head. Despite the Jiang family being one of the 6 major families in Weiqing and having the wealth to hire excellent private tutors, Su Che was confident that no one but him could see the true potential of the Jiang sisters, let alone help them achieve second or even third ability evolution. On Blue Star, a second evolution of abilities, while not unheard of, is extremely rare and elusive. Some evolve in life and death situations, others break through during training, and some even awaken in their sleep. However, these cases are limited to abilities below a level, and one can only evolve once in a lifetime, each time advancing just one level. Without his help, the Jiang sisters would likely remain at inflexible talent for life. Su Che held his head in his hands, looking helpless. He knew the sisters currently lacked trust in him, but he was confident that Yi Shuangyue's example would be persuasive. Yi Shuangyue not only advanced from the first to the third stage of level 3, but also evolved her clever ability to level, effectively suppressing Long Outyin. Although Long Outyin's strength was average among second-level teachers, this was just the beginning. If Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi improved under his guidance, becoming third-level teachers was not out of reach. However, all of this depended on the Jiang sisters attending class. Just as Su Che was lost in thought, his watch vibrated, interrupting him. 2 text messages arrived in quick succession, making Su Che's heart tighten with a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, upon opening the messages, Su Che's expression darkened. The first was from Jiang Yueli. "Old dang, something's come up at home. I'm taking a month's leave. That's it, bye." Su Che imagined the haughty tone of the purple-haired girl. Then he opened the second message from Jiang Yueshi. "Hey handsome, our family found a retired third-level teacher for me and sis. We'll be training at home this month. Don't worry, we'll work hard to get into college. Omega." Su Che's vision went black. His worst fear had come true. If he were still the underdog he used to be, the gesture from the Jiang sisters, Yu Li and Yu Shi, would indeed be heartwarming. But the problem is, he has toughened up now. What a situation. As Su Che pondered this with a look of helplessness, the classroom door suddenly creaked open. Yi Shuangyue, clad in a flowing white dress, gracefully entered the room. Her long neck and pale, shining legs made her resemble a noble swan. Seeing Su Che, who had arrived early, her eyes curved into crescent moons as she sweetly greeted, "Good morning, teacher." Snapping out of his thoughts, Su Che managed a slight smile. "You're here so early?" He was somewhat surprised since the senior high school sprint class didn't have morning sessions, with official classes starting at 9. It was not yet 8, more than an hour early. Yi Shuangyue appeared a bit shy, softly explaining, "I woke up early, and there wasn't much to do at home so." Her words carried a hint of embarrassment. Su Che furrowed his brows, suddenly smacking his forehead as he realized. "Did you wake up hungry again?" He remembered that Yi Shuangyue had the latent SSS ability of the gluttonous beast, which required a massive amount of energy to fully awaken. Previously, she had managed to suppress her instincts, but yesterday's fierce boar leg had fully awakened her appetite, making it impossible to control. Blushing slightly, Yi Shuangyue lowered her head and softly murmured, "Yes." In truth, ever since she ate the boar leg yesterday, she had been too hungry to sleep all night. Not wanting to bother Su Che, she had endured it until now. Feeling a wave of guilt, Su Che took her hand without hesitation. "It's my fault. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria and eat before class." With that, he led Yi Shuangyue briskly towards the cafeteria. In the school's second cafeteria, Su Che stood at the fierce beast food counter, placing his order. Although it was still early and the cafeteria was not crowded, his actions drew attention due to the sheer amount of food he was ordering. "Chef, do you have any more boar legs? Give me 3, no 5. Yes, 3/4 cooked. And 10 pounds of golden-horned iron rhino meat, also 3/4 cooked." Su Che ordered a large amount of beast food, causing those around to take notice. It's morning, who can eat that much beast food? Won't it be too much? Isn't that Su Che from the senior sprint class? Why is he ordering so much? No idea. I heard he took in 2 level ability students to please Director Jiang. Maybe he's regretting it and trying to eat himself to death. Who knows? But I'm curious to see how he plans to eat all that. Despite the murmurs around him, Su Che remained unfazed. The cafeteria chef worked swiftly, preparing the beast food in no time. Under the watchful eyes of onlookers, Su Che, carrying the boar legs and with rhino meat in his mouth, approached the somewhat restless Yi Shuangyue. He grinned and placed the food in front of her, kindly saying, "Eat up, we can always get more if it's not enough." In the second cafeteria, Yi Shuangyue sat in front of 5 ferocious pig legs and 10 pounds of iron rhinoceros meat, causing her to swallow nervously. She murmured softly to herself, "Are these all for me? I'm not that hungry." But before she could finish, her stomach betrayed her with a loud grumble, bringing a blush to her fair cheeks. Su Che chuckled and pushed the tray towards her. "Yes, it's all yours. I've had my fill. Go ahead and eat." Yi Shuangyue replied softly, gracefully pulling out a corner of a handkerchief and placing it on her collar. She carefully picked up her knife and fork, eating in small bites while glancing around nervously. Noticing her behavior, Che frowned slightly before relaxing. He patiently said, "You need to understand that whether you're at school or in society, other people's opinions don't matter. What matters is your strength. As long as you're strong enough, no matter what you do, others will justify it. Without sufficient strength, even if you do everything perfectly, people will still nitpick." He paused, then asked, "Do you understand?" Yi Xuanyue paused. Her chewing halted, and a look of realization crossed her eyes. After a moment of silence, she nodded solemnly. "Thank you, teacher. I think I understand now." With those words, a subtle change seemed to sweep over her demeanor. "Good." Che nodded with satisfaction. Yi Xuanyue put down her knife and fork, lightly pressing her lips. "Teacher, I'm going to start eating for real now, but I might eat a bit quickly." Che waved dismissively. "Oh, don't worry about it. I've seen it all." However, the next moment, Che's eyes widened in disbelief as one of the pig legs vanished in just 30 seconds. In just over 3 minutes, Yi Xuanyue elegantly wiped her mouth with her napkin and announced, "Teacher, I'm done. Shall we go?" "Teacher? Teacher?" Yi Xuanyue called again when Che didn't respond. "Huh." Che snapped back to reality. "Sorry, I'm ready." "Oh." Che nodded blankly, staring at the empty tray. Internally, he was shocked. I underestimated her. Even though he knew Yi Xuanyue had the talent of a devouring glutton, he hadn't expected her eating speed to be this fast. If he had encountered someone like this during military training with communal meals, he might have called the authorities. Taking a deep breath, Che suppressed his surprise and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the library." Soon, the two left the second cafeteria. After they left, the entire cafeteria fell silent. It took over 10 seconds before someone whispered, "Did I imagine it? Was it really that dignified girl who ate all that beast meat, and not Che? They couldn't have been here for more than 10 minutes, right? And it's all gone? How? It wasn't even 10 minutes." Another voice chimed in. From the time they got the food to when they left, it was under 5 minutes. Shortly after, Che led Yi Xuanyue to the library. Despite its ancient-sounding name, there wasn't a single physical book inside. The library was a modern, dome-shaped building with 3 levels, the ground floor being the largest and the topmost the smallest. All breathing techniques and combat skills were stored virtually. In this era of rampant beasts, this was the best way to preserve humanity's knowledge. Beep. Secondary identity token detected. Identity, secondary teacher Che, access granted. Beep. Primary identity token detected. Identity, martial arts exam candidate Yi Xuanyue, access granted. The library tower stood majestically, its circular architecture exuding an aura of solemnity. Che and Yi Xuanyue stood before the grand entrance as 2 blue virtual screens scanned their bodies in sequence. Once their identities were confirmed, the heavy doors slowly opened with a deep, resonating rumble. Che stepped forward first, with Yi Xuanyue following closely behind. As they crossed the threshold, the scene before them changed abruptly. With a swift sound, they found themselves in a room the size of a classroom. The walls were lined with simulated bookshelves, filled with neatly arranged books that exuded a rich atmosphere of knowledge. "Welcome to the first level of the library tower," the voice of the intelligence system echoed in the spacious room. "This level is accessible to all martial arts exam candidates and teachers. Here, you have a choice of 3 breathing techniques and 369 categorized combat skills. Please note, you may only select 1 breathing technique and 1 combat skill." Yi Xuanyue instinctively looked at Che, her eyes filled with both anticipation and a hint of confusion. "Teacher, how should I choose?" Che shook his head with a wry smile. "Let's start by looking at the most important breathing techniques." He sighed inwardly, feeling that it was somewhat inadequate for a top-ranking high school in Pengcheng to offer only 3 choices of breathing techniques to students. However, he quickly came to terms with it, knowing that breathing techniques are fundamental to cultivation and extremely important. For Pengcheng's top supernatural abilities high school to provide 3 options for ordinary students was already quite generous. It's well known that even the most basic breathing techniques are exorbitantly priced and often unavailable in the market. "Show the introduction for the 3 breathing techniques," Che said firmly. As soon as he spoke, 3 light screens appeared in the room, each displaying detailed information about a different breathing technique. 1. Xiaozhou Tian breathing technique. Level, yellow rank mid-grade. Created by Master Taimu of the 6th rank education department based on ancient texts, this technique allows supernatural powers to flow into the dantian and through the meridians, enabling continuous energy at its peak. 2. 9 apertures breathing technique. Level, yellow rank mid-grade. Created by Master Gu Yi of the Great Xia's First University of Supernatural Abilities, this technique focuses on the 9 apertures, allowing the storage capacity of supernatural powers to increase up to 9 times at its peak. 3. Limit compression breathing technique. Level, black rank low grade. The creator of this technique is unknown. It allows supernatural powers to be continuously compressed to unleash immense strength. Note, this technique has some flaws. as it periodically drains potential during cultivation, making it extremely easy to exhaust the body. Choose with caution. Black rank low grade. Suche exclaimed, a hint of shock in his eyes. He hadn't expected to find a black rank low grade breathing technique on the first level. Even the best on the second level of the library tower is only a black rank mid-grade breathing technique, which is the one he is currently practicing. Breathing techniques are categorized by their rarity into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The limit compression breathing technique was 2 levels higher than the other 2, making it an obvious choice. However, Suche quickly noticed the note about the limit compression breathing technique. It drains potential and easily exhausts the body. A realization dawned on him, explaining why such a valuable breathing technique was placed on the first level. It had a flaw. Generally, a person's potential is limited, and once exhausted, it leads to depletion of vital energy, resulting in serious illness or even death. But Suche's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, as if he had discovered limitless possibilities. For ordinary people, potential is indeed limited. But for Yi Xuanyue, what she needed most was to tap into her potential. One person's poison is another's elixir. The limit compression breathing technique was simply the perfect choice. Thump, thump, thump. Suche's heart raced, his blood seemingly boiling. Without much hesitation, only one thought echoed in his mind. Choose the limit compression breathing technique. In the library's first floor, shadows danced among the towering bookshelves. Yi Xuanyue's eyes were sharp as she unhesitatingly pointed to a book emitting a peculiar glow. I choose this extreme compression breathing technique. As soon as she finished speaking, the other 2 breathing techniques in the light screen transformed into specks of starlight and vanished, leaving only the one she chose, still shining. The voice of the intelligent light brain confirmed Yi Xuanyue's selection, informing her that access was granted and she could enter the virtual space for learning at any time. Suche's lips curled into a slight smile, clearly pleased with Yi Xuanyue's trust. He said softly, "Go ahead and choose a combat skill. We'll study together later." Yi Xuanyue nodded in agreement and began reviewing the martial skills descriptions. In an instant, the surrounding walls were filled with dense light screens, displaying the names of 369 martial skills, ranging from Wave God Fist to Heavenly Forge Body Technique and Wind and Thunder Spear Technique, offering a wide array of levels and grades. Faced with such an overwhelming selection, Yi Xuanyue looked to Suche for guidance. Understanding her need, Suche quickly filtered out the 3 highest-grade hand-to-hand combat skills. The light brain responded swiftly, and in a blink, detailed information on Star Shatter Fist, Thunderous Leg, and Flame Dragon Sky Palm appeared in the center of the screen. Suche's attention was immediately drawn to the Star Shatter Fist. Although this Earth-level lower-grade skill was the highest in rank, a small note at the end of the description caught his eye. Note: part of the technique is missing, leading to significantly reduced power. Choose with caution. After a moment of contemplation, Suche decisively spoke. Let's choose the Star Shatter Fist. With Vision Break, we can identify the flaws in all things and find solutions. Completing the missing parts of the technique shouldn't be an issue. Yi Xuanyue quickly made her decision. I choose the Star Shatter Fist. With the confirmation from the intelligent light brain, the surrounding light screens dimmed abruptly, and a portal of light appeared on the wall. Suche advised, ahead is the virtual space room. Go there to learn first. Once you've mastered it, come find me in the classroom. I'll be waiting for you there. With that, he left the library in a hurry, eager to test the new inspiration that had just struck him. Moments later, Suche arrived at the classroom of the 28th class on the 33rd floor of the teaching building. He took a deep breath, fully activating his abilities, and mentally chanted, Vision Break. In the next instant, a light screen appeared abruptly before him. Seeing this, a pleased smile spread across Suche's face. A string of information suddenly appeared before Suche, detailing his personal status. Name: Suche. Level: Tier 3, Level 3. Ability: Enhancement Type: Grade B. Technique: Jinrong Python. Combat skills: Galaxy Breathing Technique, Breaking Army Fist. The system then began to analyze his technique and combat skills, pointing out existing issues. 1. There are 123 errors in the technique, leading to low ability absorption efficiency. 2. There are 216 errors in the combat skills, resulting in poor power conversion efficiency. The system immediately provided optimization plans. 1. Optimize breathing technique. Based on Suche's current strength, 23 marked areas can be optimized. 2. Optimize technique. Considering Suche's current level, 37 marked areas can be optimized. Suche gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was cultivating a medium-grade mysterious technique and combat skills, yet there were so many errors. This discovery led him to ponder. If it were a low-grade yellow technique, wouldn't the number of errors be in the thousands? Shaking his head, Suche didn't dwell on this issue. He focused all his attention on the specific optimization plans provided by the system. Although the system offered very detailed improvement suggestions, fully optimizing them seemed unrealistic with his Tier 3, Level 3 strength. It was akin to tumor surgery. While the principle isn't complex, no one would dare let an intern handle it alone because their precision skills are far from sufficient. Suche decided to first attempt optimizing the technique. Following the system's guidance, he cautiously controlled his ability to circulate through his body's meridians anew. Some routes followed the original meridians, but many diverged significantly, precisely as the system's solution indicated. If anyone saw Suche's actions at this moment, they'd surely think he was crazy. It's well known that meridians are the most crucial part of an ability user's body, and recklessly letting energy flow haphazardly could lead to lifelong disability. This is also why breathing techniques are so important. Suche's current behavior completely overturned existing understanding. As time ticked by, Suche unknowingly sat cross-legged for over 2 hours. However, there wasn't a trace of fatigue on his face. Instead, he seemed subtly excited. 21, 22, 23. The moment the last error was corrected, Suche's entire body shuddered, as if he had suddenly transformed into a massive black hole. With each breath, energy from the air surged into his body wildly. This phenomenon lasted for a full minute before the classroom returned to calm. A few seconds later, Suche abruptly opened his eyes, which gleamed brightly. He was astonished to find that his Tier 3, Level 3 cultivation felt on the verge of a breakthrough. Moreover, his ability absorption efficiency had at least doubled. At this moment, the system's electronic voice chimed in. Repair complete. Galaxy breathing technique upgraded to high-grade mysterious level. Suche's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. A high-grade mysterious level breathing technique. It's known that even the third floor of the library only has one high-grade mysterious level breathing technique, accessible only to Level 3 teachers and department heads. Although it was just an upgrade from medium to high grade, the value increased exponentially. Now, having merely corrected 23 errors, his technique had ascended to a high-grade mysterious level, a delightful surprise. Suche couldn't help but imagine. If he corrected all the 100+ errors, could this galaxy breathing technique potentially advance to Earth grade or even heaven grade? Thinking about this, Suche felt his throat go dry and couldn't help but swallow. It took him several minutes to calm down slightly. However, just as Suche was about to replicate the process for his combat skills, a commotion erupted outside the classroom. The next moment, the classroom door was kicked open, and an angry voice demanded, "Where's Suche? Get out here." With a loud crash, the old classroom door collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust. Suche had sensed the disturbance even before the door was kicked in, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Ever since his abilities had advanced to the level Mighty Python, particularly after the upgrade of the galaxy breathing technique, his perception had significantly improved. "Suche, I knew you'd be here." A piercing voice shattered the silence. Suche frowned as he assessed the newcomer. Despite the second-level teacher badge on his chest, the man's face was wrapped in layers of bandages, more tightly than a mummy. "Who are you?" he asked, puzzled. This question seemed to ignite a fuse. The bandaged man trembled, his voice full of anger. "You asked who I am? You actually forgot who I am. I look like this because of you," he shouted through gritted teeth. "Look at me. I'm Long Outyin." Suche blinked and scrutinized him closely, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You dare laugh." Long Outyin was furious. Suche tried to suppress his laughter, feigning seriousness. "No, I'm not laughing. I've had professional training. I don't laugh easily." But as soon as he finished speaking, he broke into laughter again. "Unless I really can't help it." "Ha ha." Long Outyin's face turned livid, and he gritted his teeth. "Suche, the logistics office told me you took all our classes' teaching resources for the month. Give them back." He had intended to extort something from Suche, but the plan backfired, and instead, he lost his class's resources. This was a class of 20 students. How could he teach without resources? Suche put on an innocent face. "Resources? What resources? What are you talking about?" Long Outyin's tone grew more agitated. "Don't pretend. Everyone saw you take our class's cultivation resources in my name. If you don't return them, don't blame me if..." "What? You're going to hit me?" Suche's gaze turned icy, his pupils momentarily contracting into slits before returning to normal. With his current strength, he was on the verge of breaking through to Tier 3, Level 4, far beyond Long Outyin, whom he could easily overpower even at Tier 3, Level 3. Long Outyin instinctively stepped back, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Although he couldn't understand why Suche had suddenly become so powerful, their fight that morning had made it clear he was no longer a match. However, Long Outyin quickly regained his composure, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Suche, are you really not planning to return the resources to me?" Suche responded coldly. "That's right, I never intended to give them back." He added silently to himself, "Not just this month." He couldn't let this grudge go unavenged. He had decided that he would gladly take Long Outyin's class resources every month from now on. Ha ha. Fine, you said it yourself. Long Outyin laughed darkly. Hearing this response, Long Outyan's voice suddenly became excited. He immediately turned to face the hallway outside the classroom and respectfully shouted, Director Song, you heard it all. Suche disregarded the school's rules and regulations, openly injuring a colleague and seizing teaching resources. This behavior has a terrible impact, and the school must immediately deal with this troublemaker. In the empty corridor, the sound of footsteps approached from afar. Soon, an elderly man with graying temples and wearing black-rimmed round glasses slowly entered the classroom. He wore a third-level teacher's badge on his chest and exuded a formidable presence. Suche, upon seeing this, quietly took 2 steps back, as if facing a formidable enemy. A layer of fine hair stood up on his neck, and his mind was on high alert. He hadn't sensed anyone in the corridor before. Clearly, the newcomer's cultivation far surpassed his current level. The elderly man entered and sternly shouted, Suche, as a teacher, how dare you injure a colleague and seize resources in broad daylight? How is this different from robbery? Hand over Mr. Long's teaching resources and apologize to him immediately. The powerful aura instantly made the air tense. Recognizing the newcomer, Suche's heart sank. Director Song, he murmured softly. Song Zhe, the director in charge of school discipline and conduct. Despite being stuck at the 3rd level, 9th stage for over a decade, with no hope of advancement, he was still considered top tier in the school. Suche had a poor impression of him. The original Suche had sought help multiple times after Long Outyin seized his resources, to no avail. But now that Long Outyin was the one robbed, it took less than a morning for him to show up. The double standards were obvious. Suche, didn't you hear what I said? Song Zhe's voice suddenly rose, filled with obvious anger. I'll say it one last time. Hand over Mr. Long's teaching resources and apologize to him. Suche's expression was cold and stern. Song Zhe's actions were practically coercing a confession. If he hadn't reached the peak of the 3rd level, 3rd stage, he might have already been intimidated. He chuckled coldly, sarcastically saying, Director Song, you're really quick to respond this time. Song Zhe's expression turned colder. As an experienced figure in the school, he naturally detected the sarcasm in Suche's tone. This blatant disrespect was an affront to his usual high status. How dare you? Song Zhe shouted angrily. You're just a 2nd-level teacher. What do you know? I'm asking you one question. Will you hand it over or not? Answer me. Suche nodded and said, I can hand it over. Song Zhe's expression slightly softened, and Long Outyin showed a smug smile. But Suche's tone shifted. The condition is that Long Outyin returns the resources he previously took from me first. Before the two could react, Suche looked directly at Long Outyin and enumerated. After deducting this month's teaching resources, you still owe me a total of 240,000 Daxia coins in cultivation resources. Including interest, rounding up and all, just give me 300,000 Huaxia coins. With these words, the room fell silent. Suche, have you gone mad with greed? Why don't you just rob someone? Long Outyin's face twitched in disbelief. Although he did take quite a few resources from Suche, they didn't total more than 100,000 Huaxia coins. How did it suddenly become 300,000? Song Zhe adjusted his glasses, his expression turning grim. He hadn't expected the usually mild-mannered Suche to become so difficult. After a moment of silence, he gave Suche a deep look, as if making a decision, and spoke coldly. One thing at a time, we'll deal with your issue later. First, resolve the current matter. Return the resources to Mr. Long. At this point, he decided to drop the pretense and lay his cards on the table. Even if Suche's strength reached the 3rd level, 3rd stage, it didn't concern him. Suche's father was merely a small businessman dealing in spiritual plants. But Long Outyin was different. He had Lu Bo behind him, from the Lu family, one of the 6 major families in Peng City. There was no question about whom to support. Suche shook his head firmly. Since Director Song has the time, let's resolve everything at once. I said deal with the current matter first. Don't you understand? Song Zhe's patience was obviously running thin. His already impressive aura intensified, pressing down on Suche until he could hardly breathe. Do you agree or not? Taking several deep breaths, Suche still shook his head resolutely. I don't agree. Fine, fine, fine. Song Zhe's face was filled with rising anger. Since you refuse to listen, I'll have to teach you a lesson. With that, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his entire aura surged towards Suche. At that critical moment, a voice, commanding and powerful, suddenly echoed in the classroom. Stop! Stop! A sharp shout pierced the silence of the classroom, accompanied by a graceful figure appearing at the doorway with lightning speed. The newcomer had an exquisitely beautiful face, with eyes that seemed to contain the brilliance of the entire starry sky. It was none other than Jiang Lianyue. Song Zhe's expression froze, and he forced a smile. Director Jiang, what brings you here? Although he was a veteran director at the school, he had no advantage over Jiang Lianyue. In terms of strength, both were at the peak of the 3rd tier, but Jiang Lianyue was young and promising, with a great chance of advancing to the 4th tier. More importantly, Jiang Lianyue was backed by the Jiang family, one of the 6 major families in Peng City, whose overall power slightly surpassed that of the Liu family. Jiang Lianyue did not answer directly, but instead scanned the room with sharp eyes, finally settling her gaze on Su Che. After confirming Su Che was unharmed, she spoke calmly. Director Song, I was just passing by. However, I saw you attempting to take action against a second-level teacher. What exactly is going on? Song's eyebrows twitched as he recalled the scene where Su Che publicly accepted Jiang Lianyue's 2th-level ability nieces as his students. Passing by? This is the 33rd floor. Who casually passes by here? He muttered to himself. She's clearly here to back Su Che. Clearing his throat, Songja tried to remain composed. Director Jiang, you've misunderstood. I was merely enforcing school regulations. This teacher, Su Che, publicly injured teacher Long Outyin and seized teaching resources, seriously violating the school's rules. Moreover, he refused to return them despite my persuasion, so I intended to give him a minor punishment. Su Che's eyes were cold as he thought to himself. A minor punishment? If I hadn't reached the peak of the 3rd tier, 3rd level, I might have been injured before Jiang Lianyue even intervened. Jiang Lianyue frowned in disbelief. Su Che injured teacher Long and seized teaching resources? That's impossible. I'm aware of the teacher's strengths in the school. Long Outyin, though only at the 3rd tier, 3rd level, couldn't be defeated and injured by Su Che, who's at the 3rd tier, 1st level. At that moment, a figure wrapped tightly stepped forward, pointing to his head bandaged like a mummy, and cried out in a shrill voice. How is it impossible, Director Jiang? Look at what he did to me. I'm Long Outyin. Only then did Jiang Lianyue notice the man wrapped head to toe, her delicate lips curling slightly as she suppressed a laugh. Long Outyin's face turned as dark as coal upon seeing this. Seizing the moment, Songzhou added, Director Jiang, the facts are clear. Su Che has violated the rules and refused to correct his mistakes. As the person in charge of maintaining school discipline, it's my duty to punish him. Surely there's no issue with that. Jiang Lianyue didn't immediately respond to Songzhou, but instead turned her gaze to Su Che, asking softly, Teacher Su Che, is this true? Looking at the woman who was rumored to be his fangirl, Su Che felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He replied in a deep voice, Director Jiang, Long Outyin repeatedly seized my resources first. Director Song's investigation yielded no results, so I had no choice but to fight fire with fire. As soon as Su Che finished speaking, Long Outyin's face turned beet red, and his eyes seemed to blaze with anger. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Su Che, you've gone crazy over money. It was 300,000 just now. How did it become 301,000? Su Che remained unfazed, pointing to the broken door on the ground with a calm demeanor, as if discussing the weather. The door to our classroom was broken by your kick. 1,000 isn't expensive. Long Outyin's eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted, what kind of broken door costs $1,000? 1,000 could buy 100 of these doors. Su Che explained unhurriedly. The door isn't worth much, but the paint on it is fresh, and with labor costs. Enough. Songzhou interrupted Su Che with a loud voice, glaring at him sternly. I said I would deal with your matter afterward, didn't you understand? I'm giving you one last chance right now. Hold on. Jiang Lianyue's cool voice suddenly interjected, cutting off Songzhou's reprimand. She looked at Songzhou with piercing eyes, her voice calm, yet authoritative. Director Song, is what Su Che just said true? Songzhou's expression turned unpleasant, and he forced a smile. Director Jiang. Unmoved, Jiang Lianyue asked again, is it true? Songzhou's expression shifted slightly, and he reluctantly admitted, it's true, but I'm still investigating his matter. They are separate issues. I see. Jiang Lianyue nodded, turning her gaze back to Su Che with a hint of reproach in her tone. Teacher Su Che, even if Teacher Long Outyin repeatedly takes your resources, you shouldn't make such outrageous demands. How could a small classroom door be worth 1,000 daxia currency? Upon hearing this, a smile reappeared on Long Outyin's face, and Songzhou breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, Jiang Lianyue continued, turning to Long Outyin, here's what we'll do. I'll decide that you only need to pay Teacher Su Che 300,000 daxia currency. Long Outyin's smile froze instantly, his mouth agape in disbelief. He stammered, unable to find words, as turmoil roiled within him. He had come to settle scores, yet ended up owing 300,000. Desperately, Long Outyin looked to Songzhou for help, hoping he would speak up. Clenching his teeth, Songzhou spoke with dissatisfaction in his voice. Director Jiang, I think your handling of this is inappropriate. These matters should not be conflated, and Su Che's claims need further verification. Jiang Lianyue's eyes glinted, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Oh? Director Song, do you have an objection to my decision? Perhaps we should take this to Principal Lei Ming and let him decide. At the mention of Lei Ming, Songzhou's face changed drastically. He knew Principal Lei's straightforward and fiery temperament, and if this issue reached him, there would be consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Songzhou forced a smile. No, I think Director Zhang's approach is quite appropriate. Let's proceed with that. Songjia's words struck Long Outyin like a thunderclap, hitting him hard. He shouted in distress, Director Song, this is not what we agreed on. Shut up. Songjia gave Long Outyin a fierce glare. That's final. Long Outyin opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words, feeling utterly defeated. His monthly salary was just over 10,000 daxia currency. Even with the benefits from students' parents, it barely reached 15,000. After deducting daily expenses and cultivation costs, he hadn't saved much. Paying Suche 300,000 daxia currency felt more painful than losing his life. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Long Outyin's mind, and an idea rapidly took shape. He abruptly raised his head, fixing Suche with a determined gaze. Suche, do you dare to bet with me? At the entrance of the classroom for Class 28, Year 2, at Pengqing First School for the Gifted. Bang! The door crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Long Outyin stood at the doorway, a cunning gleam in his eyes as he suddenly spoke. Suche, do you dare to make a bet with me? Suche frowned, wary. He knew this troublemaker all too well and was certain he was up to something. No bet, he replied without hesitation. Long Outyin's expression froze, clearly not expecting Suche's refusal. He quickly said, let's bet on the rankings in the sprint class a month from now. If your class ranking is higher than mine, I'll give you 300,000 xia coins and apologize to you in public. How about that? Suche shook his head again. No bet. Why? Long Outyin was anxious. Don't you want the 300,000 xia coins? Suche calmly pointed out. The 300,000 xia coins are what you owe me. Why should I bet with you? Long Outyin was left speechless. He had planned to provoke Suche into agreeing to the bet and then find a way to weasel out of paying the money. Although he didn't know why Suche had suddenly advanced to the third level, he was confident that his 3th grade talent disciples wouldn't improve by more than 1 level in a month. In contrast, among Long Outyin's new disciples were a grade talent in enhancement and 2 grade talents in nature, all of whom could easily surpass Suche's disciples with minimal training. As Long Outyin was at a loss, Suche suddenly spoke up. Actually, we can bet. If you win, I won't take the 300,000 xia coins. But if you lose, you'll owe me 600,000 xia coins and apologize every time you see me. How about that? Suche appeared calm, but his heart was pounding. He had initially refused to maximize his gains. A month later, Yi Shuangyue's abilities might evolve again, and her cultivation level could very well reach the 6th level of the first stage. This was a sure win. Jiang Lianyue and Songjia exchanged strange glances at Suche, with Jiang Lianyue hesitating to speak. 600,000. Long Outyin exclaimed, nearly having his heart stop. Although he hadn't considered losing, the stakes made him hesitate. If he lost, he would either have to take out a loan from the Xia Bank as a teacher or test drugs on himself in the black market. One option meant debt, the other danger. Seeing Long Outyin's hesitation, Suche added, if you're not willing to bet, then forget it. By the way, you need to pay me the 300,000 xia coins within a month. Long Outyin pondered for a moment, unable to see any possibility of losing. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. Fine, I agree. 600,000 it is. Suche turned to face Jiang Lianyue and Songjia, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I ask both directors to witness this wager, he declared firmly. Jiang Lianyue and Songjia exchanged a peculiar glance, sensing Suche's eagerness. Long Outyin frowned, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes, though he couldn't pinpoint what felt off. Songjia snorted, his tone laced with impatience. Since both parties have agreed, let's proceed. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he turned and left without looking back. Long Outyin shot Suche a venomous glare before following suit. Soon, only Suche and Jiang Lianyue remained in the classroom. Suche sincerely said, thank you, Director Jiang. He knew he would have been at a disadvantage if Jiang Lianyue hadn't arrived in time. Jiang Lianyue pressed her lips together and corrected him. I just happened to pass by. Suche rolled his eyes, thinking, just like Jiang Yueli's aunt, so proud. Yes, right, he responded. After a brief silence, Jiang Lianyue looked at Suche with a complex expression. You shouldn't have bet with Long Outyin. His class has a student with an awakened level talent, and they even have a family breathing technique. Your chances of winning. She left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Suche raised an eyebrow and asked, Director Jiang doesn't believe in me? Jiang Lianyue remained silent, her silence deafening. All right, Suche grinned. But I have confidence in myself. I believe in my abilities. Jiang Lianyue nodded slightly. I understand. Don't worry, I'll make time to properly teach the Jiang sisters, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. I have to go now, goodbye. As soon as she finished speaking, Suche saw a blur, and Jiang Lianyue was already at the classroom door. She added, I've watched them grow up. Thank you, Suche. With that, she swiftly vanished. Suche stared in the direction Jiang Lianyue had left, lost in thought. Suddenly, his voice turned cold. Who's outside? Come out. He had sensed someone's presence outside the door as soon as Jiang Lianyue left. Teacher, it's me. Accompanied by a crisp voice, Yixuan Yue appeared in the classroom. Su Che asked in surprise, "What are you doing here? Have you finished learning the extreme compression breathing technique and the star-shattering fist?" Yixuan Yue nodded. "Yes, I'm done." Su Che took a sharp breath. By his estimation, even with direct brain transmission, learning these two lower-grade Xin techniques would take at least a day. But it was not even noon yet, and Yixuan Yue had already mastered them. Such talent truly was a treasure. Yixuan Yue suddenly looked at Su Che with determination. "Teacher, I heard everything you said earlier. Don't worry, I'll train hard and make sure you don't lose." As she spoke, she revealed her cultivation level of the first stage, third level, stronger than the day before. Su Che felt the aura Yixuan Yue exuded and laughed heartily with relief. "Good, good, good. With your promise, I have nothing to worry about." Yesterday, Yixuan Yue had just advanced to the first stage, third level, and after a meal of beast blood, her power had increased significantly. With such formidable talent, what did he have to fear? And that was just her innate talent, with the addition of the breathing technique and battle skills. Thinking of this, Su Che cleared his throat. "Show me the breathing technique and battle skills simultaneously." As Yixuan Yue demonstrated, Su Che immediately activated his analytical ability. Name: Yixuan Yue. Level: first stage, third level. Ability: enhancement type Clevel ability, Bloodthirsty Berserk Bear. Technique: extreme compression breathing technique. Battle skill: star-shattering fist. Deficiencies: 1. Contains a powerful SS level ability, Devouring Glutton, but due to severe lack of energy intake, it's difficult to unleash its full power. 2. The technique has serious flaws, periodically exhausting potential during practice, making it easy to overextend the body. 3. Battle skill is incomplete, greatly reducing its power. Solutions: 1. Develop and evolve the ability further, specific enhancement plan, substantial intake of high-grade blood food. 2. Correct the breathing technique, specific plan. 3. Complete the battle skill, specific plan. Su Che stared at the illusory screen that only he could see, a flash of understanding passing through his eyes. He finally realized that the flaws revealed under the illusion break were graded. For techniques like the extreme compression breathing method and the starry sky splitting fist, which had obvious significant flaws, the system prioritized displaying the major defect and its solution. "Hey, this makes things much easier," Su Che muttered with a sly grin, focusing on the solution for the extreme compression breathing method. He thought to himself that finding the right answer was difficult, but finding the correct solution based on the wrong ones was much simpler. For this technique, knowing how to fix the flaw meant he could amplify the defect to its maximum. "What I need is an avatar." Su Che suppressed his excitement, immediately grabbing paper and pen to start reverse optimization according to the system's plan. This process took over half an hour, during which sweat continuously beaded on his forehead. Finally, an hour later, Su Che exhaled deeply, drenched in sweat. The reverse optimization was more challenging than he anticipated, but he managed to complete it. Without taking a break, Su Che turned his attention to the starry sky splitting fist. In comparison, fixing this technique seemed much simpler. In less than half an hour, Su Che looked up suddenly, his eyes shining. Mission accomplished. Thanks to his efforts, the completed starry sky splitting fist successfully upgraded to mid-tier profound level. Although the extreme compression breathing method didn't upgrade, the frequency of tapping into potential changed from occasional to once a day, which was perfect. In high spirits, Su Che handed over the organized key points to Yixuan Yue with a smile. "This is the technique and combat skill I customized for you. Make sure to destroy it after reading. If you have any questions while practicing, feel free to ask me anytime." "Understood, teacher," Yixuan Yue responded solemnly, without a hint of doubt. Su Che nodded with satisfaction. "Besides this breathing method and combat skill, the most important thing is the daily blood supplement intake I instructed you about. You must have felt the improvement from yesterday. Follow my instructions strictly. In a month, I guarantee you'll undergo a complete transformation." "Understood," Yixuan Yue replied firmly, then added, "I definitely won't let you down, teacher." Just as Su Che was moved by her words, an awkward sound interrupted the heartfelt moment. Gurgle, gurgle. Yixuan Yue's stomach protested at the wrong moment, turning her fair neck a bright red with embarrassment. Look at me, I forgot it's already lunchtime," Su Che said, slapping his forehead. "Go eat, and remember what I told you of yourself, and don't worry about others' opinions." "Okay," Yixuan Yue replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz before turning to leave quickly, almost as if fleeing. Watching Yixuan Yue's retreating figure, Su Che's lips curved upward slowly. "Long out yin, 600,000 Xia coins. I'm going to win this." Inside the second cafeteria, the first day of school brought in a especially lively atmosphere. Students showcased their most carefree sides, with a chorus of voices placing orders. At the beginning of the month, add 2 chicken legs. How can you eat without chicken legs? In stark contrast was the bleak scene at the end of the month. Can you spare me a bite of instant noodles? Unusually, The typically more expensive second cafeteria was crowded today, even causing a rare queue to form. Until the peak period had passed, the second cafeteria's crowd gradually returned to normal, yet every seat remained occupied. At this moment, a figure in a flowing white dress gracefully entered the cafeteria, capturing everyone's attention. It was Yi Xuanyue, whose dignified and elegant demeanor instantly became the center of focus. Yi Xuanyue's gaze swept the room like a radar, finally settling on the meat counter. After a brief moment of hesitation, she decisively walked towards it. Her presence was like a breeze, instantly stirring up a commotion in the cafeteria. Known as one of the most beautiful women in school, Yi Xuanyue's reputation was well established. However, her fame peaked during her first year, when more people pursued her than the popular Jiang sisters, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Unfortunately, this didn't last long, as her admirers dwindled after she awakened in grade enhancement talent. The saying, like father, like son, is particularly striking in the world of abilities. Despite Yi Xuanyue's stunning appearance, the lowest tier ability status she held was a significant drawback for potential suitors considering genetic traits for future generations. At this moment, Yi Xuanyue was attracting attention because she had become one of the 3 disciples of trailing teacher Su Che. Whispers filled the cafeteria. Look, that's Yi Xuanyue. I heard she became a disciple of Su Che, the trailing teacher, during yesterday's awakening ceremony for sophomores. And grade talent, and still got chosen? That's pure luck. Back in my sophomore year, even within a grade talent, no teacher wanted me, so I had to slog through another year for the entrance exams. It's all about luck. You just didn't meet a teacher like Su Che. In his class, your grade talent would have been outstanding. You know, they say Su Che is trying to win over Director Jiang, and the other 2 disciples are also the Jiang sisters, both with grade talents. Even though they're all grade, Yi Xuanyue seems more like an extra compared to the Jiang sisters. Huh? These unabashed discussions reached Yi Xuanyue's ears. She instinctively ducked her head, but quickly remembered Su Che's words and regained her composure. She strode to the meat counter and said in a clear voice, "Master, ID like 5 fierce pig legs and 10 pounds of iron rhino meat. All medium rare, dining, please." The chef, hearing this, peeked out curiously at Yi Xuanyue. From his experience, this poised, slender young lady didn't seem like someone who could consume so much meat. "Young lady, are you sure? Can you really finish it all? Once ordered, you can't return it." "Yes, I'm sure," Yi Xuanyue replied firmly. "All right, just a moment," the chef responded, getting busy while muttering to himself. "Strange, I haven't seen such a big order in ages. What's going on today?" 10 minutes later, with the chef's help, 5 fierce pig legs and 10 pounds of iron rhino meat were neatly placed on Yi Xuanyue's table. Compared to others, her table resembled a small mountain of food. Swish, swish, swish. Countless eyes in the cafeteria instantly focused on Yi Xuanyue's table. Many widened their eyes in disbelief. The amount of meat on her table was enough to feed a group of 10. Gasp. What's she planning to do? Eat it all herself? Are you kidding? With her figure, she'd be lucky to finish 2 pounds of iron rhino meat. Exactly. If she actually eats it all, I'll write my name backward. Feeling the intense gazes around her, Yi Xuanyue couldn't help but press her lips together. But soon, a flash of determination appeared in her eyes. She elegantly unfolded a napkin and placed it at her neckline, and then, like a whirlwind, she devoured the meal. 5 minutes later, under everyone's astonished gaze, Yi Xuanyue left gracefully, leaving behind only a slender, noble silhouette. The people in the cafeteria were dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time, as if they had just witnessed an incredible miracle. The second cafeteria. As soon as Yi Xuanyue left, the vast dining hall plunged into a deathly silence. The pin-drop quiet lasted only a few seconds before erupting into a furor of whispers. Students leaned in, buzzing with conversation. Was that really Yi Xuanyue? Am I dreaming? Pinch me. Hey, why are you pinching me? The shocked murmurs spread like wildfire. Some began recalling Yi Xuanyue's past demeanor. She used to eat so gracefully. She must be upset about awakening and level ability. It might even have something to do with that underperforming teacher Su Che. Quick-witted students had already whipped out their phones to capture the astonishing scene. Posted on the forum. Don't forget to use a burner account. As lunchtime progressed, the cafeteria became increasingly crowded. Yi Xuanyue's feet spread across the campus forum at lightning speed. Posts vied for the top spot, with titles growing ever more sensational. Major start-off term event. One of the 3 beauties of grade 11, Yi Xuanyue binges. Former goddess devours 5 ferocious pork legs in 5 minutes. Has Yi Xuanyue lost faith in the martial exam? Displeased with teacher Su Che? Initially, many were skeptical. After all, Yi Xuanyue had long been the epitome of grace and poise in most people's minds. However, as eyewitness accounts and clear photos surfaced, the startling truth was undeniable. During the lunch break, students in dorms scrolled through their phones, exclaiming in disbelief. Has Yi Xuanyue really gone off the deep end? How can she digest so much meat? If I stopped training too, with inflexible talent and that underperforming teacher, I'd definitely flunk the martial exam. The news spread like wildfire, and soon even the teachers were aware of this curious event. They all thought of one person, the recently notorious, underperforming teacher, Su Che. The controversy of Su Che trying to please director Jiang Lianyue over accepting a disciple had not yet settled when two major incidents erupted today, causing a stir throughout the academy. The first incident occurred in the logistics department. Su Che got into a conflict with Long Outyin while collecting teaching resources. To be precise, it was a one-sided altercation where Su Che beat up Long Outyin. He not only hit Long Outyin's face, but also took away his teaching resources. Although Long Outyin himself wasn't well known, he was backed by Liu Bo, a young master from the prominent Liu family of Pingqing. This act was akin to slapping Liu Bo in the face. Just as everyone thought Su Che was doomed, a second major incident unfolded. Long Outyin brought director Song Zhi to confront Su Che, only to be intercepted by director Jiang Lianyue. Under the witness of both directors, Su Che and Long Outyin struck a shocking bet. They would gamble on the rankings of the sprint class. If Su Che won, Long Outyin would have to pay 600,000 daxia currency and apologize publicly. Conversely, if Long Outyin won, the resources Su Che had taken and the 300,000 daxia currency debt would be wiped clean. On the surface, the bet seemed advantageous for Su Che, but many teachers thought he was crazy. Though Su Che could hide his strength and wait for an opportunity to defeat Long Outyin, this bet involved the entire sprint class's ranking. It was well known that Su Che's class had 3 students with Flevel talents, leading many to doubt his chances. Could it be that these Flevel students were also hiding their true abilities, or could they undergo a secondary evolution of their powers? Most teachers were pessimistic about Su Che's chances, especially after hearing rumors of Yi Xuanyue's binge eating due to stress, which further convinced them of Su Che's inevitable loss. They discussed among themselves. Su Che is still too young to dare to compete with Long Outyin for sprint class rankings. Doesn't he know Long Outyin's class has Clevel awakened once? I think he's just too greedy, wanting that 600,000 daxia currency, but he doesn't realize how hard it is to get that money. Exactly. If I had Director Jiang backing me, I'd only ask for the 300,000. That's already a lot. People are always too greedy. You have to admit, Su Che may be a sycophant, but he chose the right person to flatter. Director Jiang actually supports him. I think Su Che is not simple. He was at the first level of the 3rd rank before, and now he's suddenly at the 3rd level of the 3rd rank. He must have been hiding his cultivation. Unaware of his colleagues' gossip, Su Che wouldn't have cared even if he knew. To him, these nameless individuals were not worth considering. At that moment, he was focused on guiding Yi Xuanyue and practicing the extreme compression breathing technique in the star-splitting fist. Yi Xuanyue had an exceptionally high comprehension ability. After just a few demonstrations, she was able to practice on her own. Despite this, time had passed, and it was already evening. Even the sprint class for martial exams didn't have evening self-study sessions, as ability users needed to balance work and rest to better develop their potential. After instructing Yi Xuanyue to follow the dietary plan and continue her training, they parted ways, marking the end of the day's teaching. Yi Xuanyue headed home, while Su Che returned to his single dormitory provided by the school. The single dormitory was simple, with barely enough room for a bed and a table, but the one-person-per-room arrangement offered decent privacy. As night fell, Su Che sat cross-legged, practicing the galaxy breathing technique to absorb abilities. However, he soon frowned. Although the galaxy breathing technique was a high-grade technique, he felt his cultivation progress was still too slow. He was on the verge of breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th level of the 3rd rank, but couldn't quite make the leap. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding detected improvement in the cultivation of personal disciple Yi Xuanyue, triggering cultivation return. Drawing multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 10x return. Returning cultivation. In the next instant, with a boom, Su Che's cultivation instantly broke through to the 4th level of the 3rd rank. That night, in an unremarkable single dormitory room at Pingqing's #1 Advanced Ability High School, the iron bed frame creaked mournfully. Su Che abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils constricting to pinpoints before quickly returning to normal. He could feel the energy within him accelerating like a turbocharger, coursing through every inch of his meridians. A few seconds later, the turbulent energy gradually subsided, leaving a warm sensation as if every cell in his body had just experienced a soothing massage. Su Che was pleasantly surprised to realize that overnight, he had broken through from the 1st level of the 3rd tier to the 4th level of the 3rd tier. Although this level still placed him in the middle ranks among 2nd-level practitioners, the astonishing speed of his advancement was enough to leave anyone dumbfounded. Just yesterday, he was undeniably at the bottom of the class, but now he had leapt 3 minor levels, equivalent to the result of years of arduous cultivation for others. Reflecting on the reason for this incredible progress, Su Che couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. All it took was guiding Yi Xuanyue in her ability's second evolution and completing her cultivation technique. You reap what you sow, he thought, with the phrase feeling particularly true at this moment. Su Che felt the power within him, now several times stronger than before, surging with excitement. His thoughts drifted to the distant future. If he continued to guide the sisters Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, breaking through to the fourth-tier extraordinary level seemed just around the corner. Moreover, if he could take on a few disciples with SSS talents. Su Che shook his head sharply, forcing himself to pull back from such far-fetched fantasies. Reality quickly grounded him. To teach at a university, especially at a top institution like the Great Xia Ability University, one needed at least fourth-tier extraordinary strength. His immediate priority was to break through to the fourth-tier extraordinary level. Su Che gazed deeply at the stars twinkling outside the window, a determined glint in his eyes. Extraordinary. Here I come, Su Che, he silently declared in his heart. Meanwhile, in apartment 3601 on the 36th floor of the Eugene Garden community outside the third ring of Pengcheng, Yi Xuanyue had just finished her daily workout. The small 40-square-meter two-bedroom apartment was shrouded in darkness, with only Yi Xuanyue's eyes gleaming with astonishing brightness. She could clearly feel that her strength had significantly improved compared to the previous day. Just a day ago, she had broken through to the third level of the first tier. However, with the dual assistance of dietary supplements and the extreme compression breathing technique, her growth rate far exceeded expectations. Yi Xuanyue unconsciously rubbed her temples with her pale fingers, feeling her worldview being reshaped by reality. She recalled the textbooks stating that it takes an average martial examinee a year to reach the fourth level of the first tier, a stark contrast to her own experience. For her, reaching the fourth level of the first tier seemed far from difficult and might even be achievable within a few days. After much contemplation, Su Che's image surfaced in Yi Xuanyue's mind, a flash of realization in her eyes. She knew well that all this incredible progress stemmed from Su Che's guidance. Without Su Che, Yi Xuanyue would still have inflexible talent, remain at the first stage, and still be at the bottom. This thought flashed through her mind before it was replaced by a firm determination. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, took a deep breath, and continued practicing the extreme compression breathing technique with renewed focus. Meanwhile, at the first advanced ability high school in Pengcheng, a handsome young man sleeping in a single dormitory was repeatedly alerted by system notifications. Ding detected an increase in Yi Xuanyue's trust towards the host. Ding detected an improvement in Yi Xuanyue's cultivation, triggering a cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Although it was late at night, the Jiang family's villa at the foot of Yunlong Mountain was brightly lit, a clear sign of wealth in the electricity-scarce Pengcheng. Inside the villa's first-floor training room, two slender figures in form-fitting practice clothes sat cross-legged. One had flowing purple hair, the other snow-white hair. They were the sisters Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Their forelocks were soaked with sweat, and their eyelashes fluttered, indicating they had reached their physical limits. Suddenly, a gentle voice reached their ears. Not bad. You two are doing better than I expected, still training at this hour. The sisters opened their eyes in surprise and turned around. Aunt. The visitor was Jiang Lianyue. Jiang Yueshi leapt up and rushed to Jiang Lianyue, blinking as she asked, Aunt, why did you come home suddenly without telling me? Jiang Lianyue smiled and explained, I'm here to see if you two slackers have been slacking off. She gently ruffled their hair. But I'm very pleased with your progress. Of course, our teacher says we're very diligent, Jiang Yueshi said, closing her eyes in enjoyment. Jiang Yueli turned her head proudly. Naturally. Jiang Lianyue paused and added, I mainly came to see you today, but I remembered something. She then spent over 5 minutes detailing the grudge between Su Che and Long Outyin and the bet involved. Su Che is your teacher, after all. Without him, you wouldn't even qualify for the martial arts exam, so I hope you can help him. Of course, it's your decision. I'm just mentioning it casually. Jiang Lianyue added, if you have any questions about the family's Changhong Guanri breathing technique, feel free to ask me. It's still early, so I'm heading back to school to train. Goodbye. After gently patting their heads, Jiang Lianyue left with a smile. This time, Jiang Yueli didn't dodge. Once Jiang Lianyue's figure disappeared from the training room, silence fell. After a moment, Jiang Yueli took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged again. Jiang Yueshi looked puzzled. Sis, what are you doing? Nothing, just training. Jiang Yueli replied without looking up, sounding slightly irritated. Oh, you want to help teacher Su Che, right? Jiang Yueshi's eyes lit up. No, I just want extra practice. Sure you do. You want to help teacher Su Che? I know you too well. Shut up. No way. No way. 3-2. Sis, I'm sorry, please put the dumbbell down first. Why are you still here? Hey, I suddenly feel like doing extra practice too. As the rooster's crow heralded the break of dawn in the east, a new day quietly unfolded at the first high school of supernatural abilities. In the classroom of Class 20, a unique motivational meeting was underway. 20 students stood in neat rows, their eyes uniformly fixed on the front, yet their faces shared a curious expression. On the podium stood Long Outyen, his head still wrapped in bandages, looking somewhat comical. This inadvertently diminished his usual authority. Noticing the subtle shift in the students' expressions, Long Outyen suddenly unleashed his third level, Tier 3 power, and a formidable aura swept through the classroom. The air seemed to freeze. The students' faces changed dramatically, their breathing became rapid, and their cheeks flushed red. Only the 3 students in the front row seemed slightly better off, though they too felt the pressure. Humph. Long Outyen snorted coldly and spoke in a calm tone. There was an incident yesterday, so our class's motivational meeting was postponed to today. Let me make it clear. In my class, strength is everything. If your abilities don't meet the standards, then get out. I won't have you dragging down our class's graduation rate. Understood. A weak response echoed in the classroom. Understood. Long Outyen frowned and barked. Didn't you eat breakfast? Louder. Understood. The students raised their voices. Louder. Understood. 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 The classroom resonated with their synchronized shouts. Only then did Long Outyen smile slightly, retrieving a backpack from behind him and tossing it to a boy in the front row. Pan Hong. These are the cultivation resources for our class this month. You use them first, and what's left goes to Zhang Lei and Xie. Pan Hong, the class's strongest student with a clever talent, quickly opened the backpack. His eyes lit up at the sight of the first-level energy potions inside. Thank you, teacher. Don't worry, I will do my best. In the sprint class rankings next month, our class will definitely be at the top. Zhang Lei and Xie, 2 outstanding students with level talents, also expressed their determination. We will too. The 3 were overjoyed, while the other students looked sullen. Although these 3 had the best talents, with all the resources given to them, how were the others supposed to cultivate? Sensing the change in atmosphere, Long Outyen shouted sternly, "What are you looking at? As long as your cultivation speed meets my standards, you'll get your share of resources." Outwardly fierce, he was inwardly anxious. He couldn't afford to provide resources for all 20 students for a month. He had emptied his savings just to support Pan Hong, Zhang Lei, and Xie. Fortunately, the sprint class rankings only required 3 representatives, or he might have had to take out a loan. Long Outyen had staked everything on the upcoming sprint class rankings. If they won, he could continue living comfortably. If they lost, he shook his head abruptly, a confident smile playing on his lips. How could I lose? With a dragon on my side, losing isn't an option. Meanwhile, in class 28, Su Che had just finished explaining the intricacies of the Star Splitter Fist to Yi Xuanyue. 2 classes, 2 different atmospheres. Quiet competition was about to unfold. Xiao Yezi, your practice in martial arts and battle skills is on track. This month, just follow the routine and the dietary plan as instructed. You won't need to come to the classroom frequently anymore. After Su Che finished speaking, he couldn't help but yawn, glancing at the sunrise outside the window. Even though his constitution could handle a week without sleep, getting up early was still a bit uncomfortable. Teacher. Yi Xuanyue's voice was filled with anxiety. Did I do something wrong? Su Che waved his hand with a smile. No, you've misunderstood. I'm saying you don't need to come to the classroom because you have a better place to go now. With that, he pulled out a transparent card from his bag and handed it to Yi Xuanyue. From now on, go here. It will accelerate your strength enhancement. Yi Xuanyue took the card and immediately recognized it as a first-level gravity chamber training card. However, her beautiful eyebrows quickly furrowed. But the card only has 10 hours. The gravity chamber can indeed boost strength, but the time is too short. It averages out to less than 20 minutes a day, which isn't enough. Hearing this, Su Che didn't explain and simply tossed his bag to Yi Xuanyue. What if you add these? Yi Xuanyue instinctively looked into the bag, and upon seeing its contents, she was so surprised that she covered her mouth. Oh my god, so many gravity chamber training cards. The bag was packed full of them, an astonishing quantity. Su Che chuckled lightly. These are enough for you to train for over 20 days. Use them freely. They're sponsored by a kind-hearted person. Naturally, the kind-hearted person referred to Long Outyen, who had 20 students. But Yi Xuanyue wanted to say something, but Su Che interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Trust me, the more you improve your strength, the better it is for me. Su Che said sincerely. Today, no, go right now. His words were genuine. The first-level gravity chamber had little effect on him, but it significantly benefited Yi Xuanyue. Her daily improvements equaled his days or even months of hard work. After a moment of silence, Yi Xuanyue nodded solemnly, her eyes filled with gratitude. I understand, teacher. That evening, Su Che was about to go to bed after finishing his training in his single dormitory when a system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding detected increase in trust level from Yi Xuanyue towards the host. Ding detected breakthrough in Yi Xuanyue's cultivation from first-level Tier 3 to first-level Tier 4. Triggering cultivation return. Drawing multiplier. Ding congratulations to the host for drawing a 10x return. Cultivation returning. As the abundant energy surged through him, Su Che's pupils dilated. Wow, another breakthrough. Although he knew Yi Xuanyue had great potential, he hadn't expected her progress to be this rapid. Advancing from first level tier 1 to first level tier 4 in just 2 days of school was faster than a rocket. But on second thought, it made sense. With SSS talent, dietary supplements, extreme compression breathing techniques, and the gravity training chamber, all these buffs combined, even a pig could fly, let alone someone as perceptive as Yi Xuanyue. Taking a deep breath, Su Che couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, genius is one talent and 99 hard work, but that one talent is the most crucial, even more so than the 99 effort. Yet, within seconds, Su Che grinned widely. But I'm different. My success is all due to my hard work. As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification chimed again. Ding detected increase in Yi Xuanyue's cultivation, triggering cultivation return. Drawing multiplier. Ding congratulations to the host for drawing a 5x return. Cultivation returning. On the third day of the new semester at Pengcheng's top ability high school, a tense atmosphere engulfed the campus as the martial arts exam prep classes kicked into high gear. 18 prep classes, like 18 fierce beasts ready to charge, began their intense exam preparations under the guidance of their respective teachers. The prominent 180 days until martial arts exam countdown on classroom walls silently urged every student onward. Though the martial arts exam was still half a year away, more pressing was the prep class ranking in just a month. This not only concerned the honor of the classes and teachers, but also directly affected the future distribution of cultivation resources. Thus, an unprecedented internal competition quietly unfolded among the prep classes. The class next door starts at 8? We'll start at 7. They have after-school sessions? We'll add night study. They have homework at night? We'll schedule extra video practice. They've cut lunch to half an hour? We'll just pack our meals and skip lunch breaks. Each class was determined to outdo the other, as if trying to stretch 24 hours into 48. However, amidst this frenzy, Class 18 of the second year stood out as an anomaly. While other classes began early study at 6 a.m., Class 18's doors remained shut. At noon, when others were grabbing lunch to continue studying, Class 18 was still silent. In the evening, as students rushed through dinner to evening study, Class 18's classroom stayed locked. This unusual behavior lasted an entire week. While teachers from other classes were exhausted, Su Che, the homeroom teacher of Class 18, appeared refreshed and energetic, as if he had just returned from a vacation. Initially, because Class 18 was located on the top 33rd floor of the teaching building, this anomaly didn't attract much attention. But as time passed, Su Che's slacking behavior quickly became a hot topic among the faculty. Did you know? I live next to Su Che, and once at noon, I saw him just getting up to wash. That's nothing. I've observed the lights in Class 18 haven't been on for days. Even the cleaning lady forgot there's a classroom on the top floor. Even if the class only has 3 level ability students, he can't be this irresponsible. It's against professional ethics. Isn't he in a bet with Long Outyin? Maybe he knows he can't win and has given up. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Yi Xuanyue in a while. Wasn't there a rumor she lost confidence in the martial arts exam and started binge eating? I thought Su Che's teaching quality would improve after he advanced to the 3rd level, but the discussions were endless. But the conclusion reached was surprisingly unanimous. Both Su Che and Yi Xuanyue had lost their resolve, and their defeat in the upcoming bet with Long Outyin seemed inevitable. In the end, human nature is essentially a repeating machine. Humans are naturally drawn to gossip, and even those with special abilities are no exception. The name Su Che spread like wildfire through the school, and his unusual behavior quickly became the talk of every corner on campus. As the sun set, its golden rays cast a glow on the glass windows of the training building. Inside a training room reserved for level 3 teachers, an array of precise testing instruments and an impressive collection of cold weapons were neatly arranged. At the center of the room stood a prominent spherical column the size of a Earthus, was the only level 3 gravity chamber in the first ability high school, expensive even at half price, making it out of reach for most families. With a click, the door of the gravity chamber slowly opened. Jiang Lianyue emerged, drenched in sweat, her eyes alight with excitement and her lips curling into an involuntary smile. She was secretly delighted. Her progress in cultivation had advanced, and the hope of breaking through to the extraordinary 4th level before the martial exam was becoming increasingly likely. At 26, Jiang Lianyue pressed her lips together, unable to hide her excitement. If she could reach the extraordinary 4th level at her age, her chances of being transferred to the top ability university of Daxiao were nearly guaranteed. Just as she was about to continue her training, a group chat notification on her phone caught her attention. Upon opening the messages, Jiang Lianyue's brows furrowed. I heard Su Che isn't even attending classes anymore, just hiding in his dorm all day sleeping. Yeah, besides the first couple of days of school, their classroom hasn't been open and no students have been seen. A laggard is just a laggard. It's like trying to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Reading these messages, Jiang Lianyue couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment, even though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. After a moment of silence, she took a long look at the level 3 gravity chamber, put on her clothes, and left, dialing her phone as she went. Brother, starting today, I'm moving back home to guide you Li and Yushi every evening. Ending the call, Jiang Lianyue looked toward the direction of the single dormitories, her gaze turning cold. Suche, this is the last time I'm helping you. As dusk fell, the sky grew darker, but the classroom of Class 1, Grade 11 remained brightly lit. Located on the first floor of the teaching building, this classroom not only enjoyed a prime location, but was also the best equipped. As a key class for martial exam preparation, it housed a few level awakeners from the second year. More importantly, the teacher of this class was Lu Bo, a scion of one of the 6 great families, the Lu family. Uncle Lu, keep an eye on them. No one leaves if they don't meet the standards today. Lu Bo instructed before reclining in a specially installed rest area, scrolling through his phone. Yes, young master. The gray-robed old man behind him responded, taking over the teaching duties with the ease of someone who had clearly done this before. Lu Bo was tall and handsome, yet there was an air of delicacy about him. Casually browsing the rumors about Su Che, a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humph, just a crude martial artist who can't make it to the top. Recently, Su Che has been in high spirits, feeling invigorated and full of energy. The rapid improvement in his abilities has left him feeling rejuvenated, with past aches and pains a distant memory. He can now easily climb 100 floors without breaking a sweat. He's aware of the rumors circulating at school, but they are like a gentle breeze to him, having no effect. The rumors suggest that he has given up on attending classes and that his disciple has also become disheartened. However, the truth is quite the opposite. During this time, Yi Shuangyue's abilities have been improving rapidly. Su Che's own progress is evidence of this, as he falls asleep almost every night to the pleasant chime of the system's notifications. Just a few days into the new semester, he broke through to the 4th level of the 3rd tier, and now he's just a step away from the 5th level. If advancing to the 5th level is like filling a bucket with water, then his bucket is already 60% full. This progress may seem ordinary, but achieving it through his own efforts would have taken him a year or two. The 3rd tier is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels are relatively easy to improve, but the middle 3 become significantly harder. The final 3 levels are the most challenging, with the 7th level being as difficult as the first 6 combined, and the 8th and 9th levels even more so. This explains why many people spend their entire lives stuck at the 9th level. If Su Che's rate of improvement were made public, it would cause a nationwide sensation and attract countless envious eyes. Time flies, and the first monthly test for the martial arts class is approaching. On an otherwise ordinary night, Su Che sits cross-legged on his metal-framed bed, practicing the galaxy breathing technique. Although this improvement is negligible compared to the abilities returned by Yi Shuangyue, his recent rapid progress requires diligent training to maintain control. After more than half an hour, Su Che lets out a deep breath and wipes the sweat from his forehead. He can finally exert his full strength. It took him several days to achieve perfect control over his abilities. However, just as he relaxes, the system notification sounds again. Ding detected that personal disciple Yi Shuangyue's abilities have advanced from the 4th to the 5th level of the 1st tier, triggering ability return. Calculating multiplier. Ding congratulations to the host for receiving a 100x return. Returning abilities. As soon as the system's voice fades, an overwhelming force surges into Su Che's body, rushing through his limbs and causing his breathing to quicken. The previously manageable energy becomes wild and turbulent, expanding his meridians at an astonishing rate. Hiss! Su Che lets out a soft groan, the intense heat filling his chest as he grits his teeth. Despite the pain, the results are remarkable. His restrained aura surges again with the expansion of his meridians. The critical point of the 4th level of the 3rd tier. The 5th level of the 3rd tier. It is only after breaking through to the 5th level that the frenzied energy calms down. A few seconds later, everything seems unchanged, as if nothing had happened. However, Su Che knew that everything that just happened was real. 100-fold return. He felt the wild energy surging within him and couldn't help but feel both amused and bewildered. Yi Shuangyue's breakthrough was expected. Although the effect of the 3rd tier blood food would gradually diminish, he had estimated that she would break through in the coming days. His judgment proved correct as Yi Shuangyue successfully advanced to the 1st tier, 5th level. What Su Che didn't anticipate was that the system would grant him a 100-fold return. This instantly propelled him from the mid-upper 3rd tier, 4th level directly to the 3rd tier, 5th level. Among 2nd-level teachers, such cultivation would definitely rank him among the top. The terrifying speed of this advancement left him feeling slightly overwhelmed. But soon, Su Che smiled to himself, thinking, why worry? I've worked hard for this, and it's well-deserved. The next day, in the classroom of Class 20, 20 students in training uniforms sat cross-legged, focused on practicing their breathing techniques. On the platform, Long Outyen's gaze swept across them like a hawk. His facial injuries had long healed, but the emotional scars remained. Every time he thought of Su Che's face, he felt a deep-seated anger. If he could defeat Su Che now, he would have sought revenge already. Long Outyen was eagerly anticipating the upcoming monthly test, where he hoped to humiliate Su Che thoroughly. Just as Long Outyen was lost in thought, a powerful aura suddenly erupted in the classroom, capturing his attention. His eyes instinctively turned towards the source, and he was instantly pleased. Pan Hong, you've broken through again. The astonishing aura had emanated from Pan Hong. His voice couldn't hide his excitement. Yes, teacher, I've just broken through to the first tier, 4th level. Due to practicing his family's secret techniques from a young age, he had reached the first tier, 2nd level after awakening his clever ability. Initially, reaching the first tier, 3rd level within a month would have been commendable given his talent. However, with Long Outyen's special guidance and the class resources focused on him, he managed to break through 2 levels in a month. This level of cultivation could even rival those with a level talent. Ha ha ha, excellent. Long Outyen laughed heartily. His mood lifted as if luck was on his side. With Pan Hong at the first tier, 4th level, it would be hard for his class to lose the monthly test. Yet the surprises weren't over. Shortly after Pan Hong's breakthrough, 2 more potent auras emerged. Although not as strong as Pan Hong's, they reached the first tier, 2nd level. Teacher, I've successfully broken through to the first tier, 2nd level. Teacher, I've also broken through to the first tier, 2nd level. Zhang Lei and Xie Yi spoke in turn, their eyes filled with irrepressible excitement. Though their breakthroughs to the first tier, 2nd level didn't match Pan Hong's, they were very satisfied. Without Long Outyen prioritizing resources for Pan Hong and then for them, their talents wouldn't have allowed such rapid progress. With ample time before the monthly test, they were confident their abilities would improve further. Ha ha, good, good, good. Long Outyen's smile grew wider, repeating good thrice, his lips trembling with excitement. After a moment, he calmed his racing heart, gazing out the window with a sense of boundless ambition. Su Che, how will you possibly beat me? Time flies like an arrow, and 20 days have passed in the blink of an eye. It's been nearly a month since the school term started, and the martial arts exam preparation class test is imminent, with only 3 days left. The entire sophomore year is shrouded in an atmosphere of tension, with whispers in the classroom and hurried footsteps in the corridors revealing the students' anxiety. Various rumors spread like wildfire. Stories of a fight between Class 5 and Class 6 drew attention. The expulsion of a rebellious student from Class 25 caused sighs, and the student from Class 3, hospitalized due to excessive studying, served as a warning. However, the most captivating topic was the wager between Long Outyen and Su Che. This month-long rivalry captured the attention of the entire school. On the eve of the test, a shocking piece of news emerged from Long Outyen's class. Someone had advanced to the first stage, 4th level. Once confirmed, the news swept through the school like a whirlwind. The teachers' chat group exploded. A first stage, 4th level, my goodness, someone exclaimed. Isn't there only one grade talent in their class? How did they progress so quickly? Even if that grade talent student practiced family breathing techniques from a young age and awakened at the first stage, 2nd level, advancing 2 levels in a month is outrageous, another teacher questioned. An informed teacher explained, I heard Long Outyen poured all the class resources into this grade talent student. Except for 2 with awakened grade talents. No one else made a breakthrough. A collective gasp was heard. Long Outyen's strategy is ruthless, piling resources like that. What's the point? The final martial arts exam is about the graduation rate. Don't you get it? Another teacher clarified. Long Outyen is playing the system for the upcoming monthly test. Remember, each class selects 3 representatives for the test. He's strategically using the rules. But does he really need to go this far? Someone wondered. Is it necessary against Su Che? I can't see how Su Che could possibly win. At that moment, a new message shifted the discussion. Looks like Su Che is feeling the pressure, someone noted. Class 28 has suddenly opened its doors, and Su Che has been frequently seen coaching Yi Shuangyu. However, this news didn't garner much attention. Now they're putting in the effort, someone scoffed. What were they doing before? It's just self-deception. Maybe, another teacher commented. Sharpening the spear before the battle. Even if it's not quick, it's still bright. Perhaps Su Che just doesn't want to lose too badly. A teacher calmly analyzed. Rationally speaking, a student with an awakened grade talent would struggle to advance even 1 level in a month, even with resources. Having wasted over half the month, even with intense practice in the last few days, Yi Shuangyue could at best solidify their first stage, 1st level. Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, despite awakening at the first stage, 2nd level due to family breathing techniques, are limited by their talents. Advancing to the first stage, 3rd level in a month is extremely difficult. Even if they manage it, Su Che's class stands no chance against Long Outyen's class. As the discussion deepened, the teachers' expressions grew more serious. With the monthly test approaching, the outcome of the contest between Long Outyen and Su Che seemed apparent. However, in the tense atmosphere, no one dared to make a definitive judgment, for in the world of cultivation, miracles can happen at any time. Stop overanalyzing. Someone's already taking bets on the dark web. A sudden exclamation shattered the calm of the group chat. The odds for Long Outyin have dropped to 1 minute and 1.2 seconds. If you don't bet now, you won't even make pocket money. This statement was like a bomb, causing a brief silence in the group. Then, someone broke the silence with a hint of humor in their voice. Come on, as educators, how can we lead the way in such activities? Exactly, another voice chimed in. I, Lou, am putting it out the Remy whole life. I have no tolerance for gambling, drugs, or anything of the sort. However, this righteous declaration didn't last long. Soon, someone posed a critical question. So, where's the morality? Where's the dignity? Where's the line? Where's the link? Immediately after, a message appeared. I've started a poll. Press and hold to open the link. Once the link was sent, the group descended into an eerie silence. On Blue Star, the dark web is a special branch of the virtual network. Due to its anonymity, it is popular among those with special abilities. Betting is just a small corner of the dark web's many functions. Here, you can trade techniques, treasures, and divine weapons, and engage in activities like drug testing, hiring, assassinations, and auctions. You could say there's nothing the dark web can't do, though most advanced functions are only available to those above the 4th tier of extraordinary abilities. When the group clicked the link, they immediately saw the betting odds between Long Outyin and Su Che. The odds for Long Outyin to win were 1 minute and 1.2 seconds, while Su Che's odds were a staggering 1:5. There was no third option, simple, blunt, and straightforward. Under Long Outyin's odds, a stream of various betting information kept rolling. Drunkenly assaulted mother-in-law, bet 20,000 Disya currency. Level 8 Gale, bet 10,000 Disya currency. VIP for crab roe burger recipe, bet 20,000 Disya currency. In contrast, under Su Che's odds, there were only a few scattered bets with pitifully small amounts. Yin Shuang Yin, bet 1,000 Disya currency. Turkey-flavored chips, bet 1,000 Disya currency. Fiery dance grave relocation, bet 1,000 Disya currency. These 1,000 Disya currency bets were the minimum betting amount. However, among these small bets, one ID stood out. Pingcheng Wu Yanzu, bet 50,000 Disya currency. The staggering amount instantly caught everyone's attention. Betting 50,000 Disya currency was significant even if betting on Long Outyin, let alone on Su Che. If Su Che won, at odds of 1:5, the bettor would earn 300,000 Disya currency. Of course, the premise is, Su Che must win. Meanwhile, in class 28 of the 2nd year of high school, Su Che's phone suddenly vibrated, and a text message popped up. Your savings account ending in 9527 has been debited 50,000 Disya currency for a transaction. Available balance 4,386 Disya currency. Disya Bank. Seeing this message, Su Che couldn't help but smack his lips. The 50,000 Disya currency was all his savings. Teacher, what are you up to? Yi Shuangyue suddenly asked beside him. Since her training time in the gravity chamber was up, she had been receiving guidance in the classroom for the last few days. Oh, nothing. Su Che put down his phone, a slight smile curving his lips. Just earning a little extra cash. At the same time, in the training room on the 1st floor of the Jiang family villa on Yunlong Mountain in the southern suburbs. Click, click. The sound of 2 cabin doors opening was heard as Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi emerged from the 1st-tier gravity chamber. Though their expressions varied, their eyes both sparkled with the same light. The aura of their cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the 1st tier. Jiang Yueli gazed towards the direction of the 1st ability high school with a hint of pride in her voice. Old dang. I bet you'll be surprised to see our cultivation level. Jiang Yueshi was not to be outdone, flashing a confident smile. Handsome, who would have thought? In the end, it's us 2 sisters who will save you from trouble. The sun hung high in the sky, casting warmth that rivaled even Naizi's. At the 1st high school of supernatural abilities, the martial arts field was bustling, with a dense crowd of teachers and students surrounding the awakening stage. Today marked the 1st monthly assessment for the 2nd year advanced combat class, an event the school took very seriously. Not only was it personally overseen by the grade director, Jiang Lianyue, but Vice Principal Lei Ming was also present. The atmosphere inside was lively, filled with constant chatter. Besides the test itself, many were drawn by the wager between Su Che and Long Outyin. Over the past month, their bet had caused quite a stir on campus, even leading to odds being posted on the dark web. Many students secretly betting on Long Outyin were eager to see their pocket money double. Though the 18 classes surrounding the awakening stage appeared disorganized, there was a method to the madness. Class 21 had secured the best spot, with their teacher Liu Bo standing at the forefront, instantly becoming the center of attention. His handsome appearance, position as a key class teacher, prestigious family background, and talent as a level nature ability user made him shine. Look, that's teacher Liu Bo. Wow, he's handsome. comes from a good family, and is talented. He's perfect. This month's test champion is definitely from Class 1. They have several students with level talents. Despite the surrounding praises, Lu Bo remained unfazed. He had heard such compliments too often to be affected. His gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Lianyue on the high platform. Sensing something, Jiang Lianyue turned to look, and Lu Bo immediately flashed what he considered a gentle and refined smile. However, Jiang Lianyue merely glanced at him with a slight frown before turning away. Lu Bo's smile froze, his eyes turning cold as he thought to himself, just a third-level dynastage? One day, I'll have you at my feet. In the center of the crowd, Long Outyin was encouraging his prized students. Pan Hong, Xie Yi, Zhang Lei, the class ranking depends on you three. Stay relaxed on stage and give it your all. Don't let me down. Despite their already strong abilities, Long Outyin reminded them. Understood. The three replied in unison, confidence gleaming in their eyes. Pan Hong added, we'll definitely crush Class 18. Hearing this, Long Outyin's smile broadened. Good. With that assurance, I'm at ease. He instinctively glanced towards an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, his lips curling upwards slightly. Su Che, you think you can beat me? You're far from it. At that moment, a voice emerged from that inconspicuous corner of the crowd. You two finally made it. Su Che glanced back at the sisters Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, feeling slightly relieved. Without them, he wouldn't have enough students for the test. It was Auntie who insisted I come, Jiang Yu Li said, turning her head with an air of arrogance. Auntie didn't say that. We came on our own. Jiang Yu Shi bluntly exposed her sister's lie. Jiang Yu Li's face darkened, and she reached out to pinch her sister. But Jiang Yu Shi was prepared, nimbly dodging and whispering playfully in Su Che's ear. We've both advanced to the first tier, third level. We're here to help you. Su Che's eyes flashed with surprise as he took a closer look at the sisters. He never expected them to advance, assuming they were still at the first tier, second level. Learning they had reached the first tier, third level, his confidence grew. This was like a cat playing with a mouse, a sure win. He gave them a meaningful look and said, thank you both. Time flew by, and soon it was 10 o'clock. On the high platform opposite the awakening stage, Lei Ming, who had been resting with his eyes closed, stood up immediately. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd, and he spoke in a booming voice. Everyone, today marks the first monthly test for our first Superpower High School's martial exam sprint class. The importance of this test needs no further explanation. I want to emphasize that the path of cultivation is demanding, and to acquire sufficient resources, you must demonstrate your abilities. This is an age-old truth and a principle our first Superpower High School adheres to, especially this year. Lei Ming paused for a moment, then raised his voice. I can tell you clearly that although our school ranks among the top in Peng City, it is nothing compared to the 6 major garrison cities of Xia, and even less so compared to the high schools in base cities. To address this increasingly challenging situation, the school's board has decided to further concentrate resources at the top. This means that among the 18 sprint classes for the martial exam, the top 6 will receive an additional 50 of the training resources. The last 6 classes will have their share reduced by 50. His words were like a bombshell, instantly inciting tension among the teachers and students. The atmosphere turned hostile as no one wanted to be the bottom-ranked sacrifice. Lei Ming nodded with satisfaction and turned to Jiang Lianyu. Director Jiang, I'll leave it to you to start the process. Jiang Lianyu, dressed in a teal robe, looked fresh and elegant. She cast a meaningful glance at an inconspicuous corner of the martial arts field before calmly stating, the rules for this month's test are the same as in previous years. Each class selects 3 representatives for the test. First tier, first level earns 1 point. First tier, second level earns 2 points. First tier, third level earns 3 points, and so on. The final ranking is based on total points, with ties broken by level. The teachers remained composed, clearly familiar with the rules. The monthly test will proceed in order from Class 1 to Class 18. Now, would the representatives from Class 2, Grade 11, please come to the awakening stage for the test? As Jiang Lianyu finished speaking, the first monthly test for the martial exam sprint class officially began. In the martial arts arena, as soon as Jiang Lianyu finished speaking, the place fell silent. Immediately, countless eyes, like sharp arrows, turned towards the direction of Class 21, with most being irresistibly drawn to the ethereal presence of Lu Bo. Feeling the intense gazes from all directions, Lu Bo slightly raised his head, a confident expression appearing on his face. Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, Feng Mingyuan, step forward for the test. Lu Bo's voice was firm and commanding. Yes. From the ranks of Class 21, 3 figures swiftly parted the crowd and strode out. These young men stood together with extraordinary poise, instantly setting themselves apart from the surrounding students. They were the undisputed top students of Class 21, having awakened level talents during the second-year awakening ceremony. The 3 first respectfully cupped their hands in salute to Lu Bo, then proceeded to ascend the awakening platform one by one. Suspended in the air at the center of the platform was a sphere emitting a deep blue glow, the powerful core of an intelligent light brain, capable of not only detecting talent levels, but also easily assessing strength. I'll go first. Zhao Jun, with his robust build, took a deep breath and stepped beneath the core of the intelligent light brain. In an instant, a deep blue light screen cascaded down from the core, enveloping Zhao Jun. Everyone present held their breath, watching as the light screen's brightness gradually intensified, going from dim to bright. When the brightness peaked and stopped changing, the core of the intelligent light brain emitted a mechanical voice. Detection complete. First level, 4th tier, cultivation. Progress to breakthrough to first level, 5th tier, 50. Upon hearing this result, a barely noticeable smile tugged at the corners of Lu Bo's mouth. The teachers and students at the scene gasped in astonishment and began whispering among themselves. First level, 4th tier. That's incredible. Even for a genius who awakens level abilities, they're usually only at first level, 3rd tier upon awakening. Rising from 3rd tier to 4th tier is even harder than breaking through from 1st tier to 3rd tier. What's even more shocking is that he's only 50 away from breaking through to the 5th tier. However, the shock was far from over. As Zhang Qi and Feng Mingyuan stepped into the detection range of the intelligent light brain core, the mechanical voice echoed across the martial arts arena once more. Detection complete. First level, 4th tier, cultivation. Progress to breakthrough to first level, 5th tier, 45. Detection complete. First level, 4th tier, cultivation. Progress to breakthrough to first level, 5th tier, 40. Although Zhang Qi and Feng Mingyuan's progress towards the 5th tier was slightly behind Zhao Jun, they too had reached the first level, 4th tier. 3 at the first level, 4th tier. The impact of this result was more than just tripled. The scene fell into a brief silence before erupting into a wave of discussions. My God, 3 at the first level, 4th tier. They all broke through in just 1 month. No wonder they're the best of the best. But isn't the key Lu Bo's guidance? No wonder he's the teacher of the top class. This is a sure win. Class 21 is definitely ranked first. No other class stands a chance. Such explosive results completely won over everyone present. Even the teachers from other classes in the martial arts exam prep program could only shake their heads with a resigned smile. With this outcome, they knew that the first place was already reserved for Class 21, leaving them powerless to compete. From the high platform, Vice Principal Lei Ming's voice boomed like thunder across the venue. The most talented students in the school combined with the best resources, what can others compete with? Haha, excellent. Truly excellent. If they can maintain this pace of cultivation, they might even have a chance to enter the top supernatural university in Xia. He looked at Lu Bo with evident approval. Teacher Lu Bo, you've contributed greatly. Lu Bo responded humbly. Thank you, Principal Lei. It's what I should do. Despite his modest words, he stood tall, his smile widening unconsciously, clearly pleased with the vice principal's praise. For a moment, almost everyone cast envious glances at Lu Bo. However, in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, Su Che seemed indifferent. He smacked his lips lightly, thinking, 3 at the 4th level of the first rank? Impressive, but not unbeatable. Reaching the top isn't that difficult. Since witnessing Yi Xuanyue's talent, others seemed mediocre in his eyes. He mused that if Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi trained with him this month, securing the top spot would be a certainty. Jiang Lianyue's cool voice broke Su Che's thoughts. The 3 representatives from Class 1 of the second year are all at the 4th level of the first rank, with 4 points each, totaling 12 points, currently ranked first. Now let's welcome the representatives from Class 2 of the second year to the Awakening platform for testing. As the tests continued, the 3 student representatives from Class 2 quickly took the stage. The intelligent system's voice announced in turn. Test complete. First rank, 3rd level. Progress to 4th level, 40. Test complete. First rank, 3rd level. Progress to 4th level, 30. Test complete. First rank, 3rd level. Progress to 4th level, 30. 3 at the 3rd level of the first rank, with 3 points each, totaling 9 points. Although not as strong as Class 1, the results were still commendable. From the class numbers, it was clear that Class 2 was theoretically second only to Class 1. However, this also exposed an issue. As the class numbers increased, the representatives' abilities gradually decreased. Class 3 scored 3-3-2, totaling 8 points. Next, Tutu 3 totaling 7 points, and Tutwata totaling 6 points. While the ranking wasn't strictly in order of class numbers, the general trend was apparent. The atmosphere on site grew increasingly dull, and the enthusiasm of the observing teachers and students was rapidly waning. Just then, Jiang Lianyue's voice rang out again, instantly reigniting the crowd's excitement. Next, let's welcome the representatives from Class 10 of the second year to the Awakening platform for testing. Class 10 was where Long Outyin belonged. Many in the crowd were there for the bet between Long Outyin and Su Che, with some even placing bets on the dark web. The testing of Long Outyan's class immediately brought the atmosphere back to life. Lu Bo, who had been bored to tears, now looked at Long Outyan with interest, a playful expression on his face. Although rumors said Long Outyan was his lackey, in truth, he had no special feelings towards him. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Long Outyan couldn't help but lick his lips, excitement evident. He shot a provocative glance at Su Che in the corner, his lips moving silently but clearly. You're going to lose. Turning around, Long Outyan's voice was filled with confidence. Pan Hong, Zhang Lei, Xie Yi, you three, get on the platform for testing. Yes. The three rushed to the awakening platform without hesitation. Soon, the intelligence system's voice announced one after the other. Test complete. First rank, 4th level. Progress to 5th level, 10. Test complete. First rank, 2nd level. Progress to 3rd level, 55. Test complete. First rank, 2nd level. Progress to 3rd level, 50. On the awakening platform, Zhang Lianyue's voice resonated clearly across the martial arts arena as she announced the results for Class 20 of the second year. Class 20 representatives. 1 at Tier 1, Level 4, and 2 at Tier 1, Level 2. With a total of 8 points, they are provisionally ranked 6th, based on their level standings. This outcome matched the online rumors precisely, and the results for Long Outyan's Class 20 were finally confirmed. As soon as Zhang Lianyue finished speaking, the audience erupted in astonishment. However, keen observers might have noticed a fleeting trace of concern in Zhang Lianyue's eyes as she glanced at a corner of the arena. Although 8 classes were yet to be tested, Class 20's ranking seemed secure. Stronger classes were unlikely to be scheduled last. The audience buzzed with discussion. Wow, it's really 1 at Tier 1, Level 4, and 2 at Tier 1, Level 2, and those 2 are close to breaking through to Level 3. Besides Class 1, Class 10 is the second to have a student at Tier 1, Level 4. They've made it to the top 6. How could Su Che win? Was he betting on Long Outyan's class to fail? Looks like he lost the bet. Great, Su Che lost, so I won. Earning pocket money was a breeze. I only bet 10,000 daxiao coins, and barely made 1,000. I regret not betting more. You all were too cautious. I bet 20,000 daxiao coins, in 2 separate bets. Most people favored Long Outyan, and the comments were overwhelmingly supportive. Even though Su Che's class had yet to be tested, many had already envisioned the outcome. Long Outyan's class surging ahead, leaving Su Che behind. On the high platform, Vice Principal Lei Ming's thick brows furrowed deeply. He first looked at Pan Hong, who was at Tier 1, Level 4, then glanced at the jubilant Long Outyan, showing displeasure. As vice principal, he was well aware of the school's dynamics, including the rivalry and wager between Long Outyan and Su Che. Although he generally encouraged teachers to engage in healthy competition, Long Outyan's strategy of focusing all resources on the top 3 students seemed somewhat unfair. Lei Ming opened his mouth, but chose not to speak. After all, Long Outyan hadn't broken any rules. His victory just seemed less than honorable. He could only snort softly and close his eyes to rest. Inside the arena, Lu Bo's gaze was fixed on Pan Hong, who was at Tier 1, Level 4. Oh, a Tier 1, Level 4 indeed, with impressive talent. Compared to the bet between Long Outyan and Su Che, Lu Bo was clearly more interested in Pan Hong. After a few moments of observation, he made up his mind. Such talent must join my class. Meanwhile, standing at the center, Long Outyan was oblivious to Lu Bo's interest, unaware that his prized student had caught someone else's eye. At this moment, Long Outyan was entirely absorbed in the joy of elevating his class's ranking, unable to contain himself. 6th. Ranked 6th. That's 6th place. Long Outyan's eyes lit up instantly, his heart pounding. Being in the top 6 meant an additional 50 training quota, which was like a godsend to him. He bit his lip, trying hard to suppress the urge to jump and cheer, while his gaze swept over the crowd around him. A month of hardships had finally come to an end. Long Outyan rejoiced inwardly, imagining days without having to tighten his belt. What excited him even more was the impending defeat of Su Che. The joy of this double victory was almost overwhelming. Suppressing his inner excitement, Long Outyan fixed his gaze on Su Che once more. This time, his eyes were filled with blatant provocation. He slowly extended his arm, gave a thumbs up, and then abruptly turned it downward. This universal gesture spoke louder than words at that moment. Long Outyan's gesture was like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere. All eyes turned towards Su Che in the corner. Some eyes were mocking, some were teasing, and others showed pity or sympathy. Some even openly displayed schadenfreude. Among these varied gazes, there was one worried look from the high platform. At this moment, in the eyes of most people, Su Che was already labeled a loser. Feeling the unusual gazes from everyone, Su Che's lips curled slightly, a trace of indifference flashing in his eyes. He chose to ignore Long Outyan's blatant provocation. Instead of feeling flustered, he was slightly expectant. Su Che mused to himself about the expressions on their faces when Yi Xuanyue revealed her first level 5 stage cultivation. He was confident that once he decisively defeated Long Outyin in the class rankings, people would concoct a legendary tale of perseverance for him. As the saying goes, after entering the pass, there will be great scholars to argue for me. At this moment, the only thing Su Che needed to do was wait patiently. On the awakening platform, the tests continued. As expected, the overall level of the classes appearing later was indeed much lower than those before. Most scores hovered around 6 points. As Class 18's turn approached, the faces of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi grew increasingly tense. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Despite their month-long efforts to break through to the first level 3 stage, combining for a total of 6 points, they still lagged behind Long Outyan's class, which had 8 points. The sisters simultaneously turned to look at Yi Xuanyue. She stood there gracefully and elegantly, seemingly harmless. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi couldn't help but shake their heads. They thought, with the same level talent, they barely broke through with unlimited resources and family breathing techniques. How could Yi Xuanyue, without these conditions, possibly break through to the first level 2nd stage? The remaining class tests proceeded quickly. In less than 10 minutes, only Class 28 hadn't been tested. Realizing this, the spirits of the teachers and students present seemed to lift a bit. Now, let's welcome the representative of Class 28 to the awakening platform for testing. Jiang Lianyue's voice rang out again, but if you listened carefully, you could detect a noticeable emotional fluctuation. It seems we're the finale. Su Che remained calm, even smiling as he looked at the sisters. Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, you two go on, don't be nervous. Jiang Yueli, with a serious expression, walked onto the platform without a word. Jiang Yueshi took a deep breath and followed closely behind. Soon, the intelligence system quickly announced. Test complete. First level 3 stage cultivation. Progress to first level 4 stage, 55. Test complete. First level 3 stage cultivation. Progress to first level 4 stage, 55. On the vast awakening platform, the voice of the intelligent light brain echoed clearly throughout the martial arts arena. Jiang Yueli, first tier, level 3. Jiang Yueshi, first tier, level 3. This result immediately stirred a commotion among the crowd. It was well known that the Jiang family had a traditional breathing technique, so it wasn't surprising that the sisters reached first tier, level 2 upon awakening. However, breaking through from level 2 to level 3 was significantly more challenging than from level 1 to level 2. Most students in the sprint class with a level or even level talents hadn't even reached level 2 yet. What was more astonishing was that the Jiang sisters had awakened with level talent, making their breakthrough speed truly remarkable. The arena quickly erupted into lively discussions. First tier, level 3? It's not the top, but it's certainly among the best, right? Is this cultivation speed really from level talent? Don't forget, the Jiang sisters took a whole month off. It seems they were receiving special training from a master at home. With the Jiang family's wealth, they can supply resources limitlessly. Having money is great. Even with unlimited first-tier energy potions, most families couldn't afford it. These two are really lucky to be born into such a family. Otherwise, breaking through in a month would be impossible. At that moment, a teacher from the martial arts exam sprint class suddenly slapped his forehead and raised a new question. No matter what, the Jiang sisters are already at first tier, level 3. So, does Su Che have any chance of winning this bet? However, this idea was immediately met with opposition from others. Win? That's wishful thinking. Long Outyan's class currently has 8 points, while Su Che's class has 6. To win, Yi Xuanyue would have to reach first tier, level 3. Yi Xuanyue has been slacking off for a month. How could she possibly break through to first tier, level 3? Even if she hadn't been slacking, and even with unlimited resource supply, she couldn't jump from first tier to level 3 in a month. In the end, Su Che still has no hope of winning. Despite the Jiang sisters' impressive abilities, no one believed Su Che could win. The scores were the sum of 3 people's results, and any weak link would affect the overall score. Clearly, Yi Xuanyue was that weak link. On the high platform, Principal Lei Ming turned to Jiang Lianyue with a smile and said, "Your little ones did well. While resources played a part, achieving this with level talent mostly comes down to personal effort." He stroked his rough beard and continued, "If they can maintain this momentum, they might have a slim chance of getting into a university through the martial arts exam." Jiang Lianyue thanked him politely, but couldn't muster any real happiness. She knew Principal Lei was trying to comfort her, as there had never been a precedent for someone with level talent to get into a university. Meanwhile, her gaze drifted to Su Che standing by the awakening platform, and she sighed inwardly, "I've done all I can for you." In the arena, Lu Bo's gaze swept over the Jiang sisters as they hurried off the platform, then landed on Jiang Lianyue on the high platform, his brows furrowing. First tier, level 3. It seems Jiang Lianyue put in a lot of effort. Although Jiang Lianyue wasn't interested in him, Lu Bo hadn't given up. He knew that Jiang Lianyue would go home after school to give special tutoring to Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. And since Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were Su Che's disciples, Wasn't Zhang Lianyue essentially helping Su Che? This realization irritated Lu Bo. Even though Lu Bo knew there was no possibility between Zhang Lianyue and Su Che, the fact that the two had any interaction still stirred a slight discomfort in his heart. However, the thought of Su Che losing to his underling, Long Outyin, in the upcoming competition brought a slight smirk to Lu Bo's lips. Humph, just a clown who can't take the stage, he thought smugly. At this moment, Lu Bo was completely unaware that Long Outyin, whom he referred to as a lackey, was going through an emotional whirlwind. Long Outyin's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, and his rapid heartbeat gradually steadied. When he heard that Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi both reached level 1, stage 3, he almost held his breath. For a fleeting moment, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. His class ranking was in jeopardy. However, the chatter of the surrounding classmates pulled him back to reality. Only then did Long Outyin realize he had been worrying unnecessarily. So what if Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi are both level 1, stage 3? As long as Yi Xuanyue hasn't broken through to level 1, stage 3, I'm invincible. With this realization, Long Outyin's drooping eyes lifted again, and confidence sparkled within them. Standing straight with his hands behind his back and his chin slightly raised, he gazed at the sky at an almost perfect 45-degree angle, his face exuding an air of invincibility. Though it seemed a lot had happened, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi had just completed their tests and were walking down from the awakening platform. Old dang. We did our best, Jiang Yuli said solemnly, clenching her teeth and struggling to get the words out. Despite only awakening and level talent, she was still filled with pride. However, not being able to help Su Che left her feeling uneasy. Sigh, if only we weren't level talents. Maybe. Jiang Yu, she said regretfully, her lips moving for a while, unable to finish the sentence. The test was over, and there was no point in saying more. Just as the two were engulfed in deep disappointment, Su Che shook his head with a smile. No, on the contrary. You did great. You helped me a lot. He had initially estimated that Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi were both level 1, stage 2, which would have given them 9 points, just enough to surpass Long Outyin. But now that both had reached level 1, stage 3, combined with Yi Xuanyue, their total score would be 11 points. Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi looked up at Su Che, their eyes filled with confusion. Though they didn't speak, their expressions said it all. You'll find out soon enough, Su Che said with a mysterious smile, then turned to Yi Xuanyue. Xiao Yezi, it's your turn to shine. All right, teacher. Yi Xuanyue nodded gracefully and calmly stepped onto the awakening platform. Soon, the blue light curtain from the intelligent optical brain enveloped her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Strangely, the intelligent optical brain seemed to be reacting sluggishly this time, taking several seconds without giving a result. Even more astonishing, the brightness of the blue light curtain far exceeded any previous instance. On the high platform, Lei Ming's eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. If he remembered correctly, this brightness meant. The next moment, the voice of the intelligent optical brain echoed throughout the martial arts arena. Detection complete. Level 1, stage 5. Progress to breakthrough level 1, stage 6, 30. The announcement from the intelligent AI was not loud, yet it hit the martial arts arena like a thunderclap. Instantly, the entire place fell into an eerie silence. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, their faces etched with shock, and they held their breath. After a few seconds of dead silence, Vice Principal Lei Ming's massive frame shuddered suddenly, his eyes widening like saucers. Tier 1, level 5. It really is Tier 1, level 5, he muttered, his eyebrows twitching violently as his gaze locked onto Yi Xuanyue on the awakening platform. As the Vice Principal, Lei Ming was well-versed in the detection process of the awakening platform. The glow from the intelligent AI had immediately made him think of Tier 1, level 5, but he couldn't believe his own judgment. After all, for years, no martial arts class student at the First Ability High School had ever reached this level during the first monthly test. Not just in their school, but even in the entire Peng City, only descendants from major families within a grade talent awakening could possibly achieve such a breakthrough in a month. However, the judgment of the intelligent AI could not be wrong. This fact forced Lei Ming to accept the reality before him. He struggled to recall, wasn't Yi Xuanyue only awakened with grade enhancement talent? Beside him, Jiang Lianyue covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes flashing with shock, confusion, and astonishment. Her gaze fixated on Yi Xuanyue, her mind in turmoil. Having always focused on Su Che, Jiang Lianyue was even more shocked than Lei Ming. In her expectations, Yi Xuanyue breaking through to Tier 1, level 2 would have been quite impressive. After all, the rumors about Yi Xuanyue and Su Che being slackers in school were not unfounded. Yet the reality before her completely overturned Jiang Lianyue's understanding. As an experienced director who had led many martial arts classes, she had never seen a student with grade talent leap 4 levels in a month. It was beyond her imagination. Lei Ming and Jiang Lianyue, being the highest in cultivation, reacted the fastest, while the others slowly came back to their senses. Haha, the intelligent AI must have made a mistake, right? A teacher from the sprint class laughed out loud. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event. Never thought I'd see an intelligent AI error in my lifetime. I remember there's never been a precedent for an AI error in the entire dismissal. However, his laughter quickly dwindled, and he eventually swallowed hard. He finally realized the crux of the matter: there had never been an error with the intelligent AI in all of dismissal. So this time, it couldn't possibly be a mistake. The data from the intelligence system displayed on the big screen, instantly igniting the entire martial arts arena. First stage, level 5. Yi Xuanyue is actually at the first stage, level 5. Exclamations erupted like boiling water. The students' faces were filled with disbelief. It's important to note that many martial arts examinees hadn't reached this level even by the day of the exam. Advancing 4 levels in 1 month not only broke the school's record, but might also set a new record for the entire Pingqing High School for supernatural abilities. How can it be Yi Xuanyue? Doubts spread like wildfire. Isn't she supposed to have inflevel talent? How could someone with inflevel talent improve so quickly? Could it be that she's not actually flevel? No, that's not possible. The intelligence system doesn't make mistakes. Wasn't it said that she had given up on the martial arts exam and indulged in overeating every day? Could it be that she gained strength from eating? The entire arena was in chaos. With a strange unity to the uproar, everyone's face was marked with undisguised shock. It was like the class's recognized underachievers suddenly outperformed all the top students in a monthly exam, taking first place, and all in an absolutely fair, cheat-proof manner. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were no exceptions. Their pupils contracted sharply, as if struck by bright light, and their facial expressions were as stiff as stone. From their vacant stares, it was clear that their minds were completely blank. The sisters mechanically turned to look at each other, both seeing deep confusion in the other's eyes. With the same flevel talent, they not only had their aunt personally teaching them, but also trained day and night in a gravity chamber, drinking energy potions like water. Even with such intensive training for a month, they barely advanced 1 level. But Yi Xuanyue, with the same flevel talent, had advanced 4 levels in a month. The gap was simply unacceptable. Jiang Yueshi swallowed bitterly. Sister, could it be that we're actually worse than flevel? Maybe we have level talent. Jiang Yueli opened her mouth, but in the end, could only nod helplessly. Maybe. Even worse than Glevel. If anyone's reaction was the most intense, it was undoubtedly Long Outyin. Standing at the center of the martial arts stage, his face turned deathly pale, and veins bulged on his forehead. No, this can't be. It's not scientific. He shouted almost hysterically, taking nearly a minute to reluctantly accept reality. If Yi Xuanyue truly was at the first stage, level 5, it meant that Su Che's class would score 11 points. This not only meant their class was pushed out of the top 6, losing 50 of the extra quota, but it also meant he lost to Su Che in the class ranking race and had to pay 600,000 dismissal currency. For him, it was a disaster. Long Outyin desperately comforted himself. The intelligence system must have made a mistake. It must have. However, fate left him no room for delusion. At that moment, Jiang Lianyue's clear voice sounded from the high platform. Class 28, Grade 2, 3 representatives. 1 at first stage, level 5, 2 at first stage, level 3. 5, 3, 3, totaling 11 points. She paused briefly, her tone noticeably intensified. Final ranking second. The moment Jiang Lianyue announced the results in the arena, the entire place fell into a stunned silence. The ranking of Class 28 in the second year hit everyone like a sledgehammer. Second place. Once considered the weakest class, they had astonishingly leapt ahead of 16 other classes, second only to the elite class. Even more unbelievable was that their score was only 1 point less than Class 1. A murmur of surprise, confusion, and even skepticism rippled through the crowd. Lu Bo stood among them, his previous disdain replaced by a serious expression. His gaze was fixed on Class 18, particularly on Yi Xuanyue. The girl who had broken through to the 5th tier of the first rank was undoubtedly the key to their unexpected success. Complex emotions churned within Lu Bo. On one hand, he felt relieved that his class still maintained the top position. On the other, the aggressive rise of Su Che's class posed an unprecedented threat. As he pondered his next move, a hysterical shout broke the clamor. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Long Outyin's voice was filled with unwillingness and anger. I dispute this ranking. I demand a retest. Jiang Lianyue looked at Long Outyin coldly, her voice tinged with obvious displeasure. Mr. Long, what is your objection? Are you questioning the accuracy of the intelligent brain? Long Outyin was momentarily at a loss for words, his face alternating between shades of blue and white. He bit his lip hard, his fingernails digging into his palms, filled with regret. The bet he made with Su Che had now become his nightmare, with the 600,000 dasha currency stake almost suffocating him. Just as Long Outyin was sinking into despair, his phone suddenly vibrated. Seeing the sender, His pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly glanced at Lu Bo in the crowd. Lu Bo smiled slightly, gently waving the phone in his hand. Grasping at this lifeline, Long Outyin hastily opened the message. Upon reading its contents, he was initially stunned, but soon hope reignited in his eyes. He took a deep breath, ready to take action. Director Jiang, I challenge Class A team to a ranking duel. One match to determine the winner. Long Outyin's voice thundered through the martial arts arena. He raised his right hand high, eyes filled with determination and defiance. Lu Bo stood amidst the crowd, nodding and smiling with satisfaction, as if everything was unfolding according to his plan. The scene erupted instantly, countless eyes turning to Long Outyin in shock and excitement. The ranking challenge, a system ensuring fairness, had now become the center of everyone's attention. Jiang Lianyue's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her voice carrying a hint of doubt. Are you sure you want to initiate a ranking challenge? I'm sure, Long Outyin replied without hesitation, secretly grateful for Lu Bo's reminder. This was his last chance to turn the tables. If he could defeat Su Che's class in the ranking challenge, he would rise to second place and regain his honor. Long Outyin calculated in his mind. Although Yi Xuanyue had reached the first stage, level 5, strength wasn't solely determined by realm. Ability levels, breathing techniques, and combat skills were all crucial. Moreover, Pan Hong's talent level far surpassed Yi Xuanyue's, giving him a significant chance of victory. Jiang Lianyue nodded in agreement, then turned her gaze to Su Che in the corner. Mr. Su, are you willing to accept the ranking challenge? All eyes in the room turned to Su Che. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile playing on his lips. A ranking challenge? Interesting. I accept. Jiang Lianyue acted swiftly, immediately addressing Principal Lei Ming. Principal Lei. No problem. Activate the battle platform. Lei Ming agreed readily, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. As soon as he spoke, the awakening platform's light screen flickered, transforming into a 10 by 10 meter square platform. The intelligent voice of the AI followed. Will the competitors please enter the arena? Long Outyin's eyes burned red, his expression almost feral, as he gave Pan Hong the final command. Pan Hong, don't hold back. If you win, all the class resources will be prioritized for you. I understand. Pan Hong's eyes blazed with intensity as he nodded firmly. Just a first stage, level 5 with grade talent. I can definitely take him down. With that, he leapt gracefully into the arena. On the other side, Su Che patted Yi Xuanyue on the shoulder. Remember, don't hold back. He added, just don't kill him. Don't worry, teacher, I understand. Yi Xuanyue replied calmly, stepping elegantly onto the platform, murmuring softly to herself, I won't kill him. As Yi Xuanyue stepped onto the platform, the AI voice sounded again. Competitors, please prepare. The battle will commence after a 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. With the countdown complete, the AI announced, Class 18's Yi Xuanyue versus Class 20's Pan Hong. Let the battle begin. On the platform, the two competitors locked eyes, a tense atmosphere filling the air. The audience held their breath, poised for the commencement of this high-stakes ranking showdown. The martial arts arena was packed with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Although the monthly assessment had ended, the audience had not diminished. In fact, it had grown, surrounding the arena densely. All eyes were fixed on the central stage, eagerly anticipating the upcoming ranking challenge match. This challenge was initiated by Long Outyin and quickly became the center of attention throughout the school. After all, it had been a while since such an intense competition had taken place at the first advanced ability high school. There was a buzz of conversation below the stage. Someone questioned, a level 1, rank 5 against a level 1, rank 4? Isn't that a significant power gap? Are you new here? An older student explained. Pan Hong, at level 1, rank 4, is a young genius with a clever talent, while Yi Xuanyue, at level 1, rank 5, only has level talent. The outcome is hard to predict. Another person analyzed. I think Pan Hong has a better chance of winning. Both are from the enhancement category, but males naturally have a strength advantage. Plus, Pan Hong has a family breathing technique and a higher ability level. The difference of one rank might not be enough. Someone scrutinized the contestants and remarked in surprise, that slender girl, walking so lightly, is Yi Xuanyue? It's hard to imagine she could win. On the sidelines, a spectator shouted excitedly, Pan Hong has to win. I bet 20,000 Xia coins with teacher Long Outyin. Despite Yi Xuanyue's higher rank, most people favored Pan Hong. After all, strength isn't solely determined by rank. On the high platform, Lei Ming stroked his beard and asked Jiang Lianyue beside him, who do you think will win? Jiang Lianyue's gaze shifted between the two contestants, her brow furrowed. After pondering for a moment, she softly said, I think Yi Xuanyue has a better chance. Lei Ming was surprised. Oh? Do you have any basis for that? Jiang Lianyue shook her head. No specific basis, just intuition. I can sense a tremendous energy within Yi Xuanyue. Lei Ming nodded thoughtfully, and then laughed heartily. I'm just a simple man, and I feel Pan Hong is more likely. Let's wait and see whose intuition is right. On the stage, the intelligent AI had announced the start of the match several seconds ago. Yi Xuanyue and Pan Hong remained motionless, their eyes locked on each other. Yi Xuanyue appeared calm and unhurried, while Pan Hong seemed visibly impatient. After several more seconds, Pan Hong finally couldn't hold back and shouted, Yi Xuanyue, even though you're level 1, rank 5, you don't stand a chance against me. It's not too late to concede now. In the face of provocation, Yi Xuanyue remained silent. Her expression said it all, this battle had only just begun. Pan Hong let out a cold snort, and his aura of the first stage, 4th level, erupted like a flood. The muscles under his training clothes bulged, and the exposed parts were a bluish hue, resembling solid rock. His fists clenched tightly, with a menacing earthy yellow glow flickering at the knuckles. The crowd below erupted into a frenzy, exclamations rising one after another. Is this the Pan family's rock-breathing technique? His muscles are like real rock, unbreakable. A mid-tier profound level technique, a whole level above the first floor of the library. No wonder Pan Hong trained so quickly. That earthy yellow glow, it's a sign of mastering the Earth Fist, right? Rock-breathing technique paired with Earth Fist, he's maximizing his power. Don't forget, Pan Hong has a grade enhancement talent. With the talent boost, he might win in just one move. Yi Xuanyue is really in danger. In the audience, Long Outyin bit his lip, his muscles tensing involuntarily. As Pan Hong's aura soared, his eyes grew brighter, a tide of hope surging within him. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, he whispered fervently. At the center of the arena, Pan Hong's momentum finally peaked. A glint flashed in his eyes as he shouted, You asked for this. Before the words faded, Pan Hong bent slightly and shot towards Yi Xuanyue like an arrow. The 10 by 10 meter stage seemed cramped under his full force, and in less than half a second, he was right in front of Yi Xuanyue. The earthy yellow glowing fist was only half a meter away. Seeing Yi Xuanyue unresponsive, a victorious smile appeared on Pan Hong's face. What first stage, 5th level? Still defeated easily in one move, he thought triumphantly. Remember, your conqueror is Pan Hong. Pan Hong's fists aimed forcefully at Yi Xuanyue's abdomen, victory already curling at his lips. It seemed everything was decided. The reactions from the crowd varied. Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi looked down, unable to watch. Long Outyin was flushed with excitement, like a cooked shrimp. Lu Bo's eyes were playful, nodding slightly at Pan Hong. Jiang Lianyu frowned. Lei Ming's expression was complex, a mix of disappointment and a sense of inevitability. However, no one noticed the sly smile on Su Che's lips. In the next moment, with a dull thud, the sound of fist meeting flesh was clear. A figure was struck by a tremendous force, instantly flying backward, tracing a graceful arc in the air before crashing heavily outside the arena, stirring up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, the figure lay curled in pain on the ground, unable even to scream, only able to widen their eyes, clutching their stomach, emitting wheezing sounds. As the figure flew out of the arena, the intelligence system's voice announced, Pan Hong's body detected outside the arena range. According to the rules, Yi Xuanyue wins. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. The training ground fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on Yi Xuanyue, standing with her hands behind her back, exuding an air of calm in the center of the arena. The audience watched in disbelief at the scene that had just unfolded. Pan Hong, the seemingly invincible man with a first-level, 4-stage cultivation, had been defeated in an instant by Yi Xuanyue. His formidable rock-breathing technique and earth punch, which seemed so powerful, were like paper in front of her. With her slender arms and legs, Yi Xuanyue effortlessly sent the muscular Pan Hong flying out of the ring. Expressions of shock, bewilderment, and confusion rippled across the faces of the spectators. It was as if time had stopped, with each person processing the astonishing event in their own way. A sudden cold breeze swept through, breaking the stillness. The audience shivered, feeling a chill run down their spines. Then, the silence shattered, and a wave of exclamations surged louder than ever before. Oh my gosh, what just happened? Wasn't Pan Hong about to win? How did he get knocked out of the ring in the blink of an eye? It was Yi Xuanyue. I saw it with my own eyes. Voices rose in debate, with some questioning how someone at a first-level, 5-stage could so easily overpower a first-level, 4-stage opponent. More people, however, believed it was a clear demonstration of personal strength. The aura Yi Xuanyue displayed was far beyond what an ordinary level awakened ability user could achieve. Could it be a secondary evolution of her powers? Someone speculated in a whisper. On the high platform, Principal Lei Ming stood up abruptly, his face flushed with excitement, eyes gleaming. With years of experience, he had sensed an unusually powerful energy surge the moment Yi Xuanyue made her move. This was a level far beyond what an ordinary level talent could reach. Secondary evolution of abilities? Jiang Lianyue exclaimed, her eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. As a third-level teacher, she understood the rarity and significance of a secondary evolution. This perfectly explained how Yi Xuanyue managed to advance from first level, 1 stage to first level, 5 stage in just a month. The entire training ground was in an uproar, with everyone discussing the earth-shattering duel and the potential secrets Yi Xuanyue might be hiding. This seemingly ordinary girl, just how much untapped potential did she possess? The sound of Lei Ming's voice echoed like thunder across the martial arts field. That's right, I suspect it's a second evolution of abilities. Jiang Lianyue was about to speak, but Lei Ming cut her off with a wave of his hand. I know what you're going to say. Whether it is or not, we can just test it again. Lei Ming immediately ordered, test Yi Xuanyue's ability level. The intelligence system responded swiftly, enveloping Yi Xuanyue in a red light. Moments later, a mechanical voice announced, test complete. Yi Xuanyue possesses a clever enhanced ability, bloodthirsty violent bear. This result hit everyone present like a heavy blow. The teachers of the sprint class, their eyes suddenly reddening with excitement, began to speak one after another. It's really a second evolution. I was just about to say that. So that's how it is. No wonder Yi Xuanyue could break through to the first stage, 5th level in just a month, and easily defeat Pan Hong. Someone gasped. Hasn't it been years since a second evolution occurred in the entire Peng City? Not just Peng City. Even in the 6 major satellite cities, it's been years, except for the occasional report in the main base city. What kind of luck did Su Che have to casually take in a student with an level ability that evolved into a level 1? It's simply unfair. Damn Su Che, such a promising student should have been in our class. The teachers, initially shocked by Yi Xuanyue's victory over Pan Hong, were now consumed with jealousy upon learning of her evolution to a level ability. Lu Bo's heart raced as he watched Yi Xuanyue with burning intensity. He had arranged for Long Outyin to challenge Su Che not only for amusement, but also to observe Pan Hong and Yi Xuanyue. He hadn't anticipated that this series of events would reveal such explosive news. In comparison, Pan Hong's value plummeted. Lu Bo's gaze flickered with a hint of scheming as he looked towards Su Che in the corner. Su Che, you can't hold on as such a promising student. Yi Xuanyue will definitely join my class. Lei Ming stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. Well, I didn't expect our first ability high school to have a student with a second evolution. I'm very pleased with today's monthly test. His gaze towards Su Che softened. Su Che, your Class A team performed exceptionally well this time. I've decided that your class's training resources will increase from 50 to 100 next month. Instantly, countless envious eyes turned towards Su Che. If looks could kill, Su Che might have died several times over. Su Che's eyes twinkled as he said, thank you, Principal Lei. I have a small request. Oh, Lei Ming looked intrigued. Let's hear it. Su Che grinned. I hope Principal Lei and Director Jiang can be witnesses for me. With that, he quickly walked to the center of the martial arts field. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Che approached Long Outyin and said calmly, Mr. Long, a bet is a bet. I won't make things difficult for you. Just give me 600,000 great Xia coins within a month. I've checked for you. With your level 2 teacher status, you can get a loan of 600,000 in 28 working days, so there's still time. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin's jaw muscles tensed, and veins bulged on his forehead and hands. He clenched his fists tightly, his skin turning pale at the edges. After taking several deep breaths, he turned and left without a word, with only one thought in mind, to leave this damned place. However, Su Che's voice followed him, tinged with mockery. Mr. Long, don't rush off. We've settled the money issue, but what about your apology? Su Che, I'm warning you not to push it too far. Long Outyin's furious shout echoed through the training ground, his face flushed with anger, fists clenched tightly. The air seemed to freeze, and every eye was fixed on this tense standoff. Su Che's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. Push it too far? Mr. Long, are you trying to back out? His voice was calm, but each word cut like a knife. Our bet was witnessed by Director Jiang and Director Song, and I'm simply following through with our agreement. Long Outyin was at a loss for words, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He glanced around and saw not only all the teachers and students from the martial arts class, but also many from the first and second years, and even Principal Lei was present. Publicly apologizing to Su Che would destroy his authority. However, not honoring the bet would equally ruin his reputation. Long Outyin found himself in a dilemma, his face turning from red to pale, eyes filled with despair. At that moment, a slightly soft voice broke the tension. Let's be forgiving where we can. We're all colleagues here. No need to make things so tense. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. A man in an expensive black robe approached, his handsome face adorned with a faint, enigmatic smile. Mr. Lu. Long Outyin looked at him as if seeing a savior, hope rekindling in his eyes. Lu Bo, a teacher of the elite class and a scion of the Lu family, nodded gently, and then turned his gaze to Su Che. Mr. Su, how about doing me a favor and letting this go? Though his tone was mild, The underlying authority was unmistakable. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Some admired Mr. Lu's intervention, while others saw through the situation. Long Outyin is one of Lu Bo's underlings. Naturally, Lu Bo would help him, someone whispered. It's a shame Su Che might lose his hard-won bet because of this. However, just when everyone thought Su Che would bow to Lu Bo's favor, Su Che sneered, looked Lu Bo straight in the eye, and bluntly said, "Who the hell are you? Why should I do you a favor? How much is your favor worth?" At that moment, the entire training ground fell silent, everyone holding their breath, waiting to see how this unexpected confrontation would unfold. His achievements are not just due to hard work, but also a clear mindset. It's ridiculous. He's already planned how to spend that 600,000, and now you want him to give it up? No way. Su Che's words hit Lu Bo's pride like a sledgehammer. Lu Bo's usually confident face twisted, his hands involuntarily clenching into fists, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Trembling, he forced the words through gritted teeth. You. How dare you speak to me like that? Su Che remained unfazed, even more brazen in his verbal assault. His eyes filled with disdain, voice laced with sarcasm. You say you knew about my bet with Long Outyin all along. So why didn't you intervene earlier? Now that I've won, you want to mediate? Oh, should I thank you for that? He pressed on, each sentence like a sharp blade striking Lu Bo's weak spots. We're colleagues? Did Long Outyin consider me a colleague when he took my resources? And if Long Outyin had won instead of me, would you still be here to mediate? Lu Bo's face was tense, veins visible on his forehead. He opened his mouth, but could only utter a single syllable. I. Su Che cut him off mercilessly, motioning for him to be quiet. Don't bother. You wouldn't. And even if you said you would, I wouldn't believe it. The crowd around them watched with bated breath, eyes fixed on the heated exchange. Lu Bo's expression darkened to the extreme. If not for the people watching, he might have already resorted to violence. Taking a few deep breaths, Lu Bo barely managed to suppress his boiling anger, forcing himself to speak. Even if Long Outyin was wrong, is this necessary? It's just 600,000. Do you really need to hold on so tightly? Don't you have any sense of proportion? Su Che's lips curled into a mocking smile. Oh, classic. Truly classic. Since you're so concerned about Mr. Long, why don't you pay the 600,000 for him? This statement was like a bombshell, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Some gasped, mouths agape in shock as if they could swallow an egg. Lu Bo's expression shifted dramatically, glaring at Su Che with icy intensity. If I give it to you, would you dare take it? Just when everyone thought Su Che might back down, he surprised them by pulling out his phone and swiftly operating it before showing the screen to Lu Bo. Go ahead, scan the code. It's convenient. Seeing the transfer page from Daxia Bank, Lu Bo's eyebrow twitched involuntarily. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he unleashed his third-tier, 7th-level power. A sudden gust of monstrous wind howled through the arena, transforming into a sharp wind blade that shot towards Su Che. It all happened too fast. By the time people reacted, the wind blade was already closing in on Su Che's face. It's Mr. Lu Bo's level natural ability, Wind Blade. It's over. Su Che can't possibly withstand it, someone exclaimed. However, at the critical moment, Su Che's pupils contracted as if sensing the danger. Without hesitation, he channeled all his abilities to block, his third-tier, 5th-level peak power bursting forth. The wind blade collided with Su Che's arms, the clash of abilities creating ripples in the air. Su Che was forced back 3 steps by the immense force, each step leaving a deep mark on the ground, yet he stood there unharmed. The crowd gaped in disbelief at the scene. Someone shouted, "What?" Su Che actually withstood Lu Bo's attack. He's not just third-tier, 3rd level. This seems like third-tier, 5th-level peak. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena was electric, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Today's monthly test for the martial arts intensive class felt like a series of shocking revelations, leaving everyone's jaws nearly unhinged. First, the triple-layered 1st-level cultivation of Zhang Yueli and Zhang Yueshi drew gasps of amazement, quickly followed by the astonishing 5-layered 1st-level cultivation of Yishuang Yue. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Yishuang Yue's swift defeat of Pan Hong hit them like a hammer, scattering their thoughts. As if that wasn't thrilling enough, the next moment brought the explosive news of Yishuang Yue's talent evolving to a clevel, like a thunderclap. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the heart-pounding spectacle was over, the real show was just beginning. Su Che unleashed a peak of the 5-layered 3rd-level cultivation, standing firm against Lu Bo, a scene that shattered everyone's sense of reality. Many rubbed their eyes vigorously, questioning if they were hallucinating. Some had witnessed Su Che's hidden power when he defeated Long Outyin, but back then, Su Che's strength was only at the 3-layered 3rd level. How had it suddenly jumped to 5 layers? The arena fell silent, broken only by the sound of nervous gulps. Then, a wave of exclamations erupted like a tide. 5-layered 3rd level peak? That's a huge leap from 3 layers. That level of cultivation could rank among the top secondary teachers, right? You call this the underdog? Unbelievable. Could it be that Su Che didn't show his full strength when he defeated Long Outyin? Impossible. It's only been a month. How could he hide it so well? However, what truly puzzled everyone wasn't just Su Che's sudden surge in cultivation, but his remarkable strength against Lu Bo. The gap between a 5-layered third level and a 7-layered third level spans 2 whole realms. How did Su Che remain unscathed? Lu Bo is a Blevel natural ability user with a family breathing technique and prestigious combat skills, while Su Che is only a Clevel enhancement user, relying on school techniques. How did he manage to avoid injury? Long Outyan's expression was as sour as if he had swallowed 100 lemons. Watching Su Che withstand the wind blades without a scratch, he felt a chill race up his spine. His mind replayed the scene of being beaten by Su Che, causing his teeth to chatter and tears to well up, nearly spilling over. Seriously, dude, why didn't you reveal your 5-layered third-level peak earlier? Are you just playing the underdog here? Long Outyin fumed internally. That underdog act is outdated. Even trashy novels have stopped using it. If I knew you were at the 5-layered third-level peak, I'd be trying to impress you, not. Long Outyan's face twisted in frustration, his emotions a jumble of confusion and disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuexi's mouth hung open, her long eyelashes fluttering as she stared blankly. She turned to Jiang Yueli, her voice tinged with confusion. Sis, wasn't he supposed to be the underdog? How did he suddenly become a 5-layered third-level peak? Jiang Yueli pursed her lips, quietly uttering, I don't know. As students of Class 18 and Su Che's disciples, the shock they experienced today far exceeded that of others. Initially confident in their own cultivation, they had come with a savior's mindset to rescue Su Che and Class 18. But now, their worldview seemed completely overturned, leaving them standing dumbfounded, watching everything unfold. The outcome was far from what they had anticipated. Yi Xuanyue and Su Che's abilities exceeded expectations, making them realize they were not saviors, but rather dragging down the standard. In silence, their complex gazes once again fell on Su Che, who stood proudly in the center of the martial arts arena. In the arena, Su Che was breathing rapidly, but his eyes were growing increasingly bright. Despite the tingling sensation in his arms, he was unscathed. The high-grade Xin-level Xinghe breathing technique, combined with his Blevel ability, Zhenrong Python, had almost transformed his body. At that moment, he felt he could even trade blows with Lu Bo. Su Che spat forcefully, looked directly at Lu Bo, and said, Third stage, 7th level, is nothing special. Lu Bo was infuriated by the remark, his face dark and stormy. Although he hadn't used his full strength, the power he displayed should have been enough to severely injure someone at the 3rd stage, 5th level. That Su Che remained unharmed was a blow to his pride. You really have a death wish. Lu Bo's eyes flashed with malice as he quickly conjured a massive wind blade in front of him, which roared towards Su Che. This wind blade was larger and stronger than the previous one, creating explosive sounds as it sliced through the air. If Su Che's ability hadn't evolved, he would have been gravely injured or killed. Bring it on. Su Che's pupils contracted as he concentrated his energy into his fists, ready to test his limits. At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted. Stop right there. Suddenly, arcs of mysterious green lightning appeared around the rapidly approaching wind blade, quickly enveloping it. The wind blade visibly disintegrated and vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Nature type a level ability Xuanqing lightning. Lu Bo abruptly looked towards the high platform, his expression extremely grim. The owner of this ability was none other than Principal Lei Ming. Lu Bo, you've gone too far. Lei Ming fixed his gaze on Lu Bo, visibly displeased. Although the Lu family held considerable influence in Peng City, Lei Ming, a 4th stage extraordinary, was not to be trifled with. Moreover, this was the school, his territory. He wouldn't interfere in fair fights or bets between equals, but going all out against a 3rd stage, 5th level colleague in his presence clearly crossed the line. It was impulsive of me. Lu Bo's expression changed, and he lowered his head. Cold sweat quickly appeared on his forehead, but his heart was full of resentment. Lei Ming was known for his fiery temper. Others might hesitate to act because of the Lu family, but Lei Ming wouldn't care about such things. With Lei Ming present, Lu Bo couldn't make another move against Su Che. Yet, just thinking about Su Che's actions made his blood pressure soar. Over the years, Su Che was the first to treat him with such disrespect. Even without the matter involving Long Outyin, he wouldn't let Su Che off easily. After a moment of silence, Lu Bo's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Su Che and said, Su Che, isn't it just 600,000? In 2 months, there will be the 2nd monthly assessment. Do you dare to bet on the ranking with me? If you win, I'll give you 1.2 million. If you lose, the 600,000 will be written off. Do you dare to bet? Su Che didn't even hesitate before rolling his eyes and saying, No bet. No gambling. Su Che almost instinctively rejected Lu Bo's proposal. His gaze was firm, unmoved by the other's temptation. Lu Bo was taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Che to refuse so decisively. He tried to understand Su Che's reasoning, but found himself completely at a loss. If you win, you can take home 1.2 million. Don't you want 1.2 million? Lu Bo asked, puzzled, his tone tinged with confusion. Su Che laughed coldly, his eyes piercing. This 600,000 was my winnings to begin with. Why should I gamble it with you? Lu Bo's fists clenched subtly within his sleeves, and he gritted his teeth as he said, You're scared. Yeah, whatever you say. Su Che rolled his eyes, unwilling to entertain such pointless provocations. Lu Bo felt a sense of defeat, like punching a pillow with no resistance. His carefully crafted plan was easily dismantled by Su Che. Just as Lu Bo was about to abandon the idea, Su Che suddenly flashed a meaningful smile. Actually, we can gamble. First, you pay this 600,000 for Long Out Yin. If your class ranks higher in the monthly assessment 2 months from now, you get the 600,000 back. If you lose, you owe me an extra 1.2 million. How about it? These words caused a peculiar expression to appear on Long Out Yin's face behind Lu Bo. He felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling how he was once coaxed by Su Che into turning 300,000 into 600,000. Long Out Yin was secretly pleased because Su Che's proposal meant Lu Bo would cover the 600,000 for him. However, Lu Bo fell silent. He initially intended to make a show of it, not expecting to end up covering someone else's debt. Although he received tens of thousands as allowance each month, he couldn't squander it so recklessly. Seeing this, Su Che intensified his sarcastic tone. If you're unwilling to help Long Out Yin, forget it. I think with Teacher Long's salary, paying back 3,000 Daxia currency a month would only take 30 years. He squinted at Lu Bo. Aren't you the one who loves to stand out? Keep going, keep jumping. Long Out Yin immediately looked at Lu Bo with hopeful eyes, and the others around also watched him with odd expressions. Under this intense scrutiny, Lu Bo's forehead veins throbbed, and his fists tightened further. He found himself caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. If he were outside school, Lu Bo could have dealt with Su Che in 100 different ways. Unfortunately, they were at school. After a moment of internal struggle, Lu Bo finally gritted his teeth and said, I agree to your terms. Scan the code, it's convenient. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Che quickly raised his phone, displaying the QR code prominently. Lu Bo took a deep breath, feeling as if the air around him had suddenly turned cold, causing even Su Che to shiver slightly. But for the sake of 60,000 yuan, Lu Bo reluctantly moved his phone forward. Good, I'll remember you, Su Che. Lu Bo took out his phone, glaring at Su Che with eyes as sharp as knives, his voice deep and ominous. As the notification, 60,000 yuan received from Daxiao Finance, sounded, Lu Bo snorted coldly and turned to leave, as if staying a second longer would be unbearable. Seeing this, Long Out Yin was about to follow when Su Che blocked him in a swift move. Hold on, Su Che said coldly. Mr. Long, someone paid for you, but you still owe an apology. Long Out Yin's pupils contracted as he instinctively turned to look for Lu Bo, only to find he had disappeared without a trace. With more and more people casting curious glances their way, Long Out Yin knew he couldn't escape this situation today. I'm sorry, he said through gritted teeth, his voice barely audible. Su Che feigned confusion. What did you say? I can't hear you, he said, dramatically cleaning his ear. I'm sorry. Long Out Yin raised his voice, his expression turning extremely unpleasant. Su Che wasn't satisfied. Mr. Long, did you skip breakfast? I can't hear you. I'm sorry. This time, Long Out Yin nearly shouted, his facial muscles twisted with anger. Su Che flashed an innocent smile. I heard you, Mr. Long. You don't have to be so loud. Without a word, Long Out Yin turned and left. Su Che called after him. Don't forget, every time you see me, you owe me an apology. Long Out Yin's body trembled, his pace involuntarily quickening. Once Long Out Yin's figure had completely vanished, Su Che murmured to himself, TSK. This month's test was just so-so, but I guess it's not a loss. The way people looked at Su Che subtly changed, as everyone realized that the current Su Che was no longer the underachiever he once was. Just then, a hearty laugh came from behind. Ha! Interesting. Su Che, I admit I underestimated you before. You've got quite a knack for not losing out. You remind me a bit of my fearless younger self. I've got high hopes for you. Su Che turned and respectfully nodded to the speaker. Thank you, Principal Lei. Lei Ming had an excellent reputation at the school and was a figure worthy of respect. Lei Ming patted Su Che on the shoulder. Keep it up. I'm looking forward to your performance in the next monthly test. If you win, I'll have an extra surprise for you. With that, he left with a smile. Jiang Lianyue gave Su Che a deep look, a strange emotion flickering in her eyes, before following in Lei Ming's footsteps. Su Che watched Lei Ming's departing figure, eagerly anticipating the surprise. As Lei Ming and Jiang Lianyue left, the crowd quickly dispersed. In no time, only Su Che, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi remained the entire class of high school year 2, class 8. Before Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi could speak, Su Che waved them off. I know you have a lot of questions, but it's getting late. We'll meet in class tomorrow morning, and I'll answer all your questions then. Don't be late. Then he turned to Yi Shuangyue. Your plan stays the same. Continue training in the gravity room tomorrow. With that, he left without waiting for a response. Yi Shuangyue quickly followed suit, leaving Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi staring at each other. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yueshi looked at Jiang Yueli. Sis, are we going to class tomorrow? Let's check it out. Okay, so what do we do now? Go home. Sis, that's the direction to the cafeteria? Oh, sis, that's the direction to the library. Shut up. Pinching's Top Ability High School had just finished its monthly test for the martial arts prep class, and students and teachers quickly left the campus like a receding tide, eager to enjoy the rare half-day break. However, the school administration wasn't able to savor this brief tranquility. In the vice principal's office, Lei Ming was deeply focused on his paperwork. Despite his fiery and straightforward personality, he was meticulous and never procrastinated. Suddenly, a soft knock interrupted the silence. Come in, Lei Ming called out without looking up. A male secretary wearing black-rimmed glasses entered, respectfully handing over a document. Vice Principal Lei, here's a document that requires your signature. Lei Ming finished his current task before taking the document and reviewing it carefully. At the top, it read, Nomination for this year's Level 3 teacher candidates. The secretary explained in a low voice. Vice Principal Lei, based on a comprehensive evaluation, this year's candidates for Level 3 teacher positions are Lu Bo, Chu He, and Lu Hanxing. What do you think? Lei Ming pondered for a moment and then asked. Does the nomination have to be limited to 3 people every year? The secretary hesitated, then shook his head. There's no rule, but it's always been 3. I see. Lei Ming signed his name with a flourish and added 2 more words after the names. Su Che. Let's nominate these 4 people this year. He closed the document and handed it back to the astonished secretary. After the secretary left, Lei Ming gazed out the window and murmured to himself. Su Che, I hope you won't disappoint me. Meanwhile, in apartment 3302, Unit 1, Building 13 of the Tiantanjuan community, Su Dachuan had just hung up the phone and hurriedly opened the door. This month, he had been practically living at the company due to the new batch of spiritual plant seedlings, leaving the house empty. However, upon hearing that his son Su Che was coming home, he immediately dropped everything to return. You should have told me you were coming back, Su Dachuan muttered to himself as he searched for cooking utensils. There's hardly anything to eat here. What? You just want an egg pancake? All right, I'll make it for you. He skillfully turned on the gas stove, preparing to cook this simple, yet comforting homemade dish for his long-absent son. There are many spiritual plants, but Su Dachuan has only one beloved son, and he understands this deeply. From a young age, Su Dachuan poured all his love into Su Che. Although the family was not wealthy, Su Che never tasted the bitterness of life. Su Dachuan pushed open the door to his home, and his eyes first fell on the family portrait above the entrance. The bright smiles of father and son in the photo made the corners of his mouth involuntarily lift. He turned to head to the kitchen, but froze in place as if struck by lightning the next second. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixed on the direction of the balcony, as if he had seen something incredible. Su Dachuan gasped and rushed to the balcony, almost popping his eyes out of their sockets. In the center of the balcony, a robust luoying grass was quietly sitting there. As a spiritual plant merchant, an ordinary luoying grass should not have elicited such a strong reaction. However, this was the very plant he had placed on the balcony a month ago, which was diseased. Even more astonishing was that the black spots that once covered its leaves had completely vanished, and the entire plant now radiated a healthy glow. Su Dachuan's mind went blank, with only one thought echoing repeatedly. How is this possible? In the world of spiritual plants, a diseased luoying grass is considered incurable, a well-known fact. The sight before him was a heavy blow, shattering Su Dachuan's understanding built over many years. Suppressing his inner shock, Su Dachuan carefully reached out and examined the miraculous luoying grass repeatedly. After numerous confirmations, he finally had to accept the fact this luoying grass had indeed healed. Su Dachuan couldn't help but swallow hard, his mind buzzing. He suddenly remembered that it was upon Su Che's suggestion that the luoying grass was placed on the balcony. Over the past month, neither he nor Su Che had been home, yet the plant had miraculously healed itself. Could it really be, as Su Che said, that simply exposing it to sunlight could cure a diseased luoying grass? This idea both excited and perplexed Su Dachuan. Just then, there was a faint noise at the door. Su Che entered, cheerfully exclaiming, Dad, I'm back. I'm starving. Is my egg pancake ready? Before he finished speaking, Su Che locked eyes with Su Dachuan, who was holding the luoying grass. Seeing the complex expression on his father's face, Su Che's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, it seems things didn't go as smoothly as I thought. By evening, the dining table was filled with a sumptuous spread. However, Su Dachuan showed no inclination to eat. He clutched the luoying grass tightly, looking deeply contemplative. Son, when you said the luoying grass benefits from sunlight, Were you just guessing, or? Su Dachuan hesitated, his eyes filled with expectation and doubt. Previously, he hadn't taken Su Che's words seriously, dismissing them as a child's joke. After all, even experts in the field of spiritual plants were helpless against diseased Luoying grass, let alone Su Che, who knew little about spiritual plants. Yet, the facts before him forced him to re-evaluate his son's words. Su Che was busy devouring his food, his mouth stuffed, looking as if he hadn't eaten for days. Huh, wait, let's talk later, he mumbled indistinctly. The school cafeteria's food was filling but far from delicious. Over a month of bland meals had left Su Che craving good food. Watching his son eat ravenously, Su Dachuan couldn't help but smile softly, saying, "All right, take your time." Despite this, his eyes still revealed an undeniable curiosity and anticipation. 10 minutes later, having devoured the feast, Su Che contentedly burped and wiped his greasy lips. Su Dachuan immediately sat up straight, his eyes fixed eagerly on his son. Seeing his father's eager gaze, Su Che's lips curled into a slight smile as he slowly said, "Dad, I wasn't just guessing." These words dropped like a bomb in Su Dachuan's heart, exploding with a resounding impact. In the living room of the Su family home in Tiantanjuan, a faint herbal fragrance filled the air as Su Dachuan focused intently on the luoying grass in his hands. "Old Su, I wasn't just guessing." Su Che suddenly spoke up, a sly tone in his voice. Su Dachuan's hands froze, his pupils contracted sharply, and he gripped the luoying grass even tighter. Before he could respond, Su Che added, "Actually, I was just guessing." Su Dachuan's expression changed instantly, his eyebrows twitching involuntarily, a hint of resentment in his eyes. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Deep down, he felt a mix of slight disappointment and inexplicable relief. However, Su Che's face suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. "Haha, just kidding. It's actually a power I gained from my second awakening." Su Dachuan's eyelids twitched as his body leaned back involuntarily, the chair screeching against the floor. He stared at Su Che in disbelief, as if trying to confirm he hadn't misheard. Su Che's smile faded as he became serious. "Old Su, my abilities have evolved again. I'm now at a level talent." The words hit Su Dachuan like a sledgehammer to the heart. A second evolution of abilities? Level talent? These were terms he only ever heard in the news, and now they were linked to his own son. Su Dachuan, who had once been a teacher in Pengcheng, knew well what level talent meant. It was the dividing line between genius and mediocrity. Su Dachuan's heartbeat quickened, his blood seemed to boil, and his breathing became rapid. He suppressed his excitement, licking his dry lips, his voice trembling slightly. "Son, what level are you at now?" "Third tier, 5th stage," Su Che replied calmly, then added, "The peak of the 3rd tier, 5th stage." Su Dachuan gasped, his chest filled with cold air, bringing him back to his senses. He widened his eyes, looking Su Che up and down, filled with disbelief. He clearly remembered his son had been stuck at the 3rd tier, 1st stage due to physical reasons. To break through to the peak of the 3rd tier, 5th stage in such a short time, he couldn't think of any explanation other than a second evolution of abilities. "Of course, my own hard work played a part too," Su Che added, his tone as calm as discussing the weather. Su Dachuan fell into silence, his lips moving but no words coming out. The room was eerily quiet, with only the ticking of the clock breaking the silence. Finally, Su Che broke the silence. "Ahem, old Su, you're about to strip that luoying grass bare." Looking at the ground covered with luoman grass leaves, Su Che suddenly felt a pang of heartache. This was all money. His gaze fell on the luoying grass in his hand, his thoughts churning. Just then, Su Dachuan abruptly looked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Can you heal spirit plants after your second evolution?" Su Dachuan asked eagerly, a hint of barely concealed excitement in his voice. He wasn't particularly surprised by Su Che's claim. After all, second evolutions were so rare, having some special abilities wasn't unusual. Su Che felt a bit uncomfortable under Su Dachuan's intense gaze and carefully chose his words to respond. "Not exactly. I can barely sense the flaws in spirit plants." "Wait for me," Su Dachuan exclaimed, immediately pulling out his phone and quickly opening the photo album before handing it to Su Che. "Can you help me see if these 3 diseased spirit plants can be saved? Is it just a matter of sun exposure?" Su Che looked at the phone screen and said helplessly, "This is just a photo? I can't sense anything. I thought it was something amazing." Su Dachuan muttered quietly with a hint of disappointment in his tone. Hearing this, Su Che's face immediately turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and veins began to throb on his forehead. Realizing his slip, Su Dachuan turned his head sheepishly and quickly made a phone call. "Xiaozhong, it's me. Could you bring over those 3 spirit plants from the company treatment shed?" "Yes, right now." 10 minutes later, 3 spirit plants were placed on the dining table. Su Che examined them seriously. The one on the far left was the familiar luoying grass. In the center was the entirely purple zhang flower, and on the right, resembling vine tendrils, was the basa grass. Despite their different species, their quality was quite high. at least mid-level 3rd grade. Unfortunately, all 3 were showing signs of disease. So, can they be saved? Do they need sun exposure? How long? Su Dachuan asked, his eyes full of hope, his mind fixated on the sun. Don't rush. Suche rolled his eyes and quietly activated his insight ability. As Suche's insight ability kicked in, information about the 3 spirit plants flooded into his mind. Luoying grass, mid-level 3rd grade. The roots and stems can slightly enhance the efficiency of ability cultivation when made into tea, and it's one of the main ingredients for 3rd grade energy potions. The flaw is a severe lack of sunlight, leading to aphid infestation and leaf disease. The solution is to expose it to sunlight for a cumulative 8 hours. Xiang flower, mid-level 3rd grade. The petals have a calming effect and are also a main ingredient for 3rd grade energy potions. The flaw is an excess of purple pigment, causing hormonal imbalance. The solution is to place it in a dark environment for 8 hours. Bassa grass, mid-level 3rd grade. Its roots and stems can significantly enhance kidney function and are a main ingredient for 3rd grade energy potions. The flaw is an overly favorable growth environment, causing the tendrils to weaken. The solution is to trim it down to 5 tendrils to stimulate its life potential. Seeing this, a slow smile spread across Suche's lips. They can be saved. As the moon rabbit descended and the golden crow rose, the pale yellow dawn light spilled onto the bedroom windowsill, and Suche's eyes snapped open. He needed to get up early today for the same reason as last Tomato pick up his cultivation resources for the next 2 months from the logistics department. Just as he was about to leave after getting dressed, Suche's ears suddenly twitched. His cultivation had advanced so rapidly that he could vaguely hear sounds coming from the living room. He quietly approached the door and soon realized the voice outside was Su Dachuan's. Driven by a strange impulse, he didn't open the door immediately, but leaned closer to listen. Snippets of conversation floated into his ears. Yinxiu, having a gifted son is a good thing. I really don't know what to do. The truth about him. Although he couldn't make out everything, he managed to catch a few keywords and phrases. Just as he was about to listen further, the conversation outside suddenly stopped. Suche pushed the door open and saw Su Dachuan standing in front of the family photo. Son, you're up early. I'll make breakfast for you. Su Dachuan quickly turned around and rushed into the kitchen. Although he moved quickly, Suche still noticed the tear stains at the corner of Su Dachuan's eyes. Wait. Suche suspiciously looked at Su Dachuan. What were you just saying? Something about the truth. Su Dachuan paused, then casually waved his hand. Oh, you misheard. I was saying the food I'm making now smells great. Really? Would I lie to you? All right, maybe I did hear it wrong. Suche smacked his lips, then grabbed his jacket. I'll skip breakfast at home. I'm heading back to school. With that, he waved goodbye and left in a hurry. From the balcony of room 3302, Su Dachuan watched Suche's departing figure with a complex expression, murmuring to himself, Son, with such talent, I truly don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. In front of the logistics office at First Ability High School, a long line snaked away. The first monthly test for the martial arts crash course had just concluded, and teachers from various classes gathered there to collect 2 months' worth of cultivation resources. By the time Suche arrived, panting, the line was already quite long. He quickly estimated that 10 minutes should be enough and dutifully joined the end of the line. However, Suche's good intentions sparked an unexpected, giving way commotion. Ah, Mr. Suche? You're here early today. Well, I don't want to waste time, so why don't you go ahead? One teacher suddenly spoke up, a smile plastered on his face. Good morning, Mr. Suche. It's awkward for you to stand behind me. Please, you go first, another teacher chimed in. Yes, Mr. Suche, you should go first. We're not in a hurry, haha. The surrounding teachers echoed. In no time, Suche was warmly ushered to the front of the line. Looking back, he saw friendly faces. Turning forward, he met the enthusiastic gaze of the administrator. Suche suddenly realized, the people were the same, the matters unchanged, yet the treatment was vastly different due to changes in his cultivation and class ranking. At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of the school's strength above all principle. Mr. Suche, I've already prepared your class's resources in advance, the administrator said with a wide smile, carefully taking out 2 bulging backpacks from a drawer and handing them over with both hands. Your class 18 has 3 members, and you ranked 2nd in the monthly test. Per Principal Lay's instructions, resources for the top 6 are increased by 50, and Principal Lay promised an additional 50, so this time it's equivalent to double the resources. Please check. Suche gave a quick glance, confirmed everything was in order, and signed his name in the register. Thanks. Just then, a few hushed whispers arose behind him. Look, isn't that Long Out Yin? It really seems like him. He looks terrible, like he just swallowed a fly. Could he be here to take revenge on Mr. Suche? Though the whispers were quiet, Suche's keen senses caught every word. Revenge? Suche's expression turned peculiar as he looked towards the source of the voices, and sure enough, he saw Long Out Yin approaching with a dark expression. At that moment, Long Out Yin was in a foul mood. Originally, he should have received an extra 50 in resources for being in the top 6, but Su Che's class 18 had bumped his class to 7th place. Though it was just one rank difference, the resource disparity was immense. Damn Su Che, don't let me see you, or I won't let you off. Long Outyin cursed inwardly. Just then, he suddenly sensed something and looked up, meeting Su Che's teasing gaze. Boom. A lightning-like pain struck Long Outyin's brain, instantly making his scalp tingle and his mind dizzy. No way, I was just joking around. Don't do this to me, he screamed internally. Long Outyin abruptly halted, his temples throbbing and his heart pounding violently. Though it seemed prolonged, it all happened in just a second. Suddenly, Long Outyin turned around and left without hesitation. His pace quickened from a walk to a sprint, and in no time, he vanished from everyone's sight. The people present exchanged looks, their expressions varied. Su Che stood there, his lips moving slightly, but eventually, he just gave a carefree smile. He slung his bag over his shoulder and left calmly. To him, Long Outyin was now as insignificant as an ant, not worth mentioning. It wasn't until Su Che's figure disappeared that the atmosphere began to return to normal. Yet, everyone knew that Su Che was no longer the person they once knew. Just as Su Che was about to disappear from view, Lu Bo arrived at the scene. He squinted, watching Su Che's receding figure, a cold glint flashing in his narrow eyes. Known for holding grudges, those who had crossed him over the years never met a good end. He had etched Su Che's actions from the previous day into his memory, waiting for the right moment to strike, without mercy. Young master, should I arrange for someone to teach that oblivious kid a lesson? The gray-robed elder behind Lu Bo asked with a slight bow. No need, Lu Bo replied with a cold smile. If I wanted to deal with him, I would have done it yesterday. Besides, if anything happens to him now, people will easily suspect me. He paused, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. In 2 months, during the second monthly assessment, I'll show him what a real gap looks like. As he finished speaking, Lu Bo's cultivation of the 3rd stage, 7th level quietly erupted, causing the air to tremble. The gray-robed elder's eyes lit up as he sensed the energy. Congratulations, young master, on advancing closer to the 3rd stage, 8th level. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Class 18 on the 33rd floor, Su Che was organizing teaching resources. Wow, these resources are enough for a class of 20 to train for several months, he exclaimed. A total of 120 bottles of 1st stage energy elixirs and 6 1st stage gravity room training cards for 100 hours each. This month's resources were worlds apart from the first month's. Damn, I've never fought such a well-equipped battle in my life. Su Che mused. Soon, he felt at ease. After all, the second-ranked class was already resource-rich, and with Principal Lei's doubling of the resources, the abundance made sense. Suddenly, Su Che sensed something and looked towards the classroom entrance. Since you're here, come on in. He had keenly detected 2 auras at the 1st stage, 3rd level by the door. Sure enough, the purple-haired Jiang Yu Li and the white-haired Jiang Yu Shi soon entered the classroom one after the other. I'm just here to look around, Jiang Yu Li said, her expression slightly awkward. Jiang Yu Shi unceremoniously exposed her. I wonder who insisted on getting up so early. Jiang Yu Li's fists clenched involuntarily. Su Che glanced at the two, a smile tugging at his lips. He spoke softly. Don't say anything, just listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Actually, his voice suddenly paused, then resumed with a thunderous impact. Actually, your awakened talent isn't level, it's SS level. The classroom of Senior 2, Class 28. Su Che's opening words were like a heavy blow, instantly shattering all the assumptions Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi had. In fact, the talent you awakened is not level, but SS level. These words echoed in the classroom, as if time had rewound to the starting point of Yi Xuanyue's rise. The sisters were thunderstruck, their pupils dilating and their back muscles tensing instantly. A wave of goosebumps spread from their necks to their arms. They exchanged a glance, both eyes filled with shock. Before coming here, they had imagined countless possibilities. Perhaps Su Che would say, I am now at the 3rd stage, 5th level, more than qualified to be your teacher. From today on, train with me. Or, want to become like Yi Xuanyue? Train with me, and I guarantee you'll reach her level one day. They had even prepared responses for these scenarios. Even though Su Che had reached the peak of the 3rd stage, 5th level, and Class 18 ranked 2nd in the martial arts exam prep classes, the sisters decided to train at home. They knew full well that Class 18's achievements were solely due to Yi Xuanyue's strength. And Yi Xuanyue's power stemmed from her ability's second evolution, something they could not hope to achieve. They came here today intending to tell Su Che about their decision to train at home. Unexpectedly, Su Che's first words disrupted all their plans, leaving them speechless and flustered. Finally, Jiang Yueli took a deep breath and looked directly at Su Che. Stop joking, that's not funny. Yeah. The intelligent light brain can't be wrong, so stop teasing us. Jiang Yueshi quickly chimed in. Su Che smiled slightly and asked calmly. The intelligent light brain isn't wrong. But what if you could also undergo a second evolution of your abilities? He emphasized the words second evolution. The Jiang sisters froze, a flicker of desire crossing their eyes. Since awakening their Flevel abilities, they had deeply felt the harshness of talent disparity. More than anyone else, they longed for a second evolution of their abilities. But soon, they lowered their heads again, disappointment clouding their eyes. A second evolution was rare and elusive. Having won Yishuan Yue in the school was already a once-in-a-century event. How could they possibly achieve it? At that moment, Su Che's confident voice rang out again. What if I told you I was the one who helped Yi Xuanyue achieve her second evolution? The sisters snapped their heads up, staring incredulously at Su Che. What if I told you I could also help you achieve a second evolution? Su Che's tone remained unchanged, but his words were like a thunderclap in the sisters' hearts. What did you say? Jiang Yueli's voice trembled, her breath coming in rapid gasps that she couldn't hide. Although Jiang Yueshi didn't speak, the clenched fists under her sleeves said it all. Su Che's voice was calm as usual, but a slight triumphant smile played at the corner of his lips. He spoke slowly. I can help you evolve your abilities a second time. This statement exploded like a bomb in the hearts of Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueshi's eyes immediately lit up, as if stars were twinkling. Really? She exclaimed, her voice full of anticipation. However, Jiang Yueli remained composed. She placed a firm hand on her sister's shoulder and stared sharply at Su Che. Wait, why should we trust you? Faced with skepticism, Su Che didn't get angry. Instead, he seemed somewhat appreciative as he glanced at Jiang Yueli. He paused, his gaze sweeping over both of them meaningfully, and said, You both practiced the Changhong Guani breathing technique from your family, right? Jiang Yueli nodded indifferently. That's right. This information was well known throughout the school and was nothing to be surprised about. However, Su Che's next words hit them like a heavy punch, directly striking at their weakness. Do you often feel unbearable pain in your abdomen when practicing the Changhong Guani breathing technique? Initially, the pain was mild, but as your cultivation improved, it became more pronounced. And I bet only the two of you in your family experienced this, and you've consulted many doctors to no avail. Am I correct? Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were thunderstruck, involuntarily stepping back a few paces. Their eyes were filled with terror, their reactions confirming that Su Che was right. How do you know that? Jiang Yueli pressed her lips together tightly, her voice betraying her shock. The abdominal pain was their biggest secret, known only to them and their aunt, Jiang Lianyue. They couldn't comprehend how Su Che had discovered it. Su Che didn't answer directly, but instead continued to explain. Let me tell you why. Your constitution isn't suitable for the Changhong Guani breathing technique. This technique emphasizes compressing meridians to select the best, but your potential is too great. Even if all your meridians were expanded tenfold, they couldn't contain it. Constantly compressing them naturally causes damage. The harder you try, the more severe the damage becomes. If you continue, you might never progress beyond the first stage. Jiang Yueshi's eyelashes fluttered rapidly, clearly flustered. Then, what should we do? Is there any solution? By this point, she was more than half convinced by Su Che's words. Of course there is. Su Che nodded without hesitation. Switching breathing techniques will solve it. Jiang Yueli's expression changed drastically. That's impossible. The Changhong Guani breathing technique is a family tradition. Su Che interrupted her with a wave of his hand. I know you're skeptical now, but why not give it a try? With your talents, you'll see results in just one morning. With that, he tossed a booklet toward them, its cover scrawled with the words, Improved Extreme Compression Breathing Technique. Time ticked by, and the morning passed in a flash. At the exact moment the lunch bell rang, two powerful auras erupted. The next second, Su Che heard a system notification. Ding Jiang Yueli's Flevel ability Weak Electricity has successfully evolved to Clevel ability Purple Lightning. Ding Jiang Yueli's cultivation has advanced from first stage level 3 to first stage level 4. Ding Jiang Yueshi's Flevel ability Weak Ice has successfully evolved to Clevel ability Extreme Cold Crystal. Ding Jiang Yueshi's cultivation has advanced from first stage level 3 to first stage level 4. The system continued its assessment. Conditions for reward distribution met. First time, rewards doubled. Ding congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the disciple's abilities. The original level ability Majestic Python has evolved to a level ability Azure Peak Jiao. Ding congratulations to the host for successfully advancing the disciple's cultivation. Third stage level 5 cultivation has advanced to third stage level 6. In the classroom, an atmosphere several times more intense than before suddenly erupted. The violent energy, like an invisible tsunami, swept through the entire room in an instant. The collision of energy with the air produced shockwaves that caused the classroom doors, windows, desks, and chairs to emit an ear-piercing creak, as if they were on the verge of disintegration. The whole classroom seemed to be thrown into the eye of a storm, the air becoming abruptly thin, making it difficult to breathe. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi snapped their eyes open. their gaze fixed on the epicenter of the energy disturbance Su Che. A hint of fear flashed in their eyes, but what predominated was confusion. Wasn't today supposed to be their moment? Reflecting on a few hours earlier, the two had decided to try practicing the improved version of the extreme compression breathing technique. With their family's experience in breathing techniques, they quickly mastered the circulation of this new method. To their delight, as soon as they began using it, they felt an incredible comfort throughout their bodies. Every cell seemed to be rejoicing. The usually painful abdominal meridians not only ceased to hurt, but felt invigorated, as if this technique was tailor-made for them. Immersed in this profound sensation, the two unknowingly repeated the cycle over and over, completely losing track of time. It wasn't until the class bell rang that they awoke from their trance. The moment they stopped practicing, a powerful energy surged from within, their cultivation advancing directly from first-tier 3rd level to first-tier 4th level. Although it was just one level up, it only took a morning to achieve. At their usual pace, it would have taken at least a month or two to reach such a level. Even more exciting was the subtle feeling that their special abilities had undergone a significant transformation. Just as they opened their eyes, ready to ask Su Che about it, they witnessed his astonishing breakthrough. Su Che was enveloped in a tempest of energy, his aura climbing steadily. From the peak of 3rd tier 5th level, he broke through to 3rd tier 6th level, a qualitative leap. Compared to Su Che's progress, their own breakthrough seemed insignificant, making them feel a bit embarrassed to speak up. Su Che, at the center of the energy, couldn't help but let out a groan. Thrilling, thrilling, thrilling. At that moment, this was the only thought echoing in his mind. Upon breaking through to 3rd tier 6th level, he felt his energy surge at least threefold. Yet, the advancement in cultivation was not the true source of his excitement. What truly excited him was the further evolution of his special ability. Thinking of this, Su Che quickly activated his ability to scrutinize himself. A stream of information immediately surfaced in his mind. Name, Su Che. Level, 3rd tier 6th level. Special ability, enhancement type a level ability, green peak, Jiao. Breathing technique, galaxy breathing method. Combat technique, Pajun fist technique. Deficiencies. 1. The breathing technique has 123 errors, leading to low energy absorption efficiency. 2. The combat technique has 216 errors, causing inefficient power conversion. Solutions. 1. Optimize the breathing technique. Given the host's current strength, 32 marked areas can be further optimized. Specific optimization plan. 2. Optimize the combat technique. Given the host's current strength, 40 marked areas can be optimized. Specific optimization plan. Upon confirming the level of his special ability, Su Che's heart began to race, his excitement barely containable. It was impossible not to be thrilled. This was an A-level ability. In the entire school, aside from the principal and vice principal, only Jiang Lianyue possessed an A-level ability. Now he had joined this elite group. In the entire city of Pengcheng, it's rare to see even one person awaken an A-level talent or ability in several years, highlighting just how scarce such abilities are. Su Che thought to himself, with his strength greatly increased now, he was confident he could even defeat Lu Bo. However, this was far from the end. Su Che's eyes glimmered as an exciting vision formed in his mind, helping Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi evolve their abilities to level, while he himself was already at A-level talent. If his 3 disciples' abilities evolved again, wouldn't his strength rise even further? And if he continued to take on more disciples? At this thought, Su Che felt his mouth go dry and his heart beat like a drum. Just as he was imagining a bright future, he suddenly sensed someone watching him from behind. Snapping back to reality, he turned to see Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi looking at him with surprise. Su Che awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, I broke through without realizing it. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged glances, their mouths twitching involuntarily. Without realizing it. Just broke through? They couldn't help but think to themselves. Most people would go to great lengths to prepare for a breakthrough, but Su Che managed to do it casually during class. At that moment, their opinions of the rumors about Su Che being at the bottom of the class completely changed. This wasn't someone at the bottom. He was clearly a genius with both strength and potential. Su Che examined the two carefully, confirming they had also broken through. How do you feel? He asked. Jiang Yueshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've just broken through to the 4th level of the 1st tier. Jiang Yueli nodded in agreement. Me too. She paused and added quietly. And I feel like my ability level. Su Che confidently interrupted. You're right. Your ability levels have evolved. The first evolution should be to level. I assume you have smart computers at home. You can test it when you get back. He raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I didn't lie to you. With my training, I guarantee your abilities will eventually evolve to SS level. With that, Su Che grinned. So do you believe me now? Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Seeing this, Su Che continued to ask, Haha, what should you call me now? The two exchanged a glance, then bowed deeply to Su Che. Thank you, teacher. At that moment, their doubts about Su Che completely disappeared. They finally truly recognized Su Che as their teacher. Su Che's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Ding Jiang Yueli's trust level with the host has exceeded 60. The direct disciple binding feature is now unlocked. Current number of bindable individuals 2, with the number increasing as the host's strength increases. Ding Jiang Yueshi's trust level with the host has exceeded 60. The direct disciple binding feature is now unlocked. Current number of bindable individuals 1, with the number increasing as the host's strength increases. Once a direct disciple is bound, rewards from their improvements will have additional bonuses. Daily cultivation improvements by direct disciples will be returned to the host, with a chance to trigger a critical hit. Ding Jiang Yueli is a bindable direct disciple. Do you wish to initiate binding? Once binding begins, it cannot be changed. Ding Jiang Yueshi is a bindable direct disciple. Do you wish to initiate binding? Once binding begins, it cannot be changed. Su Che took a deep breath and silently thought, bind, bind, bind. A peculiar scene was unfolding in classroom 18. Su Che stood at the podium, his mouth slightly open, staring blankly at the ceiling with a silly grin on his face. If it weren't for the classroom setting, he would look just like the village fool. Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, two sisters, stood nearby with expressions of bewilderment. However, Su Che, immersed in his joy, didn't notice their peculiar looks. In his mind, he was calculating. Within just a month, by binding with only Yi Xuanyu, he had skyrocketed from the first level of the 3rd tier to the peak of the 5th level. Now, having also bound with the sisters Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, wouldn't his cultivation speed triple? Ahem, Mr. Su. Teacher? Teacher. Jiang Yu Li coughed softly, trying to regain Su Che's attention. Su Che snapped out of his trance, quickly shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Smiling at the two sisters, he said, "All right, demonstrate the combat techniques you're practicing. Let me see if there are areas for improvement." He continued, "The most important breathing technique issues have been resolved. Next, we need to address the combat techniques. If breathing techniques are like internal skills, then combat techniques are external skills. Having immense internal power and cultivation means nothing if you don't know how to wield or attack with it. My disciples must not only have strong talent, but also formidable combat abilities." Hearing Su Che's bold words, Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi couldn't help but tremble slightly. The phrase, improving combat techniques, was both familiar and foreign to them. Although combat techniques weren't as exclusive as breathing techniques, which only grandmasters could touch, at least a 4th-tier transcendent was required to barely create one. Moreover, they practiced high-grade mysterious-tier combat techniques. For Su Che, with his 3rd-tier 6th-level cultivation, to claim he could improve these techniques seemed like a fool's dream. Previously, they would have thought Su Che was joking, but after everything that had happened, they hesitated only briefly before deciding to comply. Jiang Yuli stepped forward first and introduced, "I practice a high-grade mysterious-tier combat technique called Lightning Thunderball, which allows me to manipulate my abilities into spherical lightning for long-range attacks." With that, she clenched her fists and unleashed the technique. In an instant, arcs of electricity crackled around Jiang Yuli, and visible currents rapidly gathered in front of her chest. In no time, a purple thunderball, the size of an adult's fist, floated in the air. Jiang Yushi's eyes widened in disbelief. She distinctly remembered that her sister could only manage a ping-pong ball-sized thunderball with great effort, and it was often flickering. Now, the thunderball was much larger and emitted a heart-stopping purple light. "My ability is indeed different, much stronger than before," Jiang Yuli exclaimed with delight. "Very good, next." Su Che nodded, a spark of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Just now, he had used his discerning abilities to evaluate the lightning thunderball technique. While it was decent, it had its flaws. Although he could only improve about a third of it with his current 3rd-tier 6th-level strength, it was enough to significantly enhance its power. "All right, it's my turn." Eager after witnessing her sister's change, Jiang Yu, she was filled with anticipation. She stepped back a few paces, took a deep breath, and her expression turned exceptionally serious. "I practice a high-grade mysterious-tier combat technique called Mysterious Ice Technique, which allows me to manipulate my abilities to form various shapes of ice crystals for long-range attacks," Jiang Yushi explained, taking on a stance ready to unleash her power. "Oh," Su Che murmured with interest, sensing that Jiang Yushi's attack methods were likely impressive. The next second, Jiang Yueshi's angry shout pierced the air, "Ice Shield." Before she finished speaking, a crystal-clear ice shield rapidly formed on her right arm, exuding a chilling aura. Su Che's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Jiang Yueli sighed inwardly, thinking to herself, "The art of ice transformation is incredibly versatile, capable of evolving into various offensive techniques, something she herself envied." Yet, her sister stubbornly believed that defense was more important than offense, focusing solely on practicing shields without mastering any attack forms. Jiang Yueli understood that her sister's defense is important. Mantra was merely an excuse to avoid pain. However, Jiang Yueshi was thrilled with her progress, exclaiming, "Amazing! The shield is much bigger than before." She lovingly caressed the ice crystal shield in her hand, her eyes sparkling with pride. Suche couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Why? Why do you always transform it into a shield?" Jiang Yueshi stammered, "Because I'm afraid, because defense is the best offense." Deciding not to dwell on the issue, Suche said, "All right, give me a moment." He began to carefully analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the two combat techniques. Both the ice transformation and the lightning thunderball were high-grade techniques, the former known for its versatility and the latter for its powerful single-target attack. Overall, the two techniques were evenly matched, each with its own merits. Drawing from his previous experience in refining techniques, Suche quickly identified areas for improvement and explained them in detail to the two sisters. Although this enhancement didn't elevate the techniques to the next tier, it still resulted in significant progress. Seeing that they were getting the hang of it, Suche suggested, "Do you want to give it a try?" Jiang Yueli nodded in agreement. Although her movements were still a bit clumsy, she successfully summoned a purple lightning ball. Surprisingly, this lightning ball was larger than before, almost the size of two fists. Her eyes shone with excitement. Suche nodded in satisfaction. "Great. Once you're more familiar with it, your attack power should improve even further." Then he turned to Jiang Yueshi. "Your turn. Try to transform something with offensive power this time." Jiang Yueshi furrowed her brows slightly but agreed. "All right, no problem." To Suche's astonishment, Jiang Yueshi once again transformed a shield. Although it was significantly larger than before, it was still essentially a shield. Jiang Yueli turned her head away, unable to watch any longer. Suche gritted his teeth and managed to say, "Isn't this still a shield?" Jiang Yueshi grinned and slowly lifted the ice shield. "No, it's different, look." Below the ice shield, two sharp ice spikes had appeared. Suche and Jiang Yueli exchanged glances, and the room fell into an awkward silence. The air felt thick, and even the sound of breathing was audible. Just when the atmosphere couldn't get any more uncomfortable, Suche suddenly turned his head to look outside the classroom. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi followed his gaze and initially saw nothing. But the next second, a familiar figure came into view. "Auntie! Aunt!" Seeing Jiang Lianyue, the sisters were momentarily stunned. Then their expressions changed as if they remembered something. Jiang Yueli quickly spoke up. "Auntie, actually we." Jiang Lianyue waved her hand to interrupt, sighing deeply. "I know you're hesitant to say it, so I'll speak for you." She walked over to Suche with a serious expression. "Mr. Suche, I would like to request a long leave for Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi on behalf of their aunt, so they can train at home. I hope you can agree. Given your current situation, I believe it's in your best interest for them to train at home. Don't worry, I will teach them well." Suche's expression turned peculiar at her words. "Director Jiang, I know you mean well, but shouldn't you ask Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi for their opinion first?" Jiang Lianyue was taken aback, then nodded lightly. "Very well, it's best if they say it themselves." Unexpectedly, Jiang Yueli firmly said, "Auntie, I've decided to continue training with Mr. Suche." Jiang Yueshi nodded enthusiastically. "Me too." Jiang Lianyue's head buzzed as if struck by a heavy hammer. The words of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exploded like thunder in her mind, leaving her seeing stars and on the verge of collapse. Her vibrant red lips moved involuntarily, but no sound came out. She stood there, stunned, her face filled with shock. This was completely different from what she had anticipated. Hadn't they agreed just yesterday to ask for leave from Suche today? How had things changed so drastically overnight? Jiang Lianyue recalled the half-day break after yesterday's monthly test. As soon as she returned home, she overheard Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi passionately discussing the leave plan. Both had clearly stated their determination to stay home and continue their practice. She had confirmed it multiple times to avoid any mistakes. Jiang Yueli had even specifically instructed her that if they didn't show up in class the next day, it meant they had encountered some trouble, and she would need to step in as their aunt. Yet, she waited until lunchtime without seeing any sign of them, realizing something was amiss, and rushed over. Unexpectedly, she found herself in such an awkward situation. Although Jiang Lianyue managed to maintain a semblance of calm on the surface, internally, she was frantic with embarrassment. Suche noticed her discomfort but feigned ignorance, offering a harmless smile. "Director Jiang, is there some sort of misunderstanding?" Jiang Lianyue's embarrassment deepened, a blush creeping up her neck. She opened her mouth but couldn't find the words to explain the awkward situation. At that moment, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi seemed to receive her silent plea for help, quickly moving to her side and pulling her into a corner of the classroom for a hushed conversation. In just 30 seconds, Jiang Lianyue's expression shifted from confusion to shock. Her gaze kept darting to Suche, her eyes filled with disbelief as if she were looking at a strange creature. Half a minute later, Jiang Yueli ended the secretive talk. Aunt, that's the situation. I tried to stop you, but you spoke too quickly. Yes, Aunt, you were too impulsive. Jiang Yueshi nodded in agreement. After hearing their explanation, Jiang Lianyue felt her fists clench. If not for her concern for her nieces, she wouldn't have lost her composure like this. But now was not the time to reprimand them. She shot them a fierce glare before turning to Su Che, her expression slightly awkward. I'm sorry, Teacher Su Che. I made a mistake, and I hope you don't mind. Su Che quickly waved it off. No need to apologize, Director Jiang. You've helped me so much. I'm grateful. I didn't do much. Jiang Lianyue shook her head, trying to downplay her role. But Su Che was insistent. No. If you hadn't been there that day, I would have been in big trouble, let alone getting Long Out Yin to compensate. So I must express my gratitude. His tone was firm and resolute. His words were sincere. Su Che knew that without Jiang Lianyue's timely intervention, Director Song Zhe would not have let the matter rest easily. The outcome could have been far less favorable for him. Hearing Su Che's firm tone, Jiang Lianyue frowned slightly, but ultimately didn't argue. All right then. She suddenly realized she couldn't quite see through this young man. Despite having worked at the same school for so long, Su Che had never made a significant impression on her. Yet, within just a month of the martial arts class starting, he had surprised her multiple times. Jiang Lianyue couldn't help but re-evaluate this young teacher, filled with curiosity and intrigue. Jiang Lianyue's words struck like a bolt of lightning in Su Che's heart. She glanced briefly at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, then said, It's getting late. I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. The two sisters immediately lowered their heads and obediently followed Jiang Lianyue out. Just as they were about to leave the classroom, Jiang Lianyue suddenly stopped and turned to Su Che, saying, Oh, by the way, I have good news for you. You've just been selected as one of the candidates for the level 3 teacher position. The other 3 candidates are Lu Bo, Chu He, and Lu Hanxing. Work hard, you still have a chance. With that, she and the two sisters disappeared through the classroom door. Su Che stood there, his eyes shining with surprise and delight. A candidate for level 3 teacher? This unexpected joy made his heart race. The benefits of becoming a level 3 teacher flooded his mind. A significant salary increase, the opportunity to run for department head, access to the 3rd floor of the library, and even a stepping stone to a university teaching position. However, reality quickly brought him back to earth. There was only one promotion slot available each year, making the competition extremely fierce. Su Che squinted, calculating his opponent's strengths. Lu Bo was the biggest threat, having reached the 7th level of the 3rd rank. But Su Che was not intimidated. His abilities had evolved to grade A, making him a formidable contender. Reaching the 7th level of the 3rd rank in 2 months. Su Che laughed to himself. Isn't that a bit of a curse? By evening, Su Che stood in his newly assigned luxurious single dormitory, amazed by the improved conditions. He knew that all of this was due to his enhanced abilities. I must work hard to cultivate, he resolved internally. Just as he made this vow, a series of system notifications sounded. Ding detected improvement in the cultivation of direct disciple Jiang Yueli, triggering cultivation return. Calculating multiplier. Ding congratulations, you've received a 10x return. Cultivation being returned. Ding detected improvement in the cultivation of direct disciple Jiang Yueshi, triggering cultivation return. Calculating multiplier. Ding congratulations, you've received a 10x return. Cultivation being returned. Ding detected improvement in the cultivation of direct disciple Yi Shuangyue, triggering cultivation return. Calculating multiplier. Ding congratulations, you've received a 10x return. Cultivation being returned. A series of system notifications made Su Che's eyes light up, as if a path to a higher realm was unfolding right before him. In a luxurious single dormitory at Pingcheng's top supernatural high school, Su Che's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just now, the cultivation returns from his 3 diligent apprentices had come in simultaneously, each offering a 10-fold increase, amounting to a total of 30-fold. As his students' levels rose, the energy returned to him increased significantly. Su Che calculated that even if he slacked off and stopped cultivating from now on, relying solely on these returns, he could effortlessly break through a level each month. However, Su Che chose not to rest on his laurels. Instead, he dove back into practicing the Star River breathing technique. This was not only to enhance his strength, but also to stabilize his own cultivation. Before the first monthly assessment, he had just mastered the 3rd stage, 5th level, and by the 2nd day after the assessment, he had already broken through to the 3rd stage, 6th level. This rapid advancement caused the previously tame energy within him to become restless once more. Let's tackle it. Su Che took a deep breath, and as his emotions surged, a faint azure glow flickered in his eyes, a subtle change he didn't even notice. He immediately started operating the Star River breathing technique, following the system's guidance for repairs. After his morning breakthrough, there were 32 new areas for optimization in the technique. Having practiced extensively, Su Che was now adept at refining his techniques. Half an hour later, all potential optimizations in the Star River breathing technique were completed. As expected, although efficiency improved significantly, it still didn't advance to the Earth-grade lower rank. Suche muttered a few words, but didn't dwell on it, moving on to refine the Peijun fist technique. The situation with this technique mirrored that of the Star River breathing technique, unable to ascend to the Earth grade, as if an insurmountable chasm lay between the high-grade Xian level and the low-grade Earth level. About 2 hours later, Suche opened his eyes quietly, drenched in sweat, but feeling refreshed. The A-level supernatural ability combined with the Star River breathing technique had increased his cultivation efficiency 2 to 3 times over. At this moment, he deeply realized the massive gap in ability levels. B-level talents far surpassed C-level, and A-level talents were even more superior to B-level. Under the same conditions, a year of cultivating with an A-level ability was nearly equivalent to 2 to 5 years with a B-level ability. Faced with such a daunting disparity, Suche had an epiphany. No wonder the majority of those who achieved the extraordinary 4th stage were A-level or higher ability users. He even had a premonition that, even without the cultivation returns from his apprentices, solely relying on his A-level talent and the Star River breathing technique, he could potentially break through to the 3rd stage, 7th level within a month. After finishing his cultivation, Suche decided to reward himself. With a mischievous grin, he rose, exited the training room, carefully closed the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and lay on the bed with quiet excitement. Rubbing his hands together eagerly, he pulled out his phone, his grin growing increasingly sly. Suche navigated effortlessly to a folder labeled Study Materials and opened an incognito mode window in the Kekua browser. His fingers danced over the keyboard as he quickly typed in a URL starting with Yuishan. Instantly, the phone screen dimmed, reflecting his intensely excited eyes. In just a few seconds, Suche's pupils contracted sharply, and he let out a long sigh of relief. The next moment, a bank notification popped up. Your savings card ending in 9527 has been credited with 300,000 Daxia currency. Available balance, 904,386 Daxia currency. Daxia Bank. It's done. Suche couldn't help but jump up right there as the 300,000 was deposited. It turned out he had just withdrawn money from the dark web. Although many people at the school accessed the dark web, as a teacher, he had to be extra cautious. Previously, someone had opened bets on the dark web regarding his odds of winning against Long Outyin. Without hesitation, Suche bet a full 50,000 Daxia currency on himself. In just a week, that 50,000 had turned into 300,000, an astonishing speed of making money. To put it in perspective, with his salary as a level 2 teacher, including bonuses and benefits, he made about 150,000 Daxia currency in a year. In other words, this 300,000 was equivalent to 2 years of income without spending a dime. I'm rich, Suche murmured excitedly to himself, his eyes scanning the account balance again, growing more exhilarated. Including the 600,000 gifted by Lu Bo, his total assets now reached 900,000. His father, Su Dachuan, worked tirelessly all year selling spiritual plants, and his net profit might not even reach this amount. It was like jumping from just getting by to a comfortable middle-class life in one step. Suche repeatedly confirmed the balance, a silly grin on his face, as he began planning how to use this unexpected windfall. Undoubtedly, the money had to be invested in his cultivation. Whether for the sprint class ranking in 2 months, the 1.2 million promised by Lu Bo, or the sole level 3 teacher position available, enhancing his cultivation and combat power was crucial. Regarding combat power, he could now afford the previously too expensive level 3 gravity chamber. The level 3 gravity chamber could be adjusted up to 30 times the gravity of Blue Star, perfect for someone like him whose cultivation had grown rapidly. Training to control his body's energy there would surely be twice as effective. The only downside was its cost extremely high. As for improving cultivation, Suche pondered deeply. With the system support, there was no immediate need to change his techniques or skills. The mystical tier superior grade was the highest level he could access at school. Higher earth tier techniques were out of reach with just 600,000. Apart from that, only potions remained. But Suche quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. With his current strength, he needed at least level 3 superior grade potions to see any effect. The raw materials for such potions cost thousands, let alone the finished product, which was prohibitively expensive. More importantly, compared to the improvements brought by his apprentice's cultivation return, potions were insignificant. Instead of buying potions, it would be more cost-effective to invest in enhancing his apprentice's cultivation. Suddenly, Suche's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. Yes, spending money to boost his apprentice's strength was a great idea. Not only would it enhance his own cultivation, but it would also increase his apprentice's trust. Although he wasn't sure what benefits increased trust might bring, his intuition told him it would yield unexpected advantages. After a moment of thought, Suche's lips curled into a smile. That's the plan. At the foot of Yunlong Mountain, the Jiang family villa was brightly lit. through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, for figures could be seen clearly in the living room. Among them, a distinguished middle-aged man was excitedly gesturing with his hands, his voice filled with urgency and dissatisfaction. No way. Absolutely not. Jiang Tianyang's face was flushed, and the veins on his forehead were faintly visible. Even if your teacher is a Tier 3, Level 6, so what? Still just a Level 2 teacher, right? Can they compare to the retired Tier 3 teacher I hired for you? He took a deep breath and continued. It's not that I look down on your teacher, but apart from Lu Bo from the Lu family, the rest of the martial arts prep class is just not up to par. Jiang Tianyang's gaze moved back and forth between his two daughters. In short, you two should just practice at home. Our family has money. Isn't the training environment here much better than at school? However, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi seemed to ignore their father's lengthy speech. Jiang Tianyang sighed helplessly, unable to understand why his precious daughters had suddenly become so stubborn. After attending the monthly test yesterday, they had rushed back to school early this morning and insisted on training with the school teacher, which worried him greatly. Jiang Tianyang wasn't targeting anyone specifically. He just sincerely believed that Pengcheng's #1 ability high school was quite mediocre. If it weren't for his younger sister Jiang Lianyue teaching there and its proximity to home, he wouldn't have let his daughters attend that school. Our home conditions are much better than the schools. Jiang Tianyang couldn't help but list off. In terms of techniques, we have the ancestral high-grade Xian level Changhong Guanri breathing technique. For combat skills, there's the lightning thunderball and mysterious ice technique suited to your abilities. As for resources, we have a private Tier 1 gravity chamber and unlimited energy potions. In terms of teaching, we've even hired a retired Tier 3 teacher to personally tutor you. What part isn't better than the school? Jiang Tianyang's tone carried a hint of pride mixed with resignation. Honestly, with our family's conditions, sending you to school is just for the enrollment status to take the martial arts exam. Yet, despite their father's earnest persuasion, Jiang Yueli remained firm. Dad, I've already made up my mind. Jiang Yueshi gave a playful smile. Dad, you know I always follow my sister's lead. Yusai, you two are driving me crazy. Jiang Tianyang exclaimed in frustration, slapping his thigh and turning to his silent sister Jiang Lianyue, his tone pleading. Little sister, please persuade them. They listen to you the most. However, he didn't notice the peculiar expression on Jiang Lianyue's face at that moment. Jiang Lianyue hesitated for a moment, finally pursing her lips. Brother, actually, I also think it's better for Yueli and Yueshi to attend school. See, if you won't listen to me, at least listen to your aunt. Going to school? Wait a minute. Jiang Tianyang was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized what had been said, turning stiffly to Jiang Lianyue with wide eyes. What did you say? He nearly wanted to check his ears to make sure his hearing wasn't failing. His sister, who had always shared his viewpoint, was now agreeing with Yueli and Yueshi going to school? Ahem. Jiang Lianyue avoided Jiang Tianyang's resentful gaze and turned to Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Brother, I support Yueli and Yueshi going to school. As for the reason, dear nieces, show your father, or he'll be nagging me all day. What demonstration? What are you demonstrating? Jiang Tianyang asked in confusion, his gaze shifting between the three women, but receiving no response. Jiang Yueli took 2 steps forward, distancing herself from Jiang Yueshi. Jiang Yueshi nodded repeatedly, as if confirming something. Still puzzled, Jiang Tianyang asked again, what are you doing? Yet again, his question was ignored. I mean, Jiang Tianyang began, but his words were cut short as he suddenly froze. His jaw dropped and his eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something astonishing. Jiang Yueli was surrounded by arcs of electricity, rapidly converging into a lightning ball in front of her chest. In the blink of an eye, the ball expanded to the size of 2 fists, with a flicker of purple light in its center that was truly intimidating. Meanwhile, the temperature around Jiang Yueshi plummeted. A hexagonal shield made of ice crystals appeared on her forearm, emitting a chilling aura that made one shiver. First tier, level 4. Jiang Tianyang gasped, staring intently at the 2 girls. He clearly remembered that just yesterday, Yueli and Yueshi had been at first tier, level 3 during the school's monthly test, with a significant gap to reach level 4. How had their abilities improved so drastically? Even if they drank energy potions like water, it wouldn't be possible. Jiang Tianyang scrutinized the 2, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. If it was merely a single level increase, the change wouldn't be this dramatic. The strength of their powers displayed through battle techniques now was a qualitative leap from before. For such a significant change in power strength in just a day, could it be? Jiang Tianyang's heart raced, and his breathing quickened. A bold idea flashed through his mind, eventually consuming his thoughts. He swallowed hard, turning stiffly to Jiang Lianyue, his voice slightly trembling. Little sister, is it that Yueli and Yueshi? That's right. Jiang Lianyue turned, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Yueli and Yueshi's powers have undergone a secondary evolution. To be sure, I tested them several times with both the schools and our home equipment. There's no mistake. As soon as she finished speaking, the energy within Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi settled, restoring the room to its usual atmosphere. Dad, my grade ability weak ice has successfully evolved into the grade ability extreme cold crystal. Jiang Yueshi beamed with pride, her smile broad. My grade ability weak electricity has also evolved into the grade ability purple lightning. Jiang Yueli, though not laughing out loud, couldn't help but let a small smile form at the corners of her mouth. After all, they were just teenagers. They had thought their grade abilities would stay with them for life, and now they had leapt to grade, which was incredibly exciting. Jiang Tianyang stood there, dumbfounded, his expression frozen. Brother, the reason Yueli and Yueshi could evolve their abilities was because of their teacher, Jiang Lianyue quickly added, seeing Jiang Tianyang unresponsive. Still not moving, Jiang Tianyang resembled a statue about to weather away. Brother? Dad? Dad? Jiang Lianyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi called out simultaneously. Jiang Tianyang's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he finally snapped out of it. Without a word, he turned and headed outside. Dad, Dad, where are you going? Jiang Yueshi called after him, waving her hand. Without turning back, Jiang Tianyang simply said, I'm going to pack up. Tomorrow morning, I'm personally taking you to school. In front of Pengcheng's first high school for the talented, an unusual scene was unfolding. As the early morning light filtered through, students gradually made their way into the campus, all drawn to the spectacle across the street. A sleek black luxury sedan was parked quietly on the road, its body line smooth and a striking red stripe across the front adding a touch of elegance and sophistication. In Pengcheng, where electricity resources are scarce, such a car is undoubtedly a symbol of status and wealth. What drew even more attention was the license plate, Susi 66666, the exclusive plate of the Jiang family, one of the 6 prominent families in Pengcheng. Inside the car, Jiang Tianyang and Jiang Lianyue were engaged in an intense discussion about someone named Su Che. After dropping Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi off at school, Jiang Tianyang couldn't wait to inquire about Su Che's situation. What? You mean this Su Che was only at the first level of the 3rd tier a month ago, known as the underachiever of the school, and now he's at the 6th level of the 3rd tier? Jiang Tianyang's voice trembled slightly with surprise. Jiang Lianyue nodded gently, adding, there's talk around school that he was hiding his true abilities. Jiang Tianyang's expression grew even more animated. And you're saying Su Che managed to optimize the high-grade Mystic Lightning Ball and Mystic Ice technique, increasing their power? I've personally verified it several times, Jiang Lianyue replied, pursing her lips. With the same energy output, the power has indeed significantly increased. Jiang Tianyang's expression became quite remarkable. As a 4th-tier extraordinary individual, he considered himself accomplished for creating a mid-grade yellow technique, while optimizing a high-grade Mystic technique seemed impossible. He instinctively adjusted his posture, cleared his throat, and continued to ask. I heard Su Che advised Yueli and Yueshi to change their breathing techniques, leading to a second evolution of their abilities? Jiang Lianyue hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's what Yueli and Yueshi said. Were Yueli and Yueshi really experiencing stomach pains before? Jiang Tianyang pressed on. Yes. Then why didn't you tell me? Jiang Tianyang frowned. Jiang Lianyue couldn't help but glance at him. Why would I tell you? A grown man. Jiang Tianyang furrowed his brow. But the Changhong breathing technique is our family's technique. So many in our family practice it without issues. Why only Yueli and Yueshi have problems? And you mentioned that many renowned doctors couldn't figure it out. So how could Su Che, a mere 3rd-tier 6th-level individual, identify the issue? Could there be some conspiracy, like overexerting their bodies? Conspiracy. Jiang Lianyue frowned deeply, internally dismissing the notion. She didn't believe Su Che would do such a thing. Jiang Lianyue pondered for a moment, her brows slightly furrowed. She understood her brother's concerns were not without reason, but she was also reluctant to dismiss Su Che's teaching methods outright. After weighing her options, she proposed a compromise. How about this? Let's wait until the monthly test 2 months from now to draw any conclusions. This period will be enough to observe the progress of Yu Li and Yu Shi and also to detect any potential side effects in time. Jiang Tianyang considered his sister's suggestion carefully and soon nodded in agreement. All right, let's do as you say. We'll make a decision after the 2nd monthly test. By then, I'll talk to the principal and personally come to watch. With this issue temporarily resolved, the atmosphere in the car lightened considerably. Jiang Tianyang suddenly wore a thoughtful expression and slowly spoke. I can't quite gauge this Su Che's abilities, but there's one thing I'm sure of. Jiang Lianyue responded with a puzzled noise. Jiang Tianyang stared intently at his sister until she frowned in confusion. Then he declared with certainty, that guy definitely likes you. No doubt about it. Otherwise, why would he have taken Yu Li and Yu Shi as his students from the start? Could he have known they would undergo a second evolution? Thump, thump. It seemed like Jiang Lianyue's heart skipped a beat. She quickly snapped out of it, retorting angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? Get going. With that, She slammed the door and stormed off. Jiang Tianyang was left utterly baffled, his mouth agape. A few seconds later, he smacked his lips and muttered under his breath, "Strange, she never reacted this way when I teased her about Lu Bo before." Meanwhile, as Jiang Lianyue walked into the school, she realized her own overreaction. She frowned, pondering, "Strange, why did I react like that? Could it be?" Thinking of a certain possibility, her brows knitted into a deep furrow. After a moment, her expression relaxed as she smiled with relief. "No, I'm just a little curious about him. Purely curious." Inside the school building, in the classroom of Class 18, Su Che glanced around and nodded with satisfaction. "Today marks the first time since our class was formed that everyone is present. Let's have a round of applause to celebrate." "Yay!" Jiang Yueshi enthusiastically clapped her hands, her applause loud and lively. Yi Xuanyue gave a shy smile and clapped gently and gracefully. Jiang Yueli turned her head with a scornful expression, the spitting image of a female version of a purple-haired rebel. Su Che didn't mind. He was quite familiar with the trio's personalities, so he continued with a smile. "To celebrate this occasion, I've prepared gifts for all of you." At the mention of gifts, the three girls' eyes lit up simultaneously. After all, who doesn't like receiving gifts? What kind of gifts? Jiang Yueshi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Hee, don't rush, one at a time." Su Che's smile was sincere, though a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. "Here, Xiaoya, this is for you." He pulled a black card with gold trim from his pocket and handed it to Yi Xuanyue. "Teacher, what is this?" Yi Xuanyue asked in confusion as she accepted the card. Su Che didn't explain, instead teasing, "Show this card at the second cafeteria at lunchtime, and you'll find out." "Okay." Though filled with curiosity, Yi Xuanyue nodded obediently. "Teacher, what about us? What about us?" Jiang Yueshi seemed a bit impatient. Although Jiang Yueli acted indifferent, her ears perked up attentively. "You guys," Su Che's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "I'm giving you both a grand gift." In the training arena of the First Ability Advanced High School, Jiang Yueshi held a densely packed training schedule, her brow furrowed. Her attractive lips curved downward, resembling a bridge of resignation. The plan was astonishingly detailed. Arrive at school by 6:30 a.m., gather by 6:40, and train until 6:30 p.m. Every exercise was meticulously timed, yet there was no mention of breaks. Jiang Yueshi's eyes scanned the paper rapidly. Warm up with 100 laps of running. Strength training with 500 squats, deadlifts, and bench presses, 4 sets each, all within 30 minutes. Explosive power training with 500 box jumps and medicine ball throws, 3 sets each, also within 30 minutes. Aerobic endurance training required running 300 laps with a 100-kilogram weight, still only 30 minutes allotted. The plan continued with extreme challenge, filling an entire page. Jiang Yueshi secretly grumbled to herself. What kind of training plan is this? It's more like a death sentence. She couldn't help but recall the black and gold card she saw Yi Xuanyue receive that morning, assuming everyone got one. To her surprise, she not only didn't receive a black and gold card, but was instead given this terrifying training card. How can the gap between people be so vast? Jiang Yueshi lamented inwardly. At that moment, Su Che showed an innocent smile and asked, "Do you like it?" Jiang Yueshi's reaction was exactly what Su Che had anticipated. He had racked his brains and consulted numerous resources to come up with this plan. Even he felt a chill after organizing it. These exercises might not be much individually, but combined with time constraints, they seemed especially brutal. More astonishingly, this wasn't just a 180 or 2-day plan, but was to last for a full 2 months. Su Che thought that relying solely on physical fitness, even a third-tier level, might not withstand such strain. However, for Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yueli, who possessed SSS talent, it should be bearable. "Teacher, this kind of training could kill someone," Jiang Yueshi muttered, her face practically spelling out refusal. Jiang Yueli was more direct, his eyebrows twitching as he said, "We're here to train, not to be workhorses." Facing their doubts, Su Che remained unfazed, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "Don't worry. Listen to my explanation." He cleared his throat, and his expression suddenly became serious. "I've said before that you both actually have SS-level talent, but due to your family's breathing technique, your meridians were severely damaged, which is why you only awakened level talent. Although you've been practicing the extreme compression breathing technique, which has eased your meridian issues and evolved your abilities, your damaged meridians have not yet recovered." Su Che used a metaphor to explain, "Your meridians are like bottles. Only if your bottle is large enough can it hold more water, more energy. What you need to do now is repair your meridians as best as you can, and to repair your meridians, you first need to enhance your physical fitness." As he spoke, Su Che's gaze swept over Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yueli. "So, do you understand now?" Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yueli exchanged a glance, a flicker of realization in their eyes. Only now did they realize that this so-called physical training was indeed a gift. After a moment of silence, Their expressions shifted from shock to thoughtful contemplation. Jiang Yueli was the first to speak up, her voice clear and resolute. Understood. I'm ready for the training. This marked a significant shift in her attitude. Once proud and dismissive of basic training, she now recognized it as essential for improving her skills. Her determined gaze reflected a newfound resolve. Seeing her sister agree, Jiang Yueshi reluctantly nodded but couldn't help asking, "It won't hurt, right?" Su Che gave a slight, knowing smile. "Don't worry, it won't hurt at all, just a bit tiring." 10 minutes later, Su Che's voice echoed across the training field. "Faster. Run faster. Didn't you have breakfast?" "Jiang Yueshi, stop slacking off. I can see you." "Jiang Yueshi, who told you to sit down and rest? Get up. Jiang Yueshi, it's you again. Stop being lazy. Jiang. You. She." Once training began, Su Che's focus was almost entirely on Jiang Yueshi. While Jiang Yueli could grit her teeth and push through any hardship, Jiang Yueshi was the opposite, frequently complaining about aches and pains, seizing every opportunity to slack off, much to Su Che's frustration. Nevertheless, their overall performance was satisfactory. Thus, the intense training for Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi officially commenced. The training field, located in a prominent area of the school, quickly drew attention from passersby. "Am I seeing things, or are there two people training over there?" "No, you're right. It really is them. Wow, isn't that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi? And teacher Su Che? Squats, bench presses, deadlifts? Isn't that basic training for those who haven't awakened yet? Haven't they already awakened? Why are they doing this? I thought other advanced classes were either training or on their way to train. What's this basic training about? Is it some new training method? Who cares? Let's take pictures and post them online. Move aside, I'm posting first. I'm just a few points away from leveling up my forum badge." If it were first-year students doing basic training on the field, it might not have drawn much attention. But awakened students from the martial arts exam prep class doing basic training instead of more advanced practice was newsworthy. Soon, photos and news of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's training appeared on the forums. Time flew by, and it was soon noon. The second cafeteria was less crowded than at the start of the school year, as most students had already spent their allowances. However, some students, like Yi Xuanyue, still visited regularly. Due to her need for nutritional supplements, Yi Xuanyue frequented the second cafeteria almost daily. Today was no exception. After finishing her morning training, she proficiently navigated the cafeteria, her eyes scanning for the blood food section. For the past month, Yi Xuanyue had followed Su Che's advice, consistently consuming blood food, which had significantly boosted her progress. In just a month, she had advanced to the 5th level of the first stage. However, after her breakthrough, she noticed her progress slowing. Initially, she thought she wasn't eating enough, but soon realized the real issue was the diminishing effect of the third-tier low-grade blood food. Unfortunately, the school didn't sell third-tier medium-grade blood food, and even if they did, she couldn't afford it. With a sigh, Yi Xuanyue approached the blood food counter. The chef greeted her warmly. "The usual, fierce boar leg and iron rhino meat?" Just as she was about to respond, she remembered something and pulled out her black gold card. Upon seeing the card, the chef's eyes widened, and his demeanor instantly became respectful. "Honored black gold card holder, please follow me to a private dining room." And so, somewhat bewildered, Yi Xuanyue found herself in a luxurious dining room. Shortly, a cart was wheeled in. "Please enjoy your meal, honored black gold card holder," the chef said, unveiling the dishes. Yi Xuanyue was taken aback, covering her mouth in surprise. What? Third-tier medium-grade blood food? In the luxurious private dining room of the second cafeteria, Yi Xuanyue looked at the sumptuous third-tier mid-grade blood food in front of her with a mixture of confusion and hesitation. She swallowed instinctively, feeling her entire being crave the feast. Fighting the urge, she opened her mouth with difficulty. "Master Chef, I didn't order these third-tier mid-grade blood dishes. Is there some mistake?" The head chef's smile widened as he explained. "No mistake at all. You are a prestigious black card member, and these dishes are yours. Moreover, starting today, you will enjoy a third-tier mid-grade blood food set for both lunch and dinner every day." Yi Xuanyue wanted to say something more, but her stomach growled loudly in the quiet room, making the atmosphere awkward. The chef, noticing the situation, said, "Please enjoy your meal, esteemed guest. If you have any questions, feel free to call me." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait." Yi Xuanyue bit her lip, suppressing her desires, and asked, "How much do these cost?" Despite having saved quite a bit of pocket money over the years, a month of blood food consumption was about to drain her funds. The chef smiled and replied, "There's no charge. The owner of the black card has already covered all expenses. Please enjoy." He gently closed the door behind him as he left. Already covered. Yi Xuanyue was stunned, a spark of realization flashing through her mind. Her heart skipped a beat as she suddenly understood everything. The black card membership, the luxurious room, the third-tier mid-grade blood food, this was all arranged by teacher Su Che. Feeling deeply moved, Yi Xuanyue thought of how teacher Su Che had been guiding Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi in the gravity room recently. Though she hadn't expressed it, she felt a bit neglected. Little did she know that teacher Su Che had been watching over her, noticing that the lower-grade blood food was losing its effect on her, and had specially arranged these higher-grade dishes to aid her progress. Clenching her fists, Yi Xuanyue silently vowed, "Teacher, I won't let you down." Her eyes fixed on the blood food. She couldn't help but lick her lips, her pupils shining with determination. "Let's dig in." Her stomach responded with another growl, urging her to start. In no time, Yi Xuanyue devoured the meal ravenously, leaving the table in a state of disarray. Perhaps driven by hunger, she consumed several dozen pounds of blood food without even savoring its taste. Suddenly, Yi Xuanyue froze. In the next moment, a powerful energy burst forth in the luxurious dining room, and the aura of a first-tier 6th-level cultivator erupted. Thanks to the potent effects of the third-tier mid-grade blood food, Yi Xuanyue, who had been on the verge of a breakthrough, achieved it instantly. Meanwhile, near the martial arts field, an attractive young man heard a system notification in his ear. Ding detected an increase in Yi Xuanyue's trust level towards the host. Ding detected that Yi Xuanyue's cultivation level has advanced from Stage 1 Level 5 to Stage 1 Level 6, triggering cultivation feedback. Drawing multiplier. Ding, congratulations, host, you've drawn a 50x return. Returning cultivation. Su Che turned his head towards the cafeteria, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. However, in the next moment, his expression darkened as he cursed under his breath. Jiang Yueshi, it's you again. Don't even think about having lunch if you don't finish the task. At the entrance of the second cafeteria, Yi Xuanyue had just walked out, taking a deep breath as she looked up at the clear blue sky. Her mood was exceptionally good, her eyes sparkling with delight. Originally, her cultivation was 40 away from breaking through to Stage 1 Level 6, which would have taken at least 10 days to half a month at her previous pace. But surprisingly, just because her blood food advanced from Tier 3 low grade to Tier 3 mid grade, she experienced such a significant breakthrough. Yi, a familiar male voice called from behind, interrupting Yi Xuanyue's joyful reverie. She turned around and immediately recognized the speaker Zhang Qi, one of the 3 geniuses in their grade who awakened a level talent. Yi Xuanyue's brow furrowed unconsciously as she asked coldly, "What do you want?" Her impression of Zhang Qi wasn't good. In their first year of high school, they were classmates, and Zhang Qi had pursued her. But ever since he awakened a level talent in their second year, he started ignoring classmates with level talents or lower, pretending not to recognize them. Although Yi Xuanyue didn't care about this attitude, it still left her feeling resentful. Zhang Qi wore what he thought was a gentlemanly smile and said with feigned grace, "Oh, it's nothing really, just happened to run into you. How about we chat while walking?" "No need, just say what you have to say." "I'm busy," Yi Xuanyue replied bluntly. Zhang Qi's expression froze for a moment, a flicker of anger in his eyes, but he managed to smile and said, "All right then, I'll get straight to the point." Lowering his voice, he continued, "Do you want to join our class?" Yi Xuanyue's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Zhang Qi intently before shaking her head without hesitation. "Not interested." "Not interested?" Zhang Qi was visibly surprised. "Think it over. Our class is the honors class. Our teacher is Mr. Lu Bo, who is sure to be promoted to a level 3 teacher this year. With your talent, while you might not get into a top university, you have a good chance at getting into a decent one. Isn't that better than your bottom-ranked teacher, Mr. Su Che?" "Shut up." Yi Xuanyue, who initially didn't want to engage further, erupted with anger upon hearing Zhang Qi insult Su Che. Her demeanor changed instantly, as if ready to strike at any moment. Her gaze turned sharp, her voice filled with fury. "I won't allow anyone to insult Mr. Su Che." Zhang Qi felt as if his head had been struck with a club, leaving him momentarily speechless. The aura Yi Xuanyue exuded was overwhelming. Fixing Zhang Qi with a cold stare, Yi Xuanyue's voice was icy. "If I hear you speak disrespectfully about Mr. Su Che again, I won't let it slide." With that, she huffed and walked away. Only after Yi Xuanyue's figure disappeared from view did Zhang Qi regain control over his body. He gasped for air, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? How could I, with a level talent, be intimidated by a woman? Could her strength far surpass mine? But soon, Zhang Qi shook his head, dismissing the thought. He comforted himself. Her strength is only at Stage 1 Level 5. I was just caught off guard. Yes, that's it must be. As his emotions gradually calmed, Zhang Qi stared in the direction Yi Xuanyue had gone, a hint of malice in his eyes. He muttered through gritted teeth, "Humph, don't get too cocky. With my talent, I'll teach you a lesson at the monthly assessment in 2 months." In the spacious and bright classroom of Class 2 of the second year, located on the first floor of the teaching building. "Teacher, Yi Xuanyue has absolutely no respect for you," Zhang Qi exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. "I told her how much you admire her and wanted to give her a chance to join our class, but she not only refused outright, but was also disrespectful to you. If there weren't people around, I would have taught her a lesson myself. He spoke passionately, though his words were far from the truth. Oh, really? Lu Bo's voice carried a hint of sarcasm, a faint smile playing on his lips as he eyed Zhang Qi with a piercing gaze. Under Lu Bo's scrutinizing look, Zhang Qi felt a chill run down his neck, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He instinctively avoided Lu Bo's gaze, lowering his head as he forced himself to respond. Really? That's exactly what Yi Xuanyue said. Lu Bo gave Zhang Qi a knowing look, a flash of understanding in his eyes. With his years of experience, he could easily tell Zhang Qi wasn't being completely truthful. He spoke calmly. All right, I understand. The focus wasn't on the truth of Zhang Qi's words, but rather on the fact that Yi Xuanyue showed no interest in joining their class. Teacher, even if Yi Xuanyue's abilities evolved again, her talent is only at a level. I don't think it's necessary to invite her to our class. Recalling the moment he was intimidated by Yi Xuanyue, Zhang Qi couldn't help but feel irritated, blurting out his thoughts. Lu Bo's gaze suddenly sharpened, his voice turning icy cold. My decisions are not for you to question. Instantly, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire classroom, making the air feel as if it had frozen. Zhang Qi's face turned pale, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, with his blood almost freezing. The air around him became thin, and he felt as if he were suffocating in quicksand. I'm sorry, teacher. I spoke out of turn. Zhang Qi quickly lowered his head in apology, his voice trembling with fear. Lu Bo's demeanor relaxed, his warm smile returning. It's all right, it's all right. Zhang Qi, I have high hopes for you. Make sure to work hard over the next 2 months. I have great expectations for you in the upcoming monthly assessment. Don't disappoint me. He emphasized the word disappoint, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Zhang Qi understood the implication immediately and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely break through to the 6th level of the first tier and lead our class to a strong victory. Hearing this, Lu Bo's smile widened. He waved his hand. Very good. Continue your training. Zhang Qi turned to leave, but paused at the door, as if remembering something, and looked back at Lu Bo. Teacher, I also have some news about the other students from Class 18. Oh, what news? Lu Bo's eyes lit up with interest. Please take a look. Zhang Qi quickly returned, pulling out his phone and logging into a forum before handing it to Lu Bo. Lu Bo took the phone, scanning the screen quickly, his brows furrowing as he read. I heard that since early morning, Su Che has been doing basic training with Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, not even taking a break for lunch. Many people at school have seen them, Zhang Qi added in a low voice, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Basic training. Lu Bo's brows knitted into a tight frown, puzzled. What kind of nonsense is Su Che up to now? With his extensive teaching experience, Lu Bo couldn't fathom why Su Che would focus on basic training with the Jiang sisters. Such exercises were only slightly beneficial before one's abilities awakened. For students whose abilities had already awakened, this kind of basic training was almost ineffective, less beneficial than even a few cycles of breathing techniques. After pondering for a long time without any conclusion, Lu Bo finally snorted. Humph, just to show off, trying to mystify things. As the sun set, the sky lingered in a deep azure hue, as if unwilling to be overtaken by night. In front of the Jiang family villa, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yu dragged their exhausted bodies through the door. Unlike their polished and glamorous appearance when they left in the morning, they now looked disheveled, like mistreated maids. Too tired to even change their clothes, the sisters collapsed onto the beanbag sofa, their faces full of despair. Today's training was so intense that it felt like more exercise than they had done in their entire 18 years combined. They had teetered on the brink of collapse countless times, yet miraculously persisted under Su Che's encouragement. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Jiang Yushi finally started to recover. Staring blankly at the ceiling, she suddenly muttered, Sis, if I suddenly drop dead one day, make sure to clear my browser history. Jiang Yuli rolled her eyes and said nothing. Sis, did we somehow offend teacher Su Che? Jiang Yushi continued. It feels like he's trying to work us to death. For once, Jiang Yuli didn't disagree, sharing the same thought as her sister. Sis, can you help me take a day off tomorrow? Jiang Yushi pleaded softly. Get lost. Jiang Yuli refused mercilessly. Oh, Jiang Yu, she turned over and continued to mumble. Sis, do you think all this grueling training is even worth it? It feels like aside from getting a bit more muscular, my skills haven't improved. Could teacher Su Che be mistaken? Hearing this, Jiang Yuli immediately became serious. She struggled to her feet and headed silently towards the training room. Hey, sis, where are you going? Jiang Yushi rolled off the sofa in surprise. I need to test something. Jiang Yuli's voice came from ahead. Wait for me. Jiang Yushi patted herself off and followed. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yushi's shocked voice echoed from the training room. Oh my god. Sis, I just broke through to the first stage, level 4 yesterday, and in just one day, my level has increased so much. At this rate, I'll break through to the first stage, level 5, in less than a week. She took a deep breath, her expression invigorated. Teacher Suche was right. Jiang Yuli's eyes also sparkled with bright excitement, a teasing smile on her lips. So, not taking a day off tomorrow? Jiang Yu, she shook her head immediately. Take a day off for what? Sis, you know me, I love foundational training the most. Meanwhile, in the luxurious single dormitory of the First Ability High School, a series of system notifications suddenly rang in Suche's ears. Ding detected an increase in Jiang Yuli's trust towards the host. Ding detected an increase in Jiang Yushi's trust towards the host. Ding detected an improvement in the cultivation level of disciple Jiang Yuli, triggering a cultivation return. Drawing multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 20x return. Cultivation returning. Ding detected an improvement in the cultivation level of disciple Jiang Yushi, triggering a cultivation return. Drawing multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 20x return. Cultivation returning. Pengcheng's top-tier ability high school, a school with a primary focus on martial arts exams, is currently experiencing an unprecedented wave of intense competition. After a brief respite following the first monthly tests of the sprint class, each class charged into a new round of rivalry like wild horses. The school building is brightly lit, with students bustling between windows. The top 6 classes, holding the advantage of extra resources, are fiercely guarding their positions like soldiers defending a fortress. The middle 6 classes, hungry and eager, have eyes gleaming with the desire for the top 6 resources, vowing to break through the encirclement. Meanwhile, the bottom 6 classes are struggling desperately like trapped beasts, determined to escape their exploited fate. As time goes on, the competitive atmosphere becomes increasingly intense. The original 9 to 5 study schedule is mercilessly extended, with students' routines gradually shifting to 6 in the morning until 9 at night, surpassing even the grueling work hours of corporate employees. Lunchtime is compressed to the extreme. Weekends become single days off, then once every 2 weeks, and eventually, the school announces a single day off per month, with the promise to compensate for holidays after the martial arts exams. This level of study intensity puts even the nationally renowned Mayatanchang to shame. Under such high pressure, students with weaker mental resilience begin to crumble. Every week, students either collapse or voluntarily drop out of the martial arts exam classes, casting a stifling atmosphere over the entire grade. However, amidst this sea of intense competition, Class 18 stands out like an isolated island, completely out of sync with its surroundings. For nearly a month, the lights in Class 18's classroom have never been on. This is exactly the same as last month, with the only difference being that this time, Suche hasn't gone incognito. On the contrary, Suche's presence is remarkably strong. Nearly every day, the thousands of students in the school can see him at the martial arts training ground. Rain or shine, Suche is there without fail. At first glance, he seems diligent, but in reality, he's merely supervising Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi in their basic training. Yes, for an entire month, Suche has been guiding these two through the most fundamental training. When this news first spread on the school forum, everyone just laughed it off, assuming Suche was setting class rules. On the second and third days, when Suche continued his routine, no one thought much of it, believing it would last at most a week. However, when Suche persisted for a full week, the school was abuzz with gossip. An entire week of basic training, was this any way to cultivate skills? It seemed like a complete waste of time. Consequently, the school's public opinion erupted. The first thing teachers from various grades did after class was to gossip about Suche's actions. Suche's actions caused quite a stir within the academy. A full week of basic training left everyone bewildered and buzzing with speculation. What is Suche up to now? A day or two is one thing, but a whole week of basic training? Has he lost his mind? Is this supposed to be his new teaching method? It's ridiculous. If basic training alone could make you stronger, who would bother with the grueling practice of breathing techniques? Despite the constant questioning, Suche remained unfazed and continued on his path. Initially, everyone thought he was preparing for his bet against Lu Bo, but his unexpected approach left them surprised. At this rate, forget about beating teacher Lu Bo in the second monthly assessment. Even staying in the top 6 will be tough. Does he really think that Yi Xuanyue's second evolution of abilities alone can secure victory? It's just for show. Watch, a week is his limit. However, reality soon proved everyone wrong. In the second week, Suche persisted as before. By the third week, his training routine hadn't changed a bit. When this continued for an entire month, everyone grew numb to it. Most people began to ignore Suche's actions, partly because they had become accustomed to them and partly because they couldn't fathom his intentions. After a month, only 2 people continued to pay attention to Suche. The first was Lu Bo. As the other party in the bet, he initially felt some apprehension towards Suche, but after a month of observation, he had completely relaxed, no longer seeing Suche as a competitor. During this month, Lu Bo had made significant progress. With unlimited resources at his disposal, his three talented disciples Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, and Feng Mingyuan had reached the 5th level of the first tier in just 1 month and 3 days. Such rapid advancement was astonishing. Even more gratifying for Lu Bo was his own steady progress, as he was now just a step away from breaking through to the 8th level of the 3rd tier. He was confident he would achieve this before the 2nd monthly assessment. In comparison, Su Che had become nothing more than a sideshow in Lu Bo's eyes. The second person still interested in Su Che was Jiang Lianyue. Unlike the others, her opinion of Su Che had shifted from skepticism to curiosity. When she discovered that her two younger brothers, Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, had advanced to the 5th level of the 1st tier within a week, she couldn't help but ponder. Jiang Lianyue began to suspect that Su Che might surprise everyone. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, a month and a week had passed since the 1st monthly assessment. That night, under a starry sky, Su Che was practicing the galaxy breathing technique in his luxurious single dormitory's lounge. As he was fully immersed, a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding detected that Yi Xuanyue's cultivation has advanced from the 6th to the 7th level of the 1st tier. Cultivation return triggered. Drawing multiplier congratulations, host, for receiving a 30x return. Returning cultivation. The system then reported the breakthroughs of Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, both advancing from the 5th to the 6th level of the 1st tier, granting Su Che 50x cultivation returns for each. As the system notifications concluded, Su Che's eyes snapped open, revealing the vivid image of a green dragon. In the next moment, a surge of energy erupted within him, propelling his cultivation from the 6th to the 7th level of the 3rd tier. In the luxurious single dormitory of Pengcheng's top-tier supernatural high school, the air suddenly emitted a crackling sound, as if compressed by an invisible force. The source of this intense energy was none other than the room's center, where Su Che stood. Beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead, and his muscles writhed as if alive, with veins bulging prominently. Within seconds, faint azure patterns emerged beneath his skin, flickering with a soft glow in rhythm with his breath. The anomaly persisted for several minutes. When everything finally settled, Su Che slowly opened his eyes, the phantom shadow of a blue dragon in his pupils becoming more pronounced. Even without deliberately releasing energy, he exuded an aura that was both palpable and intimidating, like a fierce beast poised to strike. Strange, why did it take so long this time? Su Che pondered with a frown. It had been over a month since the last monthly assessment, and the breakthroughs of his three disciples were within his expectations. However, the duration of his own breakthrough was several times longer than usual. He scrutinized his hands closely, his brow furrowed. As he attempted to activate his powers, his pupils contracted into thin slits. Azure patterns surfaced on his arms, imparting a profound and intense sensation, as if the strength of his skin had multiplied several times over. To test his hypothesis, Su Che unhesitatingly slammed his arms together. A metallic clang echoed through the silent room, and his eyes lit up with realization. Soon after, Su Che retrieved a sharp utility knife. The blade glinted ominously under the light, appearing capable of slicing skin effortlessly. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, he drove the knife point hard against his wrist. Another crisp clang resounded. The azure patterns on his skin flared brightly upon contact with the blade. With a snap, the knife's tip broke off, while Su Che's wrist remained unharmed, his skin as unblemished as ever. Su Che inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was only when a chill settled in his chest that he managed to regain his composure. Although he had exerted only ordinary force, the result far exceeded his expectations. While he couldn't claim to be impervious to weapons, his defense was at least comparable to another form of the legendary Golden Bell Shield. Suppressing his inner shock, Su Che quickly searched for information on his phone. I see. So that's why they say the 7th level of the 3rd tier is a significant hurdle. He nodded slightly, contemplating the sparse information he found online. It turned out that upon reaching the 7th level of the 3rd tier, the characteristics of one's abilities would further develop and manifest. However, for most at this stage, the enhancements were subtle and not pronounced. Instances like Su Che's, where energy became outwardly apparent and defense was exceptionally strong, were rare, typically occurring only in those with abilities classified as a level or higher. This must be the power brought by the Azure Peak Dragon. Su Che felt a sudden clarity in his mind, as if he had solved a long-standing mystery. Instantly, an extraordinary energy surged through his body, with azure patterns glowing on his skin like a galaxy. He felt his defense capabilities skyrocketing, several times stronger than before. He was filled with a sense of grandeur, almost convinced that with this impenetrable defense, he could easily withstand the fierce wind blades Lu Bo had unleashed on the training ground that day. Thinking of Lu Bo, Su Che couldn't help but curl his lips into a meaningful smile. If Lu Bo had posed some threat to him before, that threat was now completely gone. Both were at the 3rd tier, 7th level, but one had a level ability, the other in a level. The difference in strength was clear. More importantly, the third tier, 7th level was far from Su Che's limit. He involuntarily licked his lips, a slight smile playing on them, as he thought to himself, "My 3 disciples, you must continue to work hard and assist me in breaking through to the third tier, 8th level, as soon as possible." Night fell quietly, and a new day began. As dawn broke in the east, the intense atmosphere of preparation enveloped the entire sophomore year, with the martial arts exam preparation classes starting their early morning sessions unfailingly. On the surface, each class's strategy seemed unchanged from the first month. However, a closer look would reveal that break times were being further shortened. With less than a month to the second monthly test, teachers of the preparation classes were noticeably more anxious than usual. Meanwhile, Su Che remained the outsider, consistently heading to the training ground each day to focus on the special training of Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, while also taking time to help Yi Xuanyu with her questions. Under his careful guidance, the skills of Class 18 were improving at an astonishing rate. Time flew by, and soon there was only a week left until the second monthly test. The atmosphere in the sophomore year grew even more tense. With 6 days to go, any student seen rushing was almost certainly from the sophomore martial arts exam class. With 5 days to go, if an ambulance was called for a student, it was definitely someone from the sophomore martial arts exam class. With 4 days to go, if classroom lights were still on late at night, it was undoubtedly the sophomore martial arts exam class. With 3 days to go, some observant individuals noticed that Su Che and the Jiang sisters, who usually trained steadfastly at the training ground, were nowhere to be seen. Simultaneously, the long dark classroom of Class 18 on the 33rd floor suddenly lit up. However, this went largely unnoticed. The teachers of the preparation classes were fully immersed in the final sprint phase, too preoccupied to pay attention to Su Che's whereabouts. At this moment, in the Class 18 classroom, all members were finally gathered together again after 2 months. This period seemed to have worked magic on each of them, bringing about dramatic changes. Yi Xuanyu still stood with elegance, but her eyes now held a firmness and depth, reflecting her confidence in her abilities. At the first tier, 7th level, her strength was already unmatched in the entire sophomore year. The Jiang sisters, Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, had tanned slightly from the intense training, but their spirits were noticeably high. They were just a step away from breaking through to the first tier, 7th level, and were entirely different from before. As for Su Che himself, he was a changed man. He wielded his 3rd tier, 7th level prowess with ease, making him one of the top contenders among the secondary teachers. At first glance, Class 18 seemed capable of sweeping the entire grade. However, for Su Che, this was still not enough. He cleared his throat, his gaze sharp as he looked around, then broke into a significant smile, announcing solemnly, "I declare, the extreme sprint plan begins now." In classroom 18, Su Che's voice resonated clearly. "I declare the extreme sprint plan officially underway." This plan was not a Spuro-Femin idea, but the result of several days of careful consideration. The primary reason was the noticeable slowdown in the progress of Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi compared to the first month. After Yi Xuanyue broke through to the first level of the 7th stage, the effects of the mid-tier level 3 blood food began to wane. Despite this, her rate of improvement still led the entire school, even surpassing the Jiang sisters. However, in Su Che's eyes, this progress was still not ideal. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, after nearly 2 months of intense physical training, had almost fully recovered their atrophied meridians. Their strength surged from the first level of the 4th stage to the first level of the 6th stage, placing them in the top tier of their grade. This seemingly simple improvement was actually difficult to replicate, stemming from the energy within their meridians and the potential of the extreme compression breathing technique. However, the poor recovery of their main meridians led to a sudden slowdown in their progress. Su Che was deeply concerned about this. The slowed progress of his 3 apprentices, when combined, represented a 3-fold gap. He could not tolerate such a situation. Extreme sprint plan. Yi Xuanyue repeated softly, lost in thought. "Is the improvement significant?" Jiang Yueli asked succinctly. Jiang Yueshi blinked warily. "It's not some kind of devilish training, is it?" Su Che smiled, ignoring Jiang Yueshi's concern, and explained directly. "In recent days, you should have noticed your progress slowing down. This extreme sprint plan is a personalized improvement scheme tailored for each of you." 3 expectant gazes instantly focused on Su Che's face. In this strength-oriented world, no one could refuse the opportunity to become stronger. Su Che nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Yi Xuanyue. "Xiao Yezi, go straight to the second cafeteria now. I've arranged everything you need there." Yi Xuanyue was initially stunned but then realized, her heart skipping a beat. Slower progress, second cafeteria. Combining these keywords, she immediately understood Su Che's intention. Awaiting her was likely the most expensive high-tier level 3 fierce beast blood food available on the market. "Teacher," Yi Xuanyue began, but Su Che interrupted her with a wave of his hand. "Helping you is equivalent to helping myself. Su Che stated frankly. No need for more words. The higher your cultivation, the more you can assist me. To Yi Xuanyue, these words conveyed the deep care and intention behind her teacher's actions. Yu Xuanyue gave Su Che a deep look, pressed her lips together, and nodded. I understand. I'll go right away. With that, she quickly left the classroom, her footsteps gradually fading away. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged glances, a spark of understanding passing between them. After nearly 2 months of interaction, they had developed a new perception of Su Che, one that was far from the negative rumors online. In fact, they genuinely respected him, though this admiration was kept hidden, never openly expressed. Old Deng, what about our sprint plan? Jiang Yueli asked directly, her tone tinged with eagerness. Su Che raised an eyebrow and smiled. Don't rush, little purple hair. It's almost your turn. Look, even white hair isn't in a hurry. Their nicknames for each other had become a playful way of bantering. Jiang Yueshi couldn't help but interject, her face full of curiosity. Come on, handsome, don't keep us in suspense. I'm dying of anticipation here. Su Che glanced at the clock, his demeanor shifting from playful to serious. Both of you sit cross-legged and start the extreme compression breathing technique. I'll help you clear the atrophied main meridians. He briefly explained the difficulty and prerequisites of clearing the main meridians: robust physical health, high-intensity abilities, and most crucially, the ability to see through illusions. Without this ability, even a fourth-tier extraordinary being wouldn't dare attempt it, as even a small mistake could be fatal. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged a look and, without hesitation, sat down as instructed. They were unaware of the dangers involved. Otherwise, no matter how much they trusted Su Che, they wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. Su Che took a deep breath, entering a state of absolute focus. He placed his hands on their backs, letting his abilities flow into their bodies like a gentle stream. Hiss! Jiang Yueshi sucked in a breath, her eyebrows twitching. Jiang Yueli remained silent, but her expression was equally tense. Hang in there, it will be over soon. Su Che's voice boomed like thunder. Half an hour later, Su Che exhaled deeply, a hint of joy playing at the corners of his mouth. It's a success. Suddenly, 2 invisible forces erupted. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Su Che's ear. Ding Jiang Yueli's clever ability, Purple Light Thunder, has successfully evolved into a Blevel ability, Purple Flame Thunder. Ding detected that the disciple Jiang Yueli's cultivation has broken through from the first-tier 6th level to the first-tier 7th level, triggering cultivation return. Drawing multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 50 times return. Cultivation return in progress. Ding Jiang Yueshi's clever ability, Extreme Cold Crystal, has successfully evolved into a Blevel ability, Ice Soul Crystal. Ding detected that the disciple Jiang Yueshi's cultivation has broken through from the first-tier 6th level to the first-tier 7th level, triggering cultivation return. Drawing multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 50 times return. Cultivation return in progress. As the system notifications ended, a powerful energy surged through Su Che's body. In just 3 minutes, he felt himself on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd-tier 8th level. Damn, just a little more. Su Che, a perfectionist, felt a pang of disappointment when suddenly the system notification rang out again. Ding Yu Xuanyue's clever ability, Bloodthirsty Violent Bear, has successfully evolved into a Blevel ability, Furious Blood Lion. Ding detected that the disciple Yu Xuanyue's cultivation has broken through from the first-tier 7th level to the first-tier 8th level, triggering cultivation return. Drawing multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 50 times return. Cultivation return in progress. What a stroke of luck. Hearing the system notification in his ear, Su Che felt the world was simply wonderful. For a Virgo, this was nothing short of a divine opportunity. Just as he was troubled by being a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough, Yi Xuanyue lent a timely hand. Su Che exhaled deeply, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Face the storm, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze. Su Che's mind was struck with a jolt, as if hit by a sledgehammer. An overwhelming energy surged into his body through the Baihui point at the top of his head, enveloping him in excruciating pain as if his scalp were being torn apart. He clenched his teeth, unable to even let out a groan. Despite the agony, he was secretly delighted. Having gone through several breakthroughs, he knew that the more intense the pain, the greater the increase in strength. This bittersweet sensation was akin to the psychology of those with certain peculiar preferences. However, Su Che's familiar process of breaking through caused significant damage to his surroundings. The classroom of Class 18 was already small and poorly furnished. Previously, when Su Che's cultivation level was lower, his breakthroughs only caused slight vibrations in the windows and doors. But this time was different. He was advancing from the 7th to the 8th level of the 3rd tier. With the impact of the formidable energy, the temporarily fixed door and the old glass windows shattered instantly. After a series of cracking sounds, the entire classroom looked as if it had been ravaged by a typhoon, left in utter disarray. The ones suffering weren't just the classroom, but also the sisters Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. They had just broken through to the 7th level of the first tier and were still reveling in the joy of their evolved abilities. However, before they could share their happiness, they were slammed against the back wall of the classroom by a powerful wave of energy, immobilized as if submerged by a tidal wave. Pressed against the wall, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with both fear and bewilderment. The fear stemmed from the formidable cultivation level exuded by teacher Su Che, leaving them powerless. The bewilderment came from a sense of déjà vu months ago, when they had just modified their breathing technique to break through to the 4th level of the first tier. Teacher Su Che had also made a breakthrough. Now, he had reached the 7th level of the 3rd tier. Compared to him, their progress seemed like a snail's pace. However, they were unaware that Su Che had already advanced to the 8th level of the 3rd tier. The turbulent energy in the classroom subsided after about 2 minutes, as if nothing had happened. With the energy's disappearance, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi fell from the wall. Su Che turned his head, looking at them in confusion. Huh? What are you two up to? Jiang Yueli's face darkened, and she remained silent. Jiang Yueshi rolled her eyes and said irritably, "You have the nerve to ask, it's all because of you." Su Che was momentarily stunned, then realized what had happened. A trace of embarrassment crossed his face, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Oops, sorry about that. I accidentally broke through again." Jiang Yueshi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Che's humble brag, almost rolling them to the sky. Jiang Yueli also had a speechless expression. Su Che pretended not to notice their reactions and quickly changed the subject. "You guys have broken through, right?" Yes. I've reached the 1st tier, 7th level." Jiang Yueshi nodded excitedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. "And I feel like my abilities have strengthened again." Jiang Yueli quickly chimed in. "Same here." Her face was brimming with undisguised happiness. Su Che's voice carried a hint of surprise. If nothing unexpected happens, your ability levels have reached B grade." His gaze swept over them, as if confirming his judgment. Their breakthrough didn't surprise Su Che, but he hadn't expected their abilities to evolve again. After some thought, he found it reasonable. Their damaged meridians were fully healed, making the evolution of their abilities logical. As for Yi Xuanyue, a high-grade Tier 3 beast was significantly stronger than a mid-grade one, enough to trigger another evolution in her abilities. The only slight regret Su Che felt was that his A-grade ability hadn't evolved into an S-grade one. But he had anticipated this. S-grade talents were exceedingly rare and not easily obtained. Nonetheless, even though his A-grade ability didn't evolve, he could clearly feel a substantial increase in his own strength. B-grade. Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yueli exchanged an excited glance. They knew that the highest innate ability level among this year's awakenings was only B-grade. This meant they were now among the most talented students. Su Che smiled and said, "You should stabilize your cultivation first. I've suddenly got a lot of new ideas, and I'll help you improve your techniques and combat skills later. Now that I've broken through to the 8th level of the 3rd tier, there are many areas to optimize." Okay. The two didn't hesitate, immediately sitting cross-legged to stabilize their cultivation. Meanwhile, Su Che focused his thoughts, and his skin was soon covered in blue patterns. The color was noticeably deeper than before, flashing in a way that was quite unsettling. After a quick assessment, Su Che determined that the defense provided by the blue patterns was now nearly twice as strong as before. Thump, thump, thump. Su Che's heartbeat gradually accelerated. With his 8th level 3rd tier cultivation, a great ability, and blue patterns, he felt a surge of confidence. He mused that even if he stood still and let Lu Bo attack, Lu Bo might not be able to breach his defense. With this thought, Su Che's heart raced with excitement, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Indeed, my 2 months of hard training have paid off." Pausing for a moment, he suddenly seemed to think of something, and a sly smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. His eyes gleamed with mischief. Lu Bo, this month's first place is mine, along with that 1.2 million." Meanwhile, in the spacious and bright classroom of Class 1, the large space was divided into 2 areas. One was the regular teaching area, and the other was Lu Bo's exclusive zone, equipped with a lounge and a training room that only he had access to. At that moment, in the lounge, Lu Bo sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his energy fluctuations evident. Outside the training room, Uncle Lu in a gray robe stood respectfully at the door, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. As time ticked by, the energy fluctuations inside the training room became more pronounced. 10 minutes later, suddenly, boom, a powerful burst of energy erupted from the training room. Uncle Lu's face lit up with joy as he quickly bowed and said, "Congratulations, young master, on successfully breaking through to the 8th level of the 3rd tier." Inside the training room, Lu Bo's eyes snapped open, excitement evident on his face. He stood up, clenching his fists, his eyes shining with confidence, and murmured to himself, "I'm invincible now." In the classroom on the 1st floor of the school building, Lu Bo emerged from the practice room. exuding a powerful aura of having just advanced in his abilities. Uncle Lu, in his gray robe, immediately approached him, his eyes shining with amazement. Congratulations, young master, Uncle Lu said respectfully, his voice filled with genuine admiration. To reach the 8th level of the 3rd tier at your age truly makes you a standout talent. Though Uncle Lu himself was a 9th level 3rd tier ability user, he understood the vast difference between reaching the 8th level at 30 and the 9th level at 70. The young Lu Bo's chances of advancing to the extraordinary 4th tier far surpassed those of an older person like him. Uncle Lu, there's no need for flattery. I still have a long way to go, Lu Bo replied, his face glowing with pride, though his eyes betrayed a hint of arrogance. He indeed had reason to be proud at Pengcheng's top ability high school. Those under 30 with power beyond the 8th level of the 3rd tier were rare, with Jiang Lianyue being the only other one until now. Seeing this, Uncle Lu quickly added, young master, you're being too modest. With your strength, the spot for a 3rd level teacher this year is certainly yours. This well-placed compliment clearly struck a chord with Lu Bo. A trace of ambition flickered in his eyes as he contemplated his future. The status of a 3rd level teacher was crucial for him, not just for the benefits, but as a stepping stone toward his higher goals. He had big ambitions and did not intend to remain a high school teacher in the small town of Pengcheng forever. His aim was to become a university professor, and attaining the 3rd level teacher status was a vital step on that path. Suddenly, Lu Bo squinted and asked, by the way, who else is in the running for 3rd level teacher this year besides me? Uncle Lu hesitated slightly before replying. In addition to you, there's Chu He, Lu Hansheng, and he paused, as if reluctant to continue, and Su Che. What? Lu Bo's brow furrowed tightly, his expression turning complex. How could he be included? What qualifications does he have? Weren't there only 3 candidates in previous years? What's going on this year? Uncle Lu lowered his voice and explained, I heard it was approved personally by Vice Principal Lei Ming. Lu Bo's pupils contracted in anger, his face showing clear resentment. That Lei Ming, he's obviously trying to annoy me, he said, gritting his teeth, refusing to consider Su Che as his equal. Hush! Uncle Lu's expression changed as he looked around cautiously. Young master, be careful with your words. Lei Ming is a 4th tier extraordinary. It wouldn't be good if he overheard. Lu Bo instinctively shrank back, but quickly straightened up again. Why should I be afraid of him? He said arrogantly. He's a vice principal, and so is Vice Principal Song. Who's afraid of whom? At Pengcheng's top ability high school, there was 1 principal and 2 vice principals, all of whom were extraordinarily powerful. Lu Bo's words were filled with reliance on authority, clearly showing he did not regard Lei Ming as a threat. Principal Wu Daoan, although the most powerful and capable, rarely involves himself in the daily affairs of the school. Vice Principals Lei Ming and Song Yi, who are equally competent, handle all the school's matters together. Vice Principal Song Yi is Lu Bo's godfather and has close ties with the Lu family. In theory, this relationship means Lu Bo need not fear Lei Ming. However, Lei Ming has a fiery temper, and when he gets angry, even the principal finds it hard to calm him down. Naturally, Lu Bo is cautious not to provoke him. Uncle Lu kept his head down, pretending not to hear Lu Bo's words. There are things Lu Bo can say, but he cannot listen to. Lu Bo fell into deep thought, his knuckles cracking repeatedly as he pondered. After a moment, he pressed his lips together, making a firm decision. I can't wait until the martial arts exam is over. I need to be promoted to a 3rd level teacher after the 2nd monthly test. He wasn't worried about anyone threatening his position, but rather feared unforeseen complications. After all, only what is already in hand truly belongs to oneself. Uncle Lu seemed to instantly grasp the young master's intention. Lu Bo nodded in confirmation. I'll go home today and ask my father to send a message to Uncle Song. Uncle Lu immediately flattered him. Master, you are wise. A satisfied smile spread across Lu Bo's face, as if the position of 3rd level teacher was already his. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with confidence as he gazed out the window towards the training grounds. In 3 days, I, Lu Bo, will officially become a 3rd level teacher. As night quietly descended, the orderly power lines sliced through the twilight sky. At the foot of Yuanlong Mountain, the Lu family villa was brightly lit. As one of the 6 great families of Pengcheng, the Lu residence was extremely grand, even more luxurious than the Jiang families. On the 2nd floor of the villa, in a study with an ancient decor, all the furniture was made of solid wood. Though it appeared ordinary, each piece was worth a fortune. These furnishings were all handcrafted from rosewood, and in today's Pengcheng, only top-tier families could afford to collect them, a symbol of status. In front of a spacious and bright solid wood desk, 2 people sat facing each other. One was Lu Bo, wearing a teacher's robe, and the other was his father, Lu Lin, a middle-aged man in silk pajamas, well-maintained. Lu Lin had a commanding presence, but his voice suddenly became sharp as he spoke. Ha! Good, good. As expected of my son, Lu Lin's son, 3rd tier, 8th level. Good, good. Upon learning that Lu Bo had reached the 3rd tier, 8th level, Lu Lin burst into laughter, his expression one of great satisfaction. Lu Bo chuckled awkwardly. Hee hee, it's all thanks to your good genes, father. This clumsy flattery made Lu Lin's eyebrows twitch, and he looked at his son with a puzzled expression. You have something to ask of me, don't you? Lu Bo grinned sheepishly. Hee hee, you know me too well, father. Get out, get out. Lu Lin interrupted with a wave of his hand. You're my son. I know what you're up to. Do you want money or a car? Lu Bo laughed, leaning in to whisper his request into Lu Lin's ear. After hearing it, Lu Lin asked in surprise. That's it? Lu Bo nodded eagerly. Ha ha, I thought it was something big. Lu Lin slapped his chest. I'm meeting your Uncle Song tomorrow. This is a small matter. Then he announced. I've decided, in 3 days, I'll personally go to the school to watch the monthly test and witness you becoming a third-level teacher. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo laughed along. I will definitely secure the position of third-level teacher. It's in the bag. The atmosphere in the classroom of the special martial arts class at Pengcheng's top high school was tense. With only 1 day left until the monthly assessment, every student was racing against time to improve their skills, even wishing they could skip bathroom breaks to train more. Inside the classroom, teacher Lu Bo stood at the podium, his sharp gaze sweeping across the class. His face was flushed with excitement, and confidence sparkled in his eyes. Since advancing to the third tier, 8th level, the world seemed brighter to him. What thrilled him even more was the news from his father that tomorrow, his superior would announce that the teacher whose students won the monthly assessment would be promoted to a third-level teacher. This news filled Lu Bo with anticipation, as if he could already see the promising future of becoming a third-level teacher. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, Feng Mingyuan, how is your progress in cultivation? Lu Bo asked, his voice tinged with expectation. Zhang Qi stepped forward first, respectfully replying. Teacher, I'm 40 away from reaching the first tier, 6th level. Following him, Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan also reported. Teacher, we're 50 away from the first tier, 6th level. These three were talented second-year students who had awakened level abilities. In just 2 months, they had advanced to the first tier, 5th level, and were close to the 6th. Even with the support of the class's resources, their speed of cultivation was impressive. However, after hearing their reports, Lu Bo did not immediately respond. He frowned slightly, deep in thought. According to the monthly assessment rules, 3 students at the first tier, 5th level could earn 15 points, a score that would normally stand out in the entire school. But this year was different, and Lu Bo felt uneasy. He recalled that Su Che's class had earned 11 points in the last monthly assessment. If each of their students advanced 1 level in the past 2 months, they could earn 14 points. If someone like Yi Xuanyue advanced 2 levels, their points would match his classes. Although the chances were slim, Lu Bo didn't want to take any risks. After weighing his options, Lu Bo looked at the 3 students and softly said, Not bad, your talents are among the best in the history of our martial arts class, and even in the entire Pengcheng. Hearing their teacher's praise, Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan couldn't help but smile. However, they were unaware that Lu Bo was already strategizing on how to ensure victory tomorrow and secure his upcoming promotion to a third-level teacher. Lu Bo shifted his tone, his sharp gaze sweeping over Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan. However, your progress isn't enough. With your talent, a little more effort could push you to the first tier, 6th level. The joy on their faces vanished instantly, leaving their expressions stiff and their minds buzzing. They had thought their cultivation speed was impressive, only to be met with criticism instead of praise. As the trio stood bewildered, Lu Bo suddenly waved his hand. 3 blood-red vials appeared out of thin air, hovering before them. Even through the glass, the aura of the red liquid was unsettling. This is a gene catalyst, they exclaimed in unison, instantly recognizing the forbidden substance. A gene catalyst is a dangerous drug unrecognized by official authorities. After consumption, one's power can surge by nearly 50 within 24 hours. However, the cost is severe damage to the meridians, and prolonged use can render a person useless. This potion is typically reserved for life or death situations, a true last resort measure. Lu Bo coldly observed their reactions. This month's assessment is crucial for you, and for me as well. Do you understand? Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan lowered their heads in silence, their expressions filled with conflict. Lu Bo's voice seemed to carry a hypnotic power, penetrating their minds. Don't worry, after the assessment, I will personally help repair your meridians and provide more resources. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Qi gritted his teeth and was the first to take the vial. I understand, teacher. With his lead, Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan followed suit. We understand too. Only then did Lu Bo smile. Good, I knew I could count on you. Meanwhile, the classroom of Class 18 was a bit chaotic. Yi Xuanyue was focused on practicing breathing techniques, while Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were honing their combat skills. In contrast, Su Che was fiddling with his phone, showing no sign of urgency. In fact, over the past 3 days, Su Che had done everything he could. He had optimized Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi's breathing techniques and combat skills. Although still stuck at the top level of the Xian tier, their power had improved significantly. Now, everything was ready for tomorrow's monthly assessment. Hey, handsome, what are you grinning at your phone for? Jiang Yueshi, sharpied, noticed Su Che's unusual expression. Oh, nothing. Su Che set down his phone, unable to hide a smile. Just earning a little side money. This made Yi Xuanyue frown, feeling a sense of déjà vu but unable to recall where she had heard it before. Jiang Yueshi, uninterested, turned back to her practice, her arms forming various shields. Su Che's gaze returned to the phone screen. The dark web interface displayed. Lu Bo odds 1 minute and 1.1 second, Su Che odds 110. Without hesitation, he placed the maximum bet. A moment later, his phone chimed with a message. Your account ending in 9527 has spent 100,000 Daxia currency at. Available balance, 526,300 Daxia currency. Daxia Bank. As the dawn broke, the sky was tinged with a subtle golden hue, signaling the start of a new day. Today was destined to be remarkable at Pengcheng's first advanced high school of supernatural abilities, as it marked the second monthly test for the martial arts exam intensive class. The martial arts field was teeming with people, with teachers and students from various intensive classes already present. There were noticeably more first-year and second-year students than during the first monthly test, eager to join the excitement. Additional chairs had been placed at the front of the leadership seating area, and 2 high-end seats were temporarily added, underscoring the significance of this monthly test. Although the official start was at 10, by shortly after 9, the venue was already abuzz with chatter. Spectators gathered in small groups, discussing animatedly. Good thing we came early, or we'd be standing on our toes to see, a student said with relief. Go, Teacher Lu Bo. Crush Su Che, another voice shouted. I've bet on you to win. You dare to bet? Someone nearby asked in surprise. Didn't you lose 20,000 Xia currency betting on Long Out Yin last time? What are you afraid of? That was a fluke, the betting student said confidently. I heard someone in Teacher Lu Bo's class has broken through to the 6th level of the first tier. 6th level of the first tier? In just 2 months? Are they on drugs or something? The discussions continued unabated, with no attempt to hide them. The teachers and students in the martial arts field heard everything clearly. Lu Bo frowned slightly, snorted coldly, and glanced disdainfully towards Su Che in the distance. He was displeased to be compared to Su Che, as the bet was originally to humiliate him. Moreover, Lu Bo's 3 disciples had already reached the 6th level of the first tier. Su Che keenly sensed Lu Bo's gaze. Their eyes met, and Su Che grinned, displaying an innocent expression. His eyes held a hint of fervor, as if he were looking at a bag of money. Crazy, Lu Bo muttered to himself, turning away to ignore him. As time went on, more and more spectators arrived, making the scene even more lively. This monthly test not only concerned the resources for the next 3 months of practice, but also directly impacted the final sprint before the martial arts exam. For students hoping to turn the tables, today's results were particularly crucial. The school clearly understood this, which is why they prepared for this monthly test with such grandeur. Su Che smiled, unfazed by Lu Bo's attitude. In his eyes, Lu Bo was like a god of wealth. During the first monthly test, Lu Bo had given him 600,000 Daxia currency, and now he intended to offer 1.2 million. It's rare to encounter such a generous person these days. Su Che unconsciously licked his lips, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. At that moment, the crowd suddenly stirred, and everyone's gaze turned simultaneously toward a certain direction. The school's leadership was approaching with great momentum. Leading the group were Vice Principals Lei Ming and Song Yi, each accompanied by a well-dressed middle-aged man. Following closely behind were several department heads, including Jiang Lianyue and Song Zhe. This impressive lineup immediately drew gasps from the crowd. Not only was Principal Lei Ming present, but even Principal Song Yi, who seldom attended such events, had shown up. What surprised everyone even more was the extraordinary status of the middle-aged men accompanying the principals. One was Jiang Tianyang, the current head of the Jiang family, brother of Director Jiang, and father of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. The other was Lu Lin, the current head of the Lu family and father of Teacher Lu Bo. Both were renowned extraordinary figures. People began to murmur, puzzled as to why a simple monthly test had attracted the attention of 2 family heads. For extraordinary figures attending seemed excessive for such an occasion. Su Che glanced questioningly at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi behind him. Though he said nothing, his eyes conveyed his curiosity. Jiang Yueli frowned at Jiang Tianyang and whispered, I didn't know he was coming. Jiang Yueshi also muttered, really? Dad didn't even give us a heads up. Su Che turned back, deep in thought. It made sense for Jiang Tianyang to be there, wanting to witness Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's abilities firsthand. But Lu Lin's presence was baffling to him. While Su Che pondered, the school leadership had taken their seats according to rank. Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin sat in 2 premium chairs prepared for them. Lei Ming cleared his throat, and though he didn't raise his voice, it boomed across the martial arts field like thunder. Silence. Instantly, the entire area fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Today marks the second monthly test for this cohort's martial exam preparation class. I've already mentioned what needs to be said last time, so I'll keep it brief. I emphasize one point. The top 6 classes in this test will receive an additional 50 of the training quota. Conversely, the bottom 6 will see a 50 reduction in their quota. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp arose from the direction of the martial exam class. Even though it was anticipated, hearing it confirmed still sent chills down their spines. If they ended up in the bottom 6 again, the chances of making it to college were slim. Then, Song Yi stood up. He appeared much older than Lei Ming, with deep, inscrutable eyes. He scanned the crowd and announced in a slightly hoarse voice, "I have an important announcement. The teacher whose class ranks first in this monthly test will be promoted to a level 3 teacher." At the martial arts arena, Song Yi's voice, though not thunderous, was clear enough for everyone present to hear. As he announced the explosive news, the previously silent crowd erupted into a buzz of chatter. The winner of this month's test will become a level 3 instructor right away. No wonder so many people showed up today. Isn't this rule tailor-made for Lu Bo? Who can beat him? I heard someone in his class has already broken through to the first stage, 6th level. So what? Don't you know the relationship between the Lu family and Principal Song Yi? As whispers spread, people quickly realized the reason behind today's grand setup. Lei Ming snorted and turned away, his eyes full of disdain. As someone who couldn't tolerate injustice, he was naturally displeased with Song Yi's obviously biased decision. Yet, even though it was unfair, it did not break any rules. Jiang Lianyue instinctively glanced at Su Che in the crowd, her eyes filled with regret. She thought that if the level 3 instructor evaluation happened after the martial arts exam, Su Che would still have a good chance. But now, the odds of Su Che defeating Lu Bo seemed slim. "Oh, Brother Lu, I was wondering why you suddenly decided to drop by today. So you're certain that Lu Bo is going to become a level 3 instructor today?" Jiang Tianyang said, turning to Lu Lin beside him with a knowing look. Lu Lin modestly replied, "Oh, I just happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd take a look. Besides, it's not certain that Lu Bo will take first place." However, the pride on his face was unmistakable. Jiang Tianyang chuckled awkwardly, silently cursing, "Old fox, so insincere." Although the Jiang and Lu families were both among the 6 major families in Pingcheng, they didn't have deep ties. After some brief pleasantries, Jiang Tianyang said no more, as he had no interest in the level 3 instructor position, only in the performance of Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi. In the arena, Su Che's pupils contracted briefly before returning to normal. It was as if a lightning bolt had struck his mind, instantly making everything clear. Everyone knew about the close ties between the Lu family and Principal Song Yi. Lu Bo's father, Lu Lin, suddenly came to watch, and Song Yi announced that the top scorer in this month's test could become a level 3 instructor directly. If there was no deal behind this, even a dog wouldn't believe it. TSK, they think it's a sure thing, Su Che thought with a cold smile, glancing at an excited Lu Bo. He couldn't help but smirk, thinking, not only are they handing over money, but also a title? Thank you, kind benefactor. Lu Bo didn't notice Su Che's gaze. At this moment, his heart was racing, and his expression was slightly excited, clearly already fantasizing about the level 3 instructor title soon to be in his grasp. Lu Bo stood among the ranks of the martial arts examination prep class, his heart filled with excitement. To achieve first place in the monthly test and earn the title of a level 3 teacher in such a grand manner was exhilarating. The stage was set, everything was ready, and all that was needed was for Lu Bo to dazzle everyone. As Lu Bo was lost in his excitement, Song Yi's voice brought him back to reality. "All right, time is limited, so let's skip the small talk and start the test." Song Yi turned to Jiang Lianyue and gave a slight nod. "Director Jiang, please begin." Jiang Lianyue was dressed in a pure white robe today, highlighting her ethereal and refined presence, almost like a celestial being. She took a deep breath, looked towards the martial arts examination prep class, and began. The rules for this month's test are the same as before. Each prep class selects 3 representatives for the test, and the final ranking will be based on points. In case of a tie, the ranking will be determined by their level of cultivation. She paused briefly before continuing. However, unlike the first monthly test, this time we will follow the ranking order from the last test. So, the first class to take the stage is. Her voice rang out again. The representatives from Class 1, who ranked first in the previous test. As soon as she finished speaking, countless eyes turned towards the area of Class 1 in the center of the martial arts arena. Envy and jealousy flickered across the faces of the onlookers. Everyone knew that although it was the monthly test for the martial arts class, Lu Bo was the true star of the day. Lu Bo's heart raced involuntarily. Even though he was used to being the center of attention, he couldn't hide his excitement at this moment. He understood that this thrill came from the impending achievement of the level 3 teacher title. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lu Bo turned to his class and said in a deep voice, Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, Feng Mingyuan, step forward. 3 impressive figures quickly emerged from the class. Although they didn't deliberately exude an aura, they stood out like the moon among stars compared to the surrounding students. Lu Bo nodded in satisfaction. Very good, it's all up to you this time. Go ahead. The 3 responded respectfully and ascended the awakening platform. Although the platform remained the same, the cultivation levels of the 3 had changed significantly. I'll go first. Zhang Qi volunteered, his gaze coldly sweeping over the crowd, particularly towards Yi Xuanyue, before stepping under the core of the intelligent light brain. The bluish light enveloped him, and after about 10 seconds, the emotionless voice of the intelligent light brain announced, detection complete. First stage, level 6 cultivation. Progress towards first stage, level 7, 45. Gasps echoed throughout the arena. Many widened their eyes in surprise, exchanging glances. First stage, level 6. They had heard rumors of someone in Class 1 reaching this level, but they hadn't expected it to be true. If memory served, Zhang Qi had only been at the first stage, level 4 during the first test. Advancing 2 levels in 2 months, equivalent to 1 level per month, was astounding. This wasn't just advancing from 3 to 4, but from 5 to 6, a much steeper climb. However, this was just the beginning. The shock among the crowd was far from over. As Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan took their turns under the core of the intelligent light brain, the mechanical voice echoed again across the arena. Detection complete. First stage, level 6 cultivation. Progress towards first stage, level 7, 40. Followed by, detection complete. First stage, level 6 cultivation. Progress towards first stage, level 7, 40. As the voice of the intelligent system echoed throughout the martial arts arena, the crowd that had been awed by Zhang Qi's prowess fell into silence. For a moment, even the faint sound of the wind could be heard clearly. However, this brief tranquility was soon broken by a wave of astonishment. What? Not 1, but 3 at the 6th stage of the first tier? Someone exclaimed in disbelief, their voice filled with shock. Oh my God! How is that possible? Another voice cried out. 3 people advancing 2 stages in 2 months is at least 3 times more difficult than 1 person reaching the 6th stage of the first tier. Discussions erupted, filled with amazement and incredulity. Some recalled past events. In previous years, there were individuals who reached the 6th stage of the first tier in the second test, but never 3 at once. No wonder teacher Lu Bo is so confident. He was sure to win, an onlooker realized. 3 at the 6th stage of the first tier, that's a total of 18 points. This must have set a new record for the highest score in the second test, someone excitedly analyzed. Forget the records, another voice interjected. I think we can already congratulate teacher Lu Bo on his promotion to a 3rd-level teacher. In the midst of the crowd's discussions, Su Che's name was almost completely overlooked. Despite the bet between Lu Bo and Su Che, in the face of Class 1's astonishing 18 points, Su Che seemed insignificant, like an ant trying to shake a tree. On the sidelines, Jiang Tianyang's brow twitched slightly as he looked at Lu Bo with surprise. Clearly, Lu Bo's teaching ability far exceeded his expectations. Jiang Tianyang recalled his genius sister Jiang Lianyue's most outstanding class, which only scored 17 points in the second test. Seeing this, Lu Lin no longer held back and said, actually, I haven't really taught them much. It's all thanks to this kid's own efforts. He then shifted the conversation. Brother Jiang, my son is quite fond of your sister. Our families are well matched, so what do you think? Jiang Tianyang's expression changed slightly, and he interrupted with a smile before Lu Lin could finish. Haha, Brother Lu, these matters are for the young people to decide. As for brother, I can't make that call. Though he had thought well of Lu Bo a few years ago, as his sister advanced to the 9th stage of the 3rd tier, approaching transcendence, Lu Bo seemed increasingly ordinary to him. Jiang Tianyang mused that his ideal brother-in-law would have to be at least at a transcendent level. A 3rd-level teacher was far from enough. Lu Lin forced a smile. You're right. It's up to the young people. He said no more, but a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. He could clearly sense Jiang Tianyang's dismissive attitude. Lu Lin gazed at the spirited Lu Bo, silently admiring. My son Lu Bo truly has an extraordinary presence. Once he becomes exceptional, you will all regret underestimating him. Jiang Linyuet's voice echoed through the venue, announcing that the 3 representatives from Class 1, Grade 11, were each at the 6th level of the first tier, earning 6 points each for a total of 18 points, temporarily placing them in first. This achievement not only broke the school's record, but also brought a rare smile to Principal Song Yi's face. He looked at Lu Bo with approval and said, Mr. Lu, you've done an excellent job. The top scorer in our martial arts exam is likely in your class. He then added, however, remember not to become complacent. Keep striving for even better results. I have high hopes for you. With that, Song Yi gave Lei Ming a meaningful glance, a slight smile on his lips. This silent provocation left Lei Ming displeased, but he had to suppress his anger. Lu Bo, on the other hand, was overjoyed, bowing his head with gratitude, his voice slightly trembling. Thank you, Principal Song, for your praise. I will certainly continue to work hard. As Song Yi announced the continuation of the test, Jiang Lianyuet immediately called out. Now, the representatives from Class 28, who are ranked second, please step onto the awakening platform for the test. Instantly, all eyes were on the Class 28 area, but unlike the admiration directed at Class 1, the crowd's expressions were mixed. The bet between Su Che and Lu Bo was no secret, but since Su Che had spent the past 2 months training Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi, few believed he could win. Long Out Yin, in the sprint class lineup, glared venomously at Su Che, silently cursing, Su Che, let's see how you handle this. Lu Bo merely glanced at Su Che with disdain, not taking him seriously at all. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Che remained calm, turning to his 3 students with a smile. Xiao Yezi, Xiao Zimao, Xiao Baimao, it's your turn to shine. Yi Xuanyuan nodded confidently. Teacher, I won't let you down. Jiang Yuli waved casually. Don't worry, old man. Jiang Yuxi smiled playfully. Handsome, just sit back and watch us win. Su Che's lips curled into a smile. All right, I'm looking forward to your good news. Yi Xuanyue was the first to step onto the platform, followed closely by Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi. A blue light curtain enveloped Yi Xuanyue as time ticked by. Strangely, the smart brain's response was slower than last time, and the blue light's brightness was even somewhat dazzling. Suddenly, the voice of the smart brain resonated through the arena. Detection complete. First tier, 8th level cultivation. Progress towards 9th level of the first tier, 10. Detection complete. First tier, level 8 cultivation. Progress to first tier, level 9, 10. On the awakening platform, the voice of the intelligence system echoed like a thunderclap, instantly shaking the entire martial arts arena. All eyes were fixed on Yi Xuanyue, as if she had suddenly become an anomaly. The scene fell into a brief silence, followed by a burst of exclamations and discussions. First tier, level 8? How is that possible? Did I hear that right? She's just a high school student. Even last year's martial arts exam champion Zhang Yu was only at first tier, level 8. Shock was evident on everyone's faces, from ordinary students to the martial arts exam class students and teachers, up to the school leaders on the podium, and even the heads of the 2 major families. In the special viewing area, Lu Lin's expression froze, a trace of unease flickering in his eyes. In contrast, Jiang Tianyong, though equally stunned, had an unusual gleam in his eyes as he stared intently at Yi Xuanyue on the awakening platform. Interesting, Jiang Tianyong mused. If Yi Xuanyue can make such progress, my 2 girls shouldn't be far behind. He glanced at Lu Lin, whose face was darkened, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The leadership on the stage was even more astonished. An elderly director with white hair trembled as he spoke. First tier, level 8. This sets a new record for our school. Everyone present was trying to comprehend this astonishing result. Some recalled that Yi Xuanyue was only at first tier, level 5 2 months ago, marveling at the incredible speed of her progress. Others began worrying about the bets they had placed, fearing Su Che might indeed turn the tables single-handedly. However, whether shocked, puzzled, or worried, everyone's attention was focused on one question. How did Yi Xuanyue achieve such tremendous progress in just 2 months? This question lingered in everyone's mind, yet no one could provide a convincing answer. Not only did this break our school's record, it even set a new record for the entire Peng City. A level 8 in the first tier. This achievement would stand out even in the base city. The leaders' eyes lit up instantly, as if they could see the bright future of the school. If this pace of progress continues, Peng City First Ability High School might just break into the top 50 of the Desia Martial Examination rankings. One leader exclaimed excitedly, his voice filled with anticipation. That would mean our school's educational resources would double. Another leader chimed in, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A genius. This is a true genius. Many echoed, their eyes burning as they looked at Yi Xuanyue, as if seeing a rare gem. It seems our understanding of secondary evolution of abilities is still too shallow. Principal Lei Ming mused after a moment of thought. We must nurture this talent. Absolutely. Meanwhile, Jiang Lianyue's reaction was different. Her pupils trembled slightly, filled with shock. Her gaze was fixed on Su Che, her mind racing. Yi Xuanyue's progress is too fast to be her own doing. Su Che must have played a role, she thought to herself. But what method did he use to help the student improve so quickly? Jiang Lianyue recalled her best class from years ago, which only reached level 7 in the second test. The gap between level 7 and level 8 in the first tier was like a chasm. At that moment, Lei Ming's hearty laughter broke the brief silence. Ha ha, great, just great. So many geniuses emerging at once. It seems Peng City First Ability High School is destined to rise this year, he said, casting a meaningful glance at Vice Principal Song Yi. Song Yi remained silent, but his expression was complex. As the vice principal, he should have been thrilled about a level 8 genius emerging. But the problem was, this genius appeared not in Lu Bo's class, but in Su Che's class. This posed a significant threat to Lu Bo's bid for first place in the monthly test. Even worse, this month's test winner would be promoted to a level 3 teacher. And it was he who had made that promise. If Su Che really took first place, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? Song Yi took a deep breath, first exchanging a glance with Lu Lin, then turning his gaze to Lu Bo. Feeling Song Yi's gaze, Lu Bo forced a smile, but internally, he was already uneasy. The intelligent brain can't be wrong, Lu Bo thought to himself. Yi Xuanyue's level is indeed a first tier 8. This means Su Che's class has already accumulated 8 points. If Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's levels break through to first tier 5, Su Che's class would reach 18 points. This thought tightened Lu Bo's heart. He hurriedly dismissed this frightening idea, trying to convince himself, no way, it can't be. Yi Xuanyue's ability underwent secondary evolution, so it's understandable she's progressed this fast. But Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi only have grade talents. How could they possibly go from first tier 3 to first tier 5 in just 2 months? Surely, they haven't undergone secondary evolution too. Lu Bo swallowed hard, trying to calm himself. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the intelligent brain suddenly announced 2 voices. Detection complete. First tier, level 7. Progress to first tier, level 8, 15. Detection complete. First tier, level 7. Progress to first tier, level 8, 15. These announcements were like a thunderbolt, instantly shattering the psychological defenses Lu Bo had painstakingly built. In the martial arts arena, a thunderous roar exploded in Lu Bo's mind. His pupils constricted violently as if struck by a blinding light, and his facial muscles froze like a stone carving. His mind went blank, with only the words Stage 1 Level 7 echoing louder and louder until they filled his entire consciousness. Lu Bo staggered back a few steps, nearly falling. His chest heaved, breath quickening, and his complexion shifted rapidly. How could it be Stage 1 Level 7? He muttered, closing and reopening his eyes, hoping it was just a nightmare. Unfortunately, nothing changed when he opened them again. Despair and collapse washed over Lu Bo like a tide as he realized Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu, she had indeed reached Stage 1 Level 7. In just 2 months, they had advanced from Stage 1 Level 3 to Stage 1 Level 7, averaging 2 levels per month. This cultivation speed even surpassed Yi Xuanyue's second evolution of abilities. Lu Bo's gaze became unfocused, his heart filled with hopelessness. With Yi Xuanyue at Stage 1 Level 8 and Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi at Stage 1 Level 7, Class 18 score had reached 22 points, securing first place in the monthly assessment. What pained him even more was that this first-place finish would directly promote someone to a Level 3 teacher, a rule he had personally asked his father to establish with Song Yi. He had unwittingly handed the Level 3 teacher position to Su Che. Thinking of this, Lu Bo clutched his chest in agony, trembling violently, heart aching, unable to utter a single word. Just 3 seconds later, the scene erupted with even more intense uproar. My goodness! Stage 1 Level 7? 2 at Stage 1 Level 7. How could Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yushi be Stage 1 Level 7? Haven't they been doing basic training these past 2 months? Can basic training really increase cultivation? I've lived over 40 years and never heard of basic training boosting cultivation. This is absurd. Could they have taken some kind of drug? I demand a drug test. What kind of drug could make someone leap from Stage 1 Level 3 to Stage 1 Level 7? With this, Class 18 score is surely first. Although Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yushi's cultivation was slightly lower than Yi Xuanyue's Stage 1 Level 8, the shock they brought to everyone far exceeded that of Yi Xuanyue. The entire martial arts arena was plunged into chaos and disbelief. Unlike the elusive Yi Xuanyue, Su Che, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi have been a constant presence at the training grounds over the past 2 months. Day after day, they engage in what appears to be monotonous basic training, drawing the attention and whispers of many onlookers. Has Su Che lost his mind? The Jiang sisters are just as crazy. Haha, watching them flail around like clowns is hilarious. However, these mockeries were soon silenced by an unexpected turn of events. In the special viewing area, Lu Lin's expression changed dramatically. He stood up abruptly, unable to maintain his calm demeanor. Yi Xuanyue's display of first-tier 8th-level cultivation had already unsettled him, but what happened next left him in utter shock. What? How is this possible? Lu Lin exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Initially, he dismissed Yi Xuanyue's performance as his own overthinking, but the reality was more astonishing. Someone had actually surpassed his son's proudest score. Lu Lin was overwhelmed with regret, knowing that he had personally arranged with Song Yi for the monthly test champion to be directly promoted to a 3rd-level teacher. The situation now was more distressing than a complete loss. Impossible. Aren't those 2 girls from the Jiang family grade talents? How could they improve so fast? Something's not right. Lu Lin blurted out his innermost thoughts in a panic. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Lin realized his mistake, his eyebrows twitching nervously. The atmosphere around him seemed to freeze instantly. Lu, what do you mean by that? Jiang Tianyang narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness in his calm voice. Are you saying my daughters can't be first tier 7th level? Lu Lin suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, the hair on his neck standing on end. His face changed rapidly as he forced a smile. Brother Jiang, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean it like that. At this moment, Lu Lin was filled with regret, silently cursing himself for forgetting about Jiang Tianyang. Known for doting on his daughters, Jiang Tianyang was not someone to cross lightly. Jiang Tianyang glanced at Lu Lin and said, as long as that's not what you meant, it's fine. I believe you didn't mean any harm. With that, he turned away, ignoring Lu Lin. However, as Jiang Tianyang turned his head, a subtle smile appeared on his lips. His gaze fell on the awakening platform, eyes gleaming with excitement. First tier, 7th level. Jiang Tianyang was secretly delighted. He had initially expected Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi to reach first tier 5th level at best. To his surprise, they had broken through to first tier 7th level. It was an unexpected joy. Jiang Tianyang's gaze shifted from his daughters to Su Che, finding more satisfaction the longer he looked. He mused to himself, it's a pity his strength isn't at 3rd tier 9th level. Otherwise, I'd consider introducing him to Lianyu. After a closer look at Su Che, Jiang Tianyang added in his mind. But with looks like his 3rd tier 8th level might just be acceptable. Meanwhile, the leadership platform was abuzz with shock. Except for Song Yi, who remained silent with his head down, the others were dumbfounded, losing the usual composure expected of leaders. Yi Shuangyue's 1st tier 8th level could be explained by a second evolution of abilities, but how could Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's 1st tier 7th level be justified? Did they also undergo a second evolution? These questions lingered heavily in the leaders' minds, casting a tense atmosphere. Eventually, Lei Ming cleared his throat, breaking the silence. He looked at Jiang Lianyue and said, ahem, Director Jiang, let's continue with the monthly test. Despite his many questions, time was limited, and everything would have to wait until the test concluded. All right. Jiang Lianyue withdrew her gaze from Su Che, her clear voice resonating. The 3 representatives from Class 28, Sophomore Year 1 at 1st tier 8th level, 2 at 1st tier 7th level, totaling 22 points, currently ranked. Her voice paused briefly, then resumed with a noticeable hint of emotion. First place. The representative from Class 2 of Grade 11, ranked 3rd in the preliminary test, will now step onto the awakening platform for their assessment. The 3 representatives of Class 2, Grade 11, each at the 5th stage of the 1st tier, have accumulated a total of 15 points, temporarily placing them in 3rd position. Jiang Lianyue's clear voice echoed across the vast martial arts field, announcing the start of the next class's assessment. However, apart from the students currently undergoing the monthly test, everyone's attention had already drifted away from the current assessment. The teachers, students, school leadership, and even the other classes waiting for their assessments were all replaying the astonishing performance of Class 28, Grade 11, in their minds. Yi Shuangyue's display of an 8th stage cultivation in the 1st tier was shocking enough. But what left people truly speechless was that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi had also reached the 7th stage of the 1st tier. What does this mean? It means that the top 3 students of this year's cohort, in terms of cultivation, all come from Class 28, Grade 11. Even if their cultivation doesn't improve further before the martial arts exam, they can confidently secure admission to undergraduate programs. In other words, Class 28, Grade 11, has already locked in a 100 undergraduate admission rate. This data is so astonishing that many found it hard to accept. Pingqing No. 1 Advanced Ability High School has never had a sprint class achieve a 100 admission rate to undergraduate programs. Certainly, this is directly related to the fact that Class 28, Grade 11, only has 3 students, but that's not the main point. Firstly, the school's resource allocation is based on headcount. The fewer students in a class, the fewer resources they receive. Secondly, a class of 3 carries significant risk. If even one student fails to get into an undergraduate program, the admission rate plummets to 66, with no margin for error. This is why even the key Class 1 has nearly 20 students. When Su Che initially formed Class 28, Grade 11, with just 3 disciples, almost no one believed in them. It was generally thought that this cohort's martial arts exam would see Class 28's admission rate at the bottom, and Su Che would likely be dismissed. However, in just 3 short months, the situation dramatically reversed. Class 28, Grade 11, not only took first place in the second monthly test, but by past standards, they have also locked in a 100 admission rate. It's like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring to the skies. Amidst the shock, all the teachers from the martial arts exam sprint classes, and even those from other grades, couldn't help but feel a sense of envy. The reason is simple. The top class in this monthly test will see its teacher promoted to a Tier 3 teacher. In other words, Su Che, whose class is currently ranked first, will be directly promoted to a Tier 3 teacher once the monthly test concludes. What does this mean? It means that the Tier 3 teacher position originally belonging to Lu Bo has been snatched away by Su Che. First place in the monthly test, that's 1 joy. A 100 admission rate, that's 2 joys. Promotion to a Tier 3 teacher, that's 3 joys. But that's not all. Everyone recalled the bet between Su Che and Lu Bo. If Lu Bo lost to Su Che, he would have to pay 1.2 million daxia currency. This is undoubtedly the 4th joy. 4 joys at once. A grand slam of joy. A seemingly ordinary monthly test has brought Su Che 4 great fortunes, leaving everyone astonished and envious. However, only Su Che himself knows what all this truly means. There is more than just 4 joys, there's a 5th one. Quite simply, because the 5th joy comes from the black market. Jiang Lianyue's voice echoed across the martial arts arena. Class 27 of the 2nd year has 3 representatives, 1 at level 4 of the 1st stage, and 2 at level 3 of the 1st stage, totaling 10 points, currently ranking 18th. Her words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly electrifying everyone's nerves on sight. The martial arts test for the 18 classes had already been completed, which meant the final rankings were about to be announced. The crowd displayed a variety of expressions, with tension and anticipation thick in the air. Su Che's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes shimmering with confidence. Lei Ming's gaze was intense as he continuously glanced towards class 28 of the 2nd year, unable to hide his excitement. Song Yi kept his head down, his expression difficult to read. Jiang Tianyang's gaze rested on Su Che's profile as he muttered under his breath, if only it were level 8 of the 3rd stage. Lu Lin's reaction was entirely different. His fists clenched tightly under his sleeves, a flash of venom in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Bo, usually accustomed to a life of luxury, seemed utterly defeated, staring blankly ahead like a weathered statue. Jiang Lianyue took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping like lightning across the arena, finally settling on Su Che. Her red lips parted, her tone elongated. The testing for all the sprint classes in this martial arts exam is complete. After final confirmation, the top-ranked class in this month's assessment is class 28 of the 2nd year. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire martial arts arena erupted. Thunderous applause surged like a tidal wave, and the applause of the empowered individuals was so overwhelming it seemed as if it might blow the open-air arena apart. Although most people had not expected much from Su Che before, at this moment, nearly everyone was cheering for his success, including the teachers who had bet against him on the dark web. However, not everyone was caught up in this wave of celebration. Long Outyin from class 20 of the 2nd year turned red with anger, clearly in a state of impotent rage. On the special observation seat, Lu Lin's body leaned forward, hope flickering in his eyes. Even Song Yi on the leadership platform finally lifted his head, a hint of expectation in his gaze. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a furious shout hit the cheering crowd like a sledgehammer. Hold on, I refuse to accept this. I challenge Class 18 to a ranking duel. Best 2 out of 3. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, Lu Bo. His eyes were bloodshot, his jaw clenched, and he exuded a manic energy. He knew full well that the ranking challenge was his last lifeline. He didn't expect his 3 disciples to defeat Yi Xuanyue, but he hoped to win against Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. As long as he secured 2 victories, the championship title would still be his. The scene was instantly abuzz. Lu Lin leaned forward abruptly, hope gleaming in his eyes. Even Song Yi, who had been silent with his head down, quietly raised his head, a glimmer of anticipation passing through his eyes. Lu Bo shouted sternly, Su Che, do you dare accept the challenge? Su Che shook his head, a confident smile playing on his lips. Some people just don't give up until they hit a dead end. No problem, as you wish. Wow, today was definitely worth coming. I can't believe we're witnessing another ranking challenge. The atmosphere in the arena was thick with tension and excitement. The students watching were whispering to each other, their eyes shining with anticipation. I remember no class attempting a ranking challenge in the past few years, and now it's the 2nd one this year. A student whispered in surprise. That's not surprising, another student responded. The 3rd-level teacher position was practically guaranteed until Su Che snatched it away. How could Lu Bo be satisfied with that? If I were in his place, I'd take a chance too. Otherwise, it would be hard to accept. As discussions buzzed around, the crowd quickly engaged in a heated analysis of the upcoming ranking challenge. Honestly, I think Lu Bo's class has a pretty good chance of winning 2 out of 3, a student with glasses said, adjusting his frames. Yi Xuanyue, with her first-tier 8th-level crank ability, is unbeatable for them. But against Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, they have a shot. Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, and Feng Mingyuan all have rank abilities. I agree, another student chimed in. The difference in ability levels can make up for the gap between first-tier 6th and 7th levels. After some intense discussion, the consensus was that Lu Bo's class had a slight edge. However, if it were a single match, everyone would unanimously bet on Su Che's class. Yi Shuangyue's overwhelming strength in the first monthly test was undeniable. But in a best-of-3 scenario, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were wildcards. Since their talents awakened, no one had seen the sisters in action. As the crowd speculated, the circular awakening platform transformed into a square 20 by 20 arena. On the right side of the arena, Su Che wore a faint smile and turned to Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi behind him. Did you hear that? They're underestimating you too, Su Che teased. Jiang Yueli snorted, a flash of coldness in her eyes. I'll shut them up. Jiang Yueshi seemed a bit distracted, blinking nervously. If we get hit, it might really hurt. Su Che chose to ignore Jiang Yueshi's comment and shifted his gaze to Yi Shuangyue. Little Yi, you're up first. Show them how it's done, and remember the usual rule, don't go too hard. Yi Shuangyue nodded gracefully. Don't worry, teacher, I'll hold back. With that, he stepped confidently onto the arena. Even without exuding any aura, everyone could sense a strong confidence emanating from him. On the left side of the arena, Lu Bo's gaze swept over Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan like an eagle. Which of you will face Yi Shuangyue? Those under Lu Bo's gaze immediately lowered their heads, silent. It was clear no one wanted to fight Yi Shuangyue, who was at the first tier 8th level. In the first monthly test, Yi Shuangyue, at the first tier 5th level, had sent first tier 4th level Pan Hong flying out of the arena and into the hospital with a single strike. Now at first tier 8th level, even with enhancements, they were only at first tier 6th level. The outcome would likely be worse than Pan Hong's, and no one wanted to be the next Pan Hong. What? Do I have to call names? Lu Bo's voice was icy, his expression severe. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan lowered their heads even more, as if trying to disappear. Lu Bo's eyes narrowed, locking onto Zhang Qi like a blade. Zhang Qi, you will face Yi Shuangyue. Zhang Qi instinctively shivered, speaking reluctantly. Teacher, I. Lu Bo didn't give Zhang Qi a chance to finish, coldly interrupting. Didn't you say last time you almost couldn't resist teaching Yi Shuangyue a lesson? Now's your chance. Zhang Qi stood frozen, his face turning pale. At that moment, he wished he could slap his past self for being overconfident. Why did I act so cocky? Now I'm in trouble, he regretted silently. Reality left him no choice but to face it. Clenching his teeth, Zhang Qi took a deep breath and said, I'll go. Lu Bo's expression softened a bit, but his tone still carried concern. Good, your abilities are level. You might just have a chance against Yi Shuangyue. Go on. Despite his encouragement, he was far from confident. Zhang Qi nodded heavily and resolutely stepped towards the arena. As he set foot on the platform, the mechanical voice of the intelligence system echoed throughout the venue. Both contestants, please prepare. The match will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Yi Shuangyue from Class 28, Grade 2 versus Zhang Qi from Class 1, Grade 2. The battle begins now. With the signal, Zhang Qi shot towards Yi Shuangyue like an arrow. However, just 3 meters away from his opponent, his body suddenly froze. His wary eyes locked onto Yi Shuangyue's calm figure, and he spoke softly. Yi Shuangyue, we were classmates in Grade 1. Even though we're in different classes now, that bond remains. I admit I'm not your match, but I hope you'll go easy on me for old time's sake. It would benefit both of us, don't you think? Zhang Qi knew full well that his strength was no match for Yi Shuangyue's. He had planned to catch her off guard with a surprise attack, but as he drew close, a chill ran down his spine, and his scalp tingled. An intense intuition warned him that taking another step would be disastrous. It was then that Zhang Qi truly realized the vast gap between him and Yi Shuangyue. With no other choice, he lowered his stance and sought a truce. Yi Shuangyue glanced at Zhang Qi, her voice calm and indifferent. Logically, I should go easy on you for the sake of our past. Zhang Qi's eyes lit up, thinking, I knew you'd remember. But not you. Yi Shuangyue's voice turned icy. You disrespected teacher Su Che. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her aura spread like a tide. Zhang Qi was at a loss for words, swallowing the rest of his sentence. His face changed dramatically, shifting from pale to flushed like a master of disguise. He never expected Yi Shuangyue to be so unforgiving. Fine, fine, fine. Zhang Qi gritted his teeth as if he had suffered a great injustice. I never thought you'd hold such a grudge, Yi Shuangyue. He grew more agitated as he spoke. Do you really think I'm so easy to bully? Boom. His power surged to its peak at the first stage's 6th level. I know I can't beat you, but you'll have to pay a price to win against me. However, just as Zhang Qi was talking tough, his vision blurred. He blinked and realized Yi Shuangyue had already vanished. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Zhang Qi's mind, but it was too late to defend himself. Huosha's swift sound cut through the air, followed by a fierce punch landing squarely on Zhang Qi's chin. Crack. In his last moment of consciousness, Zhang Qi heard a cold voice utter 2 words, annoying. Bang. 3 seconds later, Zhang Qi crashed outside the arena like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, the intelligence system's voice rang out again. Zhang Qi has been detected leaving the arena. According to the rules, Yi Xuanyue wins. The entire venue fell silent. Hissing sounds echoed continuously, almost causing the planet's climate to warm. The onlookers were wide-eyed, exchanging glances, their eyes seemingly ready to pop out. Although the fight had lasted 2 or 3 minutes, Yi Xuanyue's actions from start to finish took less than 3 seconds. What the heck? A 3-second knockout? Another one-punch knockout? Is she the one-punch man? After the initial shock, the scene erupted, the noise rising and falling like a bustling market. No way. Is the gap between the 8th and 6th levels of the first tier really that big? Zhang Qi couldn't even defend or dodge before being blasted off the stage. I thought Yi Xuanyue would win, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. This isn't a match, it's a total mismatch. Damn, Zhang Qi is supposed to be a level talent. He's supposed to be stronger than Clevel Pan Hong, but he didn't last as long as Pan Hong. At least Pan Hong showed some breathing techniques and combat skills. Zhang Qi didn't even use his powers. It's a clear difference in strength. Zhang Qi posed no threat at all. Our school has produced a monster. Who would have thought such power was hidden beneath that gentle and delicate face? On the leadership platform, Lei Ming's eyes narrowed sharply, a deep suspicion flashing in his eyes. Despite Yi Xuanyue's move taking only 3 seconds, and her powers spreading instantly, he sensed something unusual. The intensity of her abilities didn't seem like Clevel. It was more like Blevel. Did I feel it wrong? Lei Ming frowned deeply, his gaze sharp. If Yi Xuanyue exerted her full power, with his extraordinary cultivation, he could judge accurately. But the energy fluctuation was too quick just now, and he couldn't be sure. Confused, Lei Ming instinctively turned to Song Yi. He observed Song Yi staring at Yi Xuanyue with a mixed expression, his brow alternating between furrowed and relaxed, finally settling into a deep furrow, his face more conflicted than ever. Humph. Lei Ming snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping towards Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin. He believed that the extraordinary fourth-tier individuals present must have sensed something. Indeed, though their expressions varied, both scrutinized Yi Xuanyue with astonished eyes. Lei Ming's mind was in turmoil, his eyes flickering. If Yi Xuanyue's abilities truly reach level, it might be the opportunity for our Pengcheng First Ability High School to rise. Compared to the shocked atmosphere at the scene, Class 2A was extremely tense. Lu Bo's face was grim as he barked. Hurry up and take Zhang Qi to the infirmary. Witnessing Zhang Qi's defeat by a seemingly simple punch, Lu Bo felt a mix of emotions. He hadn't expected Zhang Qi to win, but didn't anticipate such a devastating loss, with no chance to fight back. Every compliment for Yi Xuanyue felt like a slap in the face, burning painfully. Yes. A few students quickly emerged from the class, hurriedly picking up the unconscious and drooling Zhang Qi, rushing him to the infirmary. Watching this, Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan's eyes twitched, feeling a lingering fear. They couldn't help but feel relieved they hadn't faced Yi Xuanyue themselves, fearing their outcome wouldn't have been any better than Zhang Qi's. Their skills were on par with Zhang Qi's, and if they were to step into the ring, the outcome might not be much different. The strongest in Class 18 was Yi Xuanyue. Although Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were 1 level higher in cultivation, they were slightly lacking in the strength of their abilities and combat experience. Lu Bo keenly noticed the unease in the two of them and forced a smile, his tone encouraging. Your chances of winning are actually quite high. Keep it up. I believe in you. At this moment, all his hopes were pinned on these two, and he was eager to uplift them with care. Understood. Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan responded in unison, a glint of regained confidence flashing in their eyes. Seeing this, Lu Bo continued to stoke the fire. Also, if you win this battle, besides unlimited resource supply, each of you will receive $1 million reward. Understood. Instantly, a desire for victory ignited in their eyes, as if they could already see the substantial prize. Lu Bo nodded in satisfaction. Great, Zhao Jun, you're up first for this round. He had done his best, alternating between psychological encouragement and financial incentives. Zhao Jun bowed slightly and turned to step onto the stage without hesitation. At that moment, a shout suddenly came from the right side of the stage. Wait! Su Che called out just in time to stop the eager Jiang Yueli. Little purple hair, come back. Let little white hair go first. Jiang Yueli turned his head in confusion and asked, why? Jiang Yueshi instinctively shrank back a bit, muttering softly. If Big Sis is willing to go, just let her go. No, no, no. Su Che shook his head, pointing at Jiang Yueshi. This round, you go first, little white hair. He knew Jiang Yueli's personality too well. If Jiang Yueli went second, she would surely beat the opponent to a pulp just to prove herself, leaving no chance for Jiang Yueshi to even step in. After more than 2 months of special training, Su Che wanted to see how Jiang Yueshi performed in a real fight. After all, martial exams were not just about cultivation. Combat ability was equally important. It would be a waste not to make good use of a sparring partner of such caliber. To Su Che, the 3 geniuses of Class 1 were merely sparring partners. It's not that they weren't strong, But Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's potential was simply too extraordinary. Jiang Yueshi's face visibly turned sour, her voice pleading. Handsome guy, super handsome guy, can I go in the last round? Su Che grinned, then quickly changed his expression to shake his head. No. Seeing that pleading was futile, Jiang Yueshi could only look to Jiang Yueli for help. Jiang Yueli shrugged helplessly, indicating she couldn't assist. Realizing she couldn't avoid it, Jiang Yueshi reluctantly stepped onto the stage, turning back every few steps. As Jiang Yueshi stepped onto the stage, the intelligent system's voice announced, "Competitors, please prepare. The match will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Class 18's Jiang Yueshi versus Class 1's Zhao Jun. The battle begins now." On the stage, Jiang Yueshi and Zhao Jun stared at each other from a distance, neither making the first move, creating a tense atmosphere. Zhao Jun was clearly wary of Jiang Yueshi's cultivation level and hesitated to attack rashly. Jiang Yueshi watched Zhao Jun, her eyes flickering as if she was contemplating something. As time ticked by, the tension grew, feeling like it could explode at any moment. Suddenly, Jiang Yueshi blinked hard and spoke. "Hey there, classmate. How about we agree to use only our first level of power? We're all from the same school, buddies, and buddies always know when to stop, right?" In the martial arts arena, the dueling platform became the center of attention. Jiang Yueshi and Zhao Jun stood facing each other, as the audience held their breath in anticipation of a thrilling showdown. Yet, just as tensions were about to peak, Jiang Yueshi suddenly spoke, her voice clearly resonating across the venue. "How about we only use a fraction of our strength? After all, we're from the same school, we're buddies." This unexpected statement instantly turned the atmosphere awkward. Spectators exchanged puzzled glances, with some whispering. Is this an open discussion about cheating? Many were baffled by Jiang Yueshi's attitude. As a competitor with a first-tier, 7th-level cultivation, showing hesitation before the fight even began was truly disappointing. In mere seconds, Zhao Jun's chances of winning skyrocketed in everyone's minds. Many who initially favored Jiang Yueshi quietly changed their opinions, shaking their heads in disappointment. In the stands, Jiang Tianyang's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing his daughter's words. He instinctively lowered his head, feeling ashamed despite no one noticing him. Meanwhile, Lu Lin, sitting beside him, couldn't help but let a slight smile slip across his lips. Although he quickly composed himself, the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. From Lu Lin's perspective, confidence and momentum were often the keys to victory between evenly matched opponents. Jiang Yueshi's current behavior undoubtedly diminished her chances of winning, suggesting that his son Lu Bo might still have a shot. On the leadership platform, Jiang Lianyue's elegant eyebrows twitched slightly as she rubbed her temples in exasperation. She felt exasperated by her niece's peculiar mindset. If she could, she would pretend not to know Jiang Yueshi at this moment. Unfortunately, everyone at the school knew Jiang Yueshi was her niece. Just then, Lei Ming turned to Jiang Lianyue, clearing his throat before commenting, "Your niece is quite interesting." Jiang Lianyue remained silent, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. Neither of them noticed that Song Yi, who had been silently looking down, had now leaned back in his chair, his posture noticeably more relaxed. In the seating area of Class 28, the atmosphere was equally strange. Su Che's lips twitched as he instinctively glanced at Jiang Yuli. Jiang Yuli immediately declared, "I don't know her." Despite her words, the intense twitching of her eyebrows revealed her inner turmoil. Su Che sighed silently, refocusing on the center of the platform and muttering to himself, "It seems basic training isn't enough. It's time for some extreme combat training." At the mention of combat training, Jiang Yuli's eyes lit up instantly. On the platform, Zhao Jun was momentarily baffled by Jiang Yueshi's words. After a brief pause, his voice turned icy. "Jiang Yueshi, what nonsense are you spouting? Who's your buddy? If you're scared, just step off the platform now, and I promise not to make a move." With his words, Zhao Jun's confidence surged. Initially worried that Jiang Yueshi might be a formidable opponent, he now saw her as an inexperienced novice. "Really, we can't." Jiang Yueshi blinked her innocent eyes, seemingly unaware of the sarcasm in Zhao Jun's words, and asked again. Zhao Jun sneered, his powers coursing through him, his aura intensifying. Although he said nothing further, his actions spoke volumes. Jiang Yueshi's face showed a hint of disappointment. Her brows furrowed slightly, her lips turned down, and a trace of regret flashed in her eyes. "Stop talking nonsense, you're bound to lose." Zhao Jun suddenly shouted, his entire demeanor changing abruptly. His level 6 cultivation burst out instantly, unleashing his full power. In a flash, a yellow fireball formed in front of Zhao Jun's chest, initially only the size of half a fist, but the heat it emitted visibly distorted the air around it. As time passed, the fireball expanded at an astonishing rate. Within seconds, it grew from half a fist to the size of a full fist. At this moment, the air around the fireball was so distorted by the high temperature that it seemed as if it might ignite. Here it comes. This is Zhao Jun's awakened grade elemental ability, Flame Fire, someone exclaimed in the crowd. Wow, it's as big as a fist, clearly at Zhao Jun's limit, and undoubtedly his strongest attack, another voice analyzed. Facing an elemental ability user, you mustn't give them time to gather strength. Jiang Yueshi is in danger, an experienced spectator said worriedly. Yes, her combat experience is still too shallow. The best chance was the moment Zhao Jun formed the fireball. What a pity. The spectators outside the ring were buzzing with discussions, and some began explaining the difference between elemental and enhancement ability users. Elemental ability users can use their abilities for ranged attacks according to combat techniques, while enhancement ability users must have physical contact to attack. This is why enhancement ability users are sometimes jokingly called rough warriors. Although Jiang Yueshi is also an elemental ability user, she was at a disadvantage at this moment. Nice, Lu Bo whispered excitedly, clenching his fists unconsciously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Jun's attack was without reservation, clearly aiming for a decisive victory. Meanwhile, Jiang Yueshi seemed to have made no effective response. All signs pointed to Zhao Jun likely winning this round. Jiang Tianyang sighed softly. Lu Lin pressed his lips together, a hint of hope in his eyes. Lei Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Just when most people thought Jiang Yueshi was in imminent danger, there was a sudden twist. Buzz. Jiang Yueshi's right arm quickly formed a large diamond-shaped ice crystal shield, big enough to completely cover her entire arm. This translucent shield appeared just in time to block the rapidly incoming fireball. Clang, 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 clang. A series of strange collision sounds rang out, with each impact causing the fireball to melt a little. After 5 or 6 strikes, there was a poof sound, and the fireball completely dissipated into ashes. Everything happened so quickly, it was as if it had never existed. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. What the heck? What just happened? That powerful-looking fireball was blocked by an ice crystal shield. Come on, that's an ice crystal shield. Hey, that didn't hurt at all. Jiang Yueshi exclaimed joyfully, examining the ice crystal shield on her arm with a beaming smile. She had been worried that the battle would be painful, but to her surprise, she felt nothing at all. Jiang Yueshi was overjoyed, but Zhao Jun's face turned ashen. How is this possible? Zhao Jun shouted in disbelief. How could you block it so easily? Witnessing his full-strength fireball being melted away, Zhao Jun was deeply shaken. I refuse to believe you can block a second one. Zhao Jun gritted his teeth, determined. Another blazing fireball quickly formed in front of his chest. Whoosh. This fireball whistled as it flew toward Jiang Yueshi once more. Upon closer inspection, this fireball was slightly smaller than the previous one. However, the outcome was unexpected. Clang, 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 clang. The fate of this fireball was the same as the first. It merely made a few sounds upon hitting the ice crystal shield before completely dissipating. Even more surprisingly, the ice crystal shield showed no signs of melting at all. Huh. Zhao Jun was left standing there, utterly stunned. This can't break through the defense at all, he murmured, his eyes filled with disbelief. Zhao Jun was stunned. He stared wide-eyed, in disbelief, as the fireball he unleashed with all his might vanished instantly against Jiang Yueshi's ice crystal shield. His pupils contracted, and he felt a surge of bitter frustration rising in his throat, almost causing him to spit it out. How is this possible? Zhao Jun roared internally. Not only was his fireball easily deflected, but Jiang Yueshi's expression was also relaxed and casual, as if she were dealing with a mere fly. The most unacceptable part for him was that Jiang Yueshi was clearly wielding an ice crystal shield. Fire melts ice, isn't that common sense? Moreover, his own ability was a level firepower. Crack. A fissure quietly appeared in Zhao Jun's resolve. The audience was collectively shocked. Countless astonished eyes were fixed on the ice crystal shield on Jiang Yueshi's arm. Although no one spoke, their minds were ablaze with disbelief. The anticipated fierce battle was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Zhao Jun, who had taken the initiative, was panting and unsteady on his feet, while the defender, Jiang Yueshi, remained calm and composed. This completely overturned the common belief that the first strike guarantees victory. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a desperate voice suddenly broke the silence. She can't hold on much longer. Attack now. Lu Bo, disregarding his dignity, loudly urged Zhao Jun. After careful consideration, Lu Bo concluded there were only 2 possibilities. Either Jiang Yueshi was barely holding on, or her ability level was also great. Clearly, the first possibility seemed more likely. Hearing this, Zhao Jun was revitalized, hope rekindling in his eyes. Right, the battle isn't over yet. I haven't lost, he silently affirmed to himself. Before the words were fully formed, Zhao Jun began to gather another fireball. This time, his expression was noticeably pained, veins bulging on his forehead and arms like writhing worms. The fireball gradually grew from the size of a fingernail to that of a fist, taking over 3 seconds to reach full size. This time it will work for sure. Despite trembling all over, Zhao Jun's eyes were filled with determination. He refused to believe Jiang Yueshi could deflect it so easily again. Whoosh, the powerful fireball, akin to his strongest attack, shot towards Jiang Yueshi once more. However, Zhao Jun overlooked a crucial detail. Jiang Yueshi could have interrupted his charge up, but chose not to. This behavior, aside from underestimating, had only one explanation: absolute confidence. No matter how many times, the result will be the same. A glint of confidence flickered in Jiang Yueshi's eyes as her movements became even more adept. As the blazing fireball hurtled towards her, she once again skillfully raised her ice crystal shield, ready to meet the seemingly formidable, yet ultimately ineffective attack. Clang, 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 clang. On the stage, Zhao Jun's full-force strike once again collided with Jiang Yueshi's ice crystal shield, producing a series of ear-piercing metallic clashes. Yet, the seemingly invincible defense remained unscathed. Zhao Jun's assault came to an abrupt halt as he staggered to one knee, his face pale, panting heavily. Despite his bloodless lips, he could still feel the burning pain on his cheeks. The harsh reality that he couldn't break through his opponent's defense after 3 attacks hit Zhao Jun instantly. The gap in strength between him and Jiang Yueshi was enormous. In the audience, the atmosphere suddenly turned strange. Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin's expressions seemed to undergo a complete reversal. Jiang Tianyang's eyes sparkled with delight, his mouth curling into an involuntary smile. Lu Lin, on the other hand, looked as if he were mourning, his face dark and grim. Lei Ming frowned as he stared at Jiang Yueshi, confusion written all over his face. He suddenly realized that Jiang Yueshi's ability strength didn't seem like Flevel at all, but rather closer to level. This thought shocked him, and he muttered to himself, "It can't be. If that's true, Class 28 is just too monstrous." With this doubt in mind, he continued to watch the situation unfold on the stage. "Come on again," Jiang Yueshi called out, when Zhao Jun remained motionless, actively provoking him. Normally, she didn't dare spar with her sister Jiang Yuli because her sister was merciless. But now, with Zhao Jun as her punching bag, her confidence soared, eager to try again. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Zhao Jun gritted his teeth, struggling to stand up. Jiang Yueshi's words were undoubtedly a great insult to him, yet they also ignited the last bit of strength within him. "Arg!" Zhao Jun roared, his entire energy condensing into a fireball no bigger than half a fist, which he hurled at Jiang Yueshi. However, the pitiful fireball turned to ashes as soon as it touched the ice crystal shield. "That's much weaker than before, come on." Jiang Yueshi poked her head out from behind the ice shield, her tone tinged with a bit of disdain. Zhao Jun staggered again, dropping to his knees heavily. An odd flush appeared on his pale face, and he was overwhelmed by a tide of shame. At that moment, he wished the ground would open up and swallow him whole. "Do you want to take a break and try again?" Jiang Yueshi asked innocently, blinking her big eyes. She genuinely wanted more practice, but was unaware of the devastating blow her words dealt to Zhao Jun. Hearing this, Zhao Jun's face instantly froze, then alternated between green and white. Whether from anger or exhaustion-induced nausea, he suddenly vomited all over the place. Seeing this, Lu Bo's face turned deathly pale, his lips losing all color. Several seconds later, Zhao Jun raised his head in humiliation, speaking each word with difficulty. "I concede." But just then, the voice of the intelligent AI rang out above them. "Beat match time is over. No one has left the arena. This bout between Jiang Yueshi of Class 28 and Zhao Jun of Class 1 is a draw." "It's a draw?" The match between Jiang Yueshi and Zhao Jun ended dramatically in a tie. On the stage, the audience held their breath, eyes glued to the two competitors. Although the smart AI announced a draw, an unspoken consensus hung in the air: Zhao Jun had lost, and lost completely, without any room for doubt. Jiang Yueshi stood in the center of the stage, calm and composed, as if the intense battle moments ago was nothing more than a casual warm-up. In stark contrast, Zhao Jun was panting heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat, his face a mask of defeat and unwillingness. In fact, Jiang Yueshi hadn't even made an active move. Zhao Jun had been defeated by his own impatience and exhaustion. On the left side of the stage, Lu Bo was breathing heavily, his heart pounding in his chest. His gaze darted between Jiang Yueshi and Zhao Jun, his expression shifting from fear to relief. Just moments ago, when he realized Zhao Jun was about to concede, his heart nearly leaped out of his throat. If this round was lost, Class 21 would completely lose to Class 228, and he, Lu Bo, would lose to Su Che, missing out on the monthly test and the opportunity for a third-level teaching position. "There's still a chance. There's still a chance." Lu Bo muttered to himself, trying to calm his excitement. He turned to face Feng Mingyuan, who was about to enter the stage, his expression deadly serious. "Feng Mingyuan," Lu Bo's voice was low and urgent. "You're up against Jiang Yueli, and her ability is of the lightning type. Remember, You have to strike before she launches her attack. That's the key to winning. Even though these were common strategies when facing nature ability users, Lu Bo couldn't help but remind him again. Feng Mingyuan nodded solemnly, his expression grave. Jiang Yuexi's impressive performance had made him wary of the upcoming match against Jiang Yueli. He kept repeating to himself, "Get close, seize the moment before she attacks." Meanwhile, on the right side of the stage, Su Che turned to Jiang Yueli, a wry smile on his face. "Well, looks like it's your turn, little purple hair." He hadn't expected the second round to end in such a dramatic draw. Despite the surprise, he remained unfazed, full of confidence in Jiang Yueli. "No problem, watch and see." Jiang Yueli responded confidently, her eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. She stepped onto the stage without hesitation, clearly eager to begin. Su Che watched Jiang Yueli's back, then glanced at Feng Mingyuan stepping onto the stage opposite, clicking his tongue. "Good luck, kid." As Jiang Yueli stepped onto the stage, she brushed past Jiang Yuexi, who was coming off. Jiang Yuexi lifted her chin proudly, saying, "Sis, wasn't I amazing? They couldn't even break through my defense." Jiang Yueli rolled her eyes and snorted without looking back. "Weakling, you couldn't even win. An 80-year-old granny could do better than you." Jiang Yuexi's expression froze instantly, her mouth drooping and eyes welling up with tears. You, you're too much," she called after the departing Jiang Yueli, nearly on the verge of tears. On the stage, where her defense had remained unbroken, her sister's words finally hit her weak spot. On the stage, Jiang Yueli and Feng Mingyuan faced each other. The smart AI's voice rang out again. "Competitors, please prepare. The match will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Class 228's Jiang Yueli versus Class 21's Feng Mingyuan. The battle begins now." Almost instantly as the AI's voice faded, a dull thud resounded from the left side of the stage. It was the sound of feet hitting the ground. Feng Mingyuan shot towards Jiang Yueli like an arrow released from a bow, moving so fast it was hard to keep up. His legs seemed like steel springs, each contact with the ground propelling his speed even further. Though the arena had doubled in size since the first monthly test, the 20 by 20 area still seemed small for Feng Mingyuan. In the blink of an eye, he had leapt to the center of the stage. Gasps erupted from the audience. "Wow, is this Feng Mingyuan's class ability, the Giant Mantis? That jump is unbelievable." Feng Mingyuan's strategy was clear close combat. For a nature-type ability user, it was deadly. Yet, just as everyone thought Jiang Yueli was about to be captured, a faint spark of electricity appeared on his chest. "Wait, Jiang Yueli is moving," someone exclaimed. "But that lightning ball is so small. It's not even half a fist. How can that be powerful enough?" In an instant, Feng Mingyuan was in front of Jiang Yueli. In a fraction of a second, their eyes met. There was a hint of triumph in Feng Mingyuan's gaze, but Jiang Yueli's eyes were unervingly calm. "Such a small lightning ball. I don't believe it can be that strong," Feng Mingyuan thought to himself. As a reinforcement-type ability user, he prided himself on being able to withstand this kind of electrical attack. Feng Mingyuan's long arms shot out like a snake, one hand aiming for Jiang Yueli's throat, the other for his temple. Enhanced by the Giant Mantis ability, these attacks were as fast as lightning, as accurate as an eagle's eye, and as fierce as a beast. If either strike landed, the fight would likely be over. With victory seemingly in sight, Feng Mingyuan's lips curled up slightly. "It's over, you lost because." However, before he could finish, his expression froze. An unbelievable numbness swept through his body, causing him to shudder and his arms to drop powerlessly. This is... Feng Mingyuan looked down, his pupils contracting sharply. A lightning ball, crackling with electrical arcs, was exploding on his chest. The sound of electricity crackled loudly. Boom! A surge of intense electric energy erupted at the center of the arena. In the next moment, Feng Mingyuan's burly body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily at the edge of the stage, nearly falling out. The entire audience was in an uproar. They looked at each other in disbelief. What happened? Wasn't Feng Mingyuan dominating? Jiang Yueli didn't even make any other moves. Could it really be just that small lightning ball? Cough, cough. Feng Mingyuan struggled to get up, his chest charred and smoking, his shirt in tatters. His previous confidence was gone, replaced by deep fear. At this moment, he finally realized the gap in strength between him and Jiang Yueli. Feng Mingyuan looked up, seemingly wanting to say something. But suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, and he shouted in terror, "Wait! I admit." Ah! Before he could finish, another lightning ball hit its mark. Jiang Yueli grinned, teasing, "What did you say? I can't hear you." Boom! A ball of lightning struck Feng Mingyuan's chest once again with astonishing speed, exploding instantly. The electric current shot out like snakes, faintly mixed with a pale purple glow. Just as Feng Mingyuan was about to concede, he felt his muscles tense up instantly, fear filling his eyes as his pupils were swallowed by the purple light. Zzz, the electricity raged, causing Feng Mingyuan to convulse as if electrocuted, his limbs flailing uncontrollably. His whole body was rigid like a metal rod as he crashed to the ground, his face hitting the arena heavily. His exposed skin turned pitch black like the bottom of a pot, emitting a nauseating burnt smell. The audience was stunned. They clearly saw that the lightning ball released by Jiang Yueli was only the size of half a fist, yet it rendered the power-enhanced ability user Feng Mingyuan utterly defenseless. The strength of this ability far exceeded the level, which was hard to believe. Nice! Jiang Tianyang excitedly pumped his fist, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes from his smile. Seeing his daughter so decisively and effortlessly defeat her opponent made him happier than winning himself. In stark contrast was Lu Lin's gloomy expression. He stared intently at the smoking Feng Mingyuan, his fingers turning white from gripping so hard, unconcerned with his son's injuries, only focused on the impending defeat. On the leadership platform, Lei Ming could no longer maintain his composure. He sharply sensed the astonishing energy contained within the lightning ball released by Jiang Yueli, a strength that even reached the top of the level. It must be a secondary evolution of her ability, he murmured, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yueli, as if admiring an uncut gem. However, Lei Ming quickly realized that Jiang Yueli already had a mentor. Moreover, Jiang Yueshi and Yi Xuanyue were also students of Class 28, taught by Su Che. Realizing this, Lei Ming took a sharp breath, his gaze locking onto Su Che at the right side of the arena, filled with amazement. Su Che, you've really impressed me. Lei Ming muttered to himself, a storm of astonishment raging in his heart. Amid everyone's shock, Feng Mingyuan's fingers twitched slightly on the arena. He struggled to his feet, coughing violently, white smoke puffing from his mouth, as he tenaciously displayed his indomitable spirit. Despite looking utterly defeated, Feng Mingyuan was filled with confusion. Jiang Yueli's blow should have incapacitated him, perhaps even knocked him out. So how was he able to get back up? Did Jiang Yueli hold back? As he struggled to comprehend, he looked up to meet Jiang Yueli's enigmatic smile. Feng Mingyuan's gaze involuntarily shifted downwards, where he saw a lightning ball, half the size of a fist, fully formed and crackling with bright arcs of electricity. Boom! A flash of insight struck Feng Mingyuan like lightning. Jiang Yueli hadn't shown mercy. He was preparing to entertain him further, treating him like a living target. Fear surged through Feng Mingyuan, every nerve screaming at him to flee. Desperately, he shouted, "I give up, sir." But his words were too slow, his voice not quick enough for the lightning ball. In his terrified eyes, the electric orb expanded rapidly. Within a second, the ball dominated his vision. Just as he uttered half the word surrender, the lightning ball exploded again. Crackle after a violent surge of electricity, Feng Mingyuan's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed heavily onto the platform. He looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, surrounded by a faint black outline. The air was filled with the smell of something burnt, now tinged with a hint of roasted meat. If he was medium rare before, he was at least medium well now. Among the spectators, someone finally realized. Wait, was Feng Mingyuan trying to surrender, only to be interrupted by Jiang Yueli? Exactly, and he tried to surrender before too, but Jiang Yueli interrupted him again. Another quickly responded. Why would he do that? Isn't the point of these matches to win? How can you not allow someone to surrender? Someone else questioned, yet no one had an answer. Su Che rubbed his forehead in exasperation, silently mourning for Feng Mingyuan for a couple of seconds. It was clear Jiang Yueli was using him as a human punching bag, otherwise, there wouldn't have been a lightning ball only half the size of a fist. Lu Bo's eyes were wide with rage, his lips bitten to the point of bleeding. He had imagined countless scenarios, but never did he think Feng Mingyuan would be so powerless. How is her power so strong? He roared internally. Just then, a cough from the edge of the platform drew everyone's attention back to Feng Mingyuan. Instantly, all eyes focused on him. This time, though Feng Mingyuan was conscious, he had no intention of getting up. In full view of everyone, he rolled over and deliberately fell off the platform. Jiang Yueli raised an eyebrow slightly, the lightning ball in front of her chest slowly dissipating. As soon as Feng Mingyuan's body left the platform, the voice of the intelligence system announced, Feng Mingyuan has left the platform area. In this match, Jiang Yueli from Class 28 of the second year wins against Feng Mingyuan from Class 1 of the second year. Jiang Yueli is the victor. The atmosphere in the venue turned extraordinarily strange. The training ground was enveloped in an almost suffocating silence. A few unmutated sparrows occasionally flitted across the sky, further emphasizing the bizarre atmosphere within the arena. The outcome of this ranking challenge completely defied everyone's expectations. In the first match, Yi Xuanyue faced off against Zhang Qi. The scene of Zhang Qi being sent flying with a single punch was surprising, yet still within the realm of acceptance. However, during the second match between Jiang Yueshi and Zhao Jun, things started to spiral out of control. Jiang Yueshi conjured an ice crystal shield as a weapon, a tactic so extraordinary it left the audience dumbfounded. Even more incredible was that this seemingly fragile ice shield completely withstood Zhao Jun's fireball attack, which was of great ability strength. Zhao Jun, exhausted, was unable to break through the defense and eventually had a mental breakdown. Had the match continued for a few more seconds, Zhao Jun might have conceded. Yet, the true shock was yet to come. The third match between Jiang Yueli and Feng Mingyuan, initially thought to be a high-level duel, turned into a one-sided onslaught. Feng Mingyuan only had a brief moment of brilliance at the start with his impressive speed, after which he became nothing more than a sitting duck. Describing him as a punching bag would be an understatement. Feng Mingyuan was so thoroughly defeated that he didn't even have the chance to surrender, eventually having to roll off the stage in disgrace to escape. Suddenly, an inexplicable wind swept through the training ground, heading straight for the central platform. On the stage, Jiang Yueli's purple hair fluttered in the breeze, her expressionless face exuding an aura of authority. She muttered boring under her breath, then turned and left the stage, her face showing a hint of disappointment. This practical battle had been quite rewarding for her, not only enhancing her combat experience, but also improving her ability control. She secretly looked forward to a few more such matches, believing her control would become even more precise. Jiang Yueli strode confidently towards Su Che, saying proudly, "Old Deng, I won. Next time, find me a stronger opponent." With that, she brushed past Su Che and approached Jiang Yueshi, a slight smirk on her lips as she mocked, "Watch and learn, weakling." Jiang Yueshi's smile vanished instantly, his face turning as red as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit, clearly embarrassed. He shouted angrily, "Jiang Yueli, I'll fight you." Yet, after uttering this threat, he made no move to advance. Jiang Yueshi swallowed hard, looking at Su Che with a sense of grievance. "Why didn't you stop me?" Su Che sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. The silence didn't linger long. Jiang Lianyue's voice timely broke the quiet. "The ranking challenge is over. Class 28 of the second year wins with 2 victories and 1 draw, maintaining their position. Thus, the monthly test rankings remain unchanged, with Class 28 retaining the top spot in this month's assessment." With this announcement, Class 28's results were firmly established, and their position as the first in the monthly test was undisputed. This also marked the successful conclusion of the second monthly test for the martial exam prep class. The result turned the scene into a vivid tableau of diverse expressions, each person displaying a mix of emotions. Among them, the most delighted was undoubtedly Su Che, whose smile was particularly radiant. "Success! I've done it." A subtle, undeniable smile spread across Su Che's face, and excitement bubbled within him. Securing first place in the monthly assessment not only guaranteed him the position of a level 3 teacher, but also meant a windfall of 1.2 million from bets and an additional million from the black market wager. How could he not be thrilled with these 3 pieces of good news? Being a level 3 teacher is a stepping stone to becoming a university lecturer, and the 2.6 million is crucial funding to enhance his abilities. Jiang Tianyang's joy was second only to Su Che's. Witnessing the impressive progress of Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi firsthand, his admiration for Su Che grew daily. However, he soon shook his head in regret, muttering to himself, "If you were at the 8th level of the 3rd tier, I would definitely introduce my sister to you, but alas." Jiang Lian was unaware of her brother's secret matchmaking plans. Her gaze never left Su Che, filled with curiosity. At this moment, she hadn't realized that her interest in Su Che was quietly deepening. However, while some celebrated, others were in distress. Lu Bo and his son Lu Lin were on edge, as if sitting on pins and needles. Lu Lin's cold eyes fixed on Su Che, filled with icy resentment, wishing he could tear apart this wild upstart who had snatched the level 3 teacher position from his son. Lu Lin had originally come to flaunt, but instead became the subject of ridicule. He shot Su Che a vicious glare, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes, silently vowing, "Humph, the Lu family's fruits aren't so easily picked." Lu Bo was even more devastated, standing there in shock as if struck by a heavy blow. He felt like a sewer rat exposed under the sun, subjected to the disdainful stares of others. Suddenly, he looked up at Song Yi on the podium with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Perhaps if Mr. Song intervened, the selection for the level 3 teacher could still be negotiated. At this moment, not only the Lu family but also Su Che, Lei Ming, Jiang Lianyu, the leadership team, the martial arts exam preparation class teachers, and all the onlookers focused their attention on Song Yi. Although the monthly assessment had concluded, the main event, the announcement of the level 3 teacher selection, was just beginning. Song Yi felt countless intense gazes upon him, yet his expression remained calm, though his fingers trembled slightly under his sleeve. He took a deep breath, slowly lifted his head, and with a complex expression, announced, "I hereby declare that Su Che is promoted to level 3 teacher effective immediately." I hereby announce that, effective immediately, Su Che is promoted to a level 3 teacher. Though Song Yi's voice was not loud, It pierced the ears of everyone present like a sharp sword. For Lu Lin and Lu Bo, these words were like a heavy hammer striking their hearts. Lu Bo's pupils contracted as if hit by a blinding light. A few seconds later, they slowly dilated again, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in his eyes and plunging him into a deep abyss of despair. Lu Lin was no better off, his face dark enough to wring water from. Song Yi's announcement was akin to a public slap in the face, not only tarnishing his personal dignity, but also bringing shame upon the entire Lu family. Today, the Lu family had truly lost face. Lu Lin stared intently at Song Yi on the podium, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. Although he understood Song, he had his own difficulties. His heart was still filled with bitterness. With a cold snort, Lu Lin turned and left without any hesitation or farewell, not even calling Lu Bo along. At this moment, his mind was fixated on one thought: to leave this damned martial arts field, to leave this damned school. Creek Song Yi's thumb continued to tighten, watching Lu Lin's retreating figure with a complex expression. He was well aware of Lu Lin's current displeasure and understood Lu Bo's disappointment. But under the watchful eyes of all, he had no choice but to fulfill his promise, especially since it was a promise he himself had made before the monthly test. If he reneged, his prestige in the school would surely plummet. Song Yi withdrew his gaze and turned to Lu Bo. Seeing Lu Bo's expression of despair and helplessness, he sighed inwardly. You asked for this yourself, so blame only yourself. Pausing, Song Yi then focused on Su Che, his eyes narrowing slightly. Or blame your opponent for being too exceptional. From Lu Lin's angry departure to now, it seemed long, but in reality, it was only a few seconds. Suddenly, applause erupted on sight, like a tidal wave. Eyes filled with envy, jealousy, or shock all converged on Su Che. At this moment, the newly appointed level 3 teacher, Su Che, became the center of attention. Congratulations, Teacher Su. Congratulations on becoming a level 3 teacher. I've always said you could do it, one teacher said with a smile, inwardly adding, haha, I really did say that. Teacher Su, congratulations. We live in the same neighborhood, remember? I live in Building 14, Apartment 2601. You must come over sometime. Another teacher warmly invited. Congratulations. Teacher Su, you're the first in our school to become a level 3 teacher before the martial arts exam. You've made history. Why call him Teacher Su? Call him Director Su. Director Su, don't forget us when you achieve wealth and glory. Along with the applause came gestures of goodwill from other teachers in the martial arts exam prep class. Regardless of Su Che's past, those days were over. They understood that from today onward, Su Che would surpass them, reaching a different level. Perhaps after the martial arts exam, Su Che would transform into a director, becoming their superior. If they didn't seize the opportunity to maintain good relations now, what would they do if they found themselves in a difficult situation later? Hee. Thank you. Thank you all. It was just luck, just luck. Su Che smiled and clasped his hands in thanks, his mood elated. The right side of the arena was buzzing with excitement as people flocked to congratulate Su Che. In stark contrast, the area on the left where Lu Bo stood, representing Class 2 of the second year, seemed desolate and lonely. Lu Bo remained in place, bombarded by the flattering words directed at Su Che, each compliment piercing his heart like a sharp blade. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, Lu Bo turned to leave. His movements were decisive, showing no hint of reluctance, nor did he bid farewell to anyone, much like Lu Lin had done. However, just as he took a few steps, a mocking voice called out from behind him. Mr. Lu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Aren't you forgetting something? Lu Bo halted, turning stiffly to face Su Che's teasing gaze. Su Che, he spat through clenched teeth, his eyes burning with undisguised anger. Su Che was unfazed by Lu Bo's hostility, a slight smile playing at his lips. Mr. Lu, with your vast responsibilities, it's normal to forget things. Let me remind you, he said, drawing out his words as he stepped closer. If I remember correctly, we had a bet. If I lost the monthly test, I'd owe you 600,000. But now that I've won, where's my 1.2 million? Lu Bo's pupils contracted, his eyelids twitching, and veins bulged on his forehead like the roots of an old tree. Su Che, either oblivious or indifferent, opened his phone and presented a QR code to Lu Bo. Would you prefer to scan it? Lu Bo's fists clenched involuntarily. He had endured losing the top spot in the monthly test to Su Che, losing in the rankings, and even losing the third-level teacher position. But now, Su Che was publicly demanding 1.2 million from him. This was blatant humiliation. An indescribable rage surged from his feet to his head, igniting the suppression he felt throughout his body. One thought dominated his mind: to teach Su Che a lesson. You've gone too far. Lu Bo roared, unleashing his abilities. Instantly, a cold wind swept through the arena, and 3 wind blades, each the size of a scythe, materialized behind him. These blades were twice as large as before, and there were 3 of them. With a wave of his hand, the wind blades locked onto Su Che. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next second, the blades shot towards Su Che like arrows. Everything happened so quickly that by the time the crowd reacted, the blades were already upon Su Che. Yet, Su Che merely smirked, unsurprised. "I was ready for you," he said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Blue markings spread across his arms instantly. Clang, clang, clang. 3 metallic clashes rang out as the blades dissipated into nothing. Su Che remained unscathed, not even taking a step back. In the arena, a breathtaking duel had just concluded, stirring waves of astonishment among the crowd. Su Che not only secured the position of a level 3 teacher, but also publicly demanded 1.2 million from Lu Bo, a provocative act that enraged Lu Bo. In a fit of fury, Lu Bo struck out, sending 3 sharp wind blades whistling towards Su Che. To everyone's amazement, Su Che withstood what seemed to be a lethal blow without a scratch. The entire process was seamless and over in less than a minute. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in a brief state of shock, as if time had frozen at that moment. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a buzz of chatter. People rubbed their eyes, questioning if they had seen correctly. Some wondered if Lu Bo had held back, while others speculated whether Su Che had hidden his true abilities. Discussions and theories abounded. Amidst the growing discussions, Su Che suddenly broke into a grin and taunted Lu Bo. "Mr. Lu, did you skip breakfast this morning? You seem to have no strength at all." With that, he relaxed completely, as if the previous attack was merely a breeze. Su Che understood clearly that with the effect of the azure patterns, Lu Bo's wind blades were less than a third as powerful as they should have been. This was the suppression of supernatural abilities. Even if Lu Bo advanced to the 3rd stage, 9th level, it wouldn't matter. Simply put, Lu Bo's threat was diminishing rapidly. Lu Bo's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was sure he had used all his strength, and logically, Su Che should have been severely injured by now. Yet the scene before him shattered his understanding, as Su Che, at the 3rd stage, 5th level, effortlessly withstood an attack from the 3rd stage, 8th level. Faced with Lu Bo's shock, Su Che didn't respond verbally, but laughed even more freely. He raised his left arm, wrapped his right arm around it, and pointed at Lu Bo with his left hand, tauntingly beckoning with his finger. "Come over here." Lu Bo's face turned bright red, his expression as pained as if he were constipated. Losing to Su Che in the monthly assessment and now being humiliated publicly was an unbearable disgrace for him. If Su Che's cultivation couldn't be suppressed any further, he would truly become the laughingstock of the entire school. "You force my hand." Lu Bo's face tightened, his jaw muscles bulging fiercely, and his veins stood out in a complex network like tree roots. A terrifying energy surged from his pores, compressing the surrounding air to an exaggerated degree within a few breaths. Energy began to swirl around Lu Bo, spinning faster and faster. In no time, the air around him was further compressed. Ugh! Lu Bo groaned in pain, large beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, clearly indicating that this attack was also very taxing on him. Compress. Further compress. Keep compressing. The air was continuously squeezed until it finally condensed into a faint gray wind blade that seemed almost tangible. The edge of the blade emitted a chilling sound of air breaking. Though small, this wind blade exuded a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. Someone in the crowd immediately exclaimed, "It's condensed into a semi-solid." My God! This is something only someone at the 8th level of the 3rd rank can achieve by turning illusion into reality. Lu Bo is truly at the 8th level of the 3rd rank. This strike is much stronger than before. Only someone at the 8th level of the 3rd rank can withstand it. Su Che is in real danger now. If he's hit, it might not just be a matter of hospitalization. He could be killed on the spot. Oh my God! Su Che isn't even running? Lu Bo is charging up his skill. What are you waiting for? Run! Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the energy around Lu Bo suddenly exploded. The faint gray wind blade, assisted by the air currents, shot towards Su Che like a stream of light, moving so fast that it appeared as a black streak with sparks, even producing sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, the stream of light appeared directly in front of Su Che, aiming at his chest. On the leadership platform, everyone's expressions changed drastically, realizing only then that Lu Bo dared to go for a lethal strike against a colleague. Principal Lei, Jiang Lianyue shouted anxiously, her eyes full of panic. "Stop!" Lei Ming's voice boomed like thunder, and a mass of dark blue lightning instantly surged toward the wind blade. "That Lu kid is crazy." Jiang Tianyang reflexively stood up as well. In a fraction of a second, time seemed to stand still. In everyone's eyes, only the dark blue lightning and the faint gray wind blade were moving. The lightning was 10 times faster than the wind blade, seemingly about to intercept the attack. However, at this critical moment, a hint of madness flashed in Lu Bo's eyes. "Ah!" he shouted, reversing his veins, causing his supernatural power to surge instantly. Buzz! The speed of the wind blade suddenly increased, just a fraction faster. This tiny distance allowed the lightning, which was supposed to intercept the wind blade, to miss. "It's over." A fraction of a second later, Everyone thought the same thing. Although they didn't know how Su Che managed to block the previous 3 wind blades, facing this peak strike of the 8th level of the 3rd rank, he stood no chance. Many had already closed their eyes, unable to bear watching. But in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Clang, 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 clang. The faint gray wind blade was once again blocked by Su Che's arms. Each crisp sound was accompanied by waves of spatial tremors. After continuous tremors, the wind blade quickly dissolved. Yet Su Che remained unmoved, completely unharmed. The tension was rising. The atmosphere in the training arena was like a boiling pot, ready to spill over at any moment. It felt as though the air had been sucked out, leaving everyone gasping for breath like fish out of water. Eyes were wide open to their limits, expressions frozen, bodies stiff, as if time had come to a standstill. The reason for this electrifying scene was simple yet stunning. Su Che, at the 3rd tier, 5th level, had once again effortlessly deflected an attack from Lu Bo, who was at the 3rd tier, 8th level. No, to be more precise, Su Che's strength was likely already at the 3rd tier, 8th level. This was the only explanation for his easy handling of Lu Bo's full-force strike. After a few seconds of silence, the crowd erupted with astonished cries, adding fuel to the fire and reigniting emotions. Voices of doubt filled the air. How is this possible? Is Su Che really at the 3rd tier, 8th level? Wasn't he just at the 3rd tier, 5th level 2 months ago? How can he withstand wind blades that are nearly tangible without retreating a step? Even though he's an enhancement type ability user, his physical strength is unbelievably high. Someone suddenly realized, I get it. During the first monthly test, Su Che must have been holding back. He certainly wasn't just at the 3rd tier, 5th level back then. Maybe he was already at the 3rd tier, 7th level, or even the 8th. Oh my god, he's still hiding his true strength. How deep can he hide it? Shrimp head guy? This time it's no joke. We really should start calling him Director Su. The reaction among the teachers was particularly intense. Although they were all 2nd level teachers, their strength varied significantly. Most were at the 3rd tier, 4th level or below, with 3rd tier, 5th to 6th level being considered outstanding. Lu Bo, with his 3rd tier, 7th level, had always been at the top. Now that Su Che could withstand Lu Bo, it meant he could defeat everyone present. Those who previously only showed superficial respect while secretly doubting Su Che's ability could no longer question his prowess. They finally realized that Su Che's rise wasn't merely due to his connections. In the center of the training platform, Su Che spat on the ground and shook his numb arms vigorously. Lu Bo's strike had indeed been powerful, leaving his arms tingling until just now. Although he hadn't checked under his clothes, Su Che knew his arms must be bruised. However, such injuries were insignificant to him. A strange smile played on Su Che's lips as his cold gaze locked onto Lu Bo. You've had your fun. Now it's my turn, right? Lu Bo noticed the change in Su Che's expression and felt a chill run down his spine. He saw Su Che's pupils suddenly narrow into vertical slits, as if he were being watched by some indescribably terrifying creature. Lu Bo's hair stood on end, and a volcanic eruption of anxiety surged within him. Every nerve screamed, danger, danger, danger. No longer concerned with understanding how Su Che had withstood his peak attack, Lu Bo was overwhelmed by an unprecedented wave of fear. With a swift tap of his toe, Lu Bo shot backward like an arrow released from a bow. A sudden gust of wind whipped around him, boosting his speed further. Tap tap tap, 3 quick touches to the ground, and Lu Bo instantly widened the gap between himself and Su Che by over 10 meters. As the sense of danger began to fade, Lu Bo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! What on earth is happening? He muttered, clutching his chest where a dull ache throbbed from the reversal of his energy flow. An ominous feeling crept in, things seemed to be spiraling out of control. But the realization came too late. In the next moment, Lu Bo's brow twitched violently, and the danger he had just escaped from surged back, faster and more intense than before, enveloping him in less than half a second. Instinctively, he searched for Su Che, only to catch a glimpse of a dark blur hurtling toward him. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, the blur grew larger and faster. Lu Bo's eyes widened in horror, convinced that Su Che's charge would end him. Ugh! Desperate, Lu Bo forced his energy flow to reverse again, gathering power in a short time. Crack! 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 3 phantom wind blades materialized, shooting toward the oncoming Su Che. He pinned his hopes on these blades to slow Su Che down. However, reality harshly slapped him in the face. Clang! 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 As soon as the wind blades met Su Che, they sparked brightly. Instead of slowing him down, they seemed to propel him even faster. Now, they were only 5 meters apart. Lu Bo could clearly see the smirk on Su Che's lips and even the slow rise of his knee. Su Che, calm down, this is a school. You can't. In that split second, Lu Bo chickened out, and the school rules miraculously flashed through his mind. But he never got to finish his sentence, because Su Che's flying knee struck his chin with tremendous force. Crack! First came the crisp sound of Lu Bo's jawbone shattering. Thud, followed by the shockwave from Su Che's knee driving into Lu Bo's chin. In an instant, Lu Bo's face contorted in agony, his eyes bloodshot, and a torrent of blood sprayed from his throat, tracing a vivid arc in the air. With a thud, Lu Bo was sent flying over 2 meters high, crashing to the ground like a broken kite. What can I do? I didn't quite catch that. Su Che looked down at Lu Bo, the smirk on his face widening. You? I. Lu Bo tried to speak, but couldn't manage a coherent word. All that came out were garbled sounds, while blood oozed from his eyes, nose, and ears. He lay there like a fish pinned to a board, his body spasming reflexively. At that moment, every gaze was magnetically drawn to Su Che, unable to look away. This kid really is at the 8th level of the 3rd stage. Jiang Tianyang shot to his feet, his expression a mix of shock and awe. After studying Su Che for a while, he clicked his tongue. Could this kid actually end up being my brother-in-law? At that moment, the atmosphere above the martial arts arena seemed to freeze. Jiang Tianyang, Lei Ming, Jiang Lianyue, and all the directors on the leadership platform, including the usually composed Song Yi, stood up simultaneously. Their gazes were locked on the center of the arena, eyes brimming with disbelief. Unlike the shocked secondary teachers below, these high-ranking individuals, all at least at the 3rd tier and 9th level, including the extraordinary Lei Ming and Song Yi, had already roughly gauged Su Che's level of power during his outburst at least the 3rd tier and 8th level. Why say at least? Because Su Che won so effortlessly, it didn't even resemble a contest between peers. Before this, Lu Bo had been considered a standout among secondary teachers. His family breathing technique, combined with his Blevel wind blade ability, made him nearly unbeatable in various sparring sessions, and he was recognized by the school as a rising genius after Jiang Lianyue. Yet, this very genius was utterly powerless against Su Che. If Lu Bo was a prodigy, then how should Su Che be defined? A prodigy among prodigies? The problem was, if Su Che truly had such astonishing talent, why had his grades and power been at the bottom of the class until now? Could it be, as the teachers below speculated, that he had been hiding his strength all along? Gulp, a member of the leadership group, involuntarily swallowed. This subtle sound seemed to flip a switch, prompting more swallowing sounds to follow. Soon after, discussions surged like a wave. It seems we've underestimated Su Che. He is actually the strongest among the secondary teachers. No, to be precise, Lu Bo is still the strongest among secondary teachers. Because starting today, Su Che is a tertiary teacher. In my opinion, the scariest part isn't Su Che's power, but his teaching ability. With the current strength of Class 28, our Pengcheng number 1 ability high school is bound to rise. I still can't figure out why Su Che would hide his level. This guy is too cunning. Jiang Lianyue didn't join the discussion, her expression complex, her gaze drifting. She knew that Su Che hadn't hidden anything at all. Over the past 3 months, due to her connection with Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, she had witnessed Su Che's growth journey firsthand. During the sophomore ability awakening ceremony, Su Che was only at the 3rd tier and 1st level. By the first monthly test, his strength had reached the 3rd tier and 3rd level. During the first monthly test, he had advanced to the 3rd tier and 5th level. And today, in just 2 months, his strength had skyrocketed to the 3rd tier and 8th level. While others' progress slows as they advance, Su Che's progress seems to accelerate. At this rate, wouldn't he break through to the 3rd tier and 9th level by the time of the martial exam? Thinking of this, Jiang Lianyue frowned slightly, a terrifying thought flashing through her mind. Could he break through to the 4th tier faster than I could? As soon as this thought emerged, Jiang Lianyue forcefully dismissed it. No, that's impossible. The 3rd tier and 9th level is an insurmountable barrier. He absolutely cannot break through faster than me. While the leadership group was still engaged in heated discussion, Song Yi's angry shout suddenly echoed throughout the arena. Su Che, stop. What are you doing? Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. Both the leadership group and the onlookers were left stunned. Su Che was seen holding Lu Bo by the collar with one hand, seemingly not intending to stop. The sound of gasping echoed continuously throughout the scene, and the tension immediately reached its peak. Wow, that's intense. The training ground was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Che like sharp daggers, struggling to believe what they were witnessing. Lu Bo lay crumpled on the ground, his face ashen and his body trembling. Su Che stood beside him, his expression complicated. Feeling the piercing stares from all directions, Su Che's face twitched as he hurriedly released his grip and anxiously explained. It's a misunderstanding. It's not what you all think. Before he could finish, Lu Bo collapsed heavily onto the cold ground once more. With a thud, his cheek slammed against the surface, and his already recovering complexion turned pale as paper. Don't kill me. Lu Bo's eyes were filled with terror, his voice trembling as if he could already see the scythe of death. Su Che swallowed hard, his scalp tingling. He desperately defended himself. I didn't do anything. He silently vowed that he only intended to remind Lu Bo about the money transfer, with no malice intended. Yet, To the onlookers, his explanation seemed weak and ineffective. Silence. A furious shout pierced the air. Song Yi stood on the leader's platform, his eyes gleaming with coldness, still trying to argue at this point. I can't believe you dare to harm a colleague with such malicious intent. You must be punished. Before he finished speaking, Song Yi's figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the edge of the training ground, then instantaneously moved to the center. His speed was astonishing, clearly targeting Su Che. Su Che's instincts screamed danger. This old man is abusing his power for personal revenge. Blue patterns uncontrollably surfaced across his body, his fists clenched tightly, and his heartbeat raced. In a single breath, his abilities surged throughout his body, pushing his defenses to an unprecedented peak. On the spectator stand, Jiang Tianyang narrowed his eyes, his face dark. He hadn't expected the formidable Song Yi to act against a mere third-tier level 8. It was clearly personal vengeance, evident to everyone. Su Che was the teacher of his two precious daughters, and possibly his future brother-in-law. How could he stand by and watch Su Che be bullied? Oomph. Bullying the weak isn't impressive. Jiang Tianyang was about to intervene, but suddenly paused. Someone had already taken action before him. Song Yi, you've gone too far. A thunderous voice echoed across the training ground. Like a flash of lightning, Lei Ming charged 5 meters in front of Su Che. With a deafening crash, dust filled the air. A visible shockwave exploded outward from the point of impact, sending the onlookers sprawling, each covered in dust and looking disheveled. Seconds later, the dust settled, revealing a 3-meter-wide crater on the ground. On either side of the pit, Song Yi looked grim, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, while Lei Ming stood with an imposing presence, exuding authority without anger. What do you mean by this, Lei Ming? Song Yi asked through gritted teeth. As a reinforcement-type ability user, he was no match for Lei Ming in terms of speed. Nothing much, Lei Ming replied calmly. As an extraordinary, you've overstepped. But Song Yi tried to argue, only to be cut off by Lei Ming. It was Lu Bo who broke the rules first, Lei Ming stated firmly. Song Yi squinted, remaining silent for a long time before finally giving Lei Ming a deep look and sneering. Very well, very well. With that, he turned to leave, seemingly intent on taking Lu Bo with him. Wait. At that moment, Su Che quickly approached Lu Bo amidst Lu Bo's fearful gaze. Su Che took out the other's phone and handed it over. With a harmless smile, Su Che said, So, about that 1.2 million, let's settle it now. Just scan the code, it's convenient. Scan it for convenience. Su Che's words were like a heavy hammer, instantly dispersing the tense atmosphere in the martial arts arena. The expressions of the onlookers changed like a kaleidoscope, gaining a new understanding of Su Che's audacity. Yi Shuangyue quietly lowered her head, trying to hide her embarrassment. The Jiang sisters, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, looked around, their cheeks slightly flushed. Jiang Lianyue's mouth was slightly open, her eye twitching involuntarily. Jiang Tianyang silently mouthed, amazing, the words barely discernible. Lei Ming's mustache shook violently, and his serious expression nearly broke. Only Song Yi remained outwardly calm, but the anger in his eyes surged like a volcanic eruption. If Lei Ming hadn't been in the way, he might have already slapped Su Che. Such an arrogant teacher was unprecedented in his teaching career. Su Che ignored the strange looks around him and bent down to help Lu Bo with his phone. Mr. Lu, let me help you. You can't delay this injury. Time is of the essence. His tone was light, as if he were doing something utterly ordinary. After a series of actions, Su Che held the phone up to Lu Bo. Mr. Lu, look at the camera. Yes, like that. With a crisp ding, the screen displayed payment successful. Simultaneously, Su Che's phone received a message. Your account ending 9527 has been credited with 1,200,000 Xia dollars. Available balance, 1,726,300 Xia dollars Xia Bank. Alright, no problem, thanks. After confirming the transaction, Su Che turned and left without hesitation. Lu Bo watched as Su Che transferred 1.2 million with facial recognition, a strange flush appearing on his pale face. Blood rushed to his brain like a flood, and the next moment, with a thud, his head hit the ground as he fainted. Su Che. The moment Lu Bo fainted, Song Yi could no longer hold back. The terrifying pressure of a fourth-tier transcendent bore down on Su Che like a massive wave. Sigh, what a mess. Lei Ming wore a pained expression, reluctantly stepping in as a mediator. In a flash, he appeared in front of Su Che, dispersing the immense pressure with a wave of his hand. Lei Ming, I've given you enough face. Do you really want to stop me? Song Yi gritted his teeth, furious at Su Che's audacity in front of him. This isn't according to the rules. Lei Ming remained expressionless, sticking to protocol. What if I refuse to follow the rules? Song Yi's voice turned icy. Although he couldn't do anything to Lei Ming, neither could Lei Ming do anything to him. A full confrontation would be more than enough trouble for Su Che. Just as tensions were at their peak, a hearty laugh echoed from afar. Ha ha ha. Principal Song, isn't your temper a bit too much? Give me some face, and let's call it a day, shall we? Jiang Tianyang approached with a commanding presence, like a towering sharp sword. Before he finished speaking, he was already standing beside Lei Ming. Although his words were polite, his stance clearly indicated his position. Song Yi glanced at Jiang Tianyang, a deep wariness flashing in his eyes. He was unsure about facing Lei Ming alone, let alone both of them. Realizing this, Song Yi's eyes narrowed, and he felt a retreating impulse. Fine, fine, very well. Song Yi snorted coldly, raising his hand to make a grabbing motion, causing the unconscious Lu Bo to float behind him. The repeated fine seemed to provide him a way out, while also warning Su Che that he wouldn't forget this. Song Yi shot a cold glance at Su Che before swiftly leaving the martial arts field with Lu Bo at a ghostly speed. Their figures vanished like phantoms after just a few flickers. Lei Ming held his breath and only exhaled deeply once he was certain Song Yi had completely left. He was well aware that if Song Yi had intended to cause trouble, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After taking a moment to compose himself, Lei Ming turned to look for Su Che, his mind teeming with questions that needed answers. However, when he turned around, he was taken aback by the scene before him. A burly middle-aged man with a warm smile had already stepped forward to intercept Su Che. Hello, you must be Teacher Su Che. The man enthusiastically grasped Su Che's hands. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jiang Tianyang, the father of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, and also Jiang Lianyue's brother. Jiang Tianyang sized up Su Che, admiration gleaming in his eyes. I've long heard Yueli and Yueshi praise their teacher as talented, handsome, and exceptional, a true paragon. Now that I see you, the reputation truly precedes you. Su Che looked bewildered, instinctively glancing at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Had they really praised him like this at home? Caught off guard, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged glances and simultaneously rubbed their foreheads in exasperation. They sighed inwardly. He's here. The most outgoing head of the Jiang family in history has finally appeared. Unaware of his daughter's reactions, Jiang Tianyang continued his enthusiastic chatter. Teacher Su Che, thank you so much for taking care of my daughters. I've always wanted to visit, but I've been too busy. You must come to our home when you have the chance. He held Su Che's hands tightly, a sudden idea lighting up his eyes. Oh, I just thought of something. Why not come over today? My sister Lianyue can accompany us, and we can consider it a home visit. The more Jiang Tianyang looked at Su Che, the more pleasing he found him, his tone growing increasingly eager. However, he seemed oblivious to Jiang Lianyue's narrowed eyes. Su Che politely replied, You're too kind, brother Jiang. I will definitely visit when I have the chance, but today is not possible. I haven't been home for 2 months, and I'm craving Su Dachuan's egg pancakes. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Tianyang's face. Oh, I see, that's a shame. Despite his words, he continued to hold Su Che's hands firmly. Su Che attempted to withdraw his hands, but found them immobile. He tried again, still unable to break free. Stunned, Su Che looked up at Jiang Tianyang's still enthusiastic face, a terrifying thought creeping into his mind. But he quickly dismissed it, reassuring himself. No, people can't. Or at least shouldn't. It's impossible. Just as Su Che was at a loss, Lei Ming's voice cut in like a timely rescue. Old Jiang, let's leave the home visit for later. I have something more important to discuss with Su Che. Reluctantly, Jiang Tianyang released his grip, but his gaze remained fixed on Su Che. Relieved, Su Che quickly retracted his hands, instinctively stepping back a few paces to put some distance between himself and Jiang Tianyang. Turning to Su Che, Lei Ming got straight to the point. Su Che, what do you think about having the entire Class 28 of Year 2 retest their abilities at the Awakening platform? No problem. Su Che agreed without hesitation. He understood that it was only natural for the students' significant progress to raise suspicions of a secondary evolution of their abilities. He had no intention of hiding anything, as it would eventually come to light anyway. Jiang Tianyang interjected. Old Lei, I don't think my daughters need to be tested. I'll tell you directly, TV, both experienced a secondary evolution of their abilities. He lowered his voice deliberately. Both have clever talents now. Lei Ming's eyebrows twitched, but after a moment of thought, he insisted, I still think it's best to test them again. Soon, under Su Che's arrangement, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi stepped onto the Awakening platform once more. After a flash of red light, the emotionless voice of the intelligent computer announced, Testing complete. Jiang Yueli possesses a level natural ability, Purple Flame Thunder. Testing complete. Jiang Yueshi possesses a level natural ability, Ice Crystal. Jiang Tianyang's expression froze, inch by inch, into a solid mask. In the training ground, even an hour after the second monthly test ended, the crowd showed no signs of dispersing. In fact, it grew even more packed. Clearly, the excitement of this ranking challenge exceeded all expectations, drawing more students and teachers who had heard the news. 1 word, worth it. 2 words, thrilling. 3 words, truly exciting. For words, a visual feast. Shouts of admiration echoed through the crowd. Indeed, today's battles were nothing short of spectacular. There were not only intense competitions among students, but also a peak showdown between teachers of the sprint class, and even the witnessing of a new Level 3 teacher's emergence. With Principal Song Yi taking the unconscious Lu Bo away, this spectacular performance finally came to an end. Except for the sprint class, the onlookers began to leave the scene gradually. However, they hadn't gone far when sudden exclamations pulled everyone's attention back to the training ground. Blevel powers. Two Blevel powers. Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi are actually Blevel. Indeed, they have evolved their powers for the second time. This explosive news was like a thunderclap, instantly spreading through the crowd. Those who had left surged back like a tide, each person craning their necks and standing on tiptoe to see for themselves. I had a feeling their power levels were off. Turns out they're Blevel, isn't it? Our entire sophomore year only had 3 students with Blevel talents, and now there are suddenly 2 more? Why is it always Class 18? Wasn't Yishuang Yue's second evolution enough? Now there are 2 more. Is Class 18 some sort of hotspot for second evolutions of powers? All 3 in one class have evolved their powers twice. Can everyone evolve twice now? Hey, did you guys update to a new version and leave me out? Jiang Tianyang stood among the crowd, unable to snap out of his shock for a long time. He clearly remembered that 2 months ago, Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi had personally admitted that they had Clevel powers, and Jiang Lianyue had confirmed it repeatedly. This meant Jiang Tianyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. His heart racing. They had managed to evolve their powers again in just 2 months. His gaze swept over Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, finally settling on Su Che, filled with suspicion and complexity. Jiang Tianyang knew very well that all of this must be closely related to Su Che. At that moment, Lei Ming's teasing voice interrupted Jiang Tianyang's thoughts. Old Jiang, I never thought you'd become so humble. TSK. Lei Ming shook his head incredulously. It's like a bride taking her first ride in a sedan Chira first. Jiang Tianyang gave an awkward smile. Haha, humility leads to progress. Ignoring Jiang Tianyang's perfunctory response, Lei Ming turned his focus back to Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Although he had long suspected that the 2 might have completed a second evolution of their powers, he never imagined they would leap directly to Blevel. This meant there were now 5 students in the school with Blevel talents awakened. The results of the martial arts examination at Pengcheng's top supernatural high school are about to break past records, with the potential to become the #1 supernatural high school in Pengcheng. Lei Ming suppressed his excitement, his eyes fixed intently on Su Che as he eagerly asked, "How did you do it?" Su Che frowned slightly, expressing confusion with a nasal sound. Lei Ming quickly added, "How did you manage to trigger the secondary evolution of Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi's abilities?" His tone unconsciously rose, his eyes shining with curiosity. In a class with only 3 students, all of them completing a secondary evolution of their abilities was an unbelievable coincidence. Lei Ming was convinced that Su Che was intricately linked to this phenomenon. However, Su Che's response was disappointing. "Oh, you're talking about that?" Su Che was evidently prepared and answered nonchalantly. "I didn't really do anything. Maybe they just have a high natural talent." In a way, Su Che's words were true. Like the advertisement says, "We don't make water, we are merely nature's movers." Su Che didn't magically evolve Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi's abilities. He simply helped them reach their fullest potential. Without Su Che's help, the sisters might have remained at inflevel talent, indistinguishable from the crowd. Su Che paused, and then suddenly grinned. They're all in the same class. It's reasonable for their abilities to evolve simultaneously, right? Lei Ming's face was filled with disappointment. He realized his thoughts were too naive. How could Su Che possibly have the secret to evolving students' abilities? With a self-deprecating smile, Lei Ming waved it off. Forget it. Let Yi Shuangyue go up for the test. Su Che turned to look at Yi Shuangyue, who nodded gracefully and stepped onto the awakening platform. After a flash of red light, the intelligent brain's voice announced, "Test complete. Yi Shuangyue possesses a Blevel enhancement ability, Rampaging Blood Lion." The result rendered the scene silent. Everyone's eyes widened, and their mouths slowly opened, vividly expressing shock. Just 2 months ago, Yi Shuangyue's ability was still at Clevel. Lei Ming's eyes gleamed with intense curiosity. How did Yi Shuangyue's ability level up in just 2 months? His gaze locked onto Su Che again, as if trying to see through him. Su Che remained as composed as ever. Last time, Yi Shuangyue's ability evolution wasn't complete. It's only now stable. That makes sense, doesn't it? Lei Ming's mouth twitched, giving Su Che a meaningful look. Alright, that makes sense. After the supernatural ability test for Class 28, the crowd quickly dispersed. Lei Ming and the other leaders hurried off to a meeting, while the students and teachers of the sprint class took advantage of the half-day break to head home. Su Che quickly slipped away after saying his goodbyes, leaving only Jiang Tianyang and the Jiang sisters. "Let's go. I'll drive you home." Jiang Tianyang said as he turned to leave. Jiang Yuli followed without noticing anything amiss, but Jiang Yushi suddenly froze. Dad, where are you going? Come on, we're heading home. Jiang Tianyang turned back, his expression quirky. Jiang Yuli also gave her a look as if she were silly. Jiang Yushi sighed in exasperation. But this is the direction to the library. Jiang Yuli finally paused. Jiang Tianyang's eyes widened slightly, his face reddening a bit, but he quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, sorry about that. I wasn't paying attention. He then seriously scanned the surroundings before decisively heading in the other direction. Jiang Yuli still didn't suspect anything and quickly followed. Jiang Yushi's mouth twitched slightly. Dad, that's the direction to the cafeteria? The atmosphere in the conference room of the school building was tense. At the ends of the long rectangular table, Lei Ming and Song Yi sat on opposite sides, surrounded by their respective directors and leaders. Except for Principal Wu Daoan, the entire school leadership team was present. Lei Ming's sharp gaze swept across the room as he got straight to the point. I've called everyone here today to discuss the issue of the honors class. The second monthly test has concluded, and the strength of Class 28 in Grade 11 is undeniable. I propose that the only honors class spot for the martial arts exam preparation should go to Class 28 to maximize the use of school resources. Who's in favor? Who's against? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, eventually focusing on Song Yi. It was well known that this proposal would be disastrous for Lu Bo's Class 1 in Grade 11. Originally enjoying the benefits of being an honors class but failing to top the monthly test, losing this privilege would make a comeback nearly impossible. The intricate connections between Lu Bo and Song Yi were no secret to anyone present. As expected, Song Yi immediately objected. I think this is inappropriate. While Class 28 did achieve first place in this test, one result doesn't prove anything. Despite his loud voice, his confidence was clearly lacking. Lei Ming responded calmly. It's normal for Principal Song to have a different opinion. Let's stick to the usual practice and vote on it. Upon hearing this, Song Yi's expression turned grim. He knew well that the leadership team was not naive, and the strength comparison between the two classes was clear. Moreover, Class 1 had just suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Class 28, making it unlikely for them to retain the honors class title. 5 minutes later, the voting results were in. The votes in favor of making Class 28 the honors class won by an overwhelming majority. Lei Ming smiled broadly, stood up, and announced, by unanimous decision of the school committee, Class 28 in Grade 11 is now promoted to an honors class. Resources will be doubled from the current level. At dusk, the power lines cut across the sky. In the Tiantanjuan community, the Su family's kitchen was filled with the aroma of cooking. Today is a good day. My dear son is coming home for dinner. Su Dachuan sang a little tune while busily working in the kitchen, wearing a cartoon apron. He occasionally glanced at Su Che, who was lounging comfortably in the living room, a contented smile on his face. It had been more than 2 months since Su Che last came home. Though he never said it, Su Dachuan had missed him dearly. Upon learning that Su Che would be coming home for egg pancakes today, he even turned down a significant order. Just as Su Dachuan was focused on making the egg pancakes, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Master, that guy's calling again. Who could it be? Su Dachuan muttered, pulling out his phone with one hand. Seeing the caller ID, his rugged brows furrowed deeply. After a moment of hesitation, he decisively hung up the call. The shrill sound of the phone ringing interrupted Su Dachuan just as he put it down. His brow furrowed, and after a moment's hesitation, he stole a glance at Su Che. Seeing that his son hadn't noticed, he discreetly turned on the exhaust fan before answering the call. Hello. I've made myself very clear, Su Dachuan said in a firm, low voice. I'm not interested in any partnerships. I just want to run a small business here in Pengcheng. There was a brief silence on the other end before a sincere voice responded. Mr. Su, perhaps you should reconsider. We're from the investment department of Hyo Group. If you're not interested in a partnership, would you be open to investment? We also offer angel investment services. You might not be familiar with Hyo Group. We're based in the major city and have pharmacies in various satellite cities and other alliances. Before the caller could finish, Su Dachuan interrupted decisively. I'm well aware of Hyo. I admit you're quite influential, but sorry, I'm not interested. Mr. Su, the caller persisted, we've done our research. Your company's success rate in cultivating third-grade high-quality spiritual plants is 20 above the industry average. If you collaborate with Hyo Group, you could have the opportunity to expand to the main city. The mention of expanding to the main city caused Su Dachuan's expression to change, and his tone became less polite. I'm sorry, I think I've made myself very clear. Don't call again. Goodbye. With that, he hung up and blocked the number without hesitation. Phew, that scared me. Su Dachuan exhaled deeply, only to be startled by 2 eyes suddenly appearing outside the frosted glass door. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Che staring at him. Hey Dad, is the egg pancake ready? I'm starving here. Su Che exaggeratedly patted his stomach, casting a furtive glance at the phone. It's almost done. Su Dachuan quickly put the phone down and flipped the pancake. This lousy school food isn't any good, is it? Look how hungry it's made you. 3 minutes later, a super deluxe egg pancake with 3 pancakes, 2 eggs, and fillings like pork, spicy strips, potatoes, and kelp was freshly made. Su Dachuan handed it to his son with a smile. Here you go, my boy. Eat up while it's hot. There's another one in the pan if you need more. Good. Good. Very good. Su Che gave a thumbs up, offering the highest praise. Su Dachuan beamed with pride. Of course, you should see who made it. He seemed to stand a little taller. As Su Dachuan basked in his pride, Su Che suddenly spoke through mouthfuls of food. Dad, I'm now a level 3 teacher. What? Su Dachuan rubbed his ears, thinking he misheard. Did you say level 3 teacher? Son, are you running a fever? What nonsense are you talking about? As far as he knew, only one person from the supernatural high school was promoted to level 3 teacher each year. How could such good fortune fall upon their Su family? I'm serious, Su Che repeated. Su Dachuan maintained a skeptical expression. You're kidding me, right? Trying to fool me? That's too childish. Su Che said nothing, just continued to look at Su Dachuan silently. As the silence stretched, the smile on Su Dachuan's face slowly faded. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Really? Really, absolutely, Su Che confirmed. Su Dachuan leaned back, incredulous. But aren't you just at the 3rd stage, 5th level? Su Che swallowed the last bite of his egg pancake, slowly looked up, and then grinned. Actually, I'm at the 3rd stage, 8th level now. Thud. The chair skidded over half a meter as Su Dachuan sprang to his feet, producing a harsh screech. His phone slipped from his pocket and hit the table with a heavy thud. 3rd stage, 8th level. Su Dachuan's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if he could fit a light bulb in it. He looked Su Che up and down, his shock almost palpable. He distinctly remembered that just 2 months ago, his son was only at the 3rd stage, 5th level. Such a rapid leap in progress was hard to believe. Su Dachuan's mind raced, ideas flashing like lightning cutting through fog, with bubbles of inspiration rising and popping. Suddenly, something seemed to click, and his pupils contracted sharply as he blurted out, could it be? What is it? Su Che asked, puzzled. He noticed something unusual about Su Dachuan today. Normally, hearing that his son had reached the 3rd stage, 8th level would have made Su Dachuan ecstatic. Yet at this moment, his reaction was oddly peculiar, as if it wasn't the advancement that shocked him, but something else. Su Che also recalled how earlier in the kitchen, Su Dachuan had lowered his voice suspiciously while on the phone. No, nothing. Su Dachuan shook his head, his expression complex. He hesitated for a moment before asking, are you really at the 3rd stage, 8th level? Su Che didn't respond verbally, but instead quietly released the aura of the 3rd stage, 8th level. Instantly, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Su Dachuan felt as if he were an old ox stuck in a mire, his whole body stiff and unable to move. This sensation came and went quickly, vanishing without a trace after a few seconds. Su Dachuan took a deep breath, his doubts dispelled. In his youth, he had encountered many experts at the 3rd stage, 8th level, and was all too familiar with this kind of aura. Old Su, I've been building up strength to surpass expectations, Su Che said confidently. At my current rate of improvement, within 2 years no, maybe even this year I could break through to the extraordinary level and go straight to being a university instructor. Ideally, I could directly enter the Great Xia's top ability university, and then we'd practically be residents of the main base city. Su Che thought these words would make Su Dachuan ecstatic, but instead, his father's reaction grew even more bizarre. Su Dachuan's eyebrows twitched vigorously, his face tense, his expression as peculiar as could be, with not a hint of joy. Old Su, are you hiding something from me? Su Che slammed his hands on the table, leaning forward, his gaze piercing as he stared at Su Dachuan. Su Dachuan blinked hard, forcing a reluctant smile onto his face. Wow, amazing, amazing. Son, you're incredible. His expression was as perfunctory as could be. Su Che squinted, unfazed. Old Su, are you hiding something from me? Huh. The weather's really something today, look how dark it is outside. Su Dachuan tried to change the subject. Old Su, kiddo, you turned on the lights today, right? The lights you turn on are the brightest. You're definitely my son. Old Su, look at that moon. Hey, it's big and round. Old Deng. Just as the tension reached its peak, a burnt smell wafted in from the kitchen, interrupting the heated standoff. SSS Su Dachuan's nose suddenly twitched, and his expression changed dramatically. Oh no, the pot's burning, he exclaimed, rushing into the kitchen at lightning speed, followed by the crisp sound of the door lock. Su Che's mouth twitched as he sat down helplessly. Just then, a persistent buzzing caught Su Che's attention. He looked over and saw Su Dachuan's phone vibrating on the table. Su Che intended to look away but, inexplicably, picked up the phone instead. The screen lit up, displaying a message from an unknown number. Mr. Su, please trust in our sincerity at Hyo Group. Whatever your requirements, we can negotiate further. I've already applied with the leadership. As long as you agree, We can arrange for you to have residency in the main base city. Please consider this seriously, and if you decide, contact this number at any time. Suche took a deep breath, a cold sensation filling his chest instantly. Hyo Group, a leading pharmaceutical giant in Daxia, controlled over 90% of the market for energy potions and gene serums in Peng City. No spirit plant merchant could refuse to cooperate with them. Yet Su Dachuan had turned them down? This was highly unusual. Su Che's mind raced, recalling earlier snippets of Su Dachuan's phone conversation in the kitchen. He vaguely heard his father refusing something, which now seemed to be a rejection of Hyo Group's offer. Coupling this with Su Dachuan's strange expression earlier, Su Che was almost certain his father was hiding something from him. As this thought emerged, Su Che remembered the last time he came home and saw Su Dachuan talking to his mother's photo. He suddenly realized that what he heard wasn't delicious, but truth. With no doubts left, Su Che stood up abruptly and strode to the kitchen door. Knock 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 Su Dachuan. Come out. I have something to ask you. He knocked hard. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. I saw you. Su Dachuan. Don't hide in there silently. I know you're inside. However, no matter how Su Che called, the kitchen remained silent. His forehead lined with frustration, his tone cooled. Su Dachuan, if you don't come out, I might just tear the place apart. Seeing his father still unmoved, Su Che snorted coldly and played his trump card. Old Su, I actually heard everything you said to the family photo last time I was home. This statement hit like a sledgehammer, and inside the kitchen, Su Dachuan trembled. His hearing instantly sharpened, and his legs steadied. The kitchen door was suddenly pulled open, and Su Dachuan peeked out, eyes full of disbelief. Are you saying you know everything? Su Che remained unfazed. That's right, the so-called truth. Su Dachuan's expression froze, his lips trembling violently. After a few seconds of silence, he looked defeated and sighed deeply. Fine, since you already know, I won't hide it anymore. I promised your mom I wouldn't tell you anything, so you could live happily. Tiantanjiwan, Su family's living room. Su Che's expression suddenly froze, staring blankly at his father, Su Dachuan, for 2 seconds. When his pupils refocused, he feigned calmness, though inside he was in turmoil. He had guessed that his father was hiding a secret, but he never imagined it would be related to his mother. What is the so-called truth? Su Che struggled to suppress his inner anxiety and unease, trying to keep his voice steady. Yet, the calmness that was usually effortless felt excruciatingly difficult at this moment, so much so that even a 3-year-old could detect the tremor in his voice. Su Dachuan looked up stiffly, shock and disbelief flooding his face. You tricked me? In a fraction of a second, he realized he had been outsmarted. Su Che did not deny it. Instead, his expression grew more serious. What is the truth, tell me? This question was like a fuse, igniting all the doubts Su Che had buried deep in his memory over the years. In this era where everyone possesses superpowers, human lifespans are steadily increasing. Even those with level abilities can easily live to be 120 years old. However, Su Che's mother, Su Yinxiu, passed away when he was 7, a fact that had always puzzled him. Growing up, Su Dachuan always told Su Che that his mother died of an illness. But in a society where medical technology is so advanced that even incurable diseases like cancer have targeted treatments affordable to all, her death seemed suspicious. Not to mention, the wealthy could even regenerate lost limbs. Even if a cure was impossible, there were options like cryogenic suspension. Under such conditions, his mother's death was particularly questionable. Su Dachuan looked deeply into Su Che's eyes, his complex emotions almost spilling over. Su Che's gaze was resolute, and though he said nothing further, his stance was clear. The father and son stared at each other, and the atmosphere in the room gradually solidified. After a long pause, Su Dachuan seemed drained of all his strength, pulled out a chair, and sat down weakly. He waved his hand and sighed. Enough, enough, there's nothing left to hide now. Sit, and I'll tell you a story. Su Che pulled out the chair opposite his father and sat down, his posture straight and attentive, fully focused on waiting for his father to reveal the long-buried secret. Su Dachuan's gaze gradually lost focus, and his brow furrowed involuntarily, as if he was being pulled back into memories from years ago. He began to speak slowly, his voice carrying a hint of heaviness. Many years ago, the Su family in the main city welcomed their first young master. The Su family was a significant presence in the city, and this child was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He grew up in luxury, carefree, and hardly ever faced any hardships. From the elders to the servants, everyone doted on him. Even the second and third young masters who came later never received such generous treatment. Su Dachuan's tone suddenly shifted. However, all this came to an abrupt end in the first young master's sophomore year of high school. During the awakening ceremony for supernatural abilities, he, who was once held in high regard, only awakened a clever talent. He paused for a moment, seemingly observing Su Che's reaction, then continued. For ordinary people, a clever talent is quite decent. But for the Su family, it was an utter disgrace, not even matching up to the captain of the family's guard. Su Dachuan's voice took on a tinge of bitterness. From that day on, the first young master's status in the family plummeted. Relatives who once greeted him with smiles turned cold overnight. Worse still, when the second and third young masters awakened to level talents, his situation worsened. Even the family guards and servants dared to treat him with disdain. Hearing this, Su Che's eyes flickered, revealing a complex emotion and a faint understanding. Su Dachuan didn't pause, continuing his story. At the age of 21, the first young master, suffocated by years of suppression, finally could not bear it any longer. He resolutely fled the Su family and escaped the main city. Despite enduring countless hardships outside, he never thought of giving up. Driven by an indomitable spirit, he honed himself over the years and eventually became a mercenary, joining a mercenary squad called Qiu Yin Society. Mentioning the mercenary squad, Su Dachuan's tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The days after joining the mercenary squad were the happiest times for the first young master in years. Although every mission came with life and death risks, he found the meaning of life. Here, he not only made a few brothers who shared life and death with him, but also met the love of his life. With a sudden thud, Su Che's heart skipped a beat, and his body leaned forward slightly, his breath nearly stopping. At this moment, Su Dachuan could no longer hide the smile on his face, and the first young master's beloved is the female leader of Qiu Yin Society. During a highly dangerous mission, he risked his life to save her. Although it took him a whole year to recover, he won her heart. From then on, the relationship between the young master and the president blossomed like wildfire, quickly intensifying. Soon, the arrival of a new life completed their love story. Faced with this hard-won happiness, the young master, after much thought, decided to return to the Su family. Although he harbored no fondness for the family, he understood that he needed to provide the president with a legitimate status and explanation. Years of experience had transformed the young master into a mercenary with a blood-red badge, a status that carried significant weight outside. His return caused quite a stir within the Su family. Even the high-ranking patriarch personally welcomed him back and even considered appointing him as the next family head. However, the young master resolutely declined the tempting offer. Seeing this, the patriarch instead designated the unborn male child of the president as the highest-ranking heir. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, but fate often has a way of playing tricks. As Su Dachuan recounted this, his voice suddenly choked. The smile on his face faded like the receding tide, replaced by an indescribable pain. It was that winter when the main base city was plunged into chaos. That night, the president vanished without a trace. Su Dachuan continued with difficulty. The young master mobilized all his contacts, yet found no clues. Just when he was in utter despair, the president returned quietly one night. However, the president who returned was no longer the person she once was. Her meridians were shattered, her vitality almost completely gone, her life hanging by a thread. The young master urgently questioned the cause, but the president remained silent, refusing to utter a single word. In despair, the young master sought out renowned doctors from the base city. Yet, the diagnosis was uniformly harsh beyond recovery, with at most a year left to live. The only hope was to rely on the life energy of a supernatural being to sustain her. The young master refused to give up, tirelessly seeking out eminent physicians day after day. However, the president expressed her weariness, unwilling to continue treatment, wanting only to travel around Daxia. The young master agreed without hesitation, but the family vehemently opposed it. Their reasoning was cold and pragmatic. Using the young master's life energy to extend the president's life was not worthwhile, and he should consider the family's interests. These words utterly infuriated the young master. He immediately severed all ties with the family and eloped with the president. Upon hearing this, Su Che's throat involuntarily tightened, the veins on his hands bulging. Su Dachuan's expression grew increasingly pained, and his final words were almost squeezed out through gritted teeth. After they arrived in Pengcheng, the president gave birth to the baby boy. Yet, even with the support of life energy, by the time the boy turned 7, the president's life had reached its end. Su Dachuan paused for a few seconds, then said softly, "The president's only wish before she passed was for the boy to live a happy life. Now do you understand?" Su Dachuan asked. "Yes." Su Che nodded lightly, 2 tears silently sliding down his cheeks. "I understand, young master." After listening to his father Su Dachuan's explanation, Su Che felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and all his doubts vanished in an instant. It turned out that the legendary eldest son of the Su family from the main base city was none other than his father, Su Dachuan, and the female president of the Qiu Yin Society was his mother, Su Yanqiu. At that moment, Su Che finally understood why his father refused to cooperate with the Hyo group and why he was so opposed to the main base city. More importantly, it solved a mystery from Su Che's childhood. He clearly remembered how strong his father was when he was young, but over time, Su Dachuan's vitality and strength declined year by year. He originally thought this was just an illusion caused by his own growing strength, but now he realized it was because his father had been using his life energy to extend his mother's life. He had prolonged the life of his mother, who only had 1 year left to live, by 7 years, and this determination was truly moving. Suche looked at his father in front of him, the Su Dachuan who was always smiling in his memories. At this moment, a sharp pain pierced his heart like a steel needle, almost suffocating him. Is there anything else you want to know? I've told you everything I could, Su Dachuan said, his story leaving him looking several years older, with exhaustion written all over his face. He was no longer the cheerful man he used to be. Instead, he seemed enveloped in endless loneliness, as if this was his true inner state. Suche gritted his teeth and asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. I want to know what happened that night in the main base city, and how mother got her injuries. Su Dachuan paused for a moment before speaking slowly. I don't know much about the first question. The chaos in the main base city that night was widely talked about, but despite my inquiries, I didn't learn much. However, rumors suggest that the disturbance might have been related to the European Union. The European Union. Suche muttered, his brow furrowed. He felt both familiar and unfamiliar with the EU. Familiar because the EU and the Dachau alliance were equally powerful, both top-tier entities. Unfamiliar because his knowledge of the EU was limited to online information, and he knew nothing about the specifics. He only knew that relations between the EU and Dachau were not harmonious, with frequent border skirmishes. As Suche was lost in thought, Su Dachuan shook his head and continued. As for your second question, I don't know either. Your mother is a strong-willed person, always firm in her decisions. No matter how many times I asked, she never told me how she got those injuries. Suche's voice turned cold as he tentatively asked, is there a possibility it was because of the Su family? He had no fondness for the Su family his father mentioned. His parents had known each other for years and had completed countless dangerous missions with mercenary groups without incident. Why did trouble arise only after returning to the Su family? The oddity of it all was hard to ignore. Impossible. Su Dachuan immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. The Su family may be cold and ruthless, but they have no reason to do that. What would they gain from it? Gain? Suche's eyes flickered as he blurted out. Old Su. Think carefully. If you hadn't returned to the Su family back then, who would have taken the position of family head? Su Dachuan was taken aback by this, inhaling sharply and spasmodically, as if rooted to the spot, lost in deep contemplation. After a few seconds, Su Dachuan's voice became hoarse, and a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. He slowly spoke. If I don't return home, the position of family head will fall between the second and third brothers. But that won't happen. Both have treated me well, and I've made it clear I don't want to be the family head. Suche didn't immediately refute him, but his tone noticeably rose, carrying a hint of skepticism. Even if the two have no such intentions, what if the old patriarch designated the unborn me as the highest-ranking heir? Although he didn't state it bluntly, Suche was confident Su Dachuan could grasp the implication. This statement hit Su Dachuan like a heavy blow to the heart. A torrent of images and details surged through his mind, giving him a splitting headache. Despite his deep reluctance to believe it, he had to admit Suche's speculation was quite plausible. Given the old patriarch's age back then, living another decade or two wasn't out of the question. If Suche were born successfully, he would come of age just as the old patriarch passed. As the primary heir, Suche would become the leader of the entire Su family. To have such power at a young age, something others can't achieve in a lifetime. Who wouldn't be envious? Su Dachuan muttered to himself, veins bulging on his forehead, his cheek muscles twitching involuntarily, and his knuckles turning white from the pressure. After a long silence, Su Dachuan suddenly raised his head, speaking decisively. No, no, your mother was one of the best in the fourth rank of transcendence back then. Unless the old patriarch personally intervened, no one in the Su family could have crippled her meridians. But what if someone else was hired? Suche pressed on. Still impossible. Su Dachuan narrowed his eyes, analyzing. That year, a beast tide erupted in the base city, and all grandmasters and above were summoned to the battlefield. The highest left behind was only a fifth-rank master. Not to mention how noticeable a fifth-rank master's actions would be. Even if they did act, your mother wouldn't be without the ability to resist. Besides, from what I know of your mother, the reason she wouldn't tell me the truth must be because the enemy was too powerful, at least a sixth-rank grandmaster, or possibly even a seventh-rank national-level expert. Suche fell silent upon hearing this. He acknowledged that his speculation had significant flaws, but what was the real truth? At that moment, Su Dachuan slowly stood up, visibly weary. I'm tired. It's getting late. Let's sleep. With that, he stood up and walked into the master bedroom, like a beast licking its wounds alone. Suche watched his father's figure disappear into the room and sighed silently. He wanted to offer comfort, but didn't know how to start. Although he had obtained the truth he sought, he never imagined the complexity involved. Rubbing his temples, Suche returned to his bedroom, filled with questions. That night, Suche experienced a rare bout of insomnia. The next morning, when Suche opened his door, he found Su Dachuan's door still shut. As he prepared to head downstairs for a quick breakfast, he noticed a steaming plate of egg pancakes on the table. Suche glanced towards his father's room. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Picking up an egg pancake, Suche paused. Under the plate, there seemed to be a piece of paper. Filled with curiosity, he unfolded the letter, and the bold, powerful script immediately caught his eye. Seeing this letter is like seeing me. After thinking all night, I finally realized that with your current abilities, you shouldn't be confined to this small city of Pengcheng. Your future holds limitless possibilities. It was wrong of me to hide things from you under the guise of protecting you. So I've decided that no matter what you choose to do from now on, your old father will quietly support you. Go for it. Don't worry, when I pass on, I'll personally apologize to your mother. She couldn't bear to hit me crossed out. She couldn't bear to hit me too hard. And lastly, love you 1,000 times. Su Dachuan. Old Su. After reading the card, Suche felt a sting in his nose. He glanced at Su Dachuan's still closed door and suddenly grinned. Old Su. Stop pretending. I know you're listening. I swear I'll uncover the truth about mother's death, and your son won't embarrass you. By the way, lastly, love you 3,000 times. I'm off. With that, Suche grabbed the egg pancake and strode out of the house. Bathed in the morning sunlight, he took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. I figured it out. The answer must lie in the main base city. It must be within the Su family. At the entrance of Pengcheng's first advanced high school for the gifted, two sidewalks stretched side by side. On the right, a luxurious jet black sedan was parked, instantly drawing the attention of every passerby. The air was filled with the rich scent of expensive leather and perfume, leading the school security guard to immediately deduce that this must be the Jiang family's car. Inside the car, Jiang Tianyang was earnestly advising his sister, Jiang Lianyue. Little sister, did you remember everything I told you? I know you're busy, but you must personally invite teacher Suche to our home. We really need to thank him properly. As he spoke, he pulled out a gleaming gold card from his suit pocket and handed it to Jiang Lianyue. Also, please give this gold card to teacher Suche for me. There's not much money on it, just about 2 million or so, just a small gesture from our Jiang family. Jiang Lianyue frowned and gently pushed the gold card away with her slender fingers. Why do I have to invite him? Can't you Li and Yushi go? Besides, wouldn't it show more sincerity if you invited him yourself? Jiang Tianyang patted his chest, looking helpless. Well, you Li and Yushi are juniors after all. Sending them wouldn't be very sincere. As for me, I'm a 4th rank extraordinary. Personally inviting a 3rd rank 8th level guy wouldn't that be laughed at if word got out? You wouldn't want your big brother to be ridiculed, would you? Jiang Lianyue was about to say more, but Jiang Tianyang had already insisted on placing the gold card in her hand. With no other choice, she reluctantly agreed. All right then, I'll see when I have time. The martial arts exam is in 3 months, and I'm really busy right now. As she weighed the gold card in her hand, she handed it back, saying, forget the gold card. I don't think teacher Suche is someone who loves money. Jiang Tianyang's eyes widened as if he'd heard something unbelievable. What? Wasn't Suche's performance during yesterday's monthly test obvious enough? Even in the tense moment when Lei Ming and Song Yi, the two extraordinary, were facing off, he still reminded and helped Liu Bo settle his gambling debts. Saying he doesn't love money? No one would believe that. Jiang Lianyue glanced at her brother silently and explained softly. I know what you're thinking, but what you don't know is that Suche has been using his own money to help Yue buy 3rd rank high-grade beast blood meals. You know how expensive that stuff is. A teacher who can do that can't possibly be someone who loves money. Jiang Tianyang's eyes widened even more. Did Suche really do that? Yu Li and Yushi said so themselves. Hiss. Jiang Tianyang couldn't help but take a deep breath, his evaluation of Suche rising once again. To do this much for a student, it's hard to find someone like that in today's world. Such outstanding character and strength. I approve of him as a brother-in-law, he muttered to himself. What are you mumbling about? Brother-in-law what? Jiang Lianyue suspiciously stared at her brother. Haha, nothing. I just really admire Suche's actions. Jiang Tianyang laughed to cover up, while retrieving the gold card and handing Jiang Lianyue a black card from his wallet. Then take this card to teacher Suche. There's a bit more money on this one than the previous one, just over 5 million. Before Jiang Lianyue could speak, Jiang Tianyang explained with a serious expression. It's precisely because teacher Suche isn't driven by money that I feel more compelled to give this to him. You wouldn't want such a great teacher to be worried about money, would you? Jiang Lianyue hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the understated yet luxurious black card. Shaking her head with a hint of helplessness in her voice, she said, I don't think teacher Suche will accept it, but I'll give it a try. With that, she decisively opened the car door and lightly jumped out. Jiang Tianyang watched his sister's figure gradually disappear into the campus, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He thought to himself, little sister, I've gone to great lengths to give you more opportunities to interact with teacher Suche. I'm glad you didn't notice. One day you'll thank me. At this moment, inside the campus, Jiang Lianyue looked down at the black card in her hand, her gaze slightly somber. She thought to herself, brother, your intentions are practically written all over your face. She had long seen through Jiang Tianyang's little schemes. As for why she hadn't pointed it out, Jiang Lianyue herself couldn't quite explain. She admitted to being surprised by Su Che's teaching skills and his rapid improvement, but that was all. She had no further thoughts at the moment. Shaking her head to clear her mind of chaotic thoughts, she resolutely murmured to herself, before becoming extraordinary, I won't be swayed by romantic feelings. Then she quietly added, and my partner must also be extraordinary. Meanwhile, a long line had already formed in front of the logistics office. Today was the first day after the second monthly assessment, traditionally the day for resource distribution. This time, resources for a full 3 months were being handed out, with no additional supplies from the school until the martial arts exam began. Consequently, most of the sprint class teachers had arrived early to queue up. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the line. Look, isn't that teacher Su Che? The remark was like a bombshell, instantly exploding among the crowd. A tall figure was slowly approaching from the end of the road. His sharp brows were like chiseled blades, and his deep-set features seemed carefully sculpted by shadows. Beneath his prominent nose was a sharply defined jawline, and he exuded an exotic allure akin to a mixed-race charm. The strikingly handsome young man was unmistakably Su Che. Wow, it really is Teacher Su Che. Call him Director Su Che now. Indeed, a level 3 teacher at the 8th tier of the 3rd stage. He's bound to get a big promotion next year. With steady steps, Su Che soon reached the end of the line. But before he could settle in, the sprint class teachers in line all gathered around him. Good morning, Director Su. Teacher Su. Good morning, Teacher Su. We're not in a hurry. You go ahead. Yes, we're not in a rush. Let Teacher Su go first. Su Che's presence instantly turned the scene into one of harmony, with everyone showing unusual courtesy. In no time, he was ushered to the front of the line. He clasped his hands in thanks, feeling a sense of déjà vu. At the window, Su Che said, hello, I'm here to collect the resources for Class 28 of Year 2. His voice carried a hint of anticipation. The last time he collected resources as the 2nd place in the monthly assessment, it was already quite generous. Now, collecting as the 1st place, it promised to be even more substantial. The administrators seemed to have been waiting for him, springing up from their seat the moment they saw Su Che. Teacher Su Che, you're here. The class resources have already been placed in your classroom. You can see them there. Su Che expressed his confusion with a nasal sound. The administrator grinned, their tone filled with excitement. Teacher Su Che, you might not know this yet, but Class 28 of Year 2 has been promoted to a key class. The original classroom for Class 1 of Year 2 is now the classroom for Class 28. The electric door on the 1st floor of the school building slid open with a hum. Su Che stepped into the classroom of what used to be Class 1 of Year 2, now known as Class 28 of Year 2. His eyes were immediately drawn to the scene before him, and he couldn't help but look around in amazement. Wow, it's huge, truly the most luxurious classroom in the entire school, Su Che murmured to himself, his eyes greedily scanning every corner. In comparison, his old classroom on the 33rd floor felt like an unfinished room. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a particular spot. What? There's even a private lounge and a training room. Su Che's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued to explore. He couldn't help but exclaim, my God, what kind of hard life was I living before? Not bad. Not bad. Lu Bo's classroom is indeed impressive. Su Che nodded to himself, then smugly thought. But starting today, it's mine. Just as he was lost in admiration for the new classroom, his attention was caught by a large box on the podium. It was a completely black box, the material of which was indiscernible, and it was as large as 3 oversized suitcases. This must be the class's cultivation resources, Su Che thought, quickly stepping forward to open the box. Instantly, the sight of countless potions filled his view. Su Che drew a sharp breath and quickly closed the box. His lips trembled slightly as he whispered in astonishment, jackpot. These resources are at least 3 times what we get during a monthly test. Although the first-tier energy potions weren't particularly beneficial for Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters, Su Che quickly thought of another use for them selling them for money. Money is the ladder to advancement, he calculated privately. Not only did Yi Shuangyue's daily 3rd-tier beast snacks require money, but more importantly, the Jiang sisters. Now that their damaged meridians were mostly healed, it meant their beginner's grace period was over. To quickly advance, they needed to expand their meridians, and aside from standard cultivation, the only way to do so was with pills expansion pills. Su Che recalled that he had found out about expansion pills only after extensive research. However, the problem was that he couldn't find any information online about where to buy them, suggesting they were likely expensive. He looked at the box, estimating that these resources might only cover a small portion of the cost. Sigh, if only a wealthy benefactor could see through my disguise and gift me 3 to 5 million. Su Che suddenly entertained this absurd idea. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Su Che turned his head to see three heads suddenly appear outside the window. From top to bottom, it was Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yuli, and Jiang Yuxi. Yi Xuanyue smiled faintly, Jiang Yuli rolled her eyes, and Jiang Yu she kept gesturing something. Only then did Su Che realize he had forgotten to authorize their entry into the classroom. He chuckled awkwardly and quickly walked to the door. 3 minutes later, the trio finally entered the classroom. Su Che's gaze swept over them one by one as he silently assessed them. Yi Xuanyue, first tier level 8, full of confidence. Su Che nodded with satisfaction. Beneath that graceful exterior lies tremendous power. Perfect score. Jiang Yuli, first tier level 7, brimming with fighting spirit. Su Che nodded again. Although her battle lust is a bit excessive, her personality perfectly complements her lightning abilities, allowing her to perform beyond expectations. Another perfect score. Finally, there was Jiang Yuxi, also first tier level 7, who was grinning foolishly. Su Che's face twitched involuntarily. He recalled Jiang Yuxi's battle scene from yesterday, feeling a bit helpless, clearly an ice ability user, yet insists on transforming it into a shield for battle, refusing to attack even when she could crush her opponent. 0 points. Su Che gave Jiang Yuxi a long look, and the scene from yesterday played in his mind. He clearly remembered that if Jiang Yuxi had just attacked once, Zhao Jun would have undoubtedly lost. Unfortunately, she just didn't do it. It seems that practical training needs to be prioritized soon. Su Che made a silent determination in his heart, a hint of resolve flashing in his eyes. He understood the importance of the martial arts exam well. Although the rules varied slightly each year, the core of the exam always took place in a secret realm. This was not only to let the candidates get used to life and death battles with fierce beasts in advance, but also to more comprehensively assess their potential. The secret realm was always teeming with various fierce beasts, and even the low-level ones carefully selected by the education department were not to be underestimated. Typically, graduates would engage in practical training during the last month, but for these three exceptionally gifted students, starting early was undoubtedly a wise choice. As Su Che pondered, Jiang Yuexi suddenly interrupted his thoughts. She wore a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and eagerly asked, "Teacher, why are you looking at me like that? Didn't I do great yesterday?" Before Su Che could respond, Jiang Yueli interjected with a teasing tone. Yeah, if it weren't for you, we would have won sooner." As soon as she said this, Jiang Yuexi's smile froze, her lips curving downward slightly. Seeing this, Su Che cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. His voice rose, carrying an undeniable authority. "All right, back to business." As he spoke, the air around them seemed to quiver slightly. "Continue your regular training for now. If everything goes as planned, in a week or two, we'll head to the Jiuding Mountain Demon Cavern for special training." Jiuding Mountain Demon Cavern, exclaimed Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters in unison, their faces filled with shock and a hint of fear. For the people of Peng City, Jiuding Mountain Demon Cavern was a household name. As the largest demon cavern of fierce beasts in Peng City, its danger level was well known. Before the Great Beast Calamity on Blue Star, Jiuding Mountain was just an ordinary national forest park. But after the disaster struck, it quickly became a haven for fierce beasts, with its danger level skyrocketing. There were countless legends about Jiuding Mountain, the most famous being the tale of the mysterious Wolf King. It was said that deep within Jiuding Mountain resided a powerful Wolf King. On every full moon night, it would stand atop the mountain, absorbing the moonlight to enhance its strength. This legend even became a saying used by parents to scare naughty children. "Be careful, or the Jiuding Mountain Wolf King will come and eat you." A phrase well known to Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yuexi, and their generation. Seeing the concern on their faces, Su Che smiled and reassured them. "Don't worry, this time it's mainly for experience. We'll only be operating on the outskirts." Despite this reassurance, Su Che knew that choosing Jiuding Mountain Demon Cavern was no coincidence. While any demon cavern could suffice for ordinary training, Jiuding Mountain had unique qualities. Currently, third-tier high-grade beast blood food was enough for Yi Xuanyue to rapidly improve her strength, but to break through to the second tier before the martial arts exam, it was clearly insufficient. The only solution was to consume fourth-tier beast blood food. After thorough investigation, Su Che found that only the FE Alliance Mall in Peng City could exchange fourth-tier beast blood food. This alliance, known as the Five Eyes Alliance, was a powerful commercial consortium formed by the top 10 families from the Xia Alliance, the Americas Alliance, the European Union, the Bear Alliance, and the Island Alliance. However, the materials needed to exchange for fourth-tier beast blood food could only be found in Jiuding Mountain Demon Cavern. More importantly, Su Che had a strong intuition. Once all three of his personal disciples advanced to the second tier, he himself might have a chance to break through to the extraordinary realm. This thought filled him with anticipation. After listening to Su Che's explanation, Yi Xuanyue was the first to respond. Her gaze was firm as she nodded solemnly. Understood, teacher. I'll do my best. With that, she immediately found a quiet corner to start training. Jiang Yueli followed suit, her eyes rekindled with fighting spirit. I'm in too. Without another word, she sat cross-legged and entered a state of training. Jiang Yueshi watched her sister and Yi Xuanyue's reactions, hesitated for a long time, and finally muttered softly, I. If you're all going, then I'll go too. But teacher, you have to protect me well. Hearing this, Su Che's lips slowly curled into a meaningful smile, his tone slightly teasing. Don't worry. As your teacher, I'll make sure to take special care of you. In the new classroom of Class 28, Su Che sat cross-legged, deeply focused on his cultivation. With his eyes closed, he activated his perception break ability in an instant. A string of information appeared before him. Su Che, a stage 3 level 8 ability user, possesses a level enhancement ability known as Qing Feng Jiao. His cultivation technique is the Galaxy Breathing Technique, and his combat skill is the Breaking Army Fist. However, these abilities are not without flaws. There are 123 errors in the cultivation technique, leading to low efficiency in ability absorption. The combat skill has 216 errors, affecting the efficiency of power conversion. The system provided an optimization plan. 60 areas of the breathing technique and 103 areas of the cultivation technique could be optimized. Su Che opened his eyes, his pupils slightly contracting, but he was not surprised. This matched his previous expectations. The number of optimizations for Stage 3 Level 8 was indeed more than those for Stage 3 Level 3 and Stage 3 Level 6 combined. He calculated silently. There were still 8 unmarked optimization points in the breathing technique and 36 in the combat skill. He had encountered this situation before when helping Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters optimize their abilities. Whether it was the extreme compression breathing technique, the star-splitting fist, the lightning thunderball, or the mysterious ice technique, they were all just short of complete optimization. It seems I'll have to wait until Stage 3 Level 9 to fully optimize everything, Su Che muttered softly. I wonder if I can advance to the Earth stage after optimizing these cultivation flaws. Although he said this, he wasn't entirely confident. After all, the gap between mysterious stage techniques and Earth stage techniques was like a chasm. Shaking his head, Su Che decided to focus on enhancing his current strength. He calmed his mind and began to operate the Galaxy Breathing Technique and the Breaking Army Fist. After numerous experiences, this process was second nature to him. In less than 2 hours, the optimizations of the breathing technique and combat skill were complete. Su Che twisted his neck, producing a cracking sound. He tried operating the Galaxy Breathing Technique again and immediately felt invigorated, with his ability absorption speed noticeably faster than before. He extended his fist, and the Breaking Army Fist technique surged within him, with intense waves emanating subtly from his fist. Great, the hard-working me today is stronger than yesterday. Feeling his strength improve once more, Su Che was in high spirits. Just then, a ding-dong notification sound echoed in the exclusive cultivation room. The light screen on the wall suddenly lit up, displaying the scene outside the classroom. Su Che murmured in slight surprise, Director Jiang? He hadn't expected Jiang Lianyue to come to his class voluntarily. Though puzzled, Su Che adjusted his collar, opened the classroom door, and stepped out of the cultivation room. As soon as he exited, he bumped into Jiang Lianyue, who had just entered the classroom. Jiang Lianyue, dressed in a light pink robe, no longer exuded her usual aloofness, but rather a friendly, girl-next-door charm. Su Che was deeply immersed in his cultivation when he suddenly sensed a subtle fluctuation in the atmosphere. He opened his eyes to see Jiang Lianyue standing at the doorway, her expression slightly complicated. Su Che quickly composed himself and stood up to greet her. Director Jiang, are you here to see Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi? They are still cultivating. Would you like me to call them over? Su Che asked politely. Jiang Lianyue gently shook her head, her gaze fixed on Su Che. Mr. Su Che, I'm here to see you this time. See me? Su Che was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. Jiang Lianyue explained. It's like this, my brother wants to invite you to our home as a guest to thank you for teaching Yueli and Yueshi. However, he's too busy to come himself, so he asked me to extend the invitation. Her tone carried a hint of subtle hesitation. Su Che suddenly understood, but a memory of Jiang Tianyang tightly grasping his hand flashed in his mind, making his expression somewhat peculiar. Seeing Su Che not responding for a while, Jiang Lianyue called softly, Mr. Su Che? Mr. Su Che. Su Che snapped back to reality and nodded in agreement. All right, no problem. I'll definitely visit within the next 2 weeks. He paused, then asked impulsively, will you be there, Director Jiang? Yes, I will, Jiang Lianyue replied instinctively, then added, as a member of the Jiang family, I naturally have to be present. A slight smile appeared on Su Che's face. Great, see you then. Okay, Jiang Lianyue responded softly, then fell silent. An awkward atmosphere spread between them. Su Che tried to break the ice. Would you like to sit in the lounge, Director Jiang? It's spacious and soundproof. Jiang Lianyue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the corner of her eye twitched a bit. Thank you, but there's no need. Then should I call Yueli and Yueshi over for you to chat? Su Che suggested again. No need. Jiang Lianyue declined once more. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she flicked her wrist, and a black card appeared in her palm. By the way, Mr. Su Che, there's one more thing. Jiang Lianyue handed over the card. My brother asked me to give this to you as a token of the Jiang family's appreciation. There's not much money inside, just 5 million. Jiang Lianyue hesitated for a moment before handing over the card. Mr. Su Che, if you don't want to accept it, I will. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Lianyue's voice abruptly stopped. She stared blankly at her now empty palm, the black card already gone. Su Che had swiftly pocketed the card, maintaining a natural expression, since it's a gesture from the Jiang family head. Refusing would seem impolite. So, respectfully, I'll accept it. Please thank the family head on my behalf. Despite his calm exterior, Su Che's heart was racing almost uncontrollably. Not much money. 5 million. He couldn't comprehend how these two concepts were connected. It was 5 million. His total assets from 2 gambling matches and dark web bets barely exceeded 3 million. The Jiang family casually offered 5 million, truly showcasing their wealth. This money came just in time and was too good to refuse. Jiang Lianyue's expression momentarily froze, like a still painting. She took a deep breath, as if rooted to the spot. Su Che's image in her mind started to waver, becoming difficult to grasp. After a moment's pause, Jiang Lianyue looked at Su Che with a complex expression. It's getting late, Mr. Su Che. I'll take my leave now. All right, I'll see you off. Su Che, preoccupied with plans on how to spend the 5 million, didn't notice Jiang Lianyue's unusual demeanor. He politely escorted Jiang Lianyue to the door, and suddenly a thought struck him, prompting him to blurt out, Director Jiang, do you know where I can buy expansion pills? The term expanding meridian pill. Jiang Lianyue paused in her steps, her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. A hint of confusion flickered in her bright eyes. After contemplating for a few seconds, she slowly shook her head. I've never heard of it. As the pride of the Jiang family, she had come across various energy potions and pills, but the name, expanding meridian pill, was entirely new to her. Su Che's face quickly shifted from anticipation to disappointment, his brow unconsciously furrowing. With 5 million in hand, his first thought was to purchase the expanding meridian pill. This pill was crucial for Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's cultivation, allowing their abilities to advance rapidly. Their progress would also mean a swift enhancement in Su Che's own strength. Jiang Lianyue pondered for a moment, her slender fingers gently tapping her chin. Though I've never heard of it, this expanding meridian pill must be quite valuable. In Peng City, basic potions are common, but such ancient formula pills might only be available in one place. Where? Su Che asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The pharmacy hall under Hyo Group, Jiang Lianyue replied softly. Hyo Group, pharmacy hall. Su Che's eyes lit up, instantly recalling the text message on Su Dachuan's phone. Clearly, it was from someone at Hyo Group. As a renowned enterprise in Daxia, Hyo Group almost monopolized the majority of the potion business, even being a dominant force in the main base city. Jiang Lianyue's speculation was undoubtedly reasonable. If the expanding meridian pill was available in Peng City, the pharmacy hall would be the most likely place. Noticing the subtle change in Su Che's expression, Jiang Lianyue asked thoughtfully, Su Che, do you need this expanding meridian pill a lot? Su Che nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, it's indeed crucial for me. I see, Jiang Lianyue responded softly. If I get the chance, I'll keep an eye out for you. Goodbye. With that, she politely nodded in farewell, turned around, and walked away, her high heels clicking crisply down the corridor. Watching Jiang Lianyue leave, Su Che had already made up his mind. It seemed a visit to the pharmacy hall was inevitable. Meanwhile, Jiang Lianyue, who had just left, approached the office door. Just as she was about to enter, she paused, thought for a moment, and returned to the hallway to make a phone call. Once connected, Jiang Lianyue got straight to the point. I've already handed the black card to Su Che. Ha ha. Good, good. Jiang Tianyang's hearty laughter came through. By the way, did you invite Su Che to visit our home? Su Che agreed. Jiang Lianyue answered concisely. Good, good. Glad he agreed. Jiang Tianyang's tone carried a hint of teasing. Tisk, little sister, you're quite swift, huh? Didn't you say you were very busy this morning? TSK, TSK. Jiang Lianyue's face darkened slightly, her tone somewhat embarrassed. I just happened to pass by. I understand. I really believe you just happened to pass by, truly. Jiang Tianyang's tone sounded peculiar. I'm not arguing with you, hanging up now. Jiang Lianyue said, but then added, when I was leaving, Su Che asked if I knew where to buy the expanding meridian pill. It seems pretty important to him. Anyway, I've never heard of it, so you handle it yourself. This matter is no longer my concern. With that, she hung up the phone without hesitation. Hearing the busy tone in his ear, Jiang Tianyang shook his head helplessly. You just hang up like that. Expanding meridian pill? Jiang Tianyang muttered the unfamiliar name softly, his brow furrowing into a knot. Although he was a fourth-tier extraordinary expert, he wasn't well-versed in potions and pills. However, since it concerned Su Che, he decided to help look into it. With a decision made, Jiang Tianyang quickly dialed the phone and instructed urgently, "Afu, help me check if there are any pulse expansion pills for sale in the Pengqing area. Let me know as soon as you find out." In the center of Pengqing, the main store of the pharmacy under the Ha Pharmaceutical Group stood proudly on a bustling street. Su Che stood in front of the store, looking up at the magnificent building. Two thick red lacquered pillars supported the entrance, each requiring at least two adults hand in hand to encircle. The gilded characters, pharmacy, gleamed on the signboard, with Ha Pharmaceutical Group number 06 branch, inscribed in small script at the bottom right. Despite it being 2:30 in the afternoon, the pharmacy was still crowded inside and out, with customers constantly coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. Su Che took a deep breath and stepped inside. Ever since he heard Jiang Lianyue mention that the pharmacy under the Ha Pharmaceutical Group might have the pulse expansion pills, he couldn't hold back and abandoned his plan to come the next day, rushing straight here. As he entered the hall, a fresh fragrance greeted him. Surprisingly, the scent wasn't overwhelming but rather soothing. Su Che silently admired the strength of the Ha Pharmaceutical Group, feeling even more hopeful about finding the pulse expansion pills. Looking around, Su Che noticed that the first-floor hall was filled with various potions, but there were no pills in sight. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a uniformed staff member approached politely and asked, "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" Su Che directly inquired, "Hi. Don't you sell pills here?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding area fell silent. Many customers cast curious or mocking glances, as if watching some rare creature. However, when they noticed the level 3 teaching badge on Su Che's robe, their expressions froze, as if they were the ones making a fool of themselves. The staff member's eyes darted around before explaining with a smile, "Sir, this must be your first time at our pharmacy, right? The pills are on the second floor. Please follow me." Guided by the staff, Su Che quickly reached the second floor. Although the space was smaller than the first floor, there were noticeably fewer customers. The staff member enthusiastically introduced, "Sir, our pharmacy's selection of pills is the most comprehensive in Pengqing. Any pill you can name, we have it. What pill do you need? I'll fetch it for you." Su Che nodded in satisfaction and stated his need directly. "I need the pulse expansion pill." As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere suddenly turned tense. The staff member's smile froze, and their voice trembled slightly. "Sir, what did you just say? Could you please repeat that?" "I said I need the pulse expansion pill," Su Che repeated. The staff member's expression froze as if they had been petrified. Su Che raised an eyebrow in confusion. The staff member's mouth twitched, and they spoke with difficulty. "I'm sorry, sir, we don't have that." Su Che frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. "Didn't you say you have every pill I could name? I need the pulse expansion pill. Did you hear me clearly?" The staff member swallowed nervously and replied in a dry voice, "I'm sorry, sir, but we really don't have it." The second floor of the pharmacy was filled with a faint herbal aroma. Su Che stood at the counter, his brow furrowed. The staff member in front of him looked slightly flushed and somewhat embarrassed. "I'm sorry, sir, we really don't have it," the staff member hurriedly explained. "Although the expansion pill is listed in our pharmacy's catalog, it's never in stock." "Not in stock? What?" Su Che's frown deepened. The staff member looked apologetic. "I'm very sorry, sir. With my level of access, I can't provide more information. If you need, I can call the store manager." "All right," Su Che replied calmly. "Okay, sir, I'll get the manager right away. Please stay here and don't move," the staff member said before turning and jogging away. It wasn't long before the staff member reached the side of the manager, who had slightly graying temples, and whispered a few words. The manager first glanced suspiciously in Su Che's direction, then nodded slightly upon seeing the level 3 teacher badge on Su Che's chest. At that moment, the manager was appraising a pill for a young man with silver hair. He turned to the well-dressed customer and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I have a matter to attend to. I'll be back to appraise your item shortly. It won't take much time." The silver-haired young man immediately looked displeased. "What's this about? My time is valuable." He waved his hand dismissively. "Hurry up. I'm only giving you a minute. If it weren't for the reputation of your Ha Pharmaceutical Group, I would have sold this pill elsewhere by now." The manager took a deep look at the brocade box in the silver-haired man's hand. "Thank you for your patience, sir. Please wait a moment." Then he turned and followed the staff member towards Su Che. "Hello, sir. My name is Mike. You can call me Old Mike or by my English name, Mike. May I know your name?" Mike wore a professional smile. As the manager of the Pengqing branch of Ha Pharmaceutical Group, he had a keen eye. With just a quick glance, he could tell that the young man before him was no ordinary person. "All right, Manager Old Mike. My name is Su Che." Su Che got straight to the point. "I want to buy the expansion pill, but the staff told me it's not available. I want to know what's going on." Mike's face twitched slightly, but he patiently explained. "Here's the situation, Mr. Su. In theory, We have all the pills available on the market. However, due to the unique effects of the expansion pill, there's very little demand, so our Pingqing branch doesn't stock it. Su Che's expression darkened. Then where can I get it? Mike quickly reassured him. Please don't worry, Mr. Su. Although our Pingqing branch doesn't have it, that doesn't mean the headquarters doesn't. If you need it, we can request a special order from the headquarters for you. Su Che's eyes brightened immediately. Great, then I'll take 2. No, make it 4. How much will that be in total? Mike's pupils enlarged slightly as he gave Su Che a deep look. Are you sure you want 4? Of course. Su Che nodded without hesitation. With almost 3 million in his account and 5 million on the black card given by Jiang Tianyong, buying 4 pills should be a piece of cake. Mike slowly replied. All right, the total for 4 pills is 10 million, with a 50 deposit required up front. You only need to prepay 5 million. Upon hearing this, Su Che's expression gradually froze, as if he were a stone statue slowly weathering in the wind. For expansion pills for 10 million? That's 2.5 million per pill. That's faster than daylight robbery. Su Che coughed twice, trying to maintain his composure. On second thought, let's start with just 2. Su Che quickly changed his tone, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Mike responded expressionlessly. No problem, Mr. Su. The total for 2 Meridian expansion pills is 5 million. You only need to pay a deposit of 2.5 million. Su Che thought to himself. Jiang Tianyong has calculated everything precisely, not leaving even a penny extra. He then asked, by the way, how soon can I get the pills after payment? Mike took out his portable smart device to check, frowning slightly. It depends. It requires a system application and allocation. At the latest about a week unless there's a special circumstance. Let me check for you. His expression suddenly turned peculiar. Su Che keenly sensed something was off. What is it? Is there a problem? Mike hesitated before finally sighing. It's really unfortunate, Mr. Su. The headquarters is also out of stock of the Meridian expansion pills. Purchasing them would require a new order for the alchemist to make them, which might take some time. Su Che's pupils trembled, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. How long is this process? Mike replied in a low voice. At the shortest, 6 months. At the longest, a year. Su Che's face changed instantly, his temples throbbing as his mind went blank. 6 months? A year? The martial arts exam is in 3 months. By then, it will be too late. Is there any way to get them faster? Maybe by paying extra? Su Che asked, unwilling to give up. Mike shook his head without hesitation. It's not a matter of money. Senior alchemists hold a high status, and the company can't force them to work faster, so. Before he could finish, their conversation was interrupted by a sharp voice. Hey, Manager Mike, didn't you say it would take a minute? Look how long it's been. Are you going to take my pill or not? If not, I'll go somewhere else. They turned to see a silver-haired young man swaggering over with a red brocade box, impatience in his eyes. Mike quickly replied, of course, we'll take it. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, please give me another minute. He turned back to Su Che. Mr. Su, that's the situation. Maybe you should place an order and wait, or consider other options. Su Che didn't answer immediately but furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After a moment, he asked seriously, Manager Mike, besides the headquarters, is there any other way to get the Meridian expansion pills? Mike hesitated again. And just as Su Che was about to press further, the silver-haired young man interrupted again. Buy it or don't. But stop wasting people's time. Manager Mike, I can wait, but this blood coagulation pill can't. He opened the brocade box to reveal a red pill. Give me a clear answer in 3 minutes. If you're taking it, let's trade now. If not, I'm going elsewhere. Mike hesitated. Mr. Jiang, there's no need to rush. The appraisal alone takes more than 3 minutes. The silver-haired young man cut him off. 3 minutes, no more. If you don't take it, I'm leaving. Mike gritted his teeth and took out an optical lens to carefully examine the blood coagulation pill, his expression extremely serious. 3 minutes later, the silver-haired young man closed the brocade box right on time. Manager Mike, time's up. Make a decision. Mike wanted to look more, but the silver-haired young man insisted on the 3-minute limit. Mike fell into deep thought, seemingly making up his mind after a long pause, just about to speak. At that moment, Su Che suddenly interrupted. Wait, there's something wrong with this pill. Wait a minute. There's something wrong with this pill. Su Che's voice was like a clap of thunder, instantly freezing the entire apothecary hall. Everyone's movements halted abruptly, the air seemed to solidify, and even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. Customers and staff alike focused their attention on Su Che, as if he had suddenly become the center of the stage. Mike, who was about to speak, swallowed his words. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of uncertainty flickering within them. As an experienced appraiser, he had examined the blood coagulation pill for less than 3 minutes, but believed he had thoroughly assessed it. However, Su Che's words shook his confidence. Mr. Su, what do you mean? Mike asked cautiously, his voice carrying a subtle tension. Su Che calmly repeated, there's a problem with this pill. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-haired man leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Nonsense. What are you babbling about? He shouted, his face flushed red. This is a genuine, perfectly intact blood coagulation pill passed down in our Jiang family. How could there be a problem? What do you know? The silver-haired man turned to Mike, his voice laced with anger. Manager Mike. This man is spouting nonsense and causing trouble. Shouldn't he be thrown out? Mike quickly offered an apologetic smile, trying to calm the agitated silver-haired man. Mr. Jiang, please don't be upset. Perhaps Mr. Su is mistaken. Personally, I still trust you, Mr. Jiang. Despite his words, Mike's gaze kept drifting towards Su Che, clearly harboring doubts. Noticing Mike's gaze, Su Che understood. He had been in a foul mood due to the long wait for the pulse expansion pill, but seeing this turn of events, he decided to seize the opportunity. He chuckled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. A perfectly intact pill? I think it's more like a flawed one. The silver-haired youth's pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by anger. Stop spouting nonsense, he roared. Do you understand anything about pills? Do you have any evidence? I seriously suspect you're from another family, trying to ruin my business here, so I'll go to yours, right? With that, he eagerly looked at Mike. Manager Mike, I won't be swayed by someone like this. Don't worry, since you've already agreed. Let's proceed with the transaction. Mike didn't answer directly but instead turned his gaze to Su Che, his attitude unmistakable. The silver-haired youth noticed this, clenching his jaw tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression extremely unpleasant. In contrast, Su Che maintained a composed demeanor. He glanced at the silver-haired youth with a hint of amusement in his voice. Pills? I know a thing or two. Since you want evidence, I'll kindly enlighten you. Thump, thump. The silver-haired youth's heart involuntarily sped up as Su Che's sharp gaze swept over him, his breathing becoming rapid. He forced himself to calm down, repeatedly reassuring himself. No way, no way. How could such a young guy know about elixirs? Even Mike couldn't figure it out. He must be guessing. Nothing to fear, nothing to fear. With this self-suggestion, the silver-haired youth's mood gradually stabilized. However, Su Che's next words struck like a heavy hammer, instantly shattering the psychological defense he had painstakingly built. I don't know the exact value of the blood-gathering pill, Su Che began slowly, his gaze penetrating, but I know the price difference between a complete pill and a defective one can be several times, even dozens of times. This blood-gathering pill in the brocade box seems intact, but it's actually a defective one, cleverly pieced together from two flawed pills. These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly tearing away the silver-haired youth's disguise. His face turned deathly pale, his body trembling uncontrollably, and his knuckles whitened from the force. Mike, standing nearby, was also shocked by this sudden revelation, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Su Che's lips curled into a cold smile as he continued mercilessly exposing the truth. It's actually quite simple to distinguish between a complete pill and a defective one. You might not see the difference on the surface, but there's a significant density difference between a genuine pill and this patched-up fake. You don't need to cut it open. Just 2 glasses of saline solution can easily tell them apart. As he spoke, Su Che's gaze pierced the silver-haired youth like a sword. Am I right? Upon hearing this, Mike immediately turned his gaze coldly toward the silver-haired youth. Boom. The silver-haired youth felt as if a loud explosion went off by his ear, as if muddy river water had been poured into his ear canal, instantly isolating him from all external sounds. He stood frozen, a chill running from his tailbone up to his head. He never imagined that his proud trick would be seen through at a glance, and even his last shred of dignity was ruthlessly stripped away. Gulp. The silver-haired youth's dry throat moved suddenly, his body jolting as he finally snapped out of his shock. Feeling the scorching gazes from all around him, especially Mike's questioning eyes, he hastily grabbed the brocade box and started to leave, still trying to sound composed as he argued. I really don't know what you're talking about. Oh well, since the apothecary hall isn't sincerely buying, I won't insist. Other places are eager to have it. Watching the silver-haired youth's hasty retreat, Mike raised his right hand and waved it slightly. He had had some doubts in his mind, but the youth's current reaction was as good as a confession. In the next moment, several uniformed security personnel blocked the silver-haired youth's path, as if facing a formidable enemy. Seeing no way out, fear surged like a tide within the youth. He decided to go for broke and began shouting loudly. What? Is the Harbin Pharmaceutical Group trying to force a sale? Look, look, the Harbin Pharmaceutical Group is forcing a sale and restricting personal freedom. Mike's voice turned icy. Our Harbin Pharmaceutical Group never forces sales, nor do we bully others. But if someone intends to target us, don't blame us for being impolite. Take Mr. Jiang away and accommodate him well, and call the enforcement team to handle it according to the law. Hearing this, the silver-haired youth's face turned ashen, despair written all over it. He stiffly turned to look at Su Che, his heart filled with overwhelming regret. Why on earth did you provoke him? He lamented inwardly. After the silver-haired youth was taken away, the scene quickly returned to normal, as if the earlier drama had never occurred. Mike turned to Su Che, speaking sincerely. Mr. Su, I really must thank you, otherwise I, as the store manager, would have been in hot water. His expression was noticeably more enthusiastic than before, and his gaze at Su Che carried a newfound respect. Su Che's ability to notice something even he had missed clearly marked him as someone extraordinary. Suddenly, Mike's eyelashes fluttered as a bold guess flashed through his mind. The surname Su. Could it be the Su family from the main base city? Just then, Su Che's voice interrupted his thoughts. Old Mike, no need for thanks. If you really want to thank me, why not tell me if there's any way to buy the Meridian expanding pill other than at the Apothecary Hall headquarters? Mike snapped back to reality, nodding heavily after a moment of thought. I do know where it's sold. Where? Su Che's face lit up with joy. Mike gave a mysterious smile, pointing upward, far away in the sky, right before your eyes. At the Jiang family villa on Yunlong Mountain in the southern suburbs, Jiang Tianyang had just finished his training in a quiet room. His entire being emanated an awe-inspiring aura of pure yang energy. With his eyes slightly closed, he felt the surging energy within him before opening them to ask, What's going on, Ah Fu? You came to see me in such a hurry. Do you have news about the vessel expansion pill? Ah Fu bowed respectfully and reported, Master, we've checked, and there are no vessel expansion pills available in the Pingqing area, including at the pharmacy under the Hyo Group. Jiang Tianyang raised his bushy eyebrows, a hint of surprise in his eyes. None? Is the vessel expansion pill so rare that it's worth a fortune? Ah Fu shook his head and explained, Not exactly. The retail price of the vessel expansion pill is about 2.5 million daxia currency. That cheap? Then why is there no stock? Jiang Tianyang's confusion deepened. Ah Fu elaborated, The thing is, Master, the vessel expansion pill is not a cultivation elixir, but rather a relatively rare functional pill. There's very little demand for it in Pingqing, so... Jiang Tianyang nodded thoughtfully. I see. If it's not available in Pingqing, it's unlikely to be found in other satellite cities. Contact the headquarters of the Hyo Group's pharmacy directly. They must have it. Buy two. No, make it four for a complete set. Ah Fu shook his head again. Master, I've already inquired. The pharmacy headquarters doesn't have any in stock either. If we want to purchase them, the soonest we could get them is in 6 months. 6 months. Jiang Tianyang's eyes widened, and his tone was clearly dissatisfied. 6 months is too long. According to my sister, teacher Su Che urgently needs it, and he definitely can't wait that long. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Tianyang waved his hand. I understand. You may leave now. Yes, master. Ah Fu respectfully exited the quiet room. Jiang Tianyang contemplated for a moment before picking up the communicator and dialing a number. Hello, Uncle Dong, it's Tianyang. How's your health these days? After a few pleasantries, he got straight to the point. The thing is, you're on good terms with the Hyo Group, right? I need to ask you a favor. Here's the situation. I was hoping you could find out where I might be able to buy the vessel expansion pill. After the call, Jiang Tianyang waited patiently. 3 minutes later, the phone rang. He quickly answered it, and a vigorous voice came through. Ah, Jiang, the vessel expansion pill isn't particularly rare, but the production is limited. I've asked around and couldn't find anyone who has it in stock. Jiang Tianyang felt a tinge of disappointment. I see, Uncle Dong. If there's no other way, I'll just have to wait for 6 months. Just as he was about to give up hope, the other person shifted the conversation. But I did hear some good news. The creator of the vessel expansion pill is actually retired in your Pingqing. Maybe you could buy it from him. But what? Jiang Tianyang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired. The creator's name is Xie Deng. Although his combat abilities are average, he's a genuine level 7 alchemist, and has a very reclusive and eccentric personality. As a mere extraordinary realm practitioner, he probably won't pay you any mind. Level 7 alchemist. Jiang Tianyang's pupils contracted suddenly, filled with awe. Alchemists hold a prestigious position among the 6 arts of abilities, and a level 7 alchemist is a top-tier existence. Given his status, he usually interacts with at least 5th-level masters or even 6th-level grandmasters. With his own modest extraordinary cultivation, he indeed didn't stand much of a chance. The voice on the other end continued, Don't worry. If it's just to purchase the elixir, it shouldn't be too difficult. I'll try to pass along a message for you. Whether it works out depends on his mood. Jiang Tianyang nodded solemnly. Thank you, Uncle Dong. I understand. Meanwhile, at the staircase leading from the 2nd to the 3rd floor of the pharmacy, an unexpected encounter was quietly taking shape. Mike carried a bottle of sauce-flavored baijiu ahead, with Su Che following closely behind with a roast chicken in hand. As they reached the stairwell, Mike suddenly turned around with a serious expression and warned, Mr. Su, remember what I said. Stick close to me upstairs and don't speak unless I say so. Master Xie's personality. Well, let's just say, if you hadn't helped me earlier, I wouldn't be taking you to see him. Su Che nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I'll keep my head down and my mouth shut. Though inwardly he thought, how hard can it be to stay silent? As long as I can buy the pulse-enhancing pills. Still uneasy, Mike added. I can only speak on your behalf, but I can't guarantee the master will sell them to you. Su Che made an okay gesture, thinking, an eccentric master, just as expected. All right, follow me up, Mike said, casting a wary glance at the third floor as he led the way. What was referred to as the third floor was actually much higher. It took them several minutes of climbing before they finally reached it. Compared to the second floor, the third was much smaller but felt vast due to its lack of visitors. A strong, pungent odor hit them immediately, prompting Su Che to cover his nose and mouth instinctively. The smell was overpowering, as if it could penetrate his brain, far stronger than any herbal medicine shop. Mike, seemingly accustomed to it, led Su Che further inside without a flinch. The deeper they went, the stronger the smell became, causing Su Che to furrow his brow even more. Soon, Mike stopped in front of a door. The intense smell seemed to solidify, reaching its peak. Su Che immediately realized the source was behind this door. Mike knocked lightly. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A slightly hoarse voice came from inside after a few seconds. Master Xia, it's me, little Mike. I've brought you some food, Mike replied respectfully. Don't need it. The voice inside wavered. Master Xia, there's sauce-flavored baijiu, Mike quickly added. Come in quickly, came the immediate response from inside. Mike gave Su Che a look and pushed the door open, with Su Che following closely behind. The scene inside was surprising. An elderly man with gray hair, clad in a dirty gray robe, was intently working. In one hand, he held a small hammer, alternately tapping two pills. In the other, he held a pen, continuously jotting something down. The old man muttered to himself, "This is troublesome. I've forgotten which one is real." Hearing the commotion, the old man didn't even look up and said casually, "Leave the wine, take the food away." "All right, Master Xia," Mike said respectfully, leaving the wine but showing no intention of leaving. Anything else?" Master Xia's voice remained elusive. Bowing slightly, Mike explained, "It's like this, Master Xia. This gentleman here is an important client of our apothecary. He wishes to purchase a few pulse-enhancing pills. However, our headquarters is out of stock, so we came to ask for your help." "What important client?" Master Xia interrupted, sounding impatient. "Why bring all sorts of people here? Can't you see I'm in the middle of an experiment? Leave now, I won't repeat myself." "I'm sorry, Master Xia. We'll leave right away," Mike said with a wry smile, shaking his head at Su Che and reaching out to pull him away. However, Su Che didn't budge. Mike turned back stiffly to see Su Che's lips curl into a slight smile as he calmly said, "The pill on the left has a problem." On the third floor of the apothecary hall, in a spacious room, a faint aroma of medicine permeated the air. Su Che stood in the center of the room, his gaze intense, fixed on the pills to the left. He took a deep breath and spoke with a firm tone. "There's something wrong with the pills on the left." His words resounded like a thunderclap, echoing in the room. Mike instantly felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps spreading from his neck to his arms, his scalp tingling. He looked at Su Che in disbelief, silently realizing trouble was brewing. Xia Deng, who had been lowering his head, slowly raised it, his sharp eyes locking onto Su Che. Mike's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. He hurriedly bowed, his voice trembling. "I'm sorry, Master Xia. I'll take him away right now." With that, he moved to pull Su Che away. Unexpectedly, Su Che did not resist and calmly turned to follow Mike. Just as they were about to step out the door, Xia Deng's deep voice rang out. "Wait a minute." Su Che's lips curled slightly, a hint of a triumphant smile in his eyes. Mike, however, mistakenly thought Xia Deng was about to get angry and hastily assured him, "Master Xia, don't worry, this won't happen again." "Shut up," Xia Deng interrupted sharply, then pointed at Su Che. "Kid, did you just say there's something wrong with the pills on the left?" Su Che stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. "Yes, that's right." Xia Deng snorted, eyeing Su Che from head to toe. "I couldn't even tell, and you're not even at the transcendent level yet. How could you possibly know? Are you just guessing?" Facing the skepticism, Su Che simply smiled without speaking. Seeing this, Xia Deng grew intrigued. He placed two pills, identical in appearance, in the palms of his hands, a playful smile on his lips. "You said the pill in my left hand is problematic, are you sure?" "Absolutely." Su Che nodded without hesitation. A strange glint flashed in Xia Deng's eyes as he suddenly tossed the pill in his right hand to Su Che. "Since you said the left one is problematic, then eat the one in my right hand. Didn't you want to buy the pulse-expanding pill? Eat it, and I'll give you the pulse-expanding pill for free." Su Che caught the pill, his pupils slightly dilating, his expression shifting rapidly. His ability to see through things revealed that the pill in his hand was a fourth-tier energy pill, similar in effect to the energy potion, but of vastly superior quality. Suppressing his inner excitement, Su Che tried to remain calm as he replied, "Are you serious? All right, I agree." Upon hearing this, Mike exclaimed, "Master Xia." He hurriedly explained, "Master Xia, please don't take him seriously. He must be guessing. I'll have him apologize to you right away." Mike pulled Su Che aside and lowered his voice. "Mr. Su, have you lost your mind? Only one of those pills is a genuine energy pill. Even if you choose correctly, Without an extraordinary physique, you won't be able to absorb much. If you choose wrong, who knows what harm it could cause to your body. This is riskier than testing drugs on the dark web. Listen to me, apologize quickly. Despite his frustration with Su Che's defiance, Mike didn't want to see him suffer irreversible consequences from his recklessness. Su Che remained unmoved and firmly replied, "Old Mike, I know what I'm doing. The Meridian expansion pill is crucial for me, and I must have it." Although he said this, he thought to himself, "Thank you, old Mike, but I just want to improve too badly." Seeing that Mike was about to continue persuading him, Su Che hastily swallowed the energy pill without hesitation, like Zhu Beiji swallowing a ginseng fruit, without even chewing. He then let out a loud burp. Suddenly, the room fell into an eerie silence. In an instant, Mike and Shiden's gazes locked onto Su Che, as if drawn by a magnet, unable to look away. Mike's expression froze, becoming as rigid as a sculpture, while Shiden's brow twitched involuntarily, clearly not expecting such decisiveness. Su Che immediately felt a surge of powerful energy erupting from his abdomen, rapidly spreading from his dantian to his limbs and throughout his body, impacting his meridians. Within seconds, beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead, and his skin turned bright red, like a freshly cooked shrimp. Anyone else might not have been able to withstand such terrifying energy, but Su Che was different. He was all too familiar with this kind of sudden energy influx and had plenty of experience with it. "Stay with me." Su Che's face was taut, his muscles knotted, and veins visible. Despite his body trembling violently, not a trace of energy leaked out. A minute passed, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and Su Che's expression gradually relaxed as the energy in his dantian settled down as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, with a loud bang, energy waves erupted from Su Che's body once more, this time signaling a breakthrough. The energy pill had propelled Su Che to the 3rd tier, 9th level. Just a week ago, during the 2nd monthly test, he had broken through to the 3rd tier, 8th level. This speed was almost like cheating. Mike was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, he broke through already? It's shocking enough that he picked the right energy pill, but to break through as well? Is that even reasonable? Not only Mike, but Shiden also scrutinized Su Che with a look of amazement, a spark of interest in his eyes. Although his primary profession was as a pharmacist, and his cultivation remained unremarkable at the transcendent level, his discerning eye was unparalleled. For someone without a transcendent physique to contain the energy pill's power without leakage indicated that his meridians were exceptionally resilient and his potential enormous. Simply put, this kid was a genius. However, more than this, Shiden was curious about how Su Che discerned the faulty pill on the left. "Kid, tell me your name, and how did you know the pill on the left was flawed?" Shiden asked as he stood up, his previously cloudy eyes now gleaming with sharpness. Well, Su Che, just recovering from the joy of his breakthrough, felt a bit awkward at the question. "Mr. Shi, about the Meridian expansion pill we agreed on." Shiden's eye twitched slightly, and he let out a faint snort before casually tossing 2 pills from a drawer. "Here." Su Che caught the pills, unable to hide his excitement. Each was worth 2.5 million. Together, they were 5 million. Suppressing his excitement, he smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Shi. My name is Su Che. As for how I knew the pill was flawed." He paused, then shyly smiled. "Maybe it's just talent." On the 3rd floor of the apothecary hall, in Xie Deng's private alchemy chamber, the atmosphere was as still as a frozen painting. As soon as Su Che finished saying, "Maybe it's just talent," the room plunged into an eerie silence. Old Mike's eyes widened. Though he maintained a calm exterior, his mind was in turmoil. Is this kid crazy? Old Mike thought anxiously. He should be quietly pleased just to have picked the right meta-energy pill, yet he dares to boast about his talent in front of Senior Xie? He's asking for trouble. He cautiously glanced at Xie Deng's expression and felt a sinking feeling. Xie Deng's eyes gleamed with dangerous interest, a sign that was never good. Old Mike knew Xie Deng too well. This expression could only mean 2 things: extreme satisfaction or profound disappointment. But with Su Che's boldness, could he really satisfy Xie Deng? Xie Deng's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and a slight smile played at his lips. As a level 7 alchemist nearly reaching the 8th level, he had never encountered such an audacious young man. Even his renowned genius disciple Zhuang Yin, now teaching at Daxia's top university for extraordinary abilities, wouldn't dare claim superior talent. With a flick of his fingers, Xie Deng suddenly held 2 pills in his palm, identical in shape, size, and scent. He looked at Su Che with a meaningful gaze and spoke slowly. "These 2 pills, one is a genuine essence-nourishing pill, capable of quickly restoring vitality and even slightly enhancing potential. The other is a failure, which not only fails to enhance vitality, but also damages the mind, causing irreversible harm." He paused, his gaze piercing. "Choose one, consume it, and show me your talent." Su Che stared at the pills in Xie Deng's hand, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Seeing this, Xie Deng frowned slightly. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you had talent?" The smile faded from his face. Old Mike watched this unfold, his heart pounding in his chest, too afraid to witness what would happen next. However, Su Che unexpectedly broke into a relaxed smile. Old Xia, if I choose correctly, could I have 2 more meridian expansion pills? Su Che asked calmly. After all, the effect of the meridian expansion pill is still uncertain. What if 2 aren't enough? The more, the better. Xia Deng's interest rekindled. Oh? If you choose correctly, what's the harm in giving you 2 more? With the promise secured, Su Che unhesitatingly pointed to the pill on the left. The one on the right has issues. I choose the one on the left. Xia Deng was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Su Che to be so decisive. Are you sure? Sure. Su Che nodded firmly, his eyes full of anticipation. Xia Deng said no more, giving Su Che a deep look before tossing the left pill to him. Su Che caught the pill and, without a second thought, popped it into his mouth, chewing it with a crunch. The taste is quite similar to Japanese beans. Su Che silently evaluated as he placed the aging pill into his mouth. In an instant, a warm current surged through his body, as if every cell had been awakened. The fatigue ebbed away like the tide, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of lightness. He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased with his choice this time. Old Mike looked up in surprise, his jaw slowly dropping. His gaze shifted again, tinged with disbelief. Once might be luck, but choosing correctly twice in a row, this kid definitely has some skills. Xie Deng's interest grew, and with a slight lift of his arm, 2 more Quomai pills flew towards Su Che. Here, take these. Su Che carefully caught the pills, unable to hide his excitement. These 2 small pills seemed to him like 2 bundles worth 2.5 million dasha currency. He was secretly delighted, feeling he had struck it rich this time. Suddenly, the sound of a drawer opening and closing interrupted Su Che's thoughts. Xie Deng somehow produced 2 more pitch-black pills. Upon closer inspection, these pills were both incomplete. Xie Deng placed the 2 incomplete pills in his palms and spoke quietly. These pills in my hands are called Vajra pills. Although they can enhance cultivation, they are more precious than Yuan energy pills. They are made using the heart blood of a Tier 4 ferocious beast, the Vajra ape, and greatly increase physical strength with no side effects. Even in their incomplete form, they are still extremely valuable. After a brief pause, he continued. But be careful. Only one of these pills is a genuine Vajra pill. The other is made with the heart blood of a demon heart ape, and consuming it can lead to anything from fainting to severe bodily harm. Xie Deng's voice suddenly became thunderous. So, do you dare to choose? Old Mike's gaze was fixed on Xie Deng's palms, his eyes filled with desire. Vajra pills fetch astronomical prices on the dark web black market, and even incomplete ones are worth a fortune. For a moment, even he was tempted, but he quickly shook off the thought. It's not that simple. Choosing the wrong one would mean all efforts were for nothing. Old Mike stiffly turned his neck to look at Su Che. To his surprise, Su Che's eyes showed no fear, only a hint of eagerness. For the first time, Xie Deng's gaze turned complex. He might have been able to distinguish the previous pills through some auxiliary means, but these 2 Vajra pills were identical except for the different medicinal guides. Even he needed multiple experiments to tell them apart. Su Che's self-assurance was truly baffling. Are you sure? Xie Deng asked. I'm sure. Su Che struggled to control his emotions, fearing to expose his inner excitement. Although it was his first time hearing about Vajra pills, he realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All right, Su Che, I'll remember you. Go ahead and choose. Xie Deng opened his hands, his eyes showing a hint of appreciation. Without hesitation, Su Che said, the pill on the left has issues. I choose the one on the right. Wasting no time, Xie Deng tossed the right-hand pill to Su Che. Su Che didn't blink as he directly consumed the pill. Ah! Su Che suddenly let out a strange cry, curling up in pain. His body began to shine with alternating gold and green lights. 3 minutes later, Su Che slowly stood up, his eyes filled with excitement. He looked at Xie Deng and eagerly asked, Elder Xie, can I choose again? Mr. Xie, can I choose again? Su Che struggled to calm his racing heart, his eyes tinged with red and his voice trembling with excitement. The incomplete Vajra pill he had just consumed had an astonishing effect, tripling his overall defense. Blue patterns flowed across his body, faintly tinged with a golden glow, as if undergoing some mysterious transformation. Xie Deng's graying beard twitched involuntarily, and he scrutinized Su Che with a complex expression. He was surprised to find no trace of relief or fear in Su Che's eyes. Instead, they sparkled with anticipation. This reaction set off alarm bells in Xie Deng's mind. Could he be here just to take advantage? Guessing right once could be luck, but getting it right twice was unusual, and 3 consecutive correct choices proved that Su Che was indeed extraordinary. Especially with the last genuine Vajra pill, which even he, a seasoned level 7 alchemist, found difficult to distinguish by sight. Although Xie Deng was not short on pills, he wasn't a philanthropist either. Seeing Su Che's eager expression, he had a strong premonition. If this continued, his stock might be depleted. No need to try again, Xie Deng waved his hand, his expression calm. I admit, you do have some skills. Su Che couldn't hide his disappointment. At this moment, he wished Xie Deng would continue to doubt him, as that would mean more free pills. Yuan energy pills, essence enhancing pills, Vajra pills each was highly valuable, especially the Vajra pill. If he could take a few more, the blue patterns on his body might undergo a qualitative change. Unfortunately, this feast of free pills seemed to be coming to an end. Meanwhile, old Mike, who had remained low-key, was internally shocked. For years, no visiting family with talented alchemists had ever received praise from Xie Deng. Today, Xie Deng voluntarily praised Su Che's skills, which was unprecedented. Just with this compliment, if Su Che pursued a path as an alchemist, he could save himself 20 years of detours. Old Mike quickly processed his thoughts and suddenly appeared relieved. To correctly identify the right pill 3 times in a row was an astonishing ability. Such an extraordinary display earning praise from a veteran like Xie Deng seemed only natural. Ding ding ding. Xie Deng hurriedly approached Su Che with eyes like burning torches. This was the second time today he asked the same question, but now his tone and expression were more urgent. Su Che, can you tell me, how exactly did you do it? Su Che's eyes flickered as he contemplated his response. Cheat. No, that's not something he could casually admit. He hesitated, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. If I said I just go with my gut, would you believe me? Seeing the doubt in Xie Deng's face, he added, maybe it has something to do with my family's long history in the spiritual plant business. At this point, Su Che felt he couldn't continue this fabrication, even he found it far-fetched. Unexpectedly, Xie Deng seemed to take it in. He subconsciously tugged at his beard, his brow furrowed, his expression shifting unpredictably. Gut feeling, spiritual plant business. Xie Deng muttered to himself, his eyes occasionally lost, occasionally bright. Time ticked by, and Xie Deng remained deep in thought, motionless. Old Mike and Su Che stood there, not daring to make a sound. Just as Su Che was beginning to grow impatient, Xie Deng's eyes suddenly widened, as if he'd had a revelation, and he exclaimed, I understand now. His gaze fixed intently on Su Che, eyes burning with intensity, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. This look reminded Su Che of Jiang Tianyang, their expressions uncannily similar, making him instinctively wary. Xie Deng snapped back to reality, noticing Mike nearby, his face returning to normal as he issued a dismissal. Little Mike, this doesn't concern you anymore. Go about your business. Although Mike's curiosity was ablaze, he didn't dare defy old Xie's wishes. He gave Su Che a lingering look before swiftly exiting the scene. Xie Deng cleared his throat twice, refocusing his attention on Su Che. He offered what he thought was his most amiable smile, his eyes brimming with expectation. Young friend Su Che, would you be interested in becoming my apprentice? Xie Deng was about 70% sure that Su Che might be the legendary medicine spirit body. Although knowledge about the medicine spirit body was limited in the industry, it was generally believed they possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to elixirs, able to detect details that eluded others. Su Che's earlier performance perfectly matched this trait. What? Su Che's mouth slowly opened in surprise, not expecting such a proposal from Xie Deng. After a brief moment of shock, he unhesitatingly declined. I'm sorry, old Xie. My goal is to become a university professor, so I can't become your apprentice. Seeing Su Che's refusal, Xie Deng became anxious. Don't be too quick to say no. What's wrong with being a teacher? My first apprentice is a university teacher, after all. University instructors also have to choose an auxiliary skill in the 6 arts of abilities. Rest assured, I won't force you to make medicines. It's entirely up to your own schedule. For now, you just need to drop by occasionally. And also, as my apprentice, things like Yuan energy pills and essence enhancing pills won't cost you a thing. Give it some more thought. As soon as Xie Deng finished speaking, he saw that Su Che, who had been reluctant just moments before, suddenly spoke with firm resolve. No need to think it over. Greetings, teacher. As night falls, the stars twinkle in the sky. The center of Peng City is shrouded in darkness, with most shops closed and lights turned off, leaving only the basic street lighting. In this era of expensive electricity, keeping signs lit throughout the night costs far more than the advertising benefits they bring. However, amidst this darkness, the pharmacy owned by the Hyo Group stands as an exception. Attentive passers-by might notice that the lights on the 3rd floor of the pharmacy remain consistently bright throughout the night, seemingly flaunting its financial prowess. This brightly lit room is none other than Xie Deng's laboratory. At this moment, Xie Deng is deeply engrossed in a pile of ancient books. His fingers swiftly flip through the yellowed pages, occasionally wetting his fingertips with his tongue to speed up the process. Before him is a mountain of hefty tomes, their titles covering a range of peculiar topics. Overview and discussion of the medicinal spirit body, the advantages of medicinal spirit bodies in evolutionary abilities, 18 methods of identifying medicinal spirit bodies, and so on. Why not use an intelligent light brain and instead painstakingly consult these old books? The reason is simple. After the cataclysm of ferocious beasts ravaging Blue Planet, humanity didn't immediately turn to intelligent light brains for information storage. During that period, people still relied on primitive paper books to record information. However, due to the collapse and transformation of social order, the authenticity of the information in these ancient books varied greatly. Flipping through these books could uncover secrets hidden in the river of history or encounter content fabricated purely for entertainment by predecessors. This process is akin to sifting for gold in a heap of dung. Xie Deng's eyes swiftly scanned the pages, suddenly halting on a particularly intriguing description. It is said that certain parts of male medicinal spirit bodies are 1 centimeter to 3 centimeters longer than normal males. Upon reading this, Xie Deng couldn't help but curse. Damn it! These ancients sure have a knack for studying the lower regions. After hours of painstaking searching, Xie Deng still found nothing. Frustrated, he closed the book, rubbed his weary eyes, and muttered to himself, "Forget it. No more searching. Based on my experience, there's a high probability my young apprentice is a medicinal spirit body. I'm probably not wrong." Just then, the triangular watch on Xie Deng's wrist emitted 2 urgent vibrations. Following this, a blue ethereal light projected from the watch, slowly forming the image of a panoramic virtual robot. Though the robot's appearance was ordinary, its voice was indistinguishable from a real person's, clearly a sophisticated personal intelligent light brain. "Master, you have a voice call request," the robot calmly reported. Xie Deng frowned. "A call request? Didn't I set it to reject calls? How did this get through?" The robot promptly explained. "Master, this is an internal network call request from the group. The caller is from management position M11. Xie Deng grumbled. "So many positions in this tiny company, it's annoying." Despite his complaints, he waved his hand to accept the call. As soon as the call connected, a voice filled with official tones came through. "Hello, Mr. Xie. This is Jiang Tao from position M11, mainly responsible for sales." Xie Deng impatiently interrupted. Stop. Director Jiang, right? Just get to the point. I can't do anything for you. Why are you looking for a retired old man like me?" Although technically the M11 position was higher than his, Xie Deng clearly didn't care. The caller paused briefly and continued. "It's like this, Mr. Xie." Jiang Tao stood in front of Xie Deng's office door, took a deep breath, and adjusted his collar. He knew this visit might not go smoothly, but he had to try for the sake of his friend. He knocked lightly and entered after receiving permission. Xie Deng was working at his desk and glanced up at Jiang Tao, frowning slightly. Before Xie Deng could speak, Jiang Tao began explaining the purpose of his visit. "Mr. Xie, I'm sorry to disturb you. I've been asked to inquire about the Kuomai Dan," Jiang Tao said sincerely. "If I remember correctly, this product is your creation, right? A friend of mine urgently needs to purchase it, but the company's stock is empty. Do you happen to have any left? We're willing to pay market price." Upon hearing Kuomai Dan, Xie Deng's mustache twitched slightly, and he looked puzzled. He recalled that Su Che had also sought the Kuomai Dan earlier, finding it odd. Why was this niche functional pill suddenly in such high demand? Seeing Xie Deng hesitate, Jiang Tao added, "Mr. Xie, as the creator, surely you have some stock left?" Xie Deng came back to his senses and slowly nodded. "There was some, but now it's gone." "What does that mean?" Jiang Tao was momentarily confused. Xie Deng, a bit impatient, replied, "Isn't it clear? I don't have any Kuomai Dan left either." Jiang Tao, undeterred, thought it might be a pricing issue. "Mr. Xie, if it's about the price, we can negotiate. The need is urgent, and we're willing to discuss the price." Xie Deng's expression darkened, and his tone turned harsh. "Negotiate what? I said there's none. That's it. Conversation over." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Jiang Tao stood there, bewildered by how things had turned out. Meanwhile, although Xie Deng was the creator of the Kuomai Dan, he didn't have much left. The 4 pills he gave Su Che earlier were his entire stock, and indeed, there wasn't a single one left. Just then, Xie Deng's smart device chimed again. "Master, you have a voice call request from the group management M11 position." Irritated, Xie Deng waved his hand. "Reject it. No, block it directly." "Understood," the device responded. A few seconds later, the room returned to silence. Xie Deng glanced at the time and then at his smart device, suddenly having an idea. "Hey, little machine, give me a video call with Xiao Zhuang." "Certainly, master." The robot bowed slightly. The call was quickly connected. A face with sharp features appeared on the screen. Zhuang Yan. Normally stern, his expression now seemed somewhat goofy. "Master," Zhuang Yan exclaimed excitedly. "You finally called me. I thought you'd forgotten about me. Did you know I just got promoted to a professor at the top ability university? Have you been secretly keeping an eye on me?" Xie Deng rolled his eyes. "What's so great about a promotion? If you weren't so mediocre, you'd have been promoted long ago. Anyway, I'm not calling about that." Zhuang Yan's excitement faded. "Oh." Xie Deng got straight to the point. "Today, a few hours ago, I took on a new disciple." "What? A new disciple?" Zhuang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Master, didn't you swear never to take on another disciple? How come?" Xie Deng coughed twice, maintaining a calm expression. "There were reasons. Mainly, The person was persistent, and I had no choice. Zhuang Yin looked skeptical, studying his master for a few seconds before shaking his head firmly. I don't believe it. Even when a big shot from the main base city offered a fortune for their protege to become your disciple, you weren't swayed. How could you take on a disciple just because someone begged? Something's off here. Xie Deng instinctively turned his head, looking a bit guilty, believe it or not. If your new junior wasn't a teacher like you, I wouldn't have bothered telling you. Anyway, I'm going to sleep now, goodbye. Before Zhuang Yin could respond, Xie Deng abruptly ended the call, leaving Zhuang Yin stunned. A few seconds later, Zhuang Yin snapped back to reality. Wait, Master didn't even tell me the name of my new junior. He hurriedly tried to reconnect, but the smart device informed him. The call recipient is rejecting all calls. Please leave a voice message, but the recipient hasn't set up a voicemail box. Zhuang Yin stared at the screen, filled with curiosity about this unexpected new junior. The next day, the sun was blazing, and the scorching heat was relentlessly baking the grounds of Pengcheng. Inside the cultivation room of Class 28, Year 2 at Pengcheng's first high school for special abilities, the air was shimmering slightly from the high temperature. Yi Shuangyue sat cross-legged in the center of the room, surrounded by a faint energy aura. Su Che stood nearby, his eyes filled with approval. He asked softly, Xiao Yezi, how long do you think it will take to break through to the first tier, 9th level? Yi Shuangyue opened her eyes and gave a shy smile. Teacher, I think I can break through within a month. The energy contained in 3rd-tier high-grade blood food far exceeds that of 3rd-tier mid-grade. Based on my estimates, at least until the 1st tier, 9th level, the effectiveness of 3rd-tier high-grade blood food won't significantly decline. Su Che nodded with a smile. A month. I see. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. Yi Shuangyue suddenly hesitated, a trace of indecision flashing in her eyes. Su Che noticed her unease and asked softly, Yi Shuangyue took a deep breath, lifted her head, and said with determination, Teacher, thank you. I've remembered every meal of blood food you've provided. I swear I'll repay you double once I start working. Su Che felt warmth in his heart as a system notification chimed in. Ding detected increase in Yi Shuangyue's trust level towards the host. He smiled faintly, not refusing but nodding. All right, I've noted it down. I'll be waiting for that day. Yi Shuangyue nodded firmly, her eyes shining with determination. After leaving Yi Shuangyue's cultivation room, Su Che headed to Jiang Yueli's training chamber. As soon as he entered, he saw the expected scene. Jiang Yueshi was clinging to Jiang Yueli like a little tail. Su Che cleared his throat, and both sisters opened their eyes simultaneously. How's the progress in your training? He asked, his gaze sweeping over them. Jiang Yueli answered honestly. It's much slower than before. Jiang Yueshi nodded repeatedly. Same here. Su Che wasn't surprised and explained. Now that your previously damaged meridians have been fully repaired, it's like a container filled to the brim with water. To improve further, you'll need to cultivate steadily, gradually expanding the capacity of your existing container. Before he finished speaking, Su Che flipped his wrist, and 2 crystalline pills flew towards the sisters. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi caught them, a hint of confusion in their eyes. These are expansion pills, Su Che explained. After taking them, your meridians can expand. Simply put, your cultivation speed will increase. Although the damaged meridians are repaired, you can expand new ones. With this, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi's cultivation speed would once again accelerate dramatically. The 2 sisters exchanged a glance, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Almost simultaneously, they swallowed the meridian expansion pills without hesitation. In just 3 months, they had advanced from Tier 1, Level 2 to Tier 1, Level 7, and their trust in Su Che was deeply ingrained. As the pills took effect, the results were immediate. They both gasped in unison, clenching their teeth as their eyelashes fluttered with pain. But this was just the beginning. As time passed, their expressions became increasingly contorted. Su Che's eyes narrowed slightly, understanding the situation. He could sense the energy spreading from their dantians, not violent, but rather fine and gentle. The pain came from this energy surging through their bodies, impacting meridians that had been blocked for nearly 2 decades. Hold on. Su Che's voice boomed in their ears like a resounding bell. The longer you endure, the more pronounced the effect. The words bolstered Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi's spirits. They clenched their fists and gritted their teeth through the ordeal. Fortunately, the pain was swift to arrive and swift to depart, and in less than a minute, the energy cleansing their meridians dissipated completely. Despite the short duration, the sisters were left feeling somewhat exhausted. Su Che nodded in satisfaction and crouched to examine the pill's effect. However, his expression soon turned peculiar. Despite the pill's value of 2.5 million, it had only expanded about a dozen of their meridians. By his estimation, these meridians would be filled in no more than half a month. Even with another pill, it would only support them for a month at most. Was it the pill's inefficacy or their extraordinary physiques? Su Che pondered for a moment, then sighed inwardly and made a decision. Fine. In a month, he would just ask his generous, albeit eccentric, mentor for a few more pills. Teacher, your cultivation. At that moment, sensing the aura Su Che was unconsciously emitting, Jiang Yu, she covered her mouth in surprise. She suddenly realized that Su Chi's aura was comparable to that of their aunt. Jiang Yu Li was equally stunned, having felt the same familiar aura. A thought simultaneously crossed both sisters' minds. Could it be? Jiang Yu Li's throat went dry, and her heart raced. Their aunt was at Tier 3, Level 9, and close to breaking through to Tier 4. Comparing the auras, could it be that teacher Su Che had already? Just as Jiang Yuli was lost in thought, Su Che gave a faint smile and nonchalantly said, "Yes, I accidentally broke through to Tier 3, Level 9. As dusk settled, the sunset painted the sky in golden hues. In the living room of the Jiang family villa, Jiang Tianyang had just ended a phone call that lasted over 10 minutes. All right, Uncle Dong, I understand. It's okay. Really, it's not a problem. I'll think of another way. Yes, okay, goodbye." After hanging up, the smile on Jiang Tianyang's face faded like the ebbing tide, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes became more pronounced. He couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. Jiang Lianyue, who had just returned home, noticed her husband's expression and frowned slightly. Why the long face? Jiang Tianyang looked helpless, his tone tinged with resignation. The Meridian expansion pill is out of reach. I never thought such a small pill would be so hard to come by. The Meridian expansion pill? Jiang Lianyue repeated, her voice unconsciously rising. You really went to buy it? Jiang Tianyang explained with a wry smile. Of course, I wanted to help teacher Su Che if I could. But unfortunately, it's not something you can just buy. Even Hyo Corporation doesn't have any in stock. After finally finding out where to get it, what happened? They wouldn't even consider talking to us. Seeing the confusion on his wife's face, Jiang Tianyang explained the situation in detail. He had used his connections to learn that a retired level 7 alchemist in Peng City, who happened to be the creator of the Meridian expansion pill, might have it. However, this alchemist held a high status and had an eccentric temperament, even turning away intermediaries who attempted to communicate. After listening, Jiang Lianyue's eyes showed a hint of realization. As the head of the Jiang family, one of the 6 major families in Peng City, she was frustrated that they couldn't even get a chance to speak with him. A level 7 alchemist does indeed have the right to be proud, Jiang Lianyue remarked. Jiang Tianyang sighed deeply. Yes, even the commander of Peng City would treat a level 7 alchemist with respect. Our Jiang family just doesn't measure up. Now, teacher Su Che will have to endure a bit longer. Even though I've paid extra for expedited processing, it will still take 4 to 5 months to receive the first batch of the pills. Just as he finished speaking, there was a click as the door opened, and Jiang Yu Li with her purple hair entered, followed closely by Jiang Yuxi with her white hair. Dad, Aunt, the sisters greeted listlessly. Jiang Tianyang raised an eyebrow at the sight of his daughters looking disheveled. My precious girls, what happened to you? They had left home that morning looking like 2 pristine little flowers, but now they resembled wilted eggplants pulled from the mud, even dirtier than usual. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi exchanged a glance and swallowed hard before speaking in unison. Devil training. These words seemed to trigger some reflex, as both girls' muscles tensed instantly, their minds flashing back to the day's events. Right after they had taken the Meridian expansion pill and their meridians had expanded, Su Che had immediately devised a special training program for them. The theme of this training plan is simple and clear. It's brutal. Compared to the past 2 months of workouts, this is like hell mode. Despite Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yueli having reached the 7th level of the first stage, they are still tortured by this custom-designed devil training. If it weren't for their advanced cultivation, they probably wouldn't last an hour. Jiang Tianyang looked at his 2 exhausted daughters, feeling a pang of heartache. Just then, Jiang Yueshi, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, approached her father pleadingly. Dad, can I take a break tomorrow? A little rest would be nice. Jiang Tianyang's heart almost melted, and he was about to agree when Jiang Lianyu interjected. Devil training? Was it designed by teacher Su Che? Yes, Jiang Yueli confirmed with a nod. Teacher Su Che designed it. Jiang Tianyang was taken aback, his expression shifting instantly. Jiang Yueshi reminded him pitifully. Dad, didn't you just say we should balance work and rest in training? Ahem. Jiang Tianyang stepped back a couple of steps, regaining his composure. Training indeed requires a balance, but you are young and should strive harder. Chase your dreams and make the most of your youth. Keep going. Jiang Yueshi immediately deflated, while Jiang Yueli had a knowing look on her face. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yueli suddenly remembered something and curiously asked, By the way, Dad, did I hear you talking about the expansion pill earlier? That's right, Jiang Tianyang admitted. Teacher Su Che needs the expansion pill, and I wanted to buy a few to give to him. Unfortunately, he paused, his tone filled with regret. The expansion pill is so rare that I couldn't find any in stock. But I've already placed an order, and once they arrive, you can deliver them to teacher Su Che. Hearing this, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi both had puzzled expressions. Teacher Su Che needs it, and it's hard to buy? Could there be a misunderstanding? Clearly, Teacher Su-che can casually toss out expansion pills as if they were ordinary candies. Is this the expansion pill? Jiang Yueli said with a strange expression, pulling a pill out of her pocket. Jiang Tianyang's eyes widened instantly. He quickly stepped forward, took the pill, and examined it closely, his face full of disbelief. Having researched extensively in his quest to purchase the expansion pill, he was familiar with its appearance. The pill in front of him was identical to the descriptions he had found online. Is this the expansion pill? Jiang Tianyang repeatedly confirmed, his voice full of incredulity. Jiang Lianyu also leaned in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. This pill can expand meridians, so it should be correct. Jiang Yueli nodded solemnly. Hiss, Jiang Tianyang took a sharp breath. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, his sharp gaze fixed on the expansion pill. Where did this pill come from? Jiang Yueli hesitated for a moment before truthfully answering. Teacher Su-che gave it to us. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yueshi also revealed an identical pill, adding, Teacher Su-che really did give it to us. I have one too. In the living room of the Jiang family villa, an unexpected revelation was unfolding. Jiang Tianyang's pupils slightly trembled as he quickly took the pill from Jiang Yueshi's hand. He placed the two pills side by side in his palm and examined them closely. They were identical. All signs silently confirmed these were indeed genuine meridian expansion pills. Realizing this, Jiang Tianyang was alarmed. His brows furrowed into a deep shape as a flood of questions surged through his mind. How did Su-che obtain these pills when there were none available on the market in Peng City or from the Heya Group? Why did the pills end up with Yu Li and Yu Shi? Didn't Su-che need them for himself? Jiang Lianyue, sensing something amiss, was the first to speak. What's going on? Why did Teacher Su-che give you the meridian expansion pills? A hint of suspicion flickered in her eyes, as if she realized she might have misunderstood something. Jiang Yueli answered straightforwardly. Teacher Su-che said taking the pills would speed up our cultivation. He didn't say much else. Jiang Yueshi quickly chimed in. Yes, that's right. That's exactly what happened. Hearing their responses, Jiang Lianyue's doubts dissipated. So that's how it is, she thought to herself, realizing it was indeed a misunderstanding, and that Su-che inquired about the pills solely for Yu Li and Yu Shi. However, upon learning the truth, Jiang Tianyang's expression grew even more complex instead of relaxing. He quickly calculated in his mind. One meridian expansion pill costs 2.5 million daxia currency, so 2 would be 5 million. He had just given Su-che a card worth 5 million daxia currency, and Su-che had spent it all on his daughters. What did this mean? Clearly, Su-che did not want to owe them any favors. Regret washed over Jiang Tianyang as he harshly reprimanded himself inwardly. Jiang Tianyang, how foolish you've been. To have misunderstood Teacher Su-che as someone greedy for money was utterly wrong. Noticing the unusual expressions on their father and aunt's faces, Jiang Yueli curiously asked, Dad, Aunt, are these meridian expansion pills really that rare and valuable? Why do you look like that? Jiang Lianyue explained. The price is high, but manageable. A single pill retails for 2.5 million daxia currency. The key point is that this pill is functional and not available on the market. Despite our family's efforts, we couldn't source any. Her gaze swept over the pills in their hands. So I'm very curious about where Teacher Su-che got these pills. Huh? Jiang Yueshi pursed her lips. Aunt, could you be mistaken? Jiang Lianyue expressed her puzzlement with a nasal sound. Jiang Yueshi blinked her big eyes. Could you have mixed up the names? Meridian expansion pills shouldn't be that rare. Jiang Yueli nodded in agreement. Jiang Lianyue sensed there was more to the story. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yueshi hesitated, but Jiang Yueli spoke up. Because Teacher Su-che didn't just give us 2. We've already consumed 2 more. Jiang Yueshi nodded repeatedly. That's right. And the teacher said there would be more after these. As soon as the words were spoken, the living room fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was too shocked by this unexpected information to speak, and an atmosphere of disbelief hung in the air. The air was thick with tension, the sound of their breathing unusually clear in the silence. Jiang Lianyue's pupils suddenly contracted as if struck by a bright light, and her expression changed rapidly. It turned out that Su-che had given Yu Li and Yu Shi not just 2, but 4 meridian expansion pills. These were precious pills that even the Jiang family found difficult to acquire, yet Su-che had easily obtained 4 of them. From Yu Shi's words, it seemed this was far from the limit. Jiang Lianyue's gaze fell on Jiang Tianyang's face, full of scrutiny. At this moment, Yu Li and Yu Shi also realized the extraordinary nature of the pills in their hands. Remembering how they had casually taken pills worth 2.5 million during the day, a warm feeling surged in their hearts. When Teacher Su-che gave them the pills, he hadn't mentioned their value at all. Jiang Tianyang, sensing his sister's doubt, said somewhat dejectedly, No, little sister, you don't even trust your own brother? But he himself started to feel uneasy. He couldn't even get a single meridian expansion pill, yet Su-che casually got 4. Didn't this mean Su-che's connections were broader than the Jiang family's? This thought left Jiang Tianyang somewhat bewildered. Jiang Lianyue softly replied, "Emotionally, I trust you." But she quickly added, "Logically, it doesn't make sense." Jiang Tianyang was left speechless, his mind in turmoil. He thought he had already valued Su Che highly enough, even considering matchmaking his sister with him. But now it seems Su Che's worth far exceeded his expectations. 4 Meridian expansion pills, a total of 10 million xia coins. He had given Su Che 5 million, and Su Che turned around and spent 10 million on Yu Li and Yu Shi? What kind of extraordinary teacher was this? Jiang Tianyang had only one thought. He must ensure his sister and Su Che stay closely connected. With this in mind, Jiang Tianyang looked at Jiang Lianyue and tentatively asked, "Little sister, I think teacher Su Che is a good person. What do you think?" Jiang Lianyue, caught off guard by her brother's quick topic change, instinctively nodded and said, "He is indeed good." In her mind, Su Che's image had been steadily improving, from initial curiosity to current fondness, especially after today's events, which significantly changed her impression of him. Jiang Tianyang cleared his throat and continued, "I mean, is there a possibility for you two to be together?" Jiang Lianyue's pupils contracted, and a blush spread across her neck. She retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I be with him?" She then added, "Besides, he's only at the 3rd tier, level 8. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Yuli softly said, "Aunt." Jiang Lianyue turned to look at her. Jiang Yuli's lips moved slightly as she whispered, "Teacher Su Che is already at the 3rd tier, level 9. Jiang Yushi quickly nodded in agreement. "That's right." In the living room of the Jiang family villa, Jiang Lianyue stood as if frozen, her expression fixed. Her mind raced as she tried to process the information she had just heard. "Yu Li and Yu Shi, you must be joking, right?" Jiang Lianyue shook her head instinctively, her brow furrowed. She clearly remembered that just a couple of days ago, during the 2nd monthly assessment, Su Che was still at the 8th level of the 3rd stage. It was common knowledge that after the 7th level of the 3rd stage, each subsequent level became exponentially more difficult to achieve. Advancing from the 8th to the 9th level of the 3rd stage in just a few days? The idea was utterly absurd. Jiang Yueshi shook her head earnestly, like a wobbling toy. "Aunt, I'm not lying. Teacher Su Che really is at the 9th level of the 3rd stage. He told us himself." Jiang Lianyue's eyebrows knitted tighter, her heart, which had just calmed down, began to race again. Jiang Yueli added, "It's true, teacher Su Che's aura is similar to yours, aunt." A buzzing sensation filled Jiang Lianyue's head, and she felt dizzy, as if her heart had skipped a beat and blood rushed to her head. She knew these siblings well enough to trust they wouldn't joke about something like this. This meant Su Che had truly advanced to the 9th level of the 3rd stage in just a few days. A terrifying thought flashed through Jiang Lianyue's mind. Could Su Che actually surpass her and reach the extraordinary 4th stage even faster? This idea made her mouth go dry, and her usually perfect composure crumbled. Recognized as a genius in both the Jiang family and Peng City, Jiang Lianyue had always left her peers far behind. Though she never showed it outwardly, she held immense pride in her heart, and no one had ever threatened her position. Yet now, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged over her like a tide, threatening to engulf her. What? The 9th level of the 3rd stage? Su Che really reached the 9th level. Jiang Tianyang exclaimed, his eyes widening and mouth agape, a picture of utter shock. At this moment, Jiang Tianyang's exaggerated expression seemed perfectly normal to Jiang Lianyue. Anyone hearing this news would likely react the same way because it was simply unbelievable. It was well known that due to differences in aptitude or resources, the time it took for each person to progress from the 1st to the 9th level of the 3rd stage varied greatly. But one thing was common. The time required increased exponentially with each level, slowing down the higher one reached. However, Su Che's rate of improvement seemed to defy this pattern entirely, accelerating as his cultivation level increased. He was at the 5th level of the 3rd stage during one monthly assessment, and by the 2nd, he had reached the 8th level. Advancing 2 levels in 2 months was already astonishing, yet it was far from his limit. Just days after the monthly assessment, he broke through to the 9th level. At this incredible pace, he might directly advance to the extraordinary 4th stage in the martial exam in a few months. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi nodded continuously, silently affirming this unbelievable fact. The 9th level of the 3rd stage, treating money like dirt, easily acquiring the Meridian expansion elixir. Jiang Tianyang muttered to himself, his expression shifting unpredictably. Talent, potential, charisma, he has it all maxed out. Jiang Tianyang was silent for over 10 seconds before his eyes suddenly lit up. He took a deep breath and looked intently at Jiang Lianyue, his voice tinged with excitement. "Sister, I really think Mr. Su Che is perfect for you. You two together are like a match made in heaven." He paused, his tone becoming more earnest. "Since our parents passed away early, as your brother, it's my responsibility to look out for you. If you don't have any objections, why not set a date and get engaged?" Saying this, Jiang Tianyang glanced at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, winking hard and smiling. This way, you won't have to call him teacher anymore. You can just call him uncle. His words were like a bomb dropped into a calm lake, leaving Jiang Lianyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi completely stunned. Jiang Lianyue's eyes widened in disbelief, and she didn't know how to react. She stared blankly at Jiang Tianyang, and it took her a while to find her voice. What? What's going on? We're talking about engagement when nothing's even started? At this rate, we'll be talking about kids next. Her pupils finally focused, and her emotions surged like a storm. Jiang Lianyue gritted her teeth and said, Jiang Tianyang, are you crazy? Do you think I'm that desperate to get married? Jiang Tianyang chuckled awkwardly and quickly explained, that's not it. You know, someone as outstanding as Mr. Su Che is a rare find. You should seize the opportunity, or you might regret it later. You. Jiang Lianyue clenched her teeth, making a grinding sound. She glared at her brother, who seemed oblivious and maintained his shameless smile. Frustrated, Jiang Lianyue turned to Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi for help. Your dad wants to marry off your aunt. Are you okay with that? These two were the only ones who could keep Jiang Tianyang in check. Hearing this, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of hesitation and peculiarity in their eyes. In the past, they would have sided with their aunt without question. They had mocked Lu Bo when Jiang Tianyang joked about him marrying their aunt, saying he was like a toad lusting after a swan. But this time, if it was Mr. Su Che, Jiang Yueli cleared her throat, looking a bit embarrassed. Well, it's like this, aunt. I think. Jiang Lianyue felt a sinking feeling as a sense of foreboding washed over her. While she was lost in thought, Jiang Yueli blurted out, if it's marrying Mr. Su Che, it's not impossible. As soon as she finished, Jiang Yueshi nodded in agreement. Same here. Surprisingly, the sisters shared the same view on this matter. Great. Jiang Tianyang's eyes sparkled, and he gave his daughters a big thumbs up, his face full of pride. Yueli? Yueshi Yu. Jiang Lianyue's pupils trembled as she stared in disbelief at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Her expression froze, her eyes wide, her mouth agape, like a solidified doll. She never imagined that in just 3 months, Yueli and Yueshi would switch sides. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lianyue abruptly turned and headed towards the training room. Jiang Tianyang's eyebrows twitched, and he quickly asked, Sister, where are you going? Training at this hour. Aunt. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi also called out. Ignoring their calls, Jiang Lianyue kept walking. A few seconds later, her voice drifted back faintly. Cover for me. I'm going into seclusion to break through to the 4th level of transcendence, starting today. Jiang Lianyue was truly anxious, not about her feelings, but about her cultivation progress. 3 months ago, Su Che was only at the 1st stage of the 3rd rank. Now, he had advanced to the 9th stage of the 3rd rank, while Jiang Lianyue remained stagnant. Although she was on the brink of breaking through to the extraordinary 4th rank, she was still at the 9th stage of the 3rd rank. This huge gap brought her unprecedented pressure. Driven by multiple stimuli, Jiang Lianyue decisively chose to seclude herself for intense training. She secretly vowed not to come out until she reached the extraordinary 4th rank, determined to train relentlessly. This news spread like wildfire throughout Pingqing's top supernatural high school. However, the students and teachers only knew what had happened, not why. Apart from Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, no one knew the real reason behind Jiang Lianyue's seclusion was due to Su Che's progress. The two sisters kept the truth tightly sealed. Soon, the hype around the incident faded away like a receding tide. High school life is always full of new happenings, and within days, the teachers and students had moved on. Pingqing's top supernatural high school continued its routine operations. Life for the first-year students was relatively easy, filled with physical training and leisurely activities. The third-year liberal arts students were buried in books, but at least their bodies weren't put through the ringer. Only the second-year martial arts exam class was subjected to intense pressure, timing even their bathroom breaks to avoid wasting a single second. Time flew by, and 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks passed. Most students and teachers repeated similar tasks daily, seemingly stuck in an unchanging cycle. This was especially true for the second-year martial arts sprint class, where students felt like components being constantly honed for the upcoming exams, their enthusiasm long gone, leaving only mechanical repetition. However, this dreary atmosphere didn't pervade the entire school. Class 18 was an exception, always buzzing with energy. Passers-by could hear Su Che's enthusiastic cheers and the occasional groans of students in pain. Come on, keep pushing. You can't give up this easily. Women can't say they can't, you hear me? Take off the training armor. Didn't you hear me? I said remove it. Jiang Yueshi, it's you again. Just because you're in a blind spot doesn't mean I can't see you slacking off. Get up and keep training. If I catch you slacking again, I'll double your training load. 16 whole days. You took 16 days just to fill a mere dozen meridians. That's way too slow. There's no hope, really no hope. You're ranked last and second last in the class. Don't you feel any sense of urgency? In the exclusive lounge of Class 18, Suche lay comfortably on the sofa, supervising Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's training through a video projection. Although his words were harsh, his face bore a satisfied smile. It had been almost 2 weeks since the Jiang sisters took their second meridian expansion pill. If you counted from the first pill, it had been nearly a month. During this time, their progress was evident, much to Su Che's private delight. Despite his stern demeanor, he was already looking forward to their future growth. The effects of the first meridian expansion pill finally fully manifested, and Su Che felt he was close to a breakthrough. Because of this, he decided to slightly delay his plan to go to the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave for practical training. Su Che thought that if the Jiang sisters could break through to the 8th level of the First Order, the trip would be more secure. Although they only planned to operate on the periphery this time, caution is never a bad thing. All right, let's take a 5-minute break, Su Che said, noticing that the two young women were exhausted, and he waved his hand to announce a short rest. Just as he spoke, his eyes suddenly sharpened, locking onto a specific direction. He had just keenly detected a ripple formed by an energy fluctuation. As Su Che was wondering, a familiar system notification sounded in his ear. Ding detected that Yi Shuangyue's cultivation has broken through from the 8th level of the First Order to the 9th level of the First Order, triggering cultivation return. Drawing return multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 50x return. Returning cultivation. Almost simultaneously, a warm energy surged throughout Su Che's body. It's little Yezi who broke through. He couldn't help but show a look of joy. The power of the devouring glutton was indeed well-deserved. It achieved a breakthrough within a month as promised. The 9th level of the First Order is truly a genius level, a rarity not only in Pengcheng, but even in the main base city. However, after the joy, Su Che quickly frowned. He realized something was amiss. The 50-fold cultivation return from Yi Shuangyue didn't seem to have much impact, as if it had been absorbed by a sponge, disappearing without a trace. The usual feeling of rampant energy was completely absent, and his body didn't hurt at all. TSK. It seems that the 9th level of the Third Order is indeed a difficult hurdle. A flash of understanding crossed Su Che's eyes. No wonder that old guy Songja has been stuck at this level for so many years. He roughly estimated that the energy needed to break through from the 9th level of the Third Order to the extraordinary Fourth Order was probably much more than rising from the first level to the 9th level of the Third Order. Of course, if it were just an energy issue, the extraordinary Fourth Order wouldn't be so rare. The key to becoming an extraordinary Fourth Order is comprehension. Only when one's understanding and development of their abilities reach a certain level can they break through. This certain level has stumped countless people. It seems that to break through to the extraordinary Fourth Order, at least 3 people need to advance to the Second Order, Su Che murmured, lost in thought. Just as he was about to urge the Jiang sisters to continue their training, his gaze swept over the video projection and saw that the two were still lying on the ground motionless. Su Che was about to speak, but suddenly stopped, as a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi also seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Tisk, interesting. Su Che silently closed his eyes, mentally chanting, skip the formalities, system, add points. The next moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding detected that Jiang Yueli's cultivation has broken through from the 7th level of the First Order to the 8th level of the First Order, triggering cultivation return. Drawing return multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 60x return. Returning cultivation. Ding detected that Jiang Yueshi's cultivation has broken through from the 7th level of the First Order to the 8th level of the First Order, triggering cultivation return. Drawing return multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 60x return. Returning cultivation. Su Che quietly waited for the system to complete the return process, already beginning to plan his next move. Nearly a month has passed since the second monthly test, to be precise, 28 days. In the classroom of grade 11, class 28, an invisible aura quietly permeated the air. Yi Shuangyue stood by the window, her eyes gleaming with unprecedented confidence. She had advanced to the 9th level of the first tier. Not far away, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged a knowing smile, having also reached the 8th level of the first tier. The entire class's strength was like an unsheathed sword, ready to sweep through all the high schools in Pengcheng. However, this was far from their limit. With 2 whole months until the martial arts exam, no one knew how much further they could ascend. Su Che stood at the back door of the classroom, silently observing it all. He was the only one aware of the entire class's breakthrough, fully understanding the weight of this secret. If the news got out, the tranquility of class 28 could be shattered. The day after everyone made their breakthroughs, a sensational piece of news erupted within the school, like a bomb exploding in the calm campus. Director Jiang Lianyue had advanced to the extraordinary level. This news swept through the entire campus instantly. In the corridors, classrooms, and beside the playground, students were buzzing with excitement. Even the school's online forum was dominated by this news, almost to the point of saturation. Fourth tier extraordinary, someone exclaimed. Pingcheng's #1 ability high school now has 4 fourth-tier extraordinaries. President Wu Daoan, Vice Presidents Lei Ming and Song Yi, and now Director Jiang Lianyue. Director Jiang, a newbie, so young and already extraordinary. Her future is limitless. Stop calling her director. We should call her Principal Jiang, right? With fourth-tier extraordinary strength, she's more than qualified to be a principal. However, some had differing opinions. Have you forgotten? Director Jiang's goal has always been to advance directly to the Great Xia's #1 ability university. Her admission rate has long met the standards, just lacking this breakthrough. Now that she's achieved it, she's definitely going to teach at the university. Yeah, but I've heard that having the strength and admission rate isn't enough. You still need to pass a review. Come on, with Director Jiang Lianyue's talent. If she can't pass, who in Pingcheng can? In his private training room, Su Che was browsing the school's forum discussions, lost in thought. His expression was complicated, genuinely happy for Jiang Lianyue's achievement, yet faintly disappointed. He had secretly hoped to surpass Jiang Lianyue in reaching the fourth-tier extraordinary, but it seemed he was a step behind. Soon, Su Che shook his head with a wry smile, inwardly chiding his own greed. Su Che, you really are pushing it. Advancing from the first level of the third tier to the ninth in just 4 months is already miraculous, and you're still not satisfied? Thinking of surpassing Jiang Lianyue? That's a bit too ambitious. He took a deep breath, his gaze regaining determination. The revolution has not yet succeeded. We must continue to strive, Su Che murmured to himself, diving back into his training. Su Che's eyes flickered as he made a quick decision. Initially, he planned to give Yishuang Yue and her companions a few days to consolidate their strength before heading to the Devil's Cave at Juding Mountain for training. However, he changed his mind. He would apply for resources at school today and set off tomorrow. The sooner he could help Yishuang Yue and the Jiang sisters reach the second tier, the closer he would be to the path of transcendence. With his mind made up, Su Che stood up without hesitation, left his private training room, and strode towards the logistics office. According to school regulations, classes embarking on their first training mission are entitled to receive resource subsidies. Given Su Che's character, he was determined to claim these resources. At that moment, the school's logistics office was enjoying a rare moment of leisure. It wasn't a day for distributing resources or taking inventory. The administrator and the warehouse staff were taking advantage of the pleasant sunshine, sitting together and chatting casually. Have you heard about Director Jiang Lianyue advancing to the fourth tier of transcendence? One of the warehouse staff asked. Of course, Li Dazue grinned. The news has spread everywhere. Even the principal was alerted. How could I not know? That's not all. The warehouse worker lowered his voice. According to some insider information, the First Ability University of Disya is planning to send professors to Pingcheng for evaluation. But I can't guarantee this news, so don't spread it around. Don't worry, Li Dazue patted his chest in assurance. No one's tighter-lipped than me. Just as the conversation was heating up, a series of clear knocks interrupted them. Knock, knock, knock. The administrator frowned, his tone clearly displeased. Who is it? Whatever it is, come back tomorrow. We're busy today. The knocking ceased as instructed. The administrator smugly glanced at his colleagues, his expression boasting. See how effective I am? However, the next moment, a calm voice came from outside the door. It's Su Che. The administrator's expression froze as if he had been petrified. He quickly snapped into action, sprinting to open the door with a beaming smile. Oh, it's Teacher Su Che? You could have just contacted me. No need to come in person. At this moment, the administrator regretted his earlier impatience, wishing he could give himself a stern reprimand. Su Che slightly raised the corners of his mouth, a playful smile on his face. If you're busy, I can come back tomorrow. The administrator hurriedly replied with a smile. Absolutely not. As the saying goes, the silkworm spins silk till death, the candle burns till tears dry. Teacher Su Che, you work so hard teaching. I should be doing my utmost in logistics. Whatever you need, just let me know. Su Che smiled faintly, ignoring the administrator's sudden change in attitude. He got straight to the point. I'm here to apply for resources for the class's practical training. I believe there should be some available. Resources for practical training? The administrator was momentarily stunned, instinctively saying, Isn't practical training in the last month? He caught himself mid-sentence and quickly corrected. Yes, yes. Of course we have them. Don't worry, Teacher Su Che, I'll personally deliver them to your classroom later. Thank you then. Satisfied with the response, Su Che turned and left without further ado. Shortly after Su Che's departure, a warehouse worker with thin eyebrows discreetly made a phone call. Hey, Out Yin, it's Dazue. I've got some news. In the classroom of the second-year first class at Pingcheng's top high school for supernatural abilities, Lu Bo stood in the small, exclusive training room, his expression as dark as iron. He scanned the cramped space with a sense of strong discomfort and anger. The room lacked a fresh air system, and even the door had an outdated mechanical lock, a far cry from the fully automated home he was used to. Clenching his fists until his nails dug into his palms, Lu Bo felt like he was swallowing a scorching iron ball every time he finished training in this rudimentary environment. What made it worse was that his former training room was now occupied by Su Che. Su Che, Lu Bo muttered through gritted teeth, a glint of malice in his eyes. Su Che had not only taken his place as a level 3 teacher, but also claimed the title of the elite class and now occupied his classroom. To Lu Bo, this was nothing short of blatant plundering. As Lu Bo fumed, a sudden sharp pain in his jaw made him flinch. This was a lingering injury from Su Che, healed on the surface, but seemingly leaving some aftereffects. The pain reemerged whenever he was emotionally stirred, like a silent mockery. Taking a deep breath, Lu Bo tried to calm himself. Just then, a soft knock came from the door. "Young master." It was the voice of Uncle Lu in his gray robe. "Come in." Lu Bo quickly composed himself, restoring a calm facade. The door creaked open, and Uncle Lu entered with a bow. "Young master, the QA session is over, and the students are now training on their own." Lu Bo nodded and asked, "How are Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan doing?" "They're doing fairly well, all stable at the first tier, 6th level," Uncle Lu reported honestly. "However, the side effects of the gene catalyst can't be fully eliminated. By the time of the martial exam, their ceiling will likely be the first tier, 7th level." Hearing this, Lu Bo's jaw throbbed again. Although the first tier, 7th level was enough for college admission, it was far from the top spot in Pengcheng. Moreover, the 3 students from the second-year Class 8 who had undergone secondary ability evolution were already far ahead. This not only meant that Zhang Qi and the others had lost their chance, but Lu Bo himself had also lost the opportunity to compete for honor. As Lu Bo pondered, Uncle Lu spoke again. "Young master, there's something else I think you should know." "What is it?" Lu Bo's tone was flat, clearly lacking interest. "I just received news from Long Outyin that Su Che has applied for trial resources from the logistics department. If nothing goes wrong, the second-year Class 8 will be heading to the Magic Cave for combat training in the next couple of days." "What? Combat training?" Lu Bo's head snapped up, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. His body tensed, and he became fully alert. "Is this information reliable?" "It should be. I did a quick check, and a few people from the logistics department confirmed it." Magic Cave, combat training. Lu Bo muttered to himself, quickly sinking into thought. His eyes darted around, and his cheeks flushed slightly with excitement. In that moment, a plan began to rapidly take shape in his mind. Just now, a bold idea struck Lu Bo's mind like a bolt of lightning. He involuntarily swallowed hard, suddenly lifted his head, and stared intently at Uncle Lu, a dark gleam flickering in his eyes. "Young master." Uncle Lu, clad in a gray robe, seemed to sense something, his voice tinged with unease. Lu Bo lowered his voice, each word sharp as a knife. "Uncle Lu, I want Su Che to disappear completely." Uncle Lu's pupils suddenly widened, shock evident on his face. "Young master, do you mean?" "That's right." Lu Bo's gaze was piercing, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Isn't Su Che going to the Demon Cave for combat training?" "The Demon Cave is overrun with fierce beasts. It's not surprising if someone encounters a high-level beast and loses their life, right?" He continued to outline his plan, his voice filled with cold calculation. "The Demon Cave is not human society. It's teeming with all sorts of fierce beasts, and the risk level is extremely high. Even activities on the outskirts aren't completely safe. Every year, during the last month of practical training, accidents happen. If Su Che dies in the Demon Cave, no one would suspect anything." Uncle Lu's expression turned hesitant. "Young master, shouldn't we discuss this with the family head?" "Discuss my foot." Lu Bo, agitated, felt a dull pain in his chin again, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. "Su Che has repeatedly seized my opportunities. This time, I won't let him off. If Su Che dies, wouldn't that open up the spot for a level 3 teacher? If Su Che dies, wouldn't that free up the luxurious classroom on the first floor of the teaching building? If Su Che dies, wouldn't Yishuang Yue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi have to find new mentors? In short, Su Che must die." With this thought, Lu Bo's voice turned icy, carrying an undeniable threat. "Uncle Lu, you should understand that the Lu family will be mine sooner or later. You're a smart man. You should know what choice to make." Uncle Lu bowed his head in silence, not speaking for a long time. Lu Bo didn't urge him, just stared at him unblinkingly. After a while, Uncle Lu sighed softly, clasping his hands together. "Young master, I'll handle it personally. If things go wrong, I'll take full responsibility." Hearing this, a smile slowly spread across Lu Bo's face. He stepped forward and gave Uncle Lu's shoulder a firm pat. "Uncle Lu, you truly are the one I trust the most. You've been working hard lately. Take a few days off and come back once you're rested." He emphasized the words, "once you're rested." "Thank you, young master." Uncle Lu immediately turned and left. Watching Uncle Lu leave, Lu Bo suddenly frowned, his right eyelid twitching inexplicably. Left eyelid for wealth, right eyelid for nonsense, superstition. Although he said this, An ominous feeling crept into his heart. But soon, Lu Bo shook his head vigorously, dismissing the thought. What am I thinking? Uncle Lu has accumulated years of experience at level 3, tier 9, and Su Che is just barely at level 3, tier 8. There's no way there could be an accident. The scene shifts to the main base city, at the first University of Daxia for supernatural abilities. In a room on the first floor of a towering pagoda-like building, an important conversation is taking place. An elder in a white robe, his form somewhat ethereal, sat with his back to two individuals, his voice drifting through the air. Zhuang Yin, Li Siwei, you two have just been promoted to masters this year and have fewer teachers under your command. Conveniently, both Pingqing and Yuqing have level 3 teachers who meet the requirements. You two will go to conduct the assessments. Upon hearing Pingqing, Zhuang Yan's eyes instantly lit up, and he immediately spoke without hesitation. I'll go to Pingqing. The elder's voice remained unchanged. Zhuang Yan wants to go to Pingqing. So Li Siwei, you will go to Yuqing. Any objections? Li Siwei rubbed his shiny bald head, responding nonchalantly. I'm fine with that. Good, it's settled then. The elder waved his hand, and two beams of light shot into the intelligent devices on the shoulders of the two individuals. The information has been sent to you. Set off now. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window lattice into the classroom of Class 28, Grade 2. Su Che stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his 3 apprentices. With a firm tone, he said, I'm going to buy some meridian expansion pills. You all stay in the classroom and consolidate your cultivation. Don't wander around. Without waiting for a response, he turned and briskly left the classroom. Su Che had a clear goal in mind, heading straight to the city's apothecary hall. He recalled the 4 meridian expansion pills given by old Xie, which had all been consumed by Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. The effects were immediate. In just a month, the two had advanced to the 8th level of the first stage. The only issue was the pills were consumed too quickly, with each one only lasting half a month. With 2 months left until the martial arts exam, and at a rate of 1 pill every half month, they needed at least 8 more. Before setting off for the trial at the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, Su Che needed to visit his generous yet informal master. As he stepped out of the school gate, his eyes inadvertently landed on a supermarket by the roadside. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Che decisively walked in. A few minutes later, he emerged holding a bottle of rice wine. Although his acknowledgement of this master was rather casual, proper etiquette was still necessary, though it was certainly not just to take advantage of the situation. Weighing the bottle of rice wine in his hand, Su Che quickly headed towards the underground transit station, preparing to make his way to the apothecary hall. Shortly after his departure, the school's main entrance was quickly adorned with banners and flags. The banner prominently read, "Warmly welcome Professor Zhuang Yan from the number 1 Paranormal University of Daxia to our school." Before long, a group of leaders, led by Lei Ming and Song Yi, gathered at the school's main entrance, standing in 2 rows. Standing between Lei Ming and Song Yi was Jiang Lianyue, who had just broken through to the 4th level of the extraordinary stage. Her aura was restrained, showing no outward sharpness, yet her eyes revealed unparalleled confidence. The surrounding leaders looked at Jiang Lianyue with envious eyes, for everyone knew that Professor Zhuang Yan from the number 1 Paranormal University of Daxia had come for her. Once she passed Professor Zhuang Yan's assessment, Jiang Lianyue would directly advance to the number 1 Paranormal University of Daxia, stepping into the ranks of a 4th level teacher. Lei Ming beamed with genuine happiness, saying, Director Jiang, congratulations on reaching the 4th level of the extraordinary stage. Your advancement speed is even faster than I imagined. He was filled with joy, because having a teacher from Pingqing number 1 Paranormal High School advance to the number 1 Paranormal University of Daxia also reflected well on him as the vice principal. Song Yi, not to be outdone, politely asked, Yes, Director Jiang, your progress has indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. I'm quite curious, what exactly prompted you to suddenly decide to go into seclusion? Upon hearing this question, Jiang Lianyue's lips moved slightly, and her gaze instinctively turned towards Class 28, Grade 2 on the 1st floor of the teaching building, a complex glint flashing rapidly in her eyes. This question indeed left her somewhat at a loss for words. She couldn't possibly say it was because Su Che's rapid progress had spurred her on, could she? As Jiang Lianyue remained silent, the sound of engines suddenly approached from afar. Everyone present, with their extraordinary hearing, perked up at the sound. As soon as it reached them, they craned their necks to look. In the distance, a motorcade slowly approached, with a stretch minibus at its center. The side of the bus bore a line of small characters, Pingqing Education Bureau. The convoy was impressively escorted by motorcycles on all sides. Inside the spacious minibus, only 2 people were seated. One was Zhuang Yan, with a square face and tan skin, who had come to evaluate Jiang Lianyue, the professor. The other was Chun Yuliang, wearing an administrative jacket, with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that couldn't hide his scholarly demeanor, the director of education in Pingqing. As the vehicle approached the school, Qin Yuliang turned and smiled. Professor Zhuang. Up ahead is Pingqing's #1 superpower high school. Jiang Lianyue is a teacher there, and I'll introduce you to her shortly. Zhuang Yin quickly waved his hand. Director Yuliang, you're too kind. Just call me Brother Zhuang. I actually planned to come on my own, and having a special car pick me up was already a bit much. I can't trouble you further. Qin Yuliang responded warmly. It's no trouble at all. The Great Xia University of Superpowers is my alma mater. How could I neglect visitors from there? Brother Zhuang, Jiang Lianyue is a genius here in Pingqing. I'm sure she'll pass the evaluation soon. After the evaluation, let me host you for some carp at Yunlong Lake. Zhuang Yin was about to agree but suddenly remembered something and apologized. Sorry, Director Yuliang. After the evaluation, I want to visit my master first. Your master? Qin Yuliang was momentarily taken aback, then realized. Oh right, you should see old Xia first. You go ahead, I'm in no hurry. With a screeching brake, the vehicle stopped in front of Pingqing's #1 superpower high school. Qin Yuliang said, Brother Zhuang, we're here. Zhuang Yin took a deep breath and slowly stood up. All right, then I'll trouble you to lead the way, Director Yuliang. Meanwhile, Su Che had also arrived at the school's apothecary. This time, he went straight to the second floor, familiar with the place, and encountered an old acquaintance, Old Mike. Old Mike's eyes lit up and he immediately approached. Mr. Su Che, you're here. Old Xia instructed that you can go up to the third floor anytime. Let me take you there. 3 minutes later, Old Mike led Su Che to the door of Old Xia's room and tactfully left. Su Che gently knocked on the door. An impatient voice came from inside. Got any wine? If not, don't bother me. I have wine. Su Che replied, shaking the bottle of liquor. There was an immediate sound of hurried footsteps inside, and the door was yanked open. Xia Deng poked his head out, his eyes locking onto the liquor, his pupils brightening. Good, good, good. My good apprentice, you still remember to bring wine for your master. I'm very pleased with your thoughtfulness. Rest assured, becoming my disciple, I can't promise everything, but you'll have plenty of elixirs. Su Che nodded somewhat shyly and asked in a low voice, could I get 8 more? No, 10 meridian expansion pills? On the third floor of the potion hall, in a cluttered room, Su Che stood in front of Xia Deng with a shy smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with undisguised longing. Could you give me 8 more? No, 10 meridian expansion pills. Su Che's voice was hesitant at first, but quickly became resolute. 10 pills would be enough to help Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi advance to the second tier. Xia Deng's mustache quivered violently, and his expression changed. 10 meridian expansion pills. His tone revealed obvious difficulty. Su Che noticed Xia Deng's unusual reaction, and the anticipation in his eyes gradually turned to confusion. Xia Deng awkwardly rubbed his hands together. There really aren't any in stock. He recalled his previous confident promise and felt a wave of embarrassment. Meridian expansion pills are functional medicines and not in high demand. The 4 I gave you have been sitting for over 5 or 6 years. None left. Su Che felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, his mind buzzing. Without the pills, what would Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi do? And what about himself? It was a bolt from the blue. Xia Deng asked with a hint of confusion. I remember giving you 4 meridian expansion pills, right? That's enough for 4 people. Isn't that sufficient? Su Che was momentarily stunned, his pupils contracting. Master Xia, you mean? He finally realized that perhaps it wasn't the pills that were ineffective, but rather Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's unique physiques that were the issue. Xia Deng explained seriously. Exactly, meridian expansion pills build tolerance. Normally, a person can only take 1 pill, and the second would have no effect. Noticing Su Che's odd expression, Xia Deng raised his voice slightly. You didn't give all of them to one person, did you? Having one person take 4 pills would be such a waste. Su Che quickly shook his head. No, I didn't. Xia Deng sighed in relief, only to hear Su Che continue. I split them evenly between 2 people. What? This? Xia Deng's expression changed dramatically, and he finally sighed helplessly. Sigh. 2 pills per person is still wasteful. The opportunity to expand the meridians only comes once. If it were limitless, the price of meridian expansion pills would be at least 10 times higher. But those 2 can keep expanding, Su Che muttered softly. What did you say? Xia Deng asked in confusion. Oh, nothing. Su Che quickly closed his mouth, not wanting to reveal the unique nature of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's physiques. Su Che let out a deep sigh, and Xia Deng, sensing his disappointment, tentatively asked, You still want more meridian expansion pills? Su Che's eyes brightened for a moment, then dimmed again. Yes. But they're all gone. Xia Deng's eyes twinkled, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. If you really want them, there might be a way. What way? Su Che immediately perked up. Xia Deng cleared his throat twice, flicked his dirty robe with a flourish, and said proudly, Have you forgotten that I am the creator of the meridian expansion pills? If you want more, we can just make a new batch. These words struck like thunder, instantly dispelling the gloom in Su Che's heart. Of course, with the creator right in front of him, why not just make them? Freshly made pills would surely be better than old ones. Su Che was lost in his excitement, but as his eyes inadvertently swept over the messy room, his expression froze. The room in front of him didn't seem like a place where one could make elixirs. Su Che was puzzled, but then Xie Deng spoke up. What are you thinking? The pharmacy isn't here, follow me. With that, Xie Deng gestured for him to follow and led the way out of the room. Su Che quickly followed, his curiosity growing stronger. They wound through several corridors and finally stopped in front of a unique room. The door was unlike any other in the building, resembling the entrance to a hospital's CT room. Above the door hung a prominent sign engraved with the words, "Pharmaceutical Area, no unauthorized entry." Suddenly, an electronic voice sounded. Beep. Identity confirmed, opening now. The door to the pharmacy slowly opened. Su Che peeked inside but only saw a long corridor resembling a surgical hallway, with another gate at the end. Along the corridor walls, several sets of high-tech sealed protective suits were neatly arranged. Xie Deng grinned with a hint of pride. This pharmacy is worth more than the entire building. As he spoke, he picked out a suit and handed it to Su Che. Put it on. Even the slightest variable could cause the process to fail. Su Che took the suit and put it on with practiced ease. He was no stranger to this routine. As a child, he also had to wear protective suits when entering Su Dachuan's spiritual plant greenhouse, although they weren't as advanced as these. Once they were both suited up, Xie Deng pressed another button, and the gate at the end of the corridor slowly opened. Click, click, click. The lights in the pharmacy turned on one by one. Xie Deng and Su Che exchanged a glance before entering the pharmacy one after the other. Upon seeing the full scope of the pharmacy, Su Che couldn't help but gasp in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment. The imagined cauldrons, firewood, herbal dregs, and medicinal herbs were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was an array of modern equipment, test tubes, beakers, flasks, evaporating dishes, and even industrial tools like power hammers, electric saws, drills, and angle grinders. Most striking of all was a massive piece of equipment in the center of the room, with a nameplate in the upper right corner clearly marking it as an electric furnace. Su Che was speechless, his throat dry. This is high-tech pharmaceutical production. Ancient elixir-making cyber-pharmaceutical. Seeing his reaction, Xie Deng chuckled. Surprised? What era do you think we're in? You didn't expect pharmaceutical processes to be like those in novels, did you? Su Che curiously asked. Does this mean the process of making medicines and elixirs is fully standardized and automated? Xie Deng shook his head regretfully. Not quite. The most critical ratios still rely on experience. Otherwise, why would we need professional pharmacists? Su Che nodded in understanding, realizing that this approach made sense. Suddenly, Xie Deng proposed. Why not take this opportunity to give you a live demonstration of formulating a medicine before production? Watch closely. With that, his demeanor changed entirely, becoming exceptionally serious. The decision to make an expansion elixir on the spot was largely driven by Xie Deng's desire to test Su Che's aptitude for pharmaceuticals. Given the scant information available on pharmaceutical spiritual bodies, he was also curious to see the extent of Su Che's innate talent. Su Che was equally curious about the process, so he watched attentively. Xie Deng worked quickly, and in just 10 minutes, he stopped and looked at Su Che expectantly. So, how much did you understand? However, Su Che merely blinked in confusion. Huh? It's already over. In the pharmaceutical lab, Su Che stood in front of the workstation, his expression a mix of bewilderment and helplessness. His eyes followed Xie Deng's swift movements, but he couldn't grasp the crucial details. Xie Deng's actions were as quick as lightning, leaving Su Che unable to clearly see, let alone understand. How much did you grasp? Xie Deng's question jolted Su Che's memory, reminding him of a scene from the 1986 version of Journey to the West, where Binbo Erba was ordered by the nine-headed creature to eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples. He inwardly chuckled, wondering how he could possibly complete such a task. Xie Deng keenly noticed the change in Su Che's expression. Those clear, transparent eyes hinted at a purity untouched by knowledge. As an experienced pharmaceutical teacher, Xie Deng was all too familiar with that look. It signified complete incomprehension. In the past, faced with such a situation, Xie Deng would have bluntly said, "You have no aptitude for pharmaceuticals. Go home and play in the mud." But at this moment, he felt conflicted. It was as if two voices in his mind were arguing intensely. The rational voice suggested, maybe give him another chance? Perhaps this pharmaceutical spirit is just a slow learner, possibly the type to achieve great things after a slow start. Meanwhile, the emotional voice angrily retorted, "Stop deceiving yourself. Look at his eyes. He hasn't understood a thing." Ultimately, Xie Deng decided to give Su Che another chance. "Are you alright? Do you need a break?" Su Che's concerned inquiry interrupted Xie Deng's thoughts. "I'm fine. I'll continue with the preparation. Watch closely this time," Xie Deng said, his tone laced with a hint of hope. "No problem. I'll be serious this time," Su Che replied earnestly, his eyes fixed on the workstation. Xie Deng nodded and began to slow his movements. Despite this, his years of practice skill still left Su Che feeling overwhelmed. Within a minute, Su Che's gaze turned unfocused. He tried hard to concentrate, but still couldn't comprehend the process before him. Xie Deng sighed inwardly. Su Che's reaction was typical of someone with no talent for pharmaceuticals. Yet, he didn't stop his work. Over the years, he had prepared the Meridian Expansion pill countless times, capable of doing it with his eyes closed. At this point, the preparation had reached the critical stage of adding the main ingredients. The primary components of the Meridian Expansion pill were lingji, 9-leaf purple golden flower, and the leaves of the ghost vine. These ingredients weren't overly expensive, costing just tens of thousands of daxia coins. Xie Deng's hand steadily picked up the first main ingredient, ready to proceed with this crucial step. The reason why the Meridian Expansion pill can be sold at the exorbitant price of 2.5 million daxia coins is actually quite simple. The raw material costs are only about 100,000, but the fee for hiring a pharmacist is a significant expense. Additionally, factors such as losses and failure rates during the pharmaceutical process naturally drive the price up. Even so, a selling price of over $1 million is enough to break even. The 2.5 million price tag is undoubtedly a result of Hyo Group leveraging its monopoly. After all, without such substantial profits, how could Hyo open apothecaries across the 5 major alliances? Xie Deng's movements were fluid and swift as he incorporated slices of the 9-leaf, purple golden flower into the base. Once the dosage of the flower was adequate, he immediately began adding lingji. Perhaps because of the preciousness of lingji, Xie Deng's expression was particularly focused, so much so that he didn't notice the fleeting strange glint in Su Che's eyes behind him. After the lingji was fully integrated, the next step was the nether bloodvine leaf. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. Just as Xie Deng was about to add the 4th leaf, a thunderous voice suddenly called out, "Hold on." Startled by the sudden voice, Xie Deng almost dropped the nether bloodvine leaf in his hand. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself and turned to Su Che. "Is there a problem?" Despite trying to remain calm, there was a hint of displeasure in Xie Deng's expression. As an experienced pharmacist, he hated it when others interfered while he was mixing formulas. If it hadn't been Su Che who spoke up, he might have already lost his temper. Su Che seemed oblivious to Xie Deng's displeasure and spoke candidly. "There is indeed a problem. 3 leaves of the nether bloodvine are sufficient. Adding a 4th would reduce the effectiveness." Hearing this, Xie Deng's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe his ears. "Are you saying my formula is flawed? How do you know that 3 leaves are enough?" As the creator of the Meridian Expansion pill, it was the first time someone had questioned his formulation technique. Su Che hesitated slightly, but nodded lightly. "Just a feeling," he silently added to himself. "But it's not without reason." Xie Deng's mouth twitched as he stared blankly at Su Che, momentarily at a loss for words. If Su Che had given any other reason, Xie Deng would have dismissed it outright. However, the answer, "just a feeling," forced him to take it seriously, especially since Su Che had previously identified the authenticity of the Vajra pill with just a glance. After pondering for a moment, Xie Deng said no more and continued with the preparation without adding the 4th leaf of the nether bloodvine. He decided to try Su Che's suggestion, reasoning that even if this batch failed, it was not a significant loss. Seeing that Xie Deng didn't press further, Su Che breathed a sigh of relief. If Xie Deng had insisted on an explanation, Su Che would have had to fall back on the content displayed by the breaking illusion technique. With the formula prepared, it was time for the crucial refining stage. Thanks to the ever-advancing technology of Blue Star, alchemy no longer required the lengthy 14 days, but rather just a few cycles of 14 minutes. 2.5 hours later, the electric furnace opened, and 10 freshly made Meridian Expansion pills emerged. Xie Deng immediately took one, extracted half a piece, and sent it for testing. 10 minutes later, the test results came back, and Xie Deng's pupils dilated. The results showed that, although the improvement was slight, this batch of Meridian Expansion pills indeed surpassed previous ones in effectiveness. Xie Deng took a deep breath and stiffly turned to Su Che, his throat dry. "How did you do it?" Su Che gave a bashful smile. "Perhaps it's just a gift." In the pharmaceutical lab, Xie Deng muttered to himself, "Perhaps it's just a matter of talent." His eyes appeared somewhat vacant, regaining focus only after a few seconds. Inside, however, he was in turmoil, feeling somewhat uneasy at his rare loss of composure. Over the years, Xie Deng had encountered countless so-called geniuses, but they all paled in comparison to him. The only 2 disciples whose talents came close were Zhuang Yan, who had advanced to a 6th-level master and was now a professor at the top university for supernatural abilities, and another who had become a 5th-level pharmacist. Even so, Xie Deng would merely offer a mild compliment. "Not bad," but never felt truly impressed. Yet at this moment, Su Che's performance completely upended his understanding. His previous disappointment was instantly replaced by excitement. Xie Deng was absolutely certain that Su Che knew nothing about potion making, that he was a blank slate. Yet this novice was able to keenly identify the issues in the potion and, more astonishingly, provide practical optimization suggestions. Although the final outcome of the pill only improved slightly, the significance of this small progress was immense. In the field of pharmaceuticals, even a minor enhancement in a pill's effectiveness was extremely difficult to achieve. Many fourth-level pharmacists spent their entire careers following fixed recipes without the ability to optimize them. But Su Che, a beginner, had accomplished what many fourth-level pharmacists could not. If this isn't talent, then no one in the entire pharmaceutical world of Xia would dare claim they have talent. Xie Deng sighed inwardly, attributing Su Che's incredible ability to his unique medicine spirit body. Seeing Xie Deng frozen in shock, Su Che wondered to himself, did I overdo it? In reality, he had been quite conservative. The flaws in the breaking illusion pill were not limited to one. There were at least 5 or 6. He had only pointed out the simplest and most obvious one. A few seconds later, Su Che cleared his throat, his gaze falling on the 9 half-finished vein-expanding pills on the table, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Xie Deng quickly regained his composure, feigning indifference as he said, not bad, reminiscent of my own flair back in the day. Su Che's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this, his lips twitching as if he wanted to say something but held back. Xie Deng pretended not to notice Su Che's expression, and with a wave of his hand, the 9 half-finished pills hovered in front of Su Che. Take them. Before he could finish, Su Che had swiftly pocketed the pills. Xie Deng couldn't help but smile, and then suggested, well, since there's still time and the electric furnace is already running, why don't I demonstrate a few more pill recipes? See if you can spot any issues. Despite his calm facade, Xie Deng's excitement was evident in his voice. In his collection of recipes, the vein-expanding pill was only mediocre. He had a few more treasured ones. If the effectiveness of those pills could be enhanced, it would certainly draw industry attention, and their prices would soar. Of course, more than the money, he valued the boost in reputation this would bring. However, Su Che declined Xie Deng's offer. No, I still need to take the students for some field training. Su Che glanced at his watch and decisively shook his head, refusing Xie Deng's invitation. Although spending the night outdoors during the 9 Peaks Mountain trial was inevitable, entering during the day was undoubtedly safer. All right, you go ahead with your plans, Xie Deng said, a hint of disappointment in his voice, yet still understanding. Noticing the change in Xie Deng's expression, Su Che's lips curled slightly upward. I'll come over once the trial is over. Xie Deng's face lit up with joy. Great, I'll wait for you. After watching Su Che leave, Xie Deng quickly returned to the pill room. He took out a yellowed notebook from the drawer and began to jot down notes. Medicine Spirit Talent Level 2 can instinctively identify and improve flaws in pill formulas. Upper limit unknown, needs observation. Above this line, there was another sentence crossed out. Medicine Spirit Talent Level 1 can visually identify flawed pills. Upper limit unknown, needs observation crossed out. Too wasteful of pills, abandoning observation. The cover of the notebook boldly read, My final disciple is a medicine spirit. At the main entrance of the apothecary hall, Old Mike personally escorted Su Che out, his face beaming with genuine warmth. Take care, Mr. Su Che. Next time, just ask for me directly. Oh, and here's my contact number. Reach out anytime. He handed over a business card. Got it, thank you. Su Che nodded farewell, having a good impression of Old Mike. See you. Just as he turned around, Su Che paused, his attention caught by a burly man approaching. The man was tall, with a dark complexion and a square face that exuded authority without anger, distinctly different from the surrounding customers. So strong, Su Che thought, startled. Ever since his ability evolved to the A-level Qing Feng Jiao, his perception had greatly improved. Now, the pressure this man exuded far surpassed that of Lei Ming and Song Yi. At that moment, the burly man seemed to sense something and turned to look at Su Che. His gaze quickly locked onto Su Che, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. What keen intuition! Su Che's pupils shrank, and he immediately averted his gaze. His heart rate spiked, and without hesitation, he swiftly left the scene. An interesting young fellow, Zhuang Yin chuckled softly, watching Su Che disappear, before stepping into the apothecary hall. After reviewing Jiang Lianyue, he hurried to meet his teacher. Besides visiting Master Xie, he was eager to meet the talented junior disciple he had never seen. Just as Zhuang Yin was about to enter the first-floor hall of the apothecary hall, ripples suddenly appeared on the ground. With a soft sound, he instantly appeared in Xie Deng's pill room. Xie Deng glanced sideways at Zhuang Yin. Oh, isn't this Zhuang Yin from the First Ability University of Daxia? What brings you to this old man? He spoke while carefully locking the yellowed notebook back in the drawer. Zhuang Yin grinned. Dear teacher, I've missed you. I came specifically to see you this time. Well, at least you still have some conscience. Xie Deng's expression softened considerably. However, the next moment, Zhuang Yin rubbed his hands together. Master Xie, where's my junior brother? Please introduce us. Xie Deng's face immediately darkened. Unfazed, Zhuang Yin flipped his hand, producing 2 bottles of 52 Maodai liquor. Xie Deng beamed again. What a coincidence. Your junior brother just left. If you had come a bit earlier, you might have met him. Huh. Zhuang Yin was taken aback. What's my junior brother's name? What does he look like? I'll go find him now. Xie Deng rolled his eyes. Too late. Your junior brother said he went to lead disciples in a trial. Anyway, he's very handsome. Don't worry, stay here for a few days, and you'll definitely meet him. Very handsome? Zhuang Yin keenly caught this keyword, ignoring the rest of the words. The next moment, the image of the handsome young man he encountered at the apothecary hall's entrance flashed in his mind. Even at the First Ability University of Daxia, that young man's looks were quite remarkable. But soon, Zhuang Yin shook his head vigorously, chuckling softly. Heh, impossible. There's no way it could be such a coincidence. The sun was high in the sky, its rays piercing down like sharp swords. Near the supply base of the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, four figures walked slowly, drawing attention but causing no one to stop. Leading the group was a young man with striking eyebrows and eyes, his chin chiseled like an axe. Following closely behind was a tall, elegant girl with long hair, cascading down her back. At the rear were two short-haired girls, one with purple hair and the other with white. Their unconventional hair colors only added to their striking looks, which would usually make them the center of attention. Yet at this moment, no one spared them a glance, as passers-by hurriedly moved on with their heads down. These four were the entire team from Class 28, led by Su Che. At the back, Jiang Yueli suddenly frowned, a vein pulsing on her forehead, and complained to Jiang Yueshi beside her. Can you walk faster? We're falling way behind. Jiang Yueshi replied with a distressed look. I want to walk faster too, but I just can't, and you're not even helping me with my bag. Before she could finish, Jiang Yueli retorted mercilessly. Jiang Yueshi, how dare you complain? Who told you to carry such a big bag? Jiang Yueshi was carrying a backpack as large as a small mountain, starkly contrasting her petite frame. If she hadn't reached the first-tier 8th level, she probably wouldn't have been able to carry it at all. Jiang Yueli's words caught Su Che's attention. He stopped, stared at the exaggerated backpack, and said helplessly, We're here for combat training, not a vacation. What did you pack in there? If it's not useful, don't bring it. Jiang Yueshi immediately defended herself. How could it be useless? Everything I brought is useful. Su Che, Jiang Yueli, and Yi Shuangyue all looked at her, disbelief written on their faces. Jiang Yueshi widened her eyes in surprise. You don't believe me? Silence surrounded them. Jiang Yueli sneered. Isn't it obvious? A hint of disappointment flashed across Jiang Yueshi's face, but she quickly asserted, Fine, since you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. If everything's useful, you all owe me an apology. Before she finished speaking, her backpack thudded to the ground. As soon as she unzipped it, a plastic bottle rolled out. Everyone's eyes instantly locked onto the bottle. Jiang Yueli swiftly grabbed the bottle, which contained a light blue liquid. Jiang Yueshi snatched it back, explaining confidently, This is floral water. It's a foreign brand, 6 God. Think about it. The Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave is bound to have lots of mosquitoes at night. How can we sleep without spraying this? Her words seemed to have a magical effect, rendering Su Che, Jiang Yueli, and Yi Shuangyue momentarily stunned, their faces full of shock. Yi Shuangyue lowered her head silently, her expression unreadable. Jiang Yueli's brow twitched more vigorously, her fists clenching unconsciously. Su Che's mouth twitched, his mind blank. Su Che was genuinely surprised when Jiang Yueshi pulled out a bottle of mosquito repellent from her backpack. Internally, he couldn't help but criticize. We're here for a trial in the demon cave, and she's worried about mosquitoes? Her heart is really something else. Even a big iron pot would be more practical. At least you can cook with it. Suppressing his unusual emotions, Su Che decided to keep observing. Jiang Yueshi was completely immersed in her own cleverness, oblivious to the strange expressions on the others' faces. She excitedly rummaged through her backpack, eager to show off her items. Suddenly, with a metallic clang, Jiang Yueshi produced a large iron pot. She proudly introduced it. In such a dangerous place, we can't afford to go hungry, right? Cooking is essential, and this multifunctional iron pot is perfect. Don't be fooled by its appearance. It's handmade and non-stick. I heard it's from the famous Zhangqiu craftsman. Su Che's eyes widened, and he gasped in disbelief, his expression becoming increasingly bizarre. Wow, he had just been joking about the mosquito repellent being less useful than an iron pot, and here she really had one. He was at a loss for words now. Jiang Yueshi seemed to be in the zone, pulling out items one after another like a treasure trove. With the pot, we need a heat source. I brought an upgraded portable stove, heats up super fast. Don't worry, it won't explode, and even if it does, it won't hurt anyone. She continued to unload a pile of items. These are hand warmers, steam eye masks, thermal blankets, and other heating gear. The demon cave at Juding Mountain is bound to be cold at night, and low temperatures aren't good for the body, especially for girls. Jiang Yueshi went on and on. Even if we don't get a chance to cook, it's fine. I also brought self-heating pots with flavors like tomato, curry, black pepper, and Orleans. Oh yes, I also have anti-diarrhea medicine. In the wild, You never know when you might need it, so it's best to be prepared. Beside her, Jiang Yuli's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and she swiftly distanced herself from Jiang Yueshi. If she could, she would have sewn Jiang Yueshi's mouth shut right then and there. Finally, Su Che snapped out of it and hurriedly intervened. Stop, stop. You've said enough, but please, no more. Jiang Yueshi had been talking for so long, and her backpack was still more than two-thirds full. If they waited for her to finish, it would probably be night by then. Taking a deep breath, Su Che clenched and unclenched his fists, making a decisive call. Xiao Yezi, Xiao Zimao, take Xiao Baimao to the supply base. Leave the backpack behind. Yes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuli and Yi Xuanyue's eyes lit up immediately. Especially Jiang Yuli, who was already moving into action. Jiang Yueshi was dumbfounded. No, don't come over here. But against her senior sister and elder sister, she had no power to resist. Even as she was dragged into the supply base, her cries could still be heard. No, don't take my treasures. Just a few minutes after Su Che and the others entered the supply base, a figure in a gray robe followed them inside. The figure's face was obscured, the loose robe concealing both their body and face. In the busy environment of the supply base, this attire didn't draw any attention. Occasionally, the wind would lift the robe slightly, revealing a face full of wrinkles. If this face were seen on campus, it would be recognized immediately. This was none other than Uncle Lu, who often accompanied Lu Bo. Uncle Lu's gaze was as cold as a venomous snake, fixed intently on Su Che, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. He muttered to himself, Su Che, of all people to provoke, you chose young Master Lu Bo. If young Master Lu Bo wants you dead, there's nothing I can do. Don't blame me when you meet your end. The bustling supply base at the Jioding Mountain Magic Cave remains lively even after 1 in the afternoon. Known as the most famous magic cave in Pengcheng, it not only attracts local superhumans, but has also become a gathering place for adventurers from the 5 major satellite cities and even the main base city. Particularly, in Yuqing, which borders Pengcheng, the number of superhumans is almost equal to that of the locals in Pengcheng. At the entrance of the base, a sea of people can be seen, with adventurers from all walks of life coming and going. To accommodate this constant influx of adventurers, the Pengcheng authorities have invested heavily to establish this large-scale supply base at the entrance of the Jioding Mountain Magic Cave. Although it is officially managed, the internal dynamics of the base are intricate and complex. However, within this tangled web of power, 3 forces stand out with unmatched influence. The first is the Pengcheng official military stronghold. The Daxiao army, particularly the Pengcheng soldiers, have long regarded the Jioding Mountain Magic Cave as a traditional training ground. Next is the Fe Alliance Mall, which, while slightly less dominant than the official military, has its reach extending throughout Daxia and the 5 major alliances, making it a force to be reckoned with. The third is the relatively loose Mercenary Alliance, which, although not as powerful as the first 2, still holds its ground. Apart from these 3 giants, other smaller groups find it challenging to secure a foothold here. The 3 forces each control their own domain, maintaining a tacit non-interference with one another. Entry into the Jioding Mountain Magic Cave is not free. Apart from special military and education personnel, visiting superhumans must purchase a ticket. The annual ticket revenue is astronomical. Leveraging its unique background, the Fe Alliance Mall almost monopolizes over 90 of the recycling transactions. Adventurers can exchange beast materials for points and purchase necessary supplies. Despite the hefty commission, the variety of goods is comprehensive and financial security is guaranteed. The Mercenary Alliance offers a more diverse range of services. In addition to a barter platform, it also handles various commissions. Whether it's accompanying someone to check-in or acquiring specific beast materials, as long as the price is right, almost anything is possible. There is also a covert service known as bounty hunting, essentially hired assassination. However, few dare to be so bold under the military's watchful eye, and such transactions usually occur at the Mercenary Alliance headquarters. In this bustling supply base, the undercurrents of competition among the 3 major forces are ever present, and the fates of countless adventurers intertwine, creating a complex and vivid ecological tapestry of the Magic Cave. At this moment, in front of the dome screen of the Fe Alliance Mall, Su Che's attention was captured by the array of fierce beast information. The screen flashed with various beast names, levels, and values. Steel-bristled boar, Tier 1 low grade, tusks worth 10 points. Silver-horned rhinoceros, Tier 1 low grade, tusks worth 20 points. Dark gold deer, Tier 1 mid-grade, antlers worth 40 points. Silver-ringed lizard, Tier 1 mid-grade, venomous skin worth 40 points. Flame fierce lion, Tier 1 high grade, claws worth 90 points. Rock-armored bear, Tier 1 high grade, paws worth 100 points. Su Che couldn't help but click his tongue at the staggering difference in points between low-grade and high-grade beasts. He led Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi to 9 Peaks Mountain for a trial, partly to hone their combat skills and prepare them for future martial exams, and partly to accumulate enough points to exchange for Tier 4 Beast Blood food. However, when Suche saw the points required to exchange for Tier 4 Beast Blood food, he shivered involuntarily. After double-checking, he finally accepted the shocking fact. 100 kilograms of Tier 4 low-grade Komodo dragon blood food required a staggering 10,000 points. This was equivalent to the total points from hunting 100 rock-armored bears. Suche silently resolved that if he couldn't earn enough points during this trial, he would have to return alone. At that moment, a commotion broke out in the crowd. All eyes turned to four figures at the entrance of the supply base. Leading them was a man in a fiery red robe, exuding an air of immortality. Behind him were three robust youths in matching combat uniforms, distinguishable only by the words left, right, and front on their chests. Whispers spread through the crowd. "Look, that's the star level 3 teacher Gao Huahua from Yuqing. I heard he just ascended to the transcendent rank. They say he might become a teacher at the top superpower university in Daxia. His 3 disciples are impressive too, all at Tier 1 level 7, top-notch in Yuqing." Despite the praise, Gao Huahua remained expressionless, though his head lifted slightly, as if he enjoyed the attention. Once the chatter subsided, he led his 3 disciples into the 9 Peaks mountain cave. Suche calmly withdrew his gaze and said to Yi Shuangyue and the others, "Let's go. It's time for our trial too." With that, he led the 3 into the cave. Not far behind, Lu Shu in a gray robe quietly followed. About half an hour later, a terrifying wave of power surged above the 9 Peaks mountain cave supply base. A man with a shiny bald head rode a jet black, double-horned beast through the air. This newcomer was none other than Li Siwei, one of the professors at the top superpower university in Daxia. Above the supply base of the 9 Peaks mountain demon cave, Li Siwei polished his shiny bald head, which reflected a faint glow in the sunlight, resembling a glistening boiled egg. He silently complained about the troublesome Gao Huahua, recalling the task assignments after both he and Zhuang Yin were promoted to professors. Zhuang Yin chose Pengcheng, so Li Siwei went to Yuqing, only to find out that Gao Huahua had already taken his apprentice to the 9 Peaks mountain demon cave for training. Li Siwei looked down at the supply base beneath him, sensing the subtle fluctuations of a barrier, and frowned slightly. As a professor at the top supernatural university of Daxia, he was well aware of the dangers of the 9 Peaks mountain demon cave and decided to hold his position for now and observe the situation. He gently patted the rump of his mount, Baishua. "Baishua, take me down." With a neigh, Baishua dove downwards. By the time they landed, Li Siwei had already changed his appearance, leaving only his signature bald head. He patted Baishua again. "Oi, you keep a low profile too." Reluctantly, Baishua retracted its horns and scales, suddenly resembling a donkey. Li Siwei muttered to himself about the bloodline issues in Baishua's family, and then blended into the crowd, quietly entering the supply base. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the 9 Peaks mountain demon cave, Suche was sternly instructing Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi. "We have now officially entered the demon cave. Although this is the outer area with lower-level beasts, we must not let our guard down. This isn't a school arena. It's a battle of life and death." Yi Shuangyue maintained a calm demeanor, her eyes shining with confidence. Jiang Yueli was brimming with excitement, eager to begin. Only Jiang Yueshi responded half-heartedly, her eyes still filled with resentment over losing her treasure. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the surrounding bushes, as if something was approaching. Suche's eyes lit up, and with his keen perception, he quickly assessed. Here it comes. It's one of the most common beasts in the 9 Peaks mountain demon cave, the iron-spiked savage boar. Suche cleared his throat and turned around, about to reassure the group, but was interrupted by a sharp crackle of electricity. Jiang Yueli's eyes were alight, reflecting a thunderball the size of a basketball. Without hesitation, she launched it towards the bushes. Just as the thunderball was about to hit the shrubbery, a fierce boar with a back full of spikes suddenly burst out. The iron-spiked boar let out 2 roars, its red eyes locking onto the humans in front of it, but it had no time to react. The thunderball hit its target precisely, emitting a soft electric crackle. In the next moment, the boar collapsed with a thud, its body convulsing and emitting puffs of white smoke. The air was filled with a faint aroma of cooked meat. Yi Shuangyue couldn't help but lick her lips, while Jiang Yueshi wondered how much pain the boar must have felt. Suche was momentarily speechless. He had intended to use the boar to demonstrate the dangers of the demon cave, but Jiang Yueli had swiftly neutralized the threat. Suche thought to himself that this might be the perfect place for Jiang Yueli to train. His gaze swept over the 3. Jiang Yueli was rubbing her hands with satisfaction. Yi Shuangyue's expression remained unchanged, and Jiang Yueshi looked terrified, unconsciously taking a few steps back. Taking a deep breath, Suche quietly put the boar's tusks into his backpack and softly said, "Let's go. Let's see what else is out there." For the rest of the time, the Jiang sisters worked in seamless coordination. Whenever a new beast was spotted, Jiang Yueshi would sound the alarm, and Zhang Yue would immediately form a thunderball, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Yi Shuangyue also intervened once, nearly sending a rock-armored bear, the first Tier 1 high-grade beast they encountered in the area, rolling with a powerful punch. Su Che sighed inwardly, hoping to encounter more Tier 1 high-grade beasts to truly test the trio. But he soon realized that such thoughts were unrealistic. The Nine Peaks Demon Cave was too vast, especially in the low-level area they were in. Encountering a large number of high-level beasts was nothing short of a dream. He quietly decided that if the situation didn't change, they would have to venture into more dangerous territories. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, behind a towering tree, Uncle Lu in a gray robe was watching Su Che and his group intently. His brows were furrowed as he calculated how to eliminate Su Che without revealing himself. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. If I lure dozens, or even hundreds, of Tier 1 high-grade beasts, they'll be too busy to handle anything else. Then, Uncle Lu licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, and his figure quickly vanished into the dense forest. On the outskirts of the Nine Peaks Demon Cave, a thunderous crash shattered the jungle's tranquility. A massive rock-armored bear, towering over 2 meters tall, crashed to the ground, landing amidst the thick underbrush. Dark red blood slowly seeped from its mouth as its life force visibly ebbed away. As the fierce beast fell, 3 burly figures emerged. They were clad in matching combat uniforms, each with the striking characters left, right, and front emblazoned on their chests. These were the 3 brothers who had appeared earlier in the supply hall. Beautiful, praised Gao Huohua, who stood behind the brothers, nodding in satisfaction. Your teamwork is getting more refined. He continued. The rock-armored bear is already considered a top-tier beast among the first rank. For you 3, at only the 7th level of the first rank, to defeat it together is outstanding. In the U-City Martial exams, your skills are unparalleled. This year's top, 2nd, and 3rd place will likely be among you. The brothers exchanged glances, a hint of joy gleaming in their eyes. However, Gao Huohua shifted his tone. But don't get too complacent. There are always people stronger than you. Even if we don't mention the main base city, here in Peng City, I've heard that during the 2nd monthly test at Peng City's top ability high school, there's a student who's already reached the 8th level of the first rank. What? The brothers gasped, disbelief written all over their faces. 8th level of the first rank? How is that possible? Really? Is this true? That's such a high level. Could it be a once-in-a-century grade talent? Their voices were filled with incredulity. Coming from a unique background, they had undergone strict family training from a young age, with physical abilities far surpassing ordinary people even before awakening. After awakening their grade enhancement talent, they enjoyed various energy potions and special training. Even so, they had only barely reached the 7th level of the first rank by the 2nd monthly test. Hearing that someone had already reached the 8th level at the same time was hard for them to accept. Of course it's true, Gao Huohua assured them. Why would I lie to you? I didn't mention it before just to avoid affecting your focus. He continued to reassure them. But don't lose heart. Your cultivation level doesn't directly equate to your actual combat power. With your talents and my training methods, I guarantee your practical skills will reach new heights. With your bloodline talents, challenging someone at the 8th level of the first rank while you are at the 7th won't be impossible. Encouraged by these words, the brothers' expressions improved significantly, hope rekindled in their eyes. Understood, they replied in unison. Great, Gao Huohua nodded approvingly. Today's goal is to slay 10 top-tier first-rank beasts without sustaining any injuries. Let's go for it. These words acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly reigniting the brothers' fighting spirit. They were eager to take on even passing hamsters and wild rabbits, their eyes like searchlights scanning for signs of top-tier first-rank beasts. However, reality often falls short of expectations. 3 minutes passed, and they found nothing. 10 minutes passed, still nothing. Half an hour passed, and yet, nothing. Not only did they fail to slay 10 top-tier first-rank beasts without injury, but they hadn't even seen a single hair of such a beast. The highest-level beast they encountered in that half hour was merely mid-tier first rank. It was as if all the top-tier first-rank beasts in the area had mysteriously vanished. The brothers' enthusiasm had long since waned, their excitement replaced by confusion. After a full half hour without encountering a single top-tier first-rank beast, anyone would be left feeling bewildered. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do next. Even Gao Huohua, who had reached the 4th extraordinary level, was no exception. As an experienced teacher, he led graduating students to Jioding Mountain's magical cave for practical trials every year and was very familiar with the outer regions. However, today's situation left him more puzzled than ever. Gao Huohua led the 3 brothers through the cave, confidently assigning them the task of taking down 10 first-tier high-grade beasts without injury. Yet, an hour had passed, and they hadn't seen even a shadow of a beast. This unusual situation knitted his brows, his inner confusion surging like waves. Teacher, didn't they say there are lots of beasts in Jioding Mountain's magical cave? Why have we only seen one after so long? Asked the youngest of the three brothers, scratching his head. Gao Huahua's mouth twitched, a line of frustration appearing on his forehead. He wanted to know the answer too, but unfortunately, he was as clueless as his students at that moment. Just then, a violent commotion erupted ahead, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Gao Huahua immediately sensed something was amiss and led the brothers swiftly towards the source of the sound. When they arrived at the scene, the sight before them was astonishing, as if their eyes might pop out of their sockets. A dense swarm of beasts, including fierce flame lions, rock-armored bears, and long-armed apes, all powerful first-tier high-grade beasts, were attacking a single target. The target under siege was completely obscured by the sea of beasts, making it impossible to see clearly. The three brothers suddenly realized why they hadn't encountered any beasts on their way. All the first-tier high-grade beasts had gathered here. Teacher, who is it fighting? They're incredible, holding out against so many first-tier high-grade beasts for so long. I get it. It must be a second or third-tier ability user fishing in troubled waters. That's really unsporting. The three brothers whispered among themselves, speculating about the identity of the besieged. Gao Huahua, however, shook his head, his eyes glinting with surprise and admiration. No, it's not a second or third tier. It's a first-tier 9th level and two first-tier 8th levels. This astonishing revelation left everyone in shock. A combination of a first-tier 9th level and two first-tier 8th levels managing to withstand such a massive onslaught of first-tier high-grade beasts for so long was a feat far beyond their imagination. Gao Huahua and the three brothers couldn't help but become deeply intrigued by these mysterious warriors, eager to catch a glimpse of them. In the outer region of the Nine Peaks mountain cave, an intense battle was unfolding. Gao Huahua's voice, though soft, reverberated like thunder in the hearts of the three brothers. It's a first-tier 9th level and two first-tier 8th levels. The three brothers exchanged glances, their Adam's apples moving involuntarily as they swallowed hard. Their eyes shone with disbelief, their hearts churning with turbulent emotions. Could such a formidable presence really be caused by cultivators of this level? It was truly hard to believe. Just as their minds were racing, a thunderous crash interrupted their thoughts. Two armored rock bears were blasted away like cannonballs, tearing a gap in the horde of beasts. Through this gap, the silhouette of a long-haired girl was clearly visible. Despite being surrounded by fierce beasts, the girl remained calm, her gaze serene and confident. Her composure stood in stark contrast to the chaos around her. The two rock bears, seemingly humiliated, flew into a rage. They opened their gaping maws and charged at the girl from both sides, their eyes blood-red, as if intent on tearing everything apart. In a split second, the bear's massive paws were within half a meter of the girl's head. At such close range, a hit could prove fatal. Watch out, Xiangzhua exclaimed in alarm, his heart racing. Why doesn't she dodge? Even the three brothers, with their formidable physiques, wouldn't dare to withstand the brute force of the armored rock bears. Yet the long-haired girl remained motionless, seemingly unaware of the danger. In the next moment, under Xiang's terrified gaze, the girl revealed her astonishing answer. Just as the bear's fan-like paws were about to strike, they suddenly froze in midair, as if caught by a spell. Beneath the bare paws were the girl's slender arms. Though her arms were barely a tenth the size of the rock bears, she was holding back their fierce attack with sheer strength. The two rock bears were utterly enraged, raising their other paws for another strike. But this time, their attack was destined to fail. The girl shifted her grip into a firm hold and quickly retreated, pulling sharply. The massive rock bears lost their balance, their enormous bodies crashing to the ground like falling mountains. The girl moved like lightning, her hands swiftly seizing the heads of the two rock bears, her arms clamping down forcefully. With a chilling crack, the two bears were instantly killed, collapsing lifelessly. Their heads split open like watermelons, bone fragments, flesh, and eyeballs scattered, creating a gruesome scene. Yet the girl seemed unfazed, as if she had merely completed a trivial task, casually walking away without a glance back. Astonishingly, she was spotless, not a trace of blood on her, her composure even more impressive. Xiangzhua was dumbstruck, his eyes wide as saucers, struggling to utter a few words. Graceful, truly graceful. He instinctively looked at his two brothers, finding them equally shocked, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Just as Xiangzhua was about to speak, another spectacle caught his attention. One after another, blazing flame lions inexplicably fell, as if struck down by an invisible force. This scene deepened the shock in the brothers' hearts, making them realize that the battle was far from over, with more astounding events yet to unfold. One by one, the blazing lions fell as if injected with poison. In just a few seconds, nearly 10 fierce beasts collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing violently, froth foaming at their mouths. Upon closer inspection, faint electric arcs could be seen flickering across their bodies. As the fiery lions around her fell, a short-haired girl with purple hair appeared in the center. Unlike the previous long-haired girl, this girl's expression was filled with excitement and battle readiness. even more fervent than the fierce beasts around her. A nature elemental. Xiang Zhua was startled, his pupils narrowing into slits. He couldn't help but marvel at the girl's strength. Although the fallen blazing lions weren't dead, they had all instantly lost their combat abilities. Compared to the long-haired girl, this purple-haired girl was slightly less effective in single-target attacks, but her prowess in group attacks was far superior. A deep sense of curiosity arose in Xiang Zhua's mind. How was she doing this? However, the blazing lions were, after all, top-tier first-level beasts with extraordinary physical resilience. Despite the foam they had just expelled, they quickly began to recover, swaying their heads as if ready to stand up at any moment. Faced with this situation, the purple-haired girl remained unfazed, as if she had anticipated it. Electric arcs flickered across her chest as she swiftly formed a dazzling lightning orb. Within seconds, the orb's diameter grew larger and larger. As the first blazing lion struggled to its feet, a fresh lightning orb came flying at it. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as the orb struck the first lion and didn't dissipate. Instead, it rapidly split and spread out. Bang, 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 bang. The blazing lions, which had just managed to stand, fell again like dominoes. This time, they lay quietly on the ground without convulsing or foaming at the mouth, as if they had simply fallen asleep. Only wisps of white smoke continued to rise from their bodies, and the air was filled with a faint aroma of roasted meat. Xiang Zhua finally understood the purple-haired girl's attack method, swallowing hard as the realization hit him. He suddenly realized he might not even withstand the first wave of her lightning attacks. Both of them are so strong. Xiang Zhua was shocked, instinctively searching for a third figure. However, before he could find it, an unexpected change occurred. A blazing lion that had been hiding suddenly lunged at the purple-haired girl without warning. It was well known that nature elemental users were most vulnerable to close-range attacks, leaving little time to unleash any combat skills. Yet, in the face of such a threat, the purple-haired girl remained calm. She swiftly turned around and grabbed a short-haired girl with white hair from behind her. As the blazing lion charged, the purple-haired girl's lips moved, as if instructing the white-haired girl. Although the words were inaudible, it was clear that the white-haired girl was shaking her head, visibly reluctant. The purple-haired girl was undeterred, and in the next moment, she hurled the white-haired girl towards the attacking lion with all her might. The white-haired girl screamed, crossing her arms in front of her chest as an ice crystal shield quickly formed over her arms. Boom! The charging blazing lion was instantly knocked back, soaring in a graceful arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Just as it shakily tried to rise, a bolt of lightning pierced through its head. Thud! The blazing lion collapsed, dead. Silence enveloped the night at Cambridge. The seamless cooperation between the purple-haired and white-haired girls was like a well-choreographed dance, causing the trio of brothers Xiang Zhua, Xiang Yu, and Xiang Qiantou fall into deep contemplation. The sounds of battle echoed around them, and the air vibrated with energy, yet the atmosphere around them was frozen like ice. No one spoke, but inside, each person's thoughts were turbulent. The elegant girl with flowing hair seemed detached, yet she held the situation in her grasp. The purple-haired girl was like a bloodthirsty beast, striking with ruthless precision, her desire to fight palpable. As for the white-haired girl, though she appeared reluctant, she diligently conjured an impenetrable ice shield. The emergence of these three girls shook the Xiang brothers' worldview. In Yu City, they were always seen as prodigies, but compared to the three before them, they were like raw recruits. This disparity transcended mere cultivation levels. Even if they advanced to the 8th or 9th stage of the first tier, matching such combat prowess seemed unattainable. The Xiang brothers' faces showed shock, and even Gao Huohua's expression was unsettled. With his 4th-tier extraordinary cultivation, his insight far surpassed that of the Xiang brothers. With a single glance, he assessed that the long-haired girl's cultivation had reached the 9th stage of the first tier, and remarkably, she wasn't even exerting her full strength. Amidst the onslaught of numerous high-grade first-tier beasts, the long-haired girl never retreated a step. No matter how tricky the beast's attacks were, she could always neutralize them swiftly and decisively. Undoubtedly, beneath her petite frame lay immense power. Gao Huohua mused that the talent she exhibited far exceeded that of the Xiang brothers. What astonished him further was that such remarkable talent wasn't exclusive to the long-haired girl. The purple-haired girl's prowess was equally impressive. With an 8th-stage first-tier cultivation, she could temporarily incapacitate over a dozen high-grade first-tier beasts with a single strike, indicating her lightning abilities had reached an extraordinary level. Beyond combat ability, the purple-haired girl's temperament amazed Gao Huohua. Faced with beasts of higher levels, she showed no fear, only heightened battle enthusiasm. Most crucially, she could make the wisest decisions in an instant. Gao Huohua thought to himself that if the military discovered such talent, they would undoubtedly focus on nurturing her, promising a bright future. The white-haired girl, although seemingly unremarkable and just tagging along, caught Gao Huohua's attention with a critical detail. The ice shield she hastily conjured not only withstood the fierce assault of the blazing lion, but remained unscathed. Such a feat with a fragile ice shield was astounding. Elevating a delicate ice shield to such an indestructible level showed that the white-haired girl was no ordinary individual. Her talent surely surpassed the Xiang brothers, not falling short in any way. As Gao Huahua scrutinized the three girls, Xiang's gaze was suddenly drawn to another scene. Teacher, look over there, there's someone else. Following Xiang's line of sight, Gao Huahua noticed another figure not far behind the girls, clearly part of their group. Observing intently for a few seconds, his brows furrowed deeply. The figure's body moved up and down erratically, with movements so peculiar that only a vague impression of a male could be discerned. This mysterious figure added another layer of uncertainty to the already intricate situation. Gao Huahua focused his gaze, his eyes flickering and pupils trembling slightly. He noticed that the man was wearing a level 3 teacher badge, the highest rank for high school teachers. This discovery struck Gao Huahua like a bolt of lightning, and he suddenly realized that these three young women were likely candidates for the martial arts exam. Not far away, Su Che was skillfully maneuvering among the corpses of high-grade Tier 1 beasts, holding a sharp blade. Each time he cut off a bear paw or lion claw, he enthusiastically shouted a number. 80, 80, 80, 100. His mouth stretched into a wide grin, almost reaching his ears, unable to hide his excitement. Just half an hour earlier, Su Che had been hoping to encounter more high-grade Tier 1 beasts so that Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi could get ample practice. As if blessed by fortune, a wave of these beasts unexpectedly appeared. Faced with this unexpected bounty, Su Che decisively ordered them to engage. Initially, Su Che was worried that they might get injured, so he stood by to protect them. However, after observing for a while, he realized his concerns were unfounded. Yi Xuanyue and Jiang Yueli could handle themselves well, though Jiang Yueshi initially hid behind Jiang Yueli upon spotting the beasts. But with her sister's support, Jiang Yueshi was deeply involved in the trial. Each time Jiang Yueli paused her abilities, she would push her sister out to gain experience. Seeing this, Su Che relaxed and focused on collecting the spoils. Although the points gained from individual high-grade Tier 1 beasts were not much, their large numbers made up for it. With Jiang Yueli's massive group attack abilities, she could take down 5 or 6 beasts at once. In just half an hour, Su Che roughly estimated that they had accumulated over 5,000 points, more than half of what was needed to exchange for the blood food of a Tier 4 beast. Looking at the ground littered with beast corpses, Su Che couldn't help but marvel. Wow, this is quite a discovery. To encounter a wave of high-grade Tier 1 beasts, my luck is incredible. After a pause, he quietly added, so good that I almost think someone deliberately lured them here for me. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Uncle Lu in a gray robe was intensely watching Su Che from atop a towering tree, his expression fluctuating. His jaw muscles were clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms and forehead, clearly agitated. Watching Su Che continuously harvest materials from the beasts, Uncle Lu felt as if he might explode with frustration. The outer region of the Juding Mountain Magic Cave was vast, and Uncle Lu had painstakingly gathered this beast wave. Yet now, the wave had not only failed to serve its purpose, but had become an unexpected boon for Su Che. Even if Uncle Lu wanted to intervene, he had no opportunity, as other teams were nearby. How can these three from Class A team be so strong? Uncle Lu's gaze swept over Yi Xuanyue and the others, finally settling on Su Che with a chilling look in his eyes. You might evade me now, but you won't forever. I'll keep watching you. However, Uncle Lu did not notice that just 100 meters behind him, a bald middle-aged man was floating in the air on a donkey. Despite the proximity, Uncle Lu was completely unaware. This bald man was none other than Li Siwei in disguise, and his mount was the transformed mare, by Shui. Li Siwei's gaze bypassed Uncle Lu, landing directly on Yi Xuanyue and the others in battle. A hint of surprise and interest flashed in his eyes as he murmured to himself, interesting, I didn't expect to find such talent in Pengcheng. In the outer region of the Nine Peaks Mountain Cave, Yi Xuanyue and Jiang Yueli were like efficient killing machines, launching an astonishing slaughter against the tide of first-tier high-grade beasts. The beasts charged forward relentlessly, only to be completely annihilated in a short time, leaving none alive. Behind Yi Xuanyue, the battlefield was a gruesome sight. Beast corpses lay scattered, brains splattered, and severed limbs littered the ground. In contrast, the beast corpses behind Jiang Yueli were neatly arranged, as if they were peacefully asleep, with a faint aroma of roasted meat wafting through the breeze. Among the pile of corpses behind Jiang Yueshi, some beast bodies with sunken foreheads stood out, a testament to Jiang Yueshi's handiwork with his ice crystal shield. Even in such perilous combat, he adhered to the belief that defense is the best offense, emerging almost unscathed. The only injury was a bruise from being thrown by Jiang Yueli. As the battle ended, Su Che felt a twinge of regret. What a shame, another wave would have been perfect. This wave of beasts had brought in at least 5 or 6,000 points, and another would have allowed him to gather the 10,000 points needed to purchase 4th-tier beast blood food. Despite his thoughts, Su Che's hands didn't pause. Humming a little tune, 80, 80, big hammer 80. He efficiently collected the spoils, his backpack slowly filling to capacity. At that moment, a coughing sound interrupted Su Che's actions. Looking up, he saw a young man in a fiery red robe standing in the distance, accompanied by 3 robust young men with similar features. Gao Huohua. Su Che immediately recognized this conspicuous figure from the supply hall. Almost instinctively, he hid the backpack containing the spoils behind him and asked warily, "What do you want?" Although the Nine Peaks mountain cave strictly prohibited superpowered individuals from fighting each other, with violators facing official pursuit and severe punishment, the lack of surveillance in this vast forest made the rule less intimidating than one might expect. Gao Huohua noticed Su Che's defensive gesture, his eyebrows twitching as he nearly saw red with anger. He instantly realized the other seemed to be guarding against him, trying to snatch the spoils. Please, Gao Huohua thought to himself. I'm a 4th-tier extraordinary being. Why would I be interested in these 1st-tier high-grade beast parts? They're worth just a few points. Suppressing his anger, Gao Huohua lifted his chin slightly, his tone laced with pride. You don't recognize me? Su Che nodded first, then pointed to the few remaining beast corpses behind him, bluntly stating, I recognize you. But these are mine. Gao Huohua was taken aback by this statement, his mouth twitching as he struggled to find words, his emotions roiling inside. Hai Huohua couldn't believe it. He was a tier 4 extraordinary, after all, and he thought to himself that people shouldn't underestimate someone of his rank. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he turned to the young man wearing a level 3 teacher's badge and asked directly, I see you're wearing a level 3 teacher's badge. May I ask which high school in Peng City you are affiliated with? Su Che appeared cautious and didn't answer immediately. Instinctively, he didn't want to reveal too much about himself. Huohua didn't mind the silence and instead turned his gaze to the 3 girls resting nearby, smiling slightly. Are these 3 your students? Yes, they are. This time, Su Che didn't deny it. Huohua nodded approvingly. Your students are impressive. Are they candidates for this year's martial arts exam? His probing tone became more evident. As such, Su Che replied succinctly before turning away to continue gathering the spoils of battle. As such, Huohua was puzzled by this response. He understood a simple yes or no, but as such, left him baffled. While Huohua was contemplating, Su Che efficiently finished collecting the remaining spoils. He tightened his backpack and, without hesitation, turned to leave. Seeing this, Huohua called out, If you don't want to say more, I won't press you. But surely you can tell me your name. The young man paused briefly before continuing on his way. However, this time, a light voice reached Huohua's ears. I go by Lu Bo. Just as those words were spoken, Lu Bo, far away at Peng City's top supernatural high school, suddenly sneezed. Who's thinking of me now? Lu Bo shook his head, dismissing it as he continued his training. Lu Bo, huh? Huohua's eyes narrowed as the smile faded from his face, replaced by a serious expression. Although the teacher who called himself Lu Bo didn't answer directly, Huohua deduced from his reaction that the 3 girls were indeed candidates for the martial arts exam. While this, Lu Bo, posed no threat to him, the girls were a significant threat to the Xiong family brothers. Huohua had high hopes for the Xiong family brothers, aiming not just for the U-City top spot, but to break into the top 50 of the martial arts exam rankings. The emergence of Lu Bo's students posed a serious challenge. If he couldn't beat the geniuses from the main base city, he was determined that his disciples should be the top talents among the 5 satellite cities. Peng City, Lu Bo. Huohua muttered the name repeatedly, a sharp glint in his eyes. Looks like I need to leverage my connections in Peng City to put some pressure on this Lu Bo. After Su Che's team and Huohua's team parted ways, Lu Shu in the gray robe, who had been following closely, brightened up. Pulling his hood down further, he carefully surveyed his surroundings before stealthily following them. Despite Lu Shu's meticulous observations, he failed to notice Li Siwei hovering midair behind him, as if Li Siwei didn't belong to this realm. Tisk, Li Siwei glanced in the direction Su Che and the gray-robed figure had gone, then looked towards where Huohua had disappeared, suddenly feeling torn. By rights, he should have followed Huohua without hesitation, as he was there to assess him. But the appearance of these 3 talented girls made him reconsider. After hesitating for 2 or 3 minutes, Li Siwei muttered to himself, What's there to hesitate about? I can assess Huohua anytime, but talents like these are rare, and a teacher capable of producing such talents must be extraordinary. Having made up his mind, Li Siwei didn't hesitate any longer. He slapped the rump of his mare, Snow White, and shouted, Let's go, one moment Gale, move out. Ugh ugh, Snow White protested with a disgruntled whinny, pawed the ground, and streaked off in a flash of light to the left. After the sun set, the sky remained a deep shade of twilight for quite some time before finally giving way to the dark of night. The darkness poured down like ink, quickly engulfing the demon cave of Juding Mountain, plunging it into pitch blackness. From above, The entire mountain resembled a giant beast lying in wait, ready to devour anything that crossed its path. Despite the darkness enveloping the mountain, tiny specks of light could still be seen scattered about. These faint lights were mostly concentrated in the outer regions, becoming sparser as one ventured deeper into the mountain. The deepest part of the cave was a void of darkness, akin to a black hole that swallowed even light. Each light represented a brave adventuring party, using their fires to fend off the darkness in their quest for survival in this perilous environment. In the center of the outer region, a particular fire source stood out. Su Che stood by the fire, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yuli, who was busy with her task. He gave her a thumbs up, a slight smile playing on his lips as he encouraged. Keep it up, little purple hair. Our dinner depends on you. This firewood is too damp to cook anything. We need your skills. Since detecting the aroma of meat while collecting spoils earlier that day, Su Che had been pondering new applications for his lightning abilities. Finally, his theory was confirmed. If Jiang Yuli could precisely control the intensity of her lightning, she could instantly cook raw meat without burning it. This method resulted in meat that was tender and flavorful, rivaling that of traditional fire roasting. However, this cooking method had its drawbacks. It was easy to turn the food into charcoal. Interestingly, the likelihood of this happening seemed to be linked to Jiang Yuli's mood. At that moment, she appeared somewhat impatient, her brow furrowed as several pieces of meat ended up charred. Su Che raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly teasing. Little purple hair, can you handle this? You're being too rough. I bet Jiang Yu could do a better job. Jiang Yuli didn't respond, continuing to release her lightning in silence. With her persistence, the situation improved. Soon, she went from burning every piece to burning 1 out of 3, then 1 out of 5, and finally achieving an impressive 1 out of 10. Noticing her progress, Su Che nodded in satisfaction. His request for Jiang Yuli to cook with lightning wasn't just about solving their food problem. It was also a training exercise to improve her control over her powers. From his observations, he noted that although Jiang Yuli had a strong desire to fight, her control over her abilities was not precise, especially during combat, leading to wasted energy. This was manageable in short bursts, but detrimental in prolonged battles. This training method would enhance her control and solve their food issue, achieving 2 goals at once. Once Jiang Yuli was nearly able to cook the meat without burning it, Su Che signaled her to stop. All right, you can stop now. Jiang Yuli gasped for breath, but her eyes shone with increasing brightness. She felt her control over her abilities becoming more adept, instantly understanding Su Che's teaching purpose. Yay, meat time. Jiang Yushi quickly grabbed a sizzling piece of fierce pig leg, her mouth watering. She took a small bite, but soon her brow furrowed. Although the meat was tender, it seemed to be missing a certain flavor. But this didn't stump the resourceful Jiang Yushi. She put down the pork leg and began rummaging through her pockets. To the astonishment of Su Che and the others, she pulled out 3 or 4 thumb-sized glass bottles, clearly intended to add some flavor to their unexpected wild feast. Inside the glass bottles were all sorts of colorful powders, solids, and liquids. Jiang Yueshi skillfully opened a bottle and began sprinkling the contents on the boar leg. Su Che and the others suddenly realized it wasn't some mysterious formula, but rather a collection of barbecue seasonings. The aroma of cumin, the kick of chili, the richness of oyster sauce, the savory taste of soy sauce, the spiciness of mustard, the crunch of peanuts, the umami of meat sauce, and the freshness of scallions all hit them at once. Yi Shuangyue couldn't help but swallow, as her stomach growled in protest. Jiang Yueli watched the scene, helplessly rubbing her forehead, the veins on her temple throbbing. It was then that Su Che noticed Jiang Yueshi's bulging figure, clearly hiding more treasures. Sensing the intense gazes from everyone, Jiang Yueshi looked around cautiously, yet confidently assured them, "Don't worry, there's really nothing else." Just as she finished speaking, a glass bottle slipped from her sleeve with a clink, revealing dried radish inside. Su Che closed his eyes and took a deep breath, filling his chest with cool air before speaking slowly. Jiang Yueshi, I've got a task for you. Finish it, and then you can eat. Huh? What task? Can't I eat first? Jiang Yueshi pouted, her eyes never leaving the tempting boar leg. After being a human punching bag for half the day, she felt like she could devour an entire cow. Su Che's lips curled into a slight smile as he pointed to the water bags behind him, his smile growing wider. It's simple. In this heat, you can't go without something cold. Go, freeze all 3 bags of water to 0 degrees. Remember, not a degree more or less, exactly 0. Hearing this, Jiang Yueshi wobbled, her expression turning sour. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away in the sky, a middle-aged man in luxurious attire was observing the scene below with interest. As expected, to teach such talented students, this level 3 teacher is quite something. Li Siwei nodded slightly, admiration gleaming in his eyes. He had 2 reasons for coming: the 3 gifted girls and their teacher. Although the 3 girls were exceptionally talented, their skills were still far from his level. As a newly promoted professor, He was more eager to discover excellent teaching talent. Compared to Gao Huahua, this young level 3 teacher intrigued him more. If the teacher's performance satisfied him, he wouldn't rule out recommending them to Daxia's top university for supernatural abilities. Even if they couldn't immediately become a teacher, they could start as an assistant. Just then, Li Siwei's attention was caught by a gray-robed man not far away. He had noticed him before, but hadn't paid much attention. However, now the gray-robed man was quietly approaching Su Che's group. Sneaky doesn't seem like a good person. Li Siwei frowned, about to take action, but then slapped his forehead. No, I can't act now. This is a rare observation opportunity, not to be missed. With a plan in mind, Li Siwei grinned, nudging his horse with his heels. Let's go, Bai Shue, let's keep an eye on him. Yu-wu-wu. Bai Shue was about to neigh when Li Siwei clamped a hand over its mouth. Shoo, we're tailing someone, keep quiet. Bai Shue gave Li Siwei a resentful look, then swiftly dove downward. Soon, the man and horse were closely tailing the gray-robed Lu Shu. At that moment, Lu Shu had no idea he was being followed. In the outer region of the demonic cave at Juding Mountain, the chill of the night quietly crept in. The students in Su Che's class, relying on their first-level 8th rank cultivation, managed to fall asleep with the help of a campfire and sleeping bags. Su Che silently added wood to the fire, and in the flickering light, his gaze swept over Jiang Yueshi, who was clinging to Jiang Yueli like a gecko, then fell on Yi Shuangyue, who was lying alone on a tree branch, causing a gentle smile to appear on his lips. After a day of traveling, the three were already exhausted. After feasting on roasted meat and drinking cold water, they quickly fell into a deep sleep. Su Che felt a quiet joy, as if he already considered them reliable allies, contemplating the prospect of earning 3,000 to 4,000 points the next day. As the night deepened, the demonic cave at Joding Mountain fell into a deathly silence. Besides the faint crackling of the fire, not even a bird's chirp could be heard. Hours passed, and even Su Che, who was on watch, couldn't help but yawn repeatedly, his eyes slowly closing, seemingly drifting into a light sleep or meditation. Suddenly, a gentle breeze passed by. The fallen leaves on the ground rustled softly, the flames wavered, and the bushes made a rustling sound. The coolness brushed Su Che's cheek, causing him to open his eyes abruptly, his brow furrowing with caution. This breeze gave him an inexplicable sense of unease. Another breeze blew through, seemingly no different from before. Su Che muttered to himself, thinking he might be too sensitive, and was about to close his eyes when he suddenly realized something was wrong this time. The wind was silent. In an instant, Su Che's muscles tensed, his scalp tingling, and a strong sense of danger surged through him. Almost instinctively, he leaped to the side, driven by an intense intuition that he had to leave his spot immediately. Almost simultaneously, a buzzing sound was followed by a loud explosion, and the spot where Su Che had been standing was blasted into a crater 1 meter wide and half a meter deep. The flying dirt struck his back, the pain akin to being hit by a slingshot. Someone's attacking, trying to kill me. Su Che lay prone on the ground, his eyes fixed on the crater, veins bulging on his forehead, and cold sweat breaking out on his back. Had he not remained vigilant, he would have struggled to avoid this deadly strike. Even with his physical resilience, being hit would have meant severe injury. Su Che quickly scanned his surroundings, his abilities surging, with blue patterns emerging to maximize his defense. His attention was sharply focused, striving to detect any potential threat. Suddenly, the buzzing sound returned. Su Che whipped his head around, his pupils contracting. At that moment, he finally saw the enemy's method of attack, a vacuum blade shooting toward him like a sharp sword, compressing the air with a piercing hum. Su Che realized that the previous explosion that had cratered the ground was caused by this terrifying vacuum blade attack. No wonder there was hardly any sound. Su Che's heart tightened as the vacuum blade approached silently. Despite the danger, he felt a slight relief. The fear of the unknown is the most terrifying, but now that he had discerned the opponent's technique, countering it became much simpler. At this moment, the only thing to do was to block that damned vacuum blade. From leaving his original spot until now, only a second had passed. Su Che locked his gaze on the approaching vacuum blade and spread his arms wide before clamping them shut. His hands caught the vacuum blade precisely, akin to an advanced version of catching a blade with bare hands catching a vacuum blade with bare hands. Sizzle, the restrained vacuum blade went wild, its fierce energy radiating. Normally, this blade, sharp enough to tear through metal, would leave a bare-handed defender in shreds. Yet, the vacuum blade could not break free from Su Che's grip, and its intense aura quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, within 3 seconds, the vacuum blade vanished with a pop. Surprisingly, Su Che's hands remained unscathed. Teacher, X3. The battle had startled Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters, and they cried out in unison. Teacher, are you alright? Hurry and hide behind the shield. Jiang Yueshi quickly conjured an ice crystal shield in front of her arm. Yi Shuangyue leaped up to stand in front of Su Che, her intentions clear despite her silence. There's an enemy attack. I'll take him down. Jiang Yueli's expression was grave, arcs of electricity flickering around her as she prepared to charge out. Come back. Su Che's voice boomed like thunder. The enemy is after me. The three of them turned to look at Su Che. You three stay put. It's not time for you little ones to protect me yet. Su Che's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Watch closely. This is your first practical lesson, and it's called. He paused briefly before his voice thundered again. Life and death battle. The moment the opponent strikes, the outcome is already sealed. One way or another, someone must die here today. It's either you or me. Understood. The three nodded instinctively at Su Che's decision. For the first time, they saw such a ferocious emotion in his eyes. Su Che closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting the cold fill his chest before slowly opening them again. His pupils had transformed into vertical slits, exuding a chilling, violent, and bloodthirsty aura. Swish! Su Che suddenly turned his gaze toward the dark forest not far behind, his voice calm, but carrying a chilling undertone. Stop hiding. I see you. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The depths of the forest remained silent. A breeze rustled the leaves, as if truly devoid of anyone. Heh! A cold glint flashed in Su Che's eyes as he spoke softly. If you don't come out, I'll have to go to you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure dashed toward the forest without any warning. In a corner of the jungle, behind a towering tree, Su Che sprinted forward. Uncle Lu, in a gray robe, widened his eyes in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment. Impossible. How did he find me? He thought, his expression turning rigid. This was the second time tonight that Su Che had shocked him. Earlier, Uncle Lu was puzzled by how Su Che had evaded his vacuum blade unscathed. Despite being a clever power, it was quite potent among natural abilities, with exceptional stealth. It was nearly silent unless it accelerated for an attack, causing only slight air disturbance. Uncle Lu was confident that even with reduced power, his attack could severely injure a third-tier, 8th-level opponent. Yet, Su Che not only dodged the first strike, but also caught the second one barehanded. This sight deeply unsettled Uncle Lu. Even he wouldn't dare to catch a vacuum blade with his hands. It could tear through steel. While Uncle Lu was contemplating his next move, Su Che identified his hiding spot in an instant. Initially thinking it was a bluff, Uncle Lu realized Su Che was indeed charging at him. The rapid pounding of footsteps grew closer like a drumbeat, making Uncle Lu tense. As a natural ability user, even with his confidence in his own strength, Uncle Lu was reluctant to engage Su Che at close range. The image of Su Che dismantling the vacuum blade with his bare hands was still vivid in his mind, instinctively urging him to avoid close combat. Unfortunately, it was too late. With limited attack range for his abilities, the two were only 50 meters apart. A distance taking 5.6 seconds for an ordinary person but less than a second for Su Che, a third-tier, 9th-level enhancement ability user. Die! Su Che roared, leaping into the air, his fierce fists targeting Uncle Lu. It was the Pajun Fist. As an assistant instructor under Lu Bo, Uncle Lu immediately recognized this combat technique from Pingqing's top supernatural high school. The brilliance of the fists indicated a high-intensity burst, capable of breaking through defenses in a short time. However, the Pajun Fist had a critical weakness: it was unsustainable. Continuous bursts could quickly deplete one's stamina. Realizing this, Uncle Lu's eyes sharpened, and he made a decision. I mustn't confront him heat-in. I need to exhaust his energy. With my third-tier, 9th-level power reserves, wearing out a third-tier, 8th-level opponent will be easy. With this in mind, Uncle Lu swiftly retreated, dodging behind the nearest tree. Facing the relentless Su Che, his movements didn't falter for a moment. Bang! Su Che swung his fist into the air, but it smashed through a massive tree that would take 2 people to encircle. Splinters flew, the trunk shattered, and the giant tree crashed to the ground. Su Che's eyes were cold as ice, fixed on the gray-robed figure before him. Weren't you going to kill me? Why are you running? Su Che said in a chilling voice, having already discerned that his opponent was not a 4th-tier extraordinary being. The gray-robed Lu Shu snorted, opting to retaliate instead of answering. He raised his hand, unleashing countless miniature vacuum blades that shot towards Su Che like magnetic needles. At the same time, he pushed off the ground with his toes, quickly widening the distance between them, yet always maintaining a 50-meter range. These attacks were not meant to harm, but to buy time, waiting for Su Che to show signs of fatigue. Clang, clang, clang. The vacuum blade struck Su Che's skin but couldn't penetrate. A green glow flashed, leaving Su Che unscathed. In a blink, the distance between them had shrunk to less than 50 meters. Lu Shu was shocked. Is he wearing a turtle shell or something? How is his defense so ridiculously strong? Realizing his attacks were ineffective, Lu Shu pushed his abilities to the limit, increasing his speed once more. He managed to stretch the gap back to 50 meters and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly found Su Che's face alarmingly close. You didn't really think I couldn't catch up to you, did you? Su Che said softly. Lu Shu's pupils contracted sharply. You're not a tier 3 level 8. You're a tier 3 level 9. Congratulations, you guessed right, Su Che replied with a grin. But unfortunately, you found out too late. Before the words were fully spoken, Su Che unleashed his Tier 3 Level 9 power. With a resounding crack, Lu Shu's bones shattered, his face turning from red to purple to white, finally spitting out a mouthful of blood as he collapsed to his knees. Su Che tore the gray robe off his opponent, and upon seeing the true face, his pupils narrowed like needles. You're one of Lu Bo's men. Lu Bo sent you. Lu Shu coughed up more blood but stubbornly held on, saying, Su Che, I never thought you'd be a Tier 3 Level 9. It seems I really underestimated you. Ha ha. But I won't say a word. Su Che sneered. Did I ask you? Lu Shu looked up in confusion, only to see the murderous intent in Su Che's eyes, his fist gleaming with cold light. The next moment, a loud bang echoed. Bang! Su Che's fist struck Uncle Lu's face like a bolt of lightning, moving so fast it left an afterimage in the air, accompanied by a piercing whoosh. This close-range attack was difficult for even a third-tier, 9th-level enhancer to evade, let alone an elemental type like Uncle Lu, whose vitality was waning. The punch landed heavily on Uncle Lu's face, instantly shattering his nose. Bone pierced through flesh, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His face became a horrifying mess of blood and tissue. Normally, such a fierce blow would have sent him flying several meters, crashing through trees. However, Su Che held onto his collar, forcibly halting the impact. Without the momentum to absorb the blow, the pain was intensified by at least 20%. My nose. Uncle Lu screamed in agony, his eyes bloodshot, like a crazed beast. You lowly thief. How dare you? How dare you strike me? Have you lost your mind? More than the physical pain, it was the collapse of his dignity that filled Uncle Lu with despair. Over the years, he had come to regard himself as half a member of the Lu family, and he was quite proud of it. He was certain Su Che wouldn't dare harm him. Yet, Su Che's actions shattered his assumptions. A third-tier, 9th-level cultivation, blocking a vacuum blade unscathed, and striking with such decisiveness and ferocity. If you refuse to act decently, I'll help you do so, Su Che said coldly, cracking his neck, clenching his fists, veins bulging on his arms. Whoosh! Su Che leaned forward slightly, tucked his elbow, and bent his back, launching his fist like an arrow. This time, Uncle Lu saw it coming clearly, but seeing and reacting are two completely different things. Bang! In a fraction of a second, Uncle Lu's cheek was hammered like dough, his skin compressed and deformed, shockwaves rippling outward. Thud! A spray of blood erupted, and several blood-stained teeth fell to the ground. Once again, Uncle Lu's body, nearly flung backward, was yanked back by his collar, the bloodstains on his neck deepening in vivid red. After this blow, Uncle Lu was already dazed, blood obscuring his vision. Despite realizing that Su Che seemed entirely unconcerned about his status, Uncle Lu, who had considered himself part of the Lu family, stubbornly muttered, Su Che, you've hit me twice, you must feel better now. I only attacked you, and you weren't even hurt. Let me go, and I'll pretend I never saw you, or else. Before he could finish, Su Che landed another punch on his mouth. Uncle Lu clutched his mouth desperately, unable to utter another word. You what? Su Che swung again. I what? Su Che continued, each punch landing with precision. Su Che's arm came down like a pile driver, smashing into the face of Uncle Lu in the gray robe. Uncle Lu's mind was already a blur, his dignity shattered, and he was thoroughly terrified. I'll talk. Talk about what? No. I told you to stop. I told you to stop. Uncle Lu stammered, pleading for mercy, but Su Che ignored him, silently continuing to throw punches. Su Che only stopped when his arm began to feel slightly sore. He shook his arm and wrist, and dark red blood slowly dripped down, adding a sinister aura to him. Uncle Lu's chest heaved violently as he gasped for air, making a sound like an old bellows. His face was twisted to the limit, fresh blood covering the original stains, a gruesome sight. Let me go. I'll tell you everything. Uncle Lu's defiance was finally broken. Oh. Su Che shook his head coldly. I don't need it. Taking down criminals requires evidence. Quelling a rebellion only needs a list. From the moment Su Che first saw Uncle Lu, he was convinced that this matter was tied to Lu Bo. He only needed to confirm who the enemy was. Nothing else mattered. Uncle Lu felt the hair on his back stand up, as if pierced by countless needles. Fear exploded in his heart, and he shivered, realizing things were dire. A brute. Those with enhanced abilities are indeed nothing but brutish. Uncle Lu cursed inwardly, forcing a smile. Su Che, I admit defeat this time. Let me go, and I swear I won't bother you again. He seemed sincere on the surface, but inside, a vicious glint flashed as he secretly vowed to gather experts to break Su Che's bones inch by inch. You don't realize you're wrong. You just know you're about to die, Su Che said calmly, though his tone carried a strong undercurrent of violence. Uncle Lu panicked. I'm really wrong. Let me go. Yes, I have money. My money is on the dark web. No one will find it. Just let me go, and it's all yours. Oh, the dark web? How much? Su Che's eyes flickered. 5 million. A full 5 million. Uncle Lu exclaimed excitedly. 5 million? That's only enough for 2 meridian expansion pills, Su Che muttered in disappointment. What did you say? Su Che shook his head, his voice like a death knell. You don't need to know. Whoosh. A sound cut through the air. Uncle Lu felt a chill in his chest, followed by intense pain. In his final blurred vision, he saw an arm deeply embedded in his heart. You dare. Dark red blood gushed from his throat. With a thud, Uncle Lu in the gray robe fell to the ground, dead. Late at night, the Devil's Cave of Juding Mountain was as dark as ink, shrouded in a deathly silence. Suddenly, a peculiar tremor occurred in an area on the outskirts. Though insignificant to the vast cave, it caught a sharp eye. Li Siwei focused intently on the source of the tremor, his eyes gleaming with interest and caution. Since deciding to observe the 3 talented girls and their teacher, he had been quietly following the middle-aged man in a gray robe. Throughout the entire process, from the man's ambush to the young teacher's flawless evasion and counterattack, to their changing roles of offense and defense, and finally the young teacher's decisive defeat of the gray-robed man, Li Siwei witnessed it all with clarity, missing no detail. As events unfolded, Li Siwei's expression grew more animated. He continually assessed the young teacher's performance. Highly vigilant, keenly perceptive, perfectly evading an ambush, calm under pressure, with strong judgment, able to instantly locate the ambusher, ruthless and decisive against the enemy. Though the fight lasted less than 10 minutes, the qualities displayed by the young teacher greatly impressed Li Siwei. So young and already this accomplished, as long as he doesn't fall, he has a promising future. Li Siwei thought to himself, a strong impulse rising within him. He was eager to recruit this young teacher into Daxia's top university for extraordinary abilities. At this moment, in Li Siwei's mind, the young teacher's importance far surpassed that of Gao Huahua. However, Li Siwei valued the young teacher not just for these apparent qualities. Beyond his exceptional combat skills and teaching potential, there was one key aspect that thrilled him: his trait. At the 3rd tier and 9th level, he already possesses a trait, and it seems to be incredibly strong. Standing less than 100 meters above the battle's center, Li Siwei's heart raced, his admiration evident in his eyes. Traits are exclusive abilities that manifest when one reaches the 4th tier of transcendence, marking a pivotal milestone. They encompass a wide range. Some elemental ability users create an enhancement field around them. Some mental ability users experience a sudden surge in a particular skill. Some enhancement ability users see significant improvement in certain body parts. In essence, traits are crucial in determining the future path of an ability user. Typically, most people acquire a trait upon breaking through to the 4th tier, but there are exceptions. Those who reach the 4th tier through artificial means like rare treasures or secret potions might not have a trait. Conversely, exceptionally gifted ability users might possess a trait even before reaching the 4th tier, though such geniuses are exceedingly rare. Even among the many teachers at Daxia's top university, few have traits at the 3rd tier and 9th level. At this moment, Li Siwei was unaware that his discovery was merely the beginning of an extraordinary night. Xucha actually possessed his special attributes at the 3rd level, stage 7, rather than stage 9. This realization made Li Siwei quite excited. If they could successfully recruit such a genius, their department's strength within the university would certainly surpass that of Zhuang Yan's group. Li Siwei and Zhuang Yan were old acquaintances, both joining the Great Xia's first University of Extraordinary Abilities as faculty in the same year. Among their cohort, they were the most outstanding and shared a very compatible personality, quickly becoming friends. However, friendship was one thing, and work was another. In their professional lives, they had always been fiercely competitive, a rivalry that had lasted for years. Even now, as professors, the desire to outdo each other remained ingrained in them. Li Siwei couldn't help but imagine how Zhuang Yin would react if he discovered that Li had poached a talented teacher from Zhuang's chosen territory in Peng City. The thought sent a ripple of excitement through him, causing an involuntary fluctuation in his cultivation. Meanwhile, Xucha was focused on digging a pit. As an experienced assassin, he knew that killing was easy, but disposing of a body was not. Although he could casually discard Uncle Lu in the gray robe, and within a day, wild beasts would devour the remains, there was still a risk. What if a passing extraordinary ability user discovered it? Following the principle of strategically despising the enemy while tactically valuing them, Xucha considered Lu Bo a minor character he could easily handle. The real challenge lay with the Lu family backing him, one of the 6 major families in Peng City. Until he became a 4th-level extraordinary, it was wise to keep a low profile and remain hidden. Suddenly, Xucha's entire body froze. His pupils contracted sharply as if exposed to a bright light, and his facial expression turned rigid. His mind buzzed as if struck by a heavy blow. A massive sense of crisis swept over him, making his hair stand on end and every nerve frantically relayed danger signals. He keenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence, fleeting but enough to startle him. Compared to this, the aura exhibited by Uncle Lu in the gray robe was like a firefly next to the moon, even far surpassing the strength of fellow fourth-level extraordinaries like Lei Ming and Song Yi. What shocked Xucha even more was that the source of this presence was incredibly close, less than 100 meters away. The fact that he hadn't noticed until now, despite the proximity, meant that this mysterious figure had likely witnessed the entire murder. Who's there? Xucha's pupils trembled as his gaze swept like lightning towards the dark forest above in the direction where Li Siwei was. Despite his fists clenching so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh and his expression turning grim, his voice remained calm. He understood that if the other party intended to act, they would have done so already. A second later, a voice rang out. Impressive, impressive. To sense my presence, you have piqued my curiosity even more. Li Siwei appeared slowly, riding a white donkey, with a faint smile on his face. He hadn't expected that a mere lapse in controlling a wisp of his aura would be detected by the young instructor before him. It seemed the young man's perception far exceeded his expectations. Xucha's attention was drawn to Li Siwei and his mount, prompting him to blurt out, "Is that a donkey?" Suche's attention was immediately captured by the strange-looking creature in front of him, so much so that he overlooked the gleaming bald head of the person speaking. This mount was truly eye-catching, and its aura could be summed up in one word: domineering. With its head held high and chest out, the creature's eyes were filled with disdain, as if it considered itself the ruler of the world. In comparison, the bald man riding it seemed rather ordinary, his smooth and understated demeanor more reminiscent of a servant than a master. Hearing Suche's comment, the bald man's eyebrows shot up, his expression shifting rapidly. It started as a frozen picture, turning to shock, and finally transforming into astonishment more exaggerated than when he learned that Suche had reached the third level of the 9th tier. Thump, thump, thump. Li Siwei turned stiffly to look at the creature beneath him, named Baishue, his heart racing. Trouble. Baishue was a standout among the Xuanhe Wuzhui breed, rumored to carry a trace of the ancient mythical beast Sixixiang's bloodline. Though the authenticity of this lineage was questionable, its bizarre appearance was undeniably real. Now, having shed its black scales and horns, it did resemble a donkey somewhat. However, Baishue despised being compared to a donkey. If anyone mentioned the word donkey in its presence, it would fly into a rage. Even Li Siwei, its owner, dared not provoke it lightly, not because he couldn't handle it, but because calming it without causing harm was nearly impossible. As expected, upon hearing the word donkey, Baishue froze for a moment, its eyes turning red. It pawed the air with its hooves, snorted hot air from its nostrils, and its body heated up instantly. Anger overwhelmed its senses like a tidal wave. Li Siwei's head throbbed with concern as he watched. The thing he feared most had happened. Baishue was enraged. Nay. Baishue reared up on its hind legs and let out a roar. Its muscular neck arched back like a drawn bowstring, flinging Li Siwei off its back. Almost simultaneously, it transformed into a streak of light, charging at Suche with its front hooves raised, as if intending to knock him flat on his back. At that moment, Baishue demonstrated its astonishing power 4th tier, equivalent to a human's 4th tier extraordinary cultivation level. However, unlike humans, mythical beasts like Baishue lacked personal traits but possessed innate abilities. Baishue's innate ability was speed, and at full burst, even a master like Li Siwei struggled to keep up. Baishue, stop! Someone could get seriously hurt. Li Siwei shouted anxiously as he stabilized himself midair. Although Baishue was intelligent, it wasn't human and didn't comprehend the need to hold back. This strike was akin to a full-force blow from a mid-4th tier extraordinary being. If it hit directly, Suche would likely be in grave danger. Even if he had defensive traits, the best-case scenario would still leave him bedridden for 2 months. However, in her fury, Baishue completely ignored Li Siwei's words and showed no intention of slowing down. Although it seemed like a lot was happening, it all took place in a split second. In the blink of an eye, Baishue was already upon Suche, seemingly about to crash into him. Li Siwei felt a chill running down his spine, internally exclaiming, "This is bad." With a flick of his toes, he created ripples with his powers, and his entire figure turned into a blur and disappeared. He reappeared not far behind Baishue. "Baishue, come back!" Li Siwei shouted sternly, extending his hand to conjure a phantom hand in an attempt to restrain Baishue. Baishue let out a piercing scream, and her already rapid speed increased even further. This slight acceleration allowed her to narrowly evade Li Siwei's phantom hand. Li Siwei's expression froze, and he didn't take further action, instead falling into deep thought. He realized that to stop Baishue, he would have to give it his all. But doing so would either result in Baishue getting hurt or the young teacher in front of him getting harmed. On one hand was his hard-won contracted beast, and on the other was a highly valued level 3 teacher. After much internal conflict, Li Siwei finally let out a sigh. "Baishue, I'm sorry." Clearly, in his mind, the young teacher weighed more. Exhaling deeply, Li Siwei unleashed his full power as a 6th-level master. Two immensely stronger phantom hands formed behind him. With a whoosh, the phantom hands, carrying spatial ripples, swiftly pursued Baixue, moving at more than twice her speed. In terms of physical speed, he might not match Baixue, but when it came to attack speed, this was his forte. Just as Baixue's raised hoof was about to strike Su Che, and the phantom hands were about to seize Baixue, everything suddenly seemed to freeze, as if someone had pressed pause. All around, everything appeared to stop. Baixue's hoof, poised to descend, was suspended in midair, along with the phantom hands, frozen in place. What is going on? Li Siwei's expression froze, his pupils dilating in disbelief. His eyebrows twitched, and the phantom hands, formed by his powers, trembled slightly. He couldn't understand why Baixue, who had been so furious a moment ago, suddenly stopped. But soon, Li Siwei's brow furrowed deeply. Since Baixue had stopped, should he still intervene? If he did, Baixue would definitely get hurt. But if he didn't, what if Baixue suddenly went berserk again? While Li Siwei was caught in this intense internal struggle, his expression froze once more, like a still painting. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after confirming he wasn't seeing things, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. The already somewhat unstable phantom hands quickly disintegrated into fragments and vanished. Hiss! Li Siwei drew in a sharp breath, only regaining some clarity when his chest was filled with a cold sensation. Yet his gaze remained somewhat vacant. In front of him, Baixue was bowing her head, allowing the young teacher to stroke her head and mane, looking utterly content, her tail raised high. There was no trace of her previous fury. She seemed like a gentle little mare. Li Siwei's cheeks twitched rapidly, his dry throat gulping as he murmured incredulously, "No. I didn't even blink." Chaos. Li Siwei's mind was in complete disarray. It felt as if 1,000 horses were stampeding through his thoughts, untamed and uncontrollable. After Baixue's sudden outburst, countless scenarios flashed through his mind. Baixue injuring the young teacher, him trying to control Baixue but accidentally hurting it, or the young teacher narrowly avoiding an attack. However, what unfolded before him was beyond anything he had imagined. To his astonishment, the enraged Baixue had transformed into a docile lamb, seemingly enjoying itself. Li Siwei's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. If not for his confidence in his own abilities, he might have suspected he was trapped in an illusion cast by a psychic. Baixue was, after all, a proud 4th-tier mythical beast. It never allowed anyone but Li Siwei to touch it, let alone stroke its head and mane so intimately. Li Siwei vividly recalled that it had taken him a whole month to reach such a level of closeness, a record that was among the best in the school's beast-taming hall. Yet, this young teacher had done it in less than a minute. In comparison, Li Siwei suddenly felt his own achievements were quite embarrassing. Driven by curiosity, he vanished from where he stood and reappeared behind Baixue. Eager to uncover the truth, he overheard the young teacher praising Baixue. The exaggerated compliments almost made Li Siwei lose his balance and stumble. He instinctively glanced at Baixue's slightly plump hooves, limp tail, and unremarkable eyes, his mouth twitching as his expression turned peculiarly awkward. Such over-the-top praise, who could believe it? But noticing Baixue's posture of enjoyment, he fell into silence. Baixue obviously sensed its owner's presence, yet it merely gave Li Siwei a cursory glance before returning its attention to the young teacher, nuzzling closer to him. To Baixue, this handsome, eloquent individual truly understood it, unlike Li Siwei, whom it regarded as an old man with unappealing words. Meanwhile, Su Che took a cautious step back, his eyes warily fixed on the suddenly appearing bald middle-aged man. Although he had been communicating with the mythical beast, he had not let his guard down. Nonetheless, he couldn't discern how this bald man had appeared so abruptly. "Hello, I'm Li Siwei, a teacher from the Great Xia First Ability University." The bald man introduced himself, his voice tinged with curiosity and puzzlement. Li Siwei's gaze fell on the shiny level 3 teacher's medal on Su Che's chest, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He nodded slightly, his voice carrying a hint of probing. "I assume you're a teacher as well?" Su Che instinctively wanted to mention Lu Bo's name, but swallowed the words. He could sense that lying to this powerful individual, whose abilities far surpassed his own, seemed pointless. Especially since the person before him was a teacher at Daxia's top supernatural abilities university. Taking a deep breath, he replied calmly, "My name is Su Che." Su Che. Li Siwei softly repeated the name, then shook his head and pointed to the slightly annoyed-looking white beast beside him. "Apologies, this is my beast, Baixue, who lost control earlier. I'm glad you weren't hurt." His voice carried a touch of undeniable curiosity. "How did you manage it?" Before this, Li Siwei had never imagined that a few words of praise could make a tier 4 beast willingly submit. It completely overturned his understanding of beast taming. Hearing the question, Su Che reflexively answered, "I'm not quite sure, just went with my instincts. Maybe it's a gift." In truth, the situation had been far more perilous than he let on. When Baixue charged at him, Su Che's first instinct was to dodge, but he quickly realized he couldn't avoid it. At the critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck, and he used his perception ability on Bai Shui. Instantly, he uncovered Bai Shui's weakness. The biggest vulnerability of this Tier 4 middle-grade beast from the Xuanhe Wuzhui tribe was an inability to resist compliments. Of course, the praise had to hit the right note. Li Siwei's expression froze, and he squinted, scrutinizing Su Che closely. Outwardly, Su Che appeared calm and composed, but inside, Li Siwei was experiencing a storm of emotions. A bold idea flashed in his mind. Could it be that besides having teaching abilities and personal strength, Su Che was also a once-in-a-century beast-taming genius? This thought, once it appeared, spread like wildfire, quickly consuming Li Siwei's entire mind. His eyes grew brighter, and in his mind, Su Che's status skyrocketed from gold to diamond level. Li Siwei understood well that for any university teacher to advance, besides personal strength, they must master one of the 6 arts of supernatural abilities. These arts include spirit planting, alchemy, forging, formation, talisman, and beast taming. Though considered auxiliary professions, they are crucial to the operation of Daxia and even the 5 great alliances. Spirit planters cultivate spirit plants for alchemy. Alchemists create various potions and pills. Forgers craft energy armors and weapons, while formation masters and talisman masters, though mysterious and complex, hold high status. Beast taming, the field Li Siwei was currently pursuing, was also vital. If he could recruit Su Che into his department, it might not be long before they had an expert-level teacher, or even a professor-level teacher. With this in mind, Li Siwei held his breath and asked earnestly, "Teacher Su Che, would you be interested in joining Daxia's top supernatural abilities university?" Under the cover of a moonless, windy night, the perfect setting for murder, an area on the outskirts of the 9 Peaks Mountains Demon Cave lay in ruin. Towering trees were snapped, the ground was marred with deep grooves, and leaves and stones were scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. In the center of this desolate battlefield stood 2 figures, accompanied by a strange creature resembling a donkey, its eyes glinting with an unusual light in the darkness. The first University of Supernatural Abilities in Daxia. Su Che's heart skipped a beat, and his blood began to race. This was the second time he had heard this name from Li Siwei, but this time, he couldn't remain calm. It was the most prestigious institution in Daxia, a sacred place coveted by countless talented students and level 3 teachers. Amidst his excitement, Su Che suddenly regained his composure, frowning slightly. He knew clearly that to teach at the first University of Supernatural Abilities, one must have 4th-level extraordinary power and an excellent graduation rather non-negotiable requirements. Even if Li Siwei truly came from that school, with his current level of cultivation and a 0 graduation rate, he was far from qualified for a teaching position. "Can I become a teacher?" Su Che asked directly, his eyes fixed intently on Li Siwei. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Li Siwei's face, clearly not expecting Su Che's straightforwardness. After a moment's contemplation, his expression turned serious. "To be honest, not at the moment. There are 2 paths to becoming a teacher at the first University of Daxia. One is to meet the requirements of 4th-level extraordinary power and graduation rates, following the normal application process. The other is to receive a personal invitation from a professor at the school, which waives the graduation rate requirement but limits you to teaching in that professor's department." He paused before continuing. "However, 4th-level extraordinary power is still a strict requirement. If you agree, you can start as a teaching assistant." A teaching assistant? Su Che mused, outwardly unsurprised as if he had expected it, but a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He understood well the difference in status between a teaching assistant and a teacher, akin to the disparity between a contract worker and a permanent staff member. Yet, he keenly picked up on the key information in Li Siwei's words. If Li Siwei could extend an invitation, he must at least be a professor at the first University of Supernatural Abilities. Sensing the disappointment in Su Che's eyes, Li Siwei hastily reassured him. "But don't worry, as soon as you become a 4th-level extraordinary, I'll immediately apply for a level 4 teacher position for you." What do you think? His character rarely allowed for such patience. This was a first. Clearly, the talent Su Che had shown had greatly impressed him, and he saw an unlimited future for Su Che. Su Che fell into deep thought, his brow furrowed. But his hesitation lasted only a few seconds before he made a decision, firmly shaking his head. "Thank you for your appreciation, Professor Li, but I'll pass." "Why?" Li Siwei's voice rose sharply, filled with disbelief. "Don't you want to join the first University of Supernatural Abilities in Daxia? It's a place countless teachers dream of entering." Upon hearing these words, Su Che's gaze gradually became resolute. His voice was calm, yet powerful. "My goal has always been the top supernatural university of Daxia, but I aspire to be a teacher, not just an assistant." This simple statement clearly conveyed his determination. Li Siwei's eyes flickered as he carefully sized up Su Che. "All right, I understand," he said. Despite Su Che's refusal, Li Siwei found himself appreciating the young man even more. After a moment of contemplation, Li Siwei pulled out a pale gold token from his pocket and tossed it to Su Che. Even though you declined my offer, the gates of the top supernatural university of Daxiao remain open for you. Su Che caught the token and curiously asked, "What is this?" The token felt cold in his hand, and under the dim light, the text on it was illegible, appearing quite ordinary. Li Siwei smiled kindly. "This is my personal token. With it, you can report to the top supernatural university of Daxia at any time and become an assistant in my department. Of course, if you reach the 4th extraordinary level, this token will allow you to become a formal teacher in my department immediately." A gleam appeared in Su Che's eyes, and the pale gold token in his hand suddenly seemed extraordinary. Noticing the change in Su Che's expression, Li Siwei laughed heartily. "Haha, you're an interesting young fellow. I have a feeling we'll meet again soon at the top supernatural university of Daxia." With that, he turned gracefully, waving his hand. "Bai Xue, let's go." His movements were smooth and elegant, exuding a sense of otherworldliness. However, seconds passed, and Bai Xue was nowhere to be seen. Li Siwei's expression gradually froze as he awkwardly turned his head to find Su Che looking embarrassed and Bai Xue happily nuzzling against him. Su Che stifled a laugh and said awkwardly, "Professor Li, your Bai Xue is quite enthusiastic." Bai Xue ignored Li Siwei's gaze, continuing to nuzzle Su Che. Li Siwei's face turned dark, veins popping on his forehead as his temples throbbed. He had intended to leave Su Che with a graceful exit, but things did not go as planned. "Bai Xue, come back," he called again. Bai Xue, displeased by the interruption, gave Li Siwei a disdainful glance, snorting hot air. Li Siwei's expression worsened. After years together, he understood Bai Xue's message clearly. "Don't bother me." This realization hit Li Siwei like a bolt of lightning, leaving his mind buzzing. Had his cherished companion been won over so easily? His gaze drifted back to Su Che, a hint of grievance in his eyes. Realizing he had just accepted a token from someone, Su Che felt a bit embarrassed. He gently patted Bai Xue's flank and said, "All right, ultimate and incredibly handsome Bai Xue, time to say goodbye. I'll come find you when I join the top supernatural university of Daxia." Bai Xue whimpered, reluctantly returning to Li Siwei's side with frequent backward glances. It gave Li Siwei a final glare before transforming into a streak of light and flying off, nearly causing Li Siwei to lose his balance as he tried to mount. Li Siwei's lips twitched, and he cast another glance at Su Che, his eyes full of unspoken grievance. Su Che, on the other hand, whistled nonchalantly, pretending not to notice. Silently, Li Siwei withdrew his gaze and vanished without a word. Almost as soon as he left, several voices called out, "Teacher! Teacher! 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 Teacher!" 3 anxious cries echoed from the forest, each with a different tone but all filled with worry. In no time, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi burst out from the dense foliage. Su Che saw the alarmed expressions of his 3 disciples and couldn't help but frown. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay put?" Yi Shuangyue was the first to speak, her voice laced with both apology and relief. "Sorry, teacher, you were gone for so long, and we were worried about you." Her eyes scanned Su Che quickly, and once she confirmed he was unharmed, she visibly relaxed. The Jiang sisters also let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Yueli couldn't help but roll her eyes, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. "Yes, teacher, there was such a commotion earlier. It's such a relief that you're okay." Jiang Yueshi nodded in agreement, but her attention quickly shifted to the item in Su Che's hand. "Teacher, what is that?" she asked curiously, pointing at the pale gold token. Su Che casually slipped the token into his pocket and answered nonchalantly, "Oh, this? It's nothing." His gaze swept over his 3 disciples, and he felt a warm surge of affection. The past 4 or 5 months of teaching hadn't been in vain. Their concern for him was evident. A smile tugged at Su Che's lips, and he spoke in a relaxed tone. "All right, that's enough for now. Let's head back and rest." With that, he turned to leave. However, Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters exchanged a glance, their expressions turning peculiar. Yi Shuangyue couldn't resist asking, "Teacher, who was the gray-clad person who ambushed you? Why did they attack?" Jiang Yueli quickly added, "Where is the gray-clad person now? If they got away, there might be trouble later on." Jiang Yueshi looked genuinely worried as she said, "Teacher, this Juding Mountain Demon Lair is terrifying, full of dangers. Shouldn't we wait until daylight to retreat?" Su Che paused, looking back at the 3, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Don't worry, they're dead for sure." With the arrival of dawn, the Joding Mountain Demon Lair underwent a dramatic transformation. Sunlight pierced through the canopy, illuminating the rocks and trees, instantly brightening the desolate place. However, seasoned supernatural beings knew that this beautiful scene was merely a dangerous illusion. In this seemingly peaceful environment, the squad led by Su Che seemed particularly excited. They were facing a group of crimson-scaled fang boars, top-notch second-tier low-grade beasts. Suche called out, "Be careful, do not touch the red scales on their backs, or they'll explode instantly." He turned to Yi Shuangyue, continuing his guidance. "Little Yi, don't go head-to-head with these crimson-scaled fang boars. Their scales are very tough. They can even burrow through mountains. You just need to keep them occupied. Xiao Zimao, it's your turn." Suche's voice echoed through the treetops. The crimson-scaled raging boar has high physical resistance, but low magic resistance. Focus on using ball lightning. Don't hold back. He turned to another student, his tone serious. "Jiang Yueshi, your sister's safety depends on you. If your shield can't withstand the explosion of the crimson-scaled raging boar's armor, the consequences could be dire." At the outskirts of the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, near the center, Suche lay leisurely on a branch of a towering tree. His sharp eyes closely watched the coordinated fight of his three disciples below, occasionally giving guidance. Yesterday's discovery led Suche to a new decision. The first-tier beasts no longer posed a challenge for the three, so he arranged for them to battle second-tier beasts. This decision proved effective. It not only honed their teamwork skills, but also significantly increased their points. Although their kill speed didn't match the first-tier beast surge from the previous day, the progress was still satisfying. At this pace, they would accumulate enough points to exchange for fourth-tier beast blood food in less than a day. On the surface, Suche seemed to be lying back and collecting points with ease. But in reality, this ease stemmed from his ability perception of weakness. With this skill, the beast's weaknesses were laid bare, making the seemingly intense battles actually under his control. Time quietly passed as the sun climbed from dawn to noon, and then slowly moved westward. Suddenly, Suche's expression turned serious. "Attention! There's a shadow tiger moth ahead." His voice rose sharply. "Be especially wary of its abdomen. If it starts to swell, retreat immediately. Its illusionary scale powder is potent, causing anything from fatigue to complete incapacitation." He paused briefly before continuing. "However, the shadow tiger moth has a weakness: its defense is low. All three of you, attack together." Finally, he added, "Jiang Yueshi, stand at the front." "That's an order." As Suche directed the battle and collected the spoils, excitement sparkled in his eyes. The points kept increasing: 150, 180, 200. The goal was getting closer. He glanced up at the sky, then surveyed the scattered second-tier beast corpses on the ground, his face showing excitement. "Before sunset, we'll definitely reach 10,000 points," he calculated silently. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the city apothecary hall, tension suddenly filled the air in Xie Deng's potion lab. Zhuang Yin jumped up from his seat, eyes wide, as if he had heard something unbelievable. "Master," his voice trembled with shock. "Are you saying that junior brother can intuitively find flaws in potion recipes and improve them? And he can identify problematic potions just by looking? This can't be true, can it? You must be joking." Zhuang Yan's dark face was filled with disbelief. As a professor of the auxiliary potion program at the top supernatural university in Daxia, he was well aware of how rare these abilities were. In short, having these two abilities made his junior brother a natural-born potion master, possibly even rarer than the legendary alchemical spirit body. In ancient cultivation novels, such individuals were often regarded as saintly figures. Xie Deng calmly replied, "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Zhuang Yan's voice was full of urgency. Xie Deng rolled his eyes. "You never asked. Besides, there's a lot you don't know." "What else?" Zhuang Yan asked eagerly. Xie Deng clicked his tongue, delivering a surprising statement. "Based on my verification, your junior brother is very likely an alchemical spirit body. A medicine spirit body." Zhuang Yan's voice, unusually high-pitched, sliced through the fog in his mind like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly realized that his junior disciple wasn't just comparable to a medicine spirit body. He was the real deal. Zhuang Yin took a deep breath, his heart pounding. In cultivation novels, a medicine spirit body is a standout among saints, and in the real world, it's a rarity that appears once in a century. No wonder Master Xie was willing to break his promise to take the junior disciple as his last student. This kind of physique is an irresistible allure for any alchemist. "Master, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Zhuang Yan's expression was full of grievance. Xie Deng replied impassively, "You never asked." This response made Zhuang Yan's already dark complexion turn even darker. Xie Deng waved his hand to reassure him. "Stop looking so glum. Your junior disciple is just out for some practical training and will be back in a couple of days. You'll see him soon." Zhuang Yan nodded, his expression easing. Suddenly, something struck him, and he asked eagerly, "Master Xie, you mentioned that the junior was undergoing practical training in the demon caverns, and you also said he's a teacher. Does that mean he's a teacher in the current martial arts examination class?" Xie Deng replied nonchalantly, "Probably. I didn't really ask. It doesn't make much difference to me." Zhuang Yin grimaced. "Well, it might not matter to you, but it does to me. Please think again. Is he really a teacher?" He was calculating in his mind if he could invite such a genius to his department. With the junior's talent in alchemy, he would surely surpass others by a mile. With his own guidance, the department might soon have an expert or even a professor-level teacher. Xie Deng confirmed. Yes, he's a teacher. The vein-expanding pill I made before was taken by your junior to give to his student. That's fantastic, Zhuang Yan exclaimed with excitement. As long as the junior is a teacher, with his status as a professor, he could bring him into Daxia's top university for extraordinary abilities. Once the junior advances to the 4th extraordinary level, he'd be a formidable force. By then, Zhuang Yin would surely outshine Li Siwei. Zhuang Yin couldn't help but imagine Li Siwei's reaction, jumping with anger and regret, and felt a strong sense of anticipation. Just then, Zhuang Yan's watch suddenly vibrated. He glanced at it, and his expression immediately turned serious. Zhuang Yan's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared outside the house. With a light tap of his finger, a phantom-like screen appeared in front of him. On the screen, an elderly man in a white robe, sitting with his back to Zhuang Yan, appeared. This elder was Wu Xiao. With a serious expression, Zhuang Yan respectfully reported to Wu Xiao. Reporting to Wu Xiao, the review process for the 3rd-level teacher in Pengcheng has been completed. The candidate meets the requirements and can be accepted. Wu Xiao's voice was ethereal, tinged with approval. Very well, congratulations. But then his tone shifted sharply to seriousness. Breaking news, a level 2 beast tide has erupted in Qingqing. All forces in Daxia are rushing to support. You and Li Siwei are the closest from Daxia's first ability university. I've already informed Li Siwei. You two should meet and head to Qingqing immediately. What? A level 2 beast tide? Zhuang Yan's pupils contracted, and his face changed drastically. Daxia hadn't seen a beast tide of this scale in many years, and this sudden disaster shocked him. However, a trace of conflict flashed across his expression. Wu Xiao keenly noticed this subtle change. Is there a problem? Zhuang Yan quickly adjusted his emotions and replied firmly. No, no problem. I will depart immediately. Although he deeply wished to see his younger brother, he understood the greater importance of the beast tide. Wu Xiao continued with his instructions. Good. I'll send your information to the Qingqing commander shortly. Although a level 2 beast tide is terrifying, it is still within control. Nonetheless, you two must remain cautious. Also, gather as much information as possible. I have a feeling this beast tide isn't simple. I have a meeting soon, so that's all for now. Time is of the essence. Depart as soon as you meet with Li Siwei. Understood, Zhuang Yan responded, and the screen vanished. He murmured to himself, Qingqing, beast tide, younger brother, and quickly made a decision, flashing back inside the house. Just as he was about to speak to Master Xie, he was interrupted. I know everything. Since there's something urgent, off you go. With a wave of his hand, Master Xie made 2 ornate boxes float in front of Zhuang Yan. I don't have much to give, take these 2 pills. Don't embarrass the face of an alchemist while you're out there. Curious, Zhuang Yan asked. What are these? Feigning nonchalance, but with a hint of pride in his eyes, Master Xie replied. Oh, nothing much. Just pills that can instantly restore your body's blood and energy. Just a little something I've been working on, nothing significant. Zhuang Yan felt a surge of emotion, knowing these were Master Xie's most precious concoctions. All right, off you go, Master Xie said impatiently, waving him away. Zhuang Yan hesitated. Master Xie. I said go. What's the holdup? It's just 2 little pills, no need to thank me. Master Xie glared at him. With a peculiar expression, Zhuang Yan pulled out a pale gold token from his pocket, rubbing it between his fingers. Master Xie, I'm not here to thank you. This is my personal token. Please give it to my younger brother when you see him. Tell him that holding this token allows him to report to Daxia's first ability university anytime to become an assistant in my department. Please remember. Master Xie's expression froze, and after a few seconds, he forced out a word through gritted teeth. Go. 2 figures swiftly soared across the sky over Pengcheng, one closely following the other. Leading the way was a man with a square face and dark complexion, followed closely by a man with a shiny bald head riding a strange beast. These 2 were Zhuang Yan and Li Siwei, rushing to provide support in Qingqing. Zhuang Yan glanced back at Li Siwei, frowning slightly. Li Siwei, how are you so fast? Principal Wu just informed me, and yet you're already here. Even with Bai Xue, it should take quite a bit of time to get from Yuqing to Pengcheng, right? He had a vague sense that something was off. Though he couldn't quite put his finger on it, it just felt strange. Li Siwei's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. Oh, I finished my review a while ago. I was planning to return with you. And as it happens, Principal Wu has us heading to Qingqing together. He explained casually. By the way, Zhuang Yan's face lit up with a hint of amusement. How did the talent review in Pengcheng go? Did they pass? Not bad, Li Siwei nodded. They'd rank as excellent among the new teachers in previous years. How about your side? Zhuang Yan's smile deepened, carrying a touch of schadenfreude. I wasn't as lucky as you. They passed, but they're only average compared to past new teachers. Average isn't bad, Li Siwei sighed. It's better than below average. After all, it's Waiqing we can't expect too many prodigies, right? Zhuang Yan had expected Li Siwei to be furious, but instead, he seemed amused, which immediately put Zhuang Yan on alert. Sure enough, Li Siwei rubbed his bald head, looking thoughtful. Yeah, Weiqing doesn't have many prodigies. But I did come across a real genius. Zhuang Yan's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? What kind of genius? Li Siwei feigned nonchalance. Oops, I let that slip. Seeing Zhuang Yan's expression, he couldn't hide his smug satisfaction. All right, since you know now, I won't keep it from you. Li Siwei pretended to be resigned. While reviewing a third-level teacher in Yuqing next to Pengcheng, I happened to find a young talent with exceptional abilities in beast mastery. Beast mastery? Zhuang Yan was instantly intrigued. How exceptional? Li Siwei downplayed it. It's not that high, just decent. They managed to gain Baishua's trust in just a few hours. Hiss! Zhuang Yan inhaled sharply, involuntarily glancing at the proud Baishua. He raised his voice. That's unbelievable. He knew Baishua's temperament well. He remembered how much effort Li Siwei had put in to gain Baishua's trust. Gaining Baishua's trust in a few hours? That's not just decent talent. That's extraordinary. If he didn't know Li Siwei so well, Zhuang Yan would have found it hard to believe that such a genius had emerged in Yuqing. Li Siwei waved it off, his eyes wrinkling with delight. It's just like that, slightly better than my own talent. Watching Zhuang Yan's expression of shock and discomfort, Li Siwei couldn't have felt more pleased. At this moment, neither of them noticed that Bai Shui was rolling her eyes so hard they nearly reached the sky. Her impatience was obvious, but Zhuang Yan and Li Siwei were too engrossed in their conversation to care. By the way, Li Siwei suddenly slapped his bald head as if he remembered something important. A sly smile appeared on his lips. I forgot to mention, this promising talent is only at the 3rd tier and 9th level, yet already possesses a special trait. This statement seemed to carry a certain magic, instantly freezing Zhuang Yan's expression. His face changed visibly, from surprise to shock, finally settling on disbelief. 3rd tier, 9th level? A special trait? Zhuang Yan muttered to himself, his voice filled with incredulity. An ability user with a special trait at the 3rd tier and 9th level would be considered a rare genius even in the main base city. High talent in cultivation, high talent in beast taming. What else could this be but genius? Zhuang Yan fell silent, his brows furrowed, clearly contemplating the implications of this news. Seeing this, Li Siwei continued to stir the pot. Hee. I say, brother Zhuang, you needn't worry too much. After all, this promising talent is only at the 3rd tier and 9th level. There's still time before they become a formal teacher, so you still have a chance. He paused, his tone laced with obvious provocation. Who knows, maybe in the meantime, you'll find a similar genius talent, right? As Li Siwei said this, his eyes twinkled with mischief, clearly intending to provoke Zhuang Yan. He was even prepared to face Zhuang Yan's anger. However, the development of the situation surprised him. After a moment of silence, Zhuang Yan didn't explode but instead started to laugh, the curve of his lips particularly pronounced. Why? Why are you laughing? Li Siwei was momentarily baffled by Zhuang Yan's reaction. He began to wonder if he had gone too far, causing the other to be overly provoked. As Li Siwei's thoughts raced, Zhuang Yan spoke, his voice carrying a hint of smugness. I really should thank you for your kind words. Li Siwei made a questioning sound, his expression growing more puzzled. Zhuang Yan continued, it's quite a coincidence, actually. When I was in Pengcheng reviewing 3rd-level teachers, I happened to encounter a talent with exceptional aptitude in the field of alchemy. Alchemy? Li Siwei's eyes widened instantly. How high is their talent? Zhuang Yan deliberately mimicked Li Siwei's earlier tone and demeanor, speaking slowly. Well, it's not that high, just decent. About 1 in 10,000, not much worse than the medicine spirit body. Although Zhuang Yan hadn't fully confirmed the situation regarding the medicine spirit body, he didn't reveal everything, yet his words still gave Li Siwei quite a shock. Hiss, Li Siwei drew in a sharp breath, his voice turning stammering. Not much worse than the medicine spirit body. This. Even though Li Siwei's secondary discipline was beast taming, as a professor at the top ability university in Daxia, he had a deep understanding of the other 6 arts of abilities. In the field of alchemy, the medicine spirit body was legendary. To be compared to the medicine spirit body, how terrifying must that talent be? Without a doubt, this was a true 09 a million prodigy. Compared to this, the talent Li Siwei encountered, Su Che, would likely still fall short. Realizing this, Li Siwei's mood suddenly dimmed. After a moment of contemplation, Li Siwei smacked his lips and asked, eyes glinting, may I know the name of the genius you encountered? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yan didn't answer directly, but instead looked at Li Siwei with a knowing smile. You first. You first. You first. You first. Back and forth several times, the two locked eyes, neither willing to speak first. Cunning fox. Li Siwei snorted coldly, turning his head away. He slapped Bai Shui's rear, commanding, Bai Shui, speed up. Bai Shui let out a cry, her speed suddenly increasing dramatically, quickly disappearing from sight. TCH, bullying an alchemist? Zhuang Yin watched the direction Li Siwei left, flipped his hands, and swallowed a pill. In just a few seconds, Zhuang Yan's entire body surged with energy, and with a flicker, he shot off in the direction Li Siwei had gone. His speed suddenly doubled. The two chased each other, soon disappearing over the distant horizon, leaving only a trail of dust in their wake. As the sun set over the demon cave of Juding Mountain, the last rays of light blurred on the horizon, casting an eerie twilight over the dangerous terrain. Near the center of the outer region, a constant rumbling echoed, accompanied by flashes of lightning, hinting at the climax of a fierce battle. Suddenly, a clear voice pierced through the battlefield's noise. "Everyone, we've collected enough points. I declare the trial over." This voice belonged to Su Che, who stood atop a towering tree, humorously yet authoritatively burdened with two large tactical backpacks nearly matching his height. In the midst of combat, Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters quickly caught this announcement. Jiang Yuexi's face lit up with uncontainable joy as she swiftly retracted her ice shield and retreated. Yi Xuanyue remained composed, continuing her close combat until she smashed through the steel mantis triangular head with her fist, then calmly withdrew. However, Jiang Yueli seemed entirely absorbed in the battle frenzy, ignoring Su Che's words. Electric arcs danced across her body, her long purple hair moving as if alive under electromagnetic forces, and her eyes burned with fighting spirit, creating an aura of wild intensity. Behind her, the carcass of a beast underwent a silent transformation from surface charring to complete disappearance, silently attesting to her developing control over her abilities. Su Che watched this scene silently, reflecting, such a strong desire to fight, perhaps this is where she progresses the fastest. It was the second time in just 2 days that he had this thought. Shaking his head to dispel the notion, he called out again, "Jiang Yueli, the trial is over." This time, although Su Che's voice was not loud, it thundered into Jiang Yueli's consciousness. Her eyes cleared instantly, her delicate brows knitting into a frown. She cast a reluctant glance at the dying phosphorus fox before her. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to leave. In that instant, a faint purple arc appeared out of nowhere, striking the fox's head with lightning speed. With a loud boom, the fox's head exploded, yet its body remained intact. "Oh dear, this wasteful disciple, those points are gone." Su Che lamented as he watched the most valuable part of the phosphorus fox, its molars, turn to charcoal. However, feeling the weight of his considerable gains, his mood improved. "Let's go." Our Class 18's trial at Juding Mountain's Demon Cave was a great success. Time to head home. Su Che motioned to lead the group away. But after a few steps, he noticed something amiss and turned to see Jiang Yueli standing still at the back of the group. "What's the matter?" Jiang Yueli's expression grew complex. She opened her mouth, hesitated, and then finally spoke. "Teacher, do we really have to leave now? Can I stay behind for a while?" The atmosphere instantly fell silent, yet the words struck like a thunderclap. "What? Sis, are you crazy? This is the Demon Cave. Have you lost your mind?" Jiang Yuexi exclaimed, rushing over to check her sister's forehead, only to have her hand slapped away. A flicker of deep confusion crossed Yi Xuanyue's eyes. Su Che's tone, however, was unsurprised, as if he had foreseen everything. "Stay here alone? What?" Jiang Yueli's voice was firm and powerful, echoing through the air of the Nine Peaks Demon Cave. "I feel this place suits me better. I progress faster here." She paused, her eyes shining with determination. "And I have a strong feeling that I might break through at any moment." Su Che's face showed a look of understanding. He recalled the batch of new Meridian expansion pills he had received from the Alchemy Hall Master not long ago, and immediately gave 2 pills each to Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yuexi. Normally, it would take a month to progress from the 7th to the 8th stage, and 1.5 months from the 8th to the 9th. But Jiang Yueli's description suggested her cultivation speed had increased more than tenfold. Actual combat is the best training. This thought weighed heavily in Su Che's heart. He coughed lightly, not directly responding, but instead asked, "This is the Nine Peaks Demon Cave, an extremely dangerous place with a constant risk of falling. Are you sure you want to stay here alone?" "Absolutely." Jiang Yueli's answer was unwavering. At this moment, Jiang Yuexi suddenly raised her hand, her voice tinged with hesitation. "Teacher." She took a deep breath, as if making a decision. "If my sister is staying here, then I'll stay too." Her words instantly drew everyone's attention. Even Jiang Yueli looked incredulous. After all, Jiang Yuexi had always been the one who most wanted to leave the Nine Peaks Demon Cave. Yet now she was volunteering to stay? Why? Su Che asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Jiang Yuexi glanced at Jiang Yueli, muttering softly, "Her defense is weak. If I'm not around, wouldn't she be easy prey?" Then she quickly added, "But mostly, I don't want her to surpass me by too much." "Oh, so that's how it is." Su Che's tone carried a hint of teasing. "Really? I'm serious." Jiang Yuexi clenched her fists, a blush spreading across her face. All right, I believe you." Su Che nodded repeatedly, then turned to Yi Xuanyue. Do you believe her? Yi Xuanyue pressed her lips together and replied softly, Jiang Yueshi was instantly embarrassed, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. Jiang Yueli shook her head, a rare hint of affection in her eyes. Teacher, I don't need Jiang Yueshi to stay with me. I can manage on my own. All right, I understand, Su Che said, waving his hand as he made a decision. I can't let you wander the Nine Peaks Demon Cave alone. Let's head back to the supply base to exchange your points first, and then I'll personally bring you back. Jiang Yueli wanted to say something, but Su Che interrupted her. That's settled. Let's move out. 2 hours later, the group arrived at the training room of the Nine Peaks Demon Cave supply base. As an official supply base, you only needed to pay a small fee in Daxia currency to get a decently furnished training room. After all, it's common to need seclusion after gaining insights during trials. Su Che exchanged Komodo blood meals for Yi Xuanyue, arranged for the three to meditate, and then entered a training room himself. As his apprentices advanced, his own cultivation also improved, and he seized this opportunity to consolidate his progress. Just then, a system notification sounded in Su Che's ear. Ding. Yi Xuanyue's rank ability, Rampaging Blood Lion, has successfully evolved into the rank ability, Ferocious Earth Dragon. Ding detected that Yi Xuanyue's cultivation has broken through from the 9th stage of the first tier to the 1st stage of the 2nd tier, triggering cultivation return. Drawing multiplier. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a 60x return. Cultivation return in progress. Ding detected that Yi Xuanyue's trust level in the host has exceeded 80. Drawing trait. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the trait, Devour. In the supply base of the Nine Peaks Mountain Cave, within a secluded cultivation chamber, Yi Xuanyue gracefully set down the square towel she was using to dab her lips. Her eyes gleamed with an excitement she could hardly conceal. I've finally reached the 2nd tier, she murmured softly, her gaze falling on the neatly cut chunks of Komodo beast blood food before her. This 4th tier low-grade beast, while at the bottom of its class, was far superior to 3rd tier high-grade blood food. Yi Xuanyue calculated silently that if she continued consuming 3rd tier high-grade blood food, it might take another month or two to break through to the 2nd tier. Yet now, just a few bites of the Komodo beast blood food had propelled her to a breakthrough, which was simply astonishing. She held her breath and concentrated, her entire being suddenly surged with power. A force at least twice as strong coursed through her body, filling her with exhilaration. She never imagined she could reach the 2nd tier before the martial exam, and this rapid progress gave her hope of reaching the extraordinary 4th tier before her vitality waned. It wasn't just her strength. She felt her abilities growing stronger too. Clenching her fists, Yi Xuanyue sensed the changes in her internal energy, her eyes shining brightly. This familiar sensation reminded her of her evolution from great ability Greedy Mole to great ability Bloodthirsty Bear, and then to great ability Rampaging Blood Lion. A bold hypothesis emerged in her mind. Could her ability now be a grade instead of grade? Realizing this, Yi Xuanyue instinctively glanced towards the adjacent cultivation chamber, her eyes filled with deep gratitude and admiration. That was where Teacher Su Che resided. She knew all her achievements were thanks to him. Without Teacher Su Che, she might have remained ordinary. Even with the so-called SS-grade heaven-devouring glutton bloodline, she feared she could never have unlocked it without him. Yi Xuanyue's lips curved into a slight smile. I wonder how Teacher will react when he finds out I've successfully reached the 2nd tier? He'll surely be pleased. However, she was unaware that Su Che had sensed her breakthrough the moment it happened. More than that, his reaction was exceptionally intense. At the same moment, in Su Che's cultivation chamber, Su Che gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead and arms bulging like earthworms, his face flushed purple. Every cell in his body seemed to be straining, enduring tremendous pressure. For the first time in a long while, he experienced the sensation of violent energy pouring into him. If the energy needed to reach the extraordinary 4th tier was like a large vat, then the energy returned from Yi Xuanyue's breakthrough to the 2nd tier was like instantly filling more than a third of it. Just 2 more times, and reaching the extraordinary 4th tier would be within sight. At this moment, Su Che's feelings were a mix of pain and joy. The intense pain could not deceive. The greater the pain in his meridians, the greater the improvement in his cultivation would be afterward. If his body could withstand it, he would even welcome the pain to be fiercer. This time, the intensity and duration of the pain far surpassed any previous experiences. Su Che knew it heralded an unprecedented breakthrough on the horizon. A few minutes later, Su Che felt the excruciating pain of his meridians tearing gradually subside. He took a deep breath, moved his limbs, and confirmed that his body had returned to normal. Despite his eagerness to experience the boost in his cultivation, he restrained the impulse and first cast the breaking illusion technique on himself. Immediately, a series of information appeared in his mind. Name, Su Che. Level, Tier 3, 9th stage. Ability, Enhancement Type, a level ability Green Peak, Flood Dragon. Cultivation Method, Galaxy Breathing Technique. Combat skill, breaking army fist technique. Trait 1, dragon pattern. Effect, significantly enhances the host's physical defense, with the enhancement increasing alongside the host's cultivation. Currently, the enhancement is at 400. Trait 2, devour. Effect, each time the host's limb attacks and touches an enemy, there is a 10 chance to absorb part of the enemy's energy and convert it for personal use. This chance increases with the host's cultivation. Suche quickly scanned through this information. Upon seeing the two new traits, his eyes sharpened instantly. Dragon pattern, devour. He murmured softly, a wave of excitement surging in his heart. The dragon pattern trait was self-explanatory. It was clearly the external markings on his body that had shifted from pale cyan to pale gold. Since taking the Vajra pill last time, these markings had begun to change color, and now there was finally a clear explanation. As for the devour trait, it was undoubtedly a reward obtained because Yi Shuangyue's trust level in him had surpassed 80. Su Che carefully read the description of devour, his brow furrowing as he fell into contemplation. About 10 seconds later, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. At first glance, a 10 trigger probability might not seem high, making the trait appear somewhat lackluster. However, after careful consideration, Su Che realized that this probability was quite substantial, even bordering on the absurd. The key lay in the condition of each attack. As an enhancement-type ability user, Su Che primarily engaged in close combat fighting. In the heat of battle, throwing hundreds or even thousands of punches was routine. Even with only a 10 chance for a single attack to trigger, the total number of times he could absorb an enemy's energy would be significant when the attacks accumulated. This trait is absolutely perfect for enhancement-type ability users. Su Che silently praised. What excited him even more was that the trigger probability of the devour trait would increase as his cultivation advanced. This meant the trait's potential was far from fully tapped. He couldn't help but imagine that once the probability increased to a certain level, he might drain an enemy's energy before the fight was even decided. Su Che took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. Yet, he felt an uncontrollable fighting spirit surging within him, eager to find an opponent for a battle. With the dragon pattern enhancing defense and devour strengthening attacks, his confidence was nearly overwhelming. If it weren't already late at night, he might have rushed to the outskirts of the Jioding Mountain Demon Cave for a real fight. After finally calming down, Su Che's thoughts began to drift. He suddenly realized that if Yi Shuangyue's trust level exceeding 80 granted him the devour trait, perhaps when Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi also reached this level of trust, he might gain some other incredible traits. With this thought, Su Che's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, filled with anticipation. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding detected that the direct disciple Jiang Yu Li's cultivation has broken through from Tier 1, 8th stage to Tier 1, 9th stage, triggering cultivation return. Drawing multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 30 times return. Cultivation return in progress. Su Che's eyes instantly blazed with intensity, eagerly anticipating the immense boost about to come. Is this breakthrough really happening so quickly? Hearing the system notification in his ear, Su Che was taken aback. Jiang Yu Li's words from the evening echoed in his mind. A breakthrough could happen at any time. He hadn't expected any time to come so swiftly, just a few hours later. Su Che couldn't help but recall that just 2 or 3 days ago, Jiang Yu Li had only just reached the 8th level of the first stage. Now, she had already advanced to the 9th level. Her speed was astonishing, even faster than if she had some kind of cheat. Witnessing Jiang Yu Li's rapid progress firsthand, Su Che's doubts vanished. Indeed, real combat is the best training for her. Su Che thought to himself, feeling more confident in his decision to accompany the Jiang sisters to train in the Nine Peaks Demon Cave. Although this breakthrough didn't yield any new traits, Su Che was only slightly disappointed and quickly let it go. With Jiang Yu Li's current pace of cultivation, she would undoubtedly reach the 2nd stage before the martial arts exam. As for Jiang Yu Shi, although her progress was slower, more than a month was still enough time for her to reach the threshold of the 2nd stage. What does that mean? A smile slowly spread across Su Che's face. Before the martial arts exam, he could very well break through to the 4th stage of transcendence and acquire 2 additional traits. Having 4 traits at the 4th stage of transcendence shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Meanwhile, in the luxurious training room of the Liu family's villa at the foot of Yunlong Mountain, Liu Bo was deeply anxious. Traits, traits, traits. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his face full of frustration. Damn it, why can't I sense any traits at all at the 8th level of the 3rd stage? Even just a hint would be enough. Recently, Zhang Lian Yu not only successfully broke through to the 4th stage of transcendence, but also passed the assessment of a professor from the top supernatural university in Xia. She was already halfway into this prestigious institution, just waiting for the martial arts exam to finish before attending the main campus. As the so-called genius of his family, Lu Bo had always considered himself on par with Jiang Lianyu. Even though Zhang Lianyu had long reached the 9th level of the 3rd stage, he still believed there wasn't much difference between them. It wasn't until this news came that he realized the gap between them was unimaginably wide. This reality was hard for Lu Bo to accept. He desperately wanted to find evidence of his own talent, but the results were disappointing. Didn't possess any of the traits common to geniuses. Not sensing anything at the 8th level of the 3rd stage is normal. It doesn't mean anything, Lu Bo consoled himself. When I reach the 9th level of the 3rd stage, I'll definitely have traits. Yes, definitely. Thinking this, Lu Bo's complexion regained some color. He gazed out at the starry night sky, his expression turning cold. It's been 2 whole days. If nothing unexpected happened, that brat Su Che should have been reincarnated by now. Lu Bo slowly opened his communicator, hesitating slightly as he saw Uncle Lu's name. In Xia, ordering someone to kill a registered teacher was a serious crime. Since instructing Uncle Lu to deal with Su Che, Lu Bo hadn't contacted him to avoid any risk. If Uncle Lu failed or was exposed, the authorities wouldn't be able to trace it back to him, even though the possibility was slim. After much hesitation, Lu Bo couldn't resist his curiosity and decided to contact Uncle Lu. He dialed the call request, but all he heard was a continuous, busy tone. He tried several times, but no one answered. Lu Bo frowned, a sense of unease rising within him. Uncle Lu usually answered immediately, never taking more than 3 seconds. This was unprecedented in all these years. Could he be asleep? Or maybe something's holding him up. Lu Bo muttered to himself, trying to comfort himself. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed his mind, and his face froze, his cheeks twitching involuntarily. At the same time, his right eyelid began to twitch violently, more than before. Taking a deep breath, Lu Bo tried to calm his racing heart. It's all just superstition, he said, pinching his right eyelid until the twitching stopped, gradually calming himself down. There can't be any accidents, no way, Lu Bo murmured, forcing himself to dismiss the frightening thoughts from his mind. He recalled Su Che's peculiar cultivation and impressive defensive abilities, but quickly dismissed his worries. Su Che is only at the 8th level of the 3rd tier. Even if he breaks through to the 9th level, it's nothing significant. Lu Bo remembered that Uncle Lu had been at the 9th level of the 3rd tier since his childhood, almost a veteran 4th tier extraordinary gatekeeper. With his highly concealed vacuum blade, he had dealt with countless rivals for the family over the years. Although his vitality had declined, he was still beyond Su Che's reach. It must be some reason he can't respond. That's it. Lu Bo mumbled, as if explaining for Uncle Lu, or perhaps comforting himself. However, his expression soon turned grim and ferocious. His hands uncontrollably sent out another call request, his voice low and laced with a chilling undertone. Damn it. Pick up. Pick up. Yet, the call request was like a stone sinking into the sea, without a ripple. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away from Yunlong Mountain, in the outer region of the Jioding Mountain Demon Cave, a square communicator was flashing in the dense bushes. 3 days later, in the outer region of the Jioding Mountain Demon Cave, Su Che stood on a branch towering into the clouds, conducting targeted training with Jiang Yueshi. His voice carried a hint of mockery. Jiang Yueshi, your sister advanced to the 9th level of the 1st tier 3 days ago, and you're falling behind quite a bit. TSK, if I were you, I'd be too ashamed to go out. I feel like you can't handle this ghost fire lynx. Your ice shield seems like it's about to melt away. Maybe you should call your sister. She could definitely handle it. Jiang Yueshi's expression turned unusually serious, no longer the playful demeanor he usually had. Every attack from the ghost fire lynx melted away a part of his ice shield on his right arm. The sizzling sound echoed as the ice shield visibly thinned. Bang, bang, bang. The ghost fire lynx, transformed into a ball of phosphorescent fire, continued to smash against the ice shield. After the final strike, the ice shield shattered with a crash, leaving Jiang Yueshi's face exposed. At this critical moment, Jiang Yueshi swiftly raised his left arm. With a swift motion, accompanied by a spray of blood, the ghost fire lynx's body fell heavily to the ground. It turned out that Jiang Yueshi had somehow formed another ice shield on his left arm, but unlike the one on his right, this shield had razor-sharp edges. An attack-type ice shield? Su Che's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not expecting this. Boom. As soon as the ghost fire lynx was killed, Jiang Yueshi paused, his momentum suddenly erupting. At the same time, Su Che heard the system notification in his ear. Ding detected that the direct disciple Jiang Yueshi has broken through from the 8th to the 9th level of the 1st tier, triggering cultivation return. Drawing multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 50 times return. Cultivation returning. Finally, Su Che's face lit up with joy. He immediately jumped down from the branch, clapping his hands. Training is officially over. Everyone go home and find your moms. In the heart of Peng City, the aroma of herbs filled the air in the 3rd-floor pharmacy room of the apothecary hall. Through the thick protective suit and glass shield, Xie Ding watched Su Che with eyes full of anticipation. My good apprentice, today I want to test you. Can you identify the issue with the composition of this yuan energy pill? Xie Deng's voice came through the protective suit, tinged with excitement. Su Che opened his mouth, a hint of helplessness and resentment flashing in his eyes. He regretted agreeing to come after the trial. As soon as he stepped into the first floor of the apothecary hall, everything blurred, and in the blink of an eye, he was fully equipped in the pharmacy room. This series of automated operations took only 3 seconds. Before he could gather his thoughts, Xie Deng's test began. Su Che suppressed his discomfort, pretending not to notice his master's eager gaze, and murmured, "I might need to observe it a bit longer." Sensing Su Che's lack of enthusiasm, Xie Deng calmly said, "If you manage to refine this yuan energy pill, it's yours." These words were like a spell, igniting Su Che's enthusiasm in an instant. His eyebrows lifted, his pupils shone brightly, and his whole demeanor was revitalized. His eyes quickly scanned over the yuan energy pill's formula on the workbench, and he began to speak confidently. Although this composition of the yuan energy pill looks good, it leads to uneven distribution of the medicinal power, making it hard to maximize the effect of the Zhu Lin fruit. I suggest adding a few more dragon beard grass for balance, and also. Half a minute later, Su Che asked confidently, "Master Xie, am I correct?" Xie Deng didn't answer immediately, his brows furrowed in thought. Su Che had to repeat his question. Only then did Xie Deng snap out of his thoughts, wiping away imaginary sweat and trying to maintain a calm demeanor. Not bad. Your analysis makes a lot of sense, quite similar to what I thought." But his voice betrayed a lack of confidence. A sly glint appeared in Su Che's eyes as he softly said, "That's good, that's good." Xie Deng coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment, then followed Su Che's suggestions to adjust the formula. From adjusting the composition to placing it in the electric furnace, his actions were seamless, as if creating a work of art. After finishing, Xie Deng didn't pause, immediately taking new herbal ingredients from the temperature-controlled box to start another composition. Moments later, he looked up, grinning. "Good apprentice, let me test you again. Can you identify the issue with this essence-boosting pill's composition?" Upon hearing this, Su Che rolled his eyes, sighing inwardly. Really again? He faintly felt like he had stumbled into a trap. Ignoring Su Che's reaction, Xie Deng continued to promise, "As usual, this essence-boosting pill will be yours once it's done." Su Che quickly adjusted his mindset, seriously observing the new formula. Soon, he identified the problem. If I'm not mistaken, the essence-boosting pill's formula includes dragon saliva fragrance. As far as I know, dragon saliva fragrance is quite expensive, and using it here seems like overkill. He paused, then continued his analysis. So I think it can be replaced with an equal weight of spirit deer antler. This substitution would significantly reduce the cost of the pill without greatly diminishing its efficacy. At first, Xie Deng managed to remain calm, but as Su Che continued his explanation, Xie Deng's reaction grew increasingly enthusiastic. He went from occasionally nodding to frequently nodding and finally became completely absorbed, eyes shining with excitement. Clearly, he was deeply in agreement with Su Che's insights. Before adjusting the I Ching pill formula and placing it in the electric furnace, Xie Deng eagerly took out a few more herbs, expertly mixed them, and looked at Su Che with anticipation. His voice was tinged with barely concealed excitement. "Good student. Can you spot the issue with the formula of these 13 ingredients in the diabetin? As usual, you'll get one pill from this batch." Before Su Che could respond, he added, "Great." Su Che's eyes flickered with a glint as he carefully examined the herb mixture. The 13-ingredient diabetin formula seems mostly fine, and the herb properties are fairly consistent. The combination of deer antler, epimedium, eucamia, morinda, cinnamon, aconite, goji berries, prepared rehmannia, and cornelian cherry is quite good, but the ligustrum fruit. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, his pupils slightly enlarging as he looked at Xie Deng suspiciously. "Wait a minute. Diabetin? Master Xie, this isn't just any ordinary pill, is it?" Xie Deng remained unfazed, casually waving his hand. "Oh, it's all the same, just a little something to boost energy and blood." Hearing this, Su Che fell silent. After a moment, Xie Deng eagerly asked, "Can it be improved?" "It can, at least by 20. Su Che nodded, then quickly added, "But I want 90 of the batch when it's done." "No way." Xie Deng widened his eyes, refusing outright without a second thought. 90 is way too much, absolutely not. Then half. Su Che immediately cut his demand nearly in half. Xie Deng was taken aback, feeling like he had been tricked but unable to argue. After hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. "All right, half it is." He then muttered under his breath, "I don't even know why a young guy needs this stuff." Su Che, hands in pockets, pretended not to hear and calmly replied, "According to the latest research, men should start taking care of themselves after the age of 20. With the agreement in place, Su Che wasted no time and immediately used his special ability to optimize the 13-ingredient diabetin. After hearing the optimization plan, Xie Deng eagerly got to work, his hands moving so fast they were almost a blur. Hours later, Xie Deng and Su Che emerged from the lab, with faces beaming with joy. Su Che was thrilled to have gained some Yuaning pill, Yijing pill, and even some Dibaodin for free. Xie Deng was delighted with the optimization plans for the Yuaning pill and Yijing pill, and he was especially excited about the half bottle of Dibaodin in his possession. Master Xie, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out now. Su Che, having mastered the art of leaving quickly, said smoothly. All right, go ahead, but make sure to come back sometime. Xie Deng waved him off, his face glowing with satisfaction. Definitely, definitely. Su Che replied, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes, and turned to leave. However, he had barely taken a few steps when Xie Deng called out to him. Wait a minute. Su Che turned back, responding with a puzzled hum. I almost forgot this, Xie Deng said, pulling out a pale golden token from his pocket and tossing it to Su Che. Your senior brother asked me to pass this on to you. Catching the token, Su Che's eyes widened in surprise, and he gasped, This is the token from Daxia's First Ability University, isn't it? Su Che examined the card in his hand carefully, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Isn't this the emblem of the Great Xia First University of Supernatural Abilities? He turned it over and over, finding it increasingly familiar. Suddenly, he realized. It's exactly like the token Li Siwei gave me, almost as if they were made from the same mold. Xie Deng raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Lan with some surprise. Oh, you know about that? You're right. It is indeed the emblem of the Great Xia First University of Supernatural Abilities. Su Che slowly lifted his head, excitement flickering in his eyes. So, does that mean my senior brother is a professor at the Great Xia First University of Supernatural Abilities? That's right, Xie Deng confirmed. Your senior brother's name is Zhuang Yan, and he's now a professor at the Great Xia First University of Supernatural Abilities. He paused before adding, though he was just promoted this year. Holding the weighty token, Su Che was filled with emotion. He recalled his recent journey to the Jiuding Mountain Demon Cave with his 3 disciples, initially intended as a trial, where he unexpectedly received a token from Professor Li Siwei. Now, shortly after returning from the Jiuding Mountain Demon Cave, he received another token from his senior brother, Zhuang Yan. Coincidentally, both tokens were from the Great Xia First University of Supernatural Abilities. It seems I really have a connection with the Great Xia First University of Supernatural Abilities, Su Che mused to himself. Xie Deng then remembered to explain the token's purpose. By the way, your senior brother said that with this token, you can go to the Great Xia First University of Supernatural Abilities anytime to become a teaching assistant. However, his expression was quite dismissive. But what's so great about being a teaching assistant? If you ask me, you'd be better off joining Hyo Group directly. Xie Deng began enthusiastically extolling the advantages of Hyo Group. Although Hyo Group's main business is pharmaceuticals, that doesn't mean they lack combat power. Their Great Xia Elite Training Camp isn't much inferior to the Great Xia First University of Supernatural Abilities. His tone grew more fervent. Don't worry, as long as you agree to join Hyo Group, with my connections, I can ensure you receive top-tier treatment in the Elite Training Camp. Once you reach Extraordinary Level 4, you could even stay on at the main base city headquarters. What do you think? Want to consider it? Listening to Xie Deng's sincere recommendation, Su Che found himself amused. Wow, is this what it's like to have connections? He pondered. As a vast organization with influence across the 5 major alliances, Hyo Group's military strength was formidable. The elite training camp had produced many renowned strong individuals. The prospect of receiving top-tier treatment in the camp alone might surpass being a teaching assistant at the Great Xia First University of Supernatural Abilities by far. After contemplating for a moment, Su Che shook his head and declined. No, I prefer being a teacher. He thought, no matter how good the resources in the training camp are, he would still have to work hard on his own cultivation. Being a teacher seemed much more relaxed. For someone with a renowned teacher system like him, guiding students was clearly the most cost-effective option. All right. Seeing Su Che's firm refusal, Xie Deng tactfully refrained from further persuasion. His gaze rested on the pale golden token, his expression slightly complex. So, when do you plan to use the token? Use it for what? Su Che didn't immediately catch on. To go to the Great Xia First University of Supernatural Abilities and become a teaching assistant, of course, Xie Deng replied, as if it were obvious. Su Che quickly waved his hands. No, I never said I was going to do that. Su Che's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes shining with determination. His voice was gentle yet powerful. My goal is not just to become an assistant teacher, but to become a teacher. No, more than that. I want to become a star teacher. He paused, his tone growing firmer. I will transcend the ordinary. I will take the martial arts exam. I will become a teacher at the most prestigious university of supernatural abilities in Daxiao, in front of everyone. The setting sun cast its glow over Yunlong Lake, the water shimmering as the evening deepened. In the Jiang family villa on the north shore, the atmosphere was filled with joy and excitement. Everyone wore smiles of happiness, as the Jiang family had recently celebrated two joyous events. The first was Jiang Lianyue's successful breakthrough to the fourth level of extraordinary abilities, passing the examination of Daxia's top supernatural abilities university, and fulfilling her dream of becoming a teacher. The second event was closely related to Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi. To everyone's surprise, after returning safely from the Nine Peaks Devil's Cave, the sisters had both advanced to the first level, ninth rank. On the sofa, Jiang Tianyang laughed heartily, his face flushed with excitement. Ha ha, our ancestors must be smiling upon us. The Jiang family is rising, truly rising. He couldn't contain his emotions. Even though it had been days since his younger sister Jiang Lianyue passed the examination, his excitement remained unabated. Although being extraordinary seemed impressive, the differences were significant. While the heads of the 6 prominent families in Peng City were extraordinary, most were quite old, making further breakthroughs nearly impossible. However, those who could become teachers at Daxia's top university for supernatural abilities were undoubtedly talented individuals with great potential, generally, at least 5th-level masters. Since Jiang Lianyue's success, the Jiang family's status among the 6 prominent families in Peng City had risen significantly. Jiang Tianyang was thrilled not only because of Jiang Lianyue's achievement, but also due to the remarkable progress of Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi. He had never imagined they would advance to the first level, 9th rank so quickly. With their current pace, it wouldn't be long before they became the 2nd and 3rd Jiang Lianyue. By then, the Jiang family's position would be even more secure and unshakable. In the living room, Jiang Tianyang's laughter echoed, but the 3 women in the room seemed indifferent. Jiang Yuli suddenly asked, her eyes showing a hint of reluctance. Auntie, when will you be leaving for Daxia's top university for supernatural abilities? Jiang Yuxi followed, her voice tinged with a bit of worry. Auntie, if you go to Daxia's top university, won't we be able to see you every day? Her lips curved downwards into a small bridge. For many years, the sisters had lived with Jiang Lianyue, and the news of her going to the main base city was hard for them to accept. Jiang Lianyue's lips parted gently as she reassured them. Don't worry, I won't leave until after the martial arts exam and the school's enrollment period ends. Besides, who says you can't see me if I'm at Daxia's top university? With your current abilities, getting into the university shouldn't be a problem. Mentioning their abilities, Jiang Lianyue's expression turned a bit complex. In less than 5 months, they had advanced from the first level, 2nd rank to the first level, 9th rank, a pace even faster than hers back in the day. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi's eyes lit up. That's right, we're already at the first level, 9th rank. Getting into Daxia's top university is practically a sure thing, isn't it? With this thought, their mood improved significantly. Jiang Yuxi suddenly remembered something, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Oh, Auntie, didn't you say you received a token after passing the university's professor examination? Can I see it? I've never seen one before. Of course, no problem. Jiang Lianyue smiled indulgently, flipping her hands to reveal a pale golden token in her palm. As soon as Jiang Yuxi saw the token, her eyelashes fluttered rapidly, and she exclaimed, This token looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen it before. Inside the Jiang family villa, a pale gold token became the center of attention. Jiang Yuxi's gaze was fixed on the token in his aunt Jiang Lianyue's hand, his eyes blinking rapidly as if trying to imprint the token into his memory. A strong sense of familiarity surged through him, convinced that he had seen this token somewhere recently, but he couldn't recall the exact location. Jiang Yuli followed her brother's gaze, her brow furrowing unconsciously. Jiang Yuxi's words seemed to awaken her own memory. The pale gold token indeed looked somewhat familiar. Jiang Lianyue chuckled, shaking her head. Seen it? You must be mistaken. This is a token only a professor at Daxia's foremost academy for extraordinary abilities can possess. But Jiang Yuxi insisted stubbornly, shaking his head vigorously. No, no. Aunt, you have to believe me. I've definitely seen it somewhere. His eyes never left the token. Jiang Lianyue humored him. All right, you've seen it. Yet internally, she remained skeptical. Jiang Yuxi refused to back down. Really? Asked my sister. She must have seen it too. 2 pairs of eyes immediately focused on Jiang Yuli's face. She remained silent, her brow furrowing even deeper. Seeing this, Jiang Lianyue gently patted Jiang Yuxi's head. See, I told you, you were mistaken. With that, she casually tucked the token away. This motion seemed to trigger a switch in Jiang Yuli's memory. She blinked rapidly, as if a bolt of lightning had pierced through the fog in her mind. Jiang Yuxi suddenly stood up, exclaiming excitedly. I remember now. I remember everything. I saw this token on Teacher Suche during the trial at the Nine Peaks Demon Cave that night. His words froze Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Yuli's expressions instantly. Jiang Lianyue was about to deny it, but was interrupted by Jiang Yuli. Aunt, Jiang Yuli said softly. Yuexi might be right, I saw it too. With these words, the room fell into silence. For Jiang Lianyue, This news was like a bombshell. She might dismiss one person's claim, but with both of them saying it, she had to take it seriously. Really? Jiang Lianyue asked incredulously. Jiang Yueli nodded firmly. The token indeed looks about 80% similar. Jiang Yueshi looked smug, completely unaware of Jiang Lianyue's shocked gaze. Jiang Lianyue murmured to herself, How? How is this possible? How could Su Che also have a token? Her temples throbbed, and the image of Su Che in her mind became clearer, even more so than when she ascended to the 4th level of transcendence. This token was not just a simple object. It was a credential for reporting to Daxia's premier extraordinary abilities university. Jiang Lianyue had obtained hers through Professor Zhuang Yan's assessment. So, where did Su Che's token come from? Jiang Lianyue suppressed her inner turmoil and asked dryly. Do you know where your teacher Su Che got his token from? No idea, Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yueli answered in unison, leaving an unsolved mystery. Jiang Yueshi took a deep breath and began to answer Jiang Lianyue's questions truthfully. His voice was particularly heavy in the night air. By the time we arrived, it was already late at night, and the only person left at the scene was teacher Su Che. Jiang Lianyue's brow furrowed instantly, her face full of confusion. Seeing this, Jiang Yueli immediately added, Teacher Su Che was ambushed that night. By the time we got there was nothing to see except for this token we found. Teacher Su Che was ambushed? What happened? Jiang Lianyue's voice rose suddenly, her pupils dilating with shock at the news. Nearby, Jiang Tianyang, upon hearing the name Su Che, turned his head with immediate alertness. Seeing this, Jiang Yueshi volunteered, Let me explain in detail. He cleared his throat and began to recount. On the night we arrived at the demon cave in Juding Mountain for the trial, we went to bed early due to the exhaustion of the day. Suddenly, we were awakened by the sound of a fierce fight. Over the next few minutes, Jiang Yueshi described the events with clarity, not missing even the smallest details. After listening, Jiang Tianyang murmured thoughtfully, A man in gray, natural abilities, must be at the 3rd stage, 9th level. His gaze sharpened, as if he could see through the fog of mystery to the truth. He turned to look at Jiang Lianyue, and their eyes met, each reading the same suspicion in the other's gaze. The suspect capable of sending a 3rd stage, 9th level natural ability user, and who had a grudge against Su Che was becoming apparent. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tianyang decisively called someone. His voice was low and firm. Immediately investigate the whereabouts of all 3rd stage, 9th level members of the Lu family over the past week, especially those who have had contact with Lu Bo. This is the highest priority. Report any findings immediately. He paused, then added, Also, spread the word. Su Che is a valued guest of the Jiang family. Anyone who dares to harm Su Che is an enemy of the entire Jiang family. Meanwhile, less than 5 kilometers away at the Lu family villa, a tense conversation was taking place. In the antique study, Lu Bo and Lu Lin sat facing each other. The atmosphere was oppressive, with Lu Bo keeping his head down and silent. Lu Lin continuously tapped his fingers on the table, his expression shifting unpredictably. Finally, Lu Lin couldn't hold back a cold snort, breaking the silence. If I hadn't asked about Uncle Lu's whereabouts, would you have kept hiding it from me? Seeing Lu Bo still silent, Lu Lin's anger erupted. He stood up abruptly, slamming the table. It's been almost a week without contact with Uncle Lu. Haven't you realized something's wrong? Even an idiot would know that being out of touch for so long means something's happened. At that moment, the communicator on Lu Lin's desk suddenly vibrated. He answered it immediately, and as he listened to the report, his expression grew increasingly grim, turning nearly ashen. Lu Bo cautiously asked, Dad, is there any news? Lu Lin glanced at Lu Bo, leaned back, and sighed deeply. The latest news is that Uncle Lu's communicator has been found, but he hasn't. Chances are, he's met his end in the demon cave of Juding Mountain. Lu Bo's face turned pale instantly, his fists clenching and unclenching involuntarily. He struggled to speak. What about Su Che? Lu Lin looked at Lu Bo deeply, his tone eerily calm. Su Che is unharmed. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.